Chapter 6401, The Carmine Revolution. Coining the phrase Carmine Revolution was a stroke of marketing brilliance. Vess recognized the allure of this revolution and intentionally mentioned it when everyone paid attention to his every word. Just as expected, people eagerly embraced it because of their intense desire to trample the genetic aptitude tyranny and secure their chance to pilot a Carmine Mech. The Carmine Revolution had practically become red humanity's latest sacred cow. No one was allowed to tarnish it or challenge it in any way. Skeptics that dared to question the safety or the reliability of the Carmine system quickly became subjected to deluge of abuse, regardless of whether it was warranted. This was not a violent revolution, nor a revolution that ended any government regimes. This was a spiritual revolution. The cloud of fear, doubt, and uncertainty completely swept away once Vess lit the bonfires of the Carmine Revolution. From this single spark, all of red humanity became inflamed with newfound passion and optimism. The oppression of the Red War and the terror spread by the murderous native aliens no longer cast a dark shadow over everyone's hearts. This was because everyone drew sustenance from the brand-new fire spread by the revolution. As Vess stood in front of the exhibition hall, he listened to all of the cheers and felt how extensively he managed to arouse the collective will of an entire civilization. It was at this moment that he felt he had served his ultimate purpose as a Mech designer. On the surface, his job was to design Mechs. Thinking a little deeper, his greater priority was to serve Mech pilots. Only now did he realize that Mech designers existed to save the human race. As long as Mech designers did a good job, they would inevitably contribute to the strengthening of their fellow people, arming them with the weapons they could rely upon to beat back their foes. Vess knew for certain that red humanity had changed significantly now that he had unleashed the Carmine Revolution. Relying on just 3.5% of the population, or less, to bear the greatest burden of resisting the native aliens was never a sound idea. Now that the rest of the human population could contribute to the war effort by piloting Mechs, as opposed to helping in other ways, norms finally obtained a level of agency that was previously monopolized by potentates. The dramatic battles raging in the 4th and 5th defensive bands no longer appeared as dire and hopeless as before. At the very least, the most direct consequence to making Carmine Mechs to red humanity was that the pool of eligible Mech pilots had drastically exploded. Relying on just 3.5% of the population, or less, to bear the greatest burden of resisting the native aliens was never a sound idea. Now that the rest of the human population could contribute to the war effort by piloting Mechs, as opposed to helping in other ways, norms finally obtained a level of agency that was previously monopolized by potentates. The Carmine Revolution gave everyone a chance to pilot a Mech. Even if norms had not yet reached parity with potentates, at least the introduction of the Carmine system had successfully closed the gap by an enormous extent. After the outbreak of the Carmine Revolution, Vess expected that his work would gradually lead to a new status quo where norms were merely a little behind compared to potentates. Both of them enjoyed many of the same opportunities, but actual potentates happened to enjoy less restrictions and greater advantages when piloting Mechs. It was difficult to completely close the remaining gap. Vess personally had no confidence he could accomplish this job. His Carmine system could only produce so many miracles, after all. Even his elemental Carmine system concept did not attempt to make any gains in this aspect. Vess was happy to hand the torch to the rest of the Mech industry. He may have started this revolution, but he did not necessarily have to lead it any further. A true revolution was supposed by a wide variety of people and interest groups. They should have plenty of motivation to develop their own solutions. As Vess confirmed that the Carmine Revolution had given his fellow red humans a future they could look forward to seeing, he calmed himself down and resumed his product reveal. What you see behind me are 3 of the 6 Mechs of the Swarm project. They are the Carmine Mechs that you have all been waiting to see and hear about. There are 3 more Mechs attached to the Swarm project that can play a useful if optional role in managing these Carmine Mechs, but I shall introduce them later. The spotlights highlighting the contours and sleekness of the yellow jackets brightened up a little. Let us detail these machines first, Vess continued. My team has worked on all 3 Mech designs on a concurrent basis with the support of the Red Association's helpful R&D departments. As such, they may belong to different classes, but they are similar in terms of design concept, general requirements, piloting approach, combat roles, piloting requirements, and difficulty of operation. The underlying tech and materials may differ, but there is a degree of commonality between them that makes it easier to treat them the same, more or less. That was obvious to both Mech designers and laymen. It was not difficult to distinguish the overall tech level of the yellow jackets, but they all shared so many traits that it looked as if their parts were interchangeable. This was not a coincidence. The advantage of adopting this approach to all 3 Mech models is to make it easier to upgrade the base models of these Carmine Mechs. Vess smiled. If you have started off with the Yellow Jacket Mark I version C, you can upgrade it into a Yellow Jacket Mark I version B by replacing weaker parts with stronger parts for the most part. There are steps to the conversion process that are more complicated to complete, but any decently equipped Mech workshop should be able to pull it off by using the right tools and following the right instructions. Of course, you can also downgrade your yellow jacket to a variant of a lower tech level if you wish. This was actually quite difficult to accomplish. The 3 Mech designs had to meet so many requirements that the design team couldn't have done it without relying on heavy technical support from the Mechers. The design choices that Vess and his collaborators had to make were also many. They had to give up a lot of optimal design choices in order to increase the interchangeability of parts. However, it was worth it as far as they were concerned. The base models of the yellow jackets were never designed with optimal performance in mind. Ease of use and versatility had always been the highest priorities. This was the best way to ensure that the widest possible audience would be able to make use of these yellow jackets. No matter the version or tech level, all base models of the yellow jacket are positioned as introductory Mechs. Vess explained. They are frontline Mechs in essence, as they are more affordable and easy to pilot than many other products on the market. Given the current state of the Red War, only these traits can ensure that our civilization can mobilize large quantities of irregular but combat-capable Mechs in the span of 1 or 2 years. Compared to the 5 or more years of training required to train and field a more comprehensive Mech pilot, it should take much less time and money to train and field an equivalent Carmine Mech pilot. This sounded rather good to the ordinary folk, who did not have too many high expectations and just wanted to have a chance of piloting one of these yellow jackets. However, the wealthier people who occupied the upper half of the totem pole began to frown. There were many norms among them that were willing to do a lot to fulfill their almost forgotten dreams of piloting a Mech, but they did not want to do so by forming a blood pact with budget options that were clearly beneath their stations. Perhaps their time had not yet come. At this time, projections appeared above the individual Carmine Mechs that denoted their exact model names as well as their basic properties. As you can see or read, all 3 yellow jackets are modern hyper Mechs. They are all Carmine Mechs. They are all what I call classical living Mechs of the 6th generation. I shall explain later what that entails. Those familiar with my previous living, Mechs know that I also attach entities called design spirits to my works. The yellow jackets are all connected to a design spirit that I refer to as Titania. That last part confused a lot of people, especially the ones who had never studied or worked with a living Mech before. Vess smiled when he perceived the public's confusion. Titania plays an important supporting role in the operation of the yellow jacket as an individual Carmine Mech and in combination with other machines of the same kind. Titania is a swarm mother that is based on an astral beast that my clan has once encountered and defeated in combat. This has inspired me to create a design spirit that replicates the astral beast's penchant for deploying a large amount of disposable biological drones as her primary means of attack. In order to illustrate what the astral beast used to be like, Vess chose to project a few edited clips of footage of the expeditionary fleet's encounter against the monstrously large astral beast. Just like how the Titania is able to coordinate the actions of her biological drones, I hope that the design spirit can help to encourage and improve the teamwork between many different Carmine Mech pilots who lack training, but share the same goals and enthusiasm. The base version's yellow jackets are not individually strong in combat, so only by joining forces and improving coordination can large amounts of Carmine Mechs punch above their weight and defeat opponents that are supposed to be superior on paper. That sounded rather promising, but Vess remained too vague to convince most of his audience. That was fine. Actual results as well as other features might be able to make this claim more convincing. It is difficult to describe the full benefits of having Titania's guidance in these yellow jackets, so I will not speak much of it, Vess admitted. It is better to put the yellow jackets in action and see for yourself. Remember, the more yellow jackets to deploy at a time, the better. These are mechs that are best employed as coordinated swarms rather than individual machines. Only in large groups will they be able to exert combat power far in excess of their limited physical capabilities. This is one of the defining characteristics of the mechs of the Swarm project. He really wanted to emphasize this aspect. The yellow jackets were weak at every tech level, but that did not mean they should solely be used as cannon fodder. Vess had high hopes that they could enable poorly trained Carmine Mech pilots to produce amazing results on an actual battlefield. The support of their living mechs, as well as their design spirits, should be enough to instill them with a greater sense of coordination. Add the supervision and leadership from the jacket commander models that Vess had yet to introduce, and the swarms of yellow jackets may become powerful enough to fell entire phase whales one day. Vess began to take a few steps back. Now, in order to introduce and explain the key systems of the yellow jacket designs to you all, I shall relinquish words to my fellow collaborators. Their expertise on the parts and systems that they have worked upon is much greater than my own. Please give them all your attention. The spotlight on Vess darkened, while the ones shining on Lady Romanda DeVos and Professor Vector Lobin brightened. The two senior Mech designers stepped forward and faced the entire expectations of a massive audience for the first time. To their credit, neither Mech designers buckled under the massive pressure. Chapter 64, O2 Career Savers. Vess had spoken for a long time. The yellow jacket was his brainchild after all. He had come up with the concept and contributed the most crucial technologies that made it work. Without his input, the yellow jacket designs would not be able to attract the attention of the Red Association, let alone capture the imagination of all of human society. Still, when it came to introducing other specific features, Vess eagerly left this job to the respective specialists who worked on these parts and systems. He was not egoistical enough to hog all of the attention for himself. In fact, he felt a little guilty for claiming a disproportionate amount of the limelight for himself. The yellow jacket was a cooperative effort. The other four senior Mech designers not only provided valuable design solutions that made the Mech designs comprehensively stronger, but also served as a sounding board that helped Vess refine his own implementations. Vess was therefore glad to take a break and stand in the background while allowing his collaborators to enjoy their moment at the forefront of humanity's latest obsession. Meow. Lucky floated over and jumped into Vess' arms. The gem cat relaxed as Vess gently stroked the oiled metal exterior. "How is the reaction so far, Gavin?" Vess discreetly inquired over a communication channel. You can't believe how many messages we have received. The LMC and our clan has received a deluge of purchase requests for the new Carmine Mechs. As expected. Have there been any groups that have exhibited significantly less demand? As expected, the Red Fleet has shown very little interest, and the states that are heavily invested in the Auxiliary Fleet program are also not as enthused. Gavin replied, even so. It is impossible for them to remain completely unmoved. Mechs, not warships, are popular among the people. It is easy to fire people up by introducing a good mech, but it is much harder to build up passion for warships after centuries of cultural and legal suppression. As Vess continued to collect more information from Gavin, two of his collaborators had begun to introduce what could arguably be regarded as the most controversial aspect of the Yellow Jacket designs. When Vector Lobin and Romanda DeVos attracted everyone's attention, the former spoke first. As the Honorable Professor Larkinson has shared before, the Carmine system is biomechanical in nature. Every Carmine mech is a cybernetic mech by definition. This is an inescapable reality due to the limitations of the current generation of this tech. In more concrete terms, a Carmine mech must always contain at least a small proportion of organic matter. This can be quite minimal, as the demand to create blood circulation throughout a mech frame is not difficult to meet. However, our design team has chosen a bolder approach and decided to apply a far greater proportion of organic systems relative to the mech frame for specific reasons. I shall display the actual proportions of metallic and organic components in the 3 versions of the Yellow Jacket. A projected overlay appeared on the exteriors of the 3 Yellow Jackets. These overlaid images seem to erase the exterior plating and expose the guts inside the machines. Every overlay displayed a realistic and complete representation of the components stuffed inside the Yellow Jackets. It didn't matter if no one understood what the individual parts and components did. What mattered was that exposing the guts of the machines immediately revealed the proliferation of organic matter inside the Yellow Jackets. Beneath their metallic exteriors, the slender upper torso section of the Carmine mechs consisted almost entirely of organic matter. A combination of flesh and bone occupied the positions traditionally taken up by the cockpit and many other important systems. Although they already heard from Jacob Abbott that the Yellow Jacket at least partially contained organic components, this was much different from what most people expected. The vast majority of organic components concentrated on the upper chest, so much so that it dominated this entire section. This had many implications. Many mech designers and industrialists frowned at this sight. The production chain for organic components was completely different from the production chain of metallic components. To grow a single, large organic mass like this required large and dedicated growing facilities. It was not particularly difficult to set up these organic production facilities, but it took a large amount of upfront investment to construct them all. A lot of people needed to be trained and educated in biotechnology-related subjects in order to know how to handle the production and maintenance of these weird organic masses. Not many people welcomed the additional burdens brought by this organic chest section. They would rather buy a Carmine mech that possessed only the bare minimum of organic components. Both Vector and Romanda already expected to receive this response. Neither of them felt worried because they firmly believed in their design solutions. Many of you have begun to ask why we have made the unusual decision to implement a large organic mass inside the upper chest of the Yellow Jackets. Lady Romanda addresses the puzzled crowd. This is because it represents the living core of a Carmine mech. I have combined my specialization in ultra-large enhanced cockpit systems with Professor Vector Lobin's specialization in furnace mitochondria systems to develop an oversized organic cockpit that has seamlessly merged with the Carmine system. This explanation already overwhelmed a lot of people. They still did not understand why this entire section had to be all organic. The Terran Mech designer continued her lecture as she was far from finished. This design approach has many implications. When we started to design the Carmine Mechs of the Swarm project, we all became aware of the limitation that a Carmine Mech pilot can only form a single blood pact for the rest of his or her life. In order to prevent many hopeful norms from returning to their old selves ahead of time, we sought to increase the survival rates of the pilots as well as their bonded Carmine Mechs. After a large amount of trial and error, Vector Lobin and I have finally developed a cockpit that carries enough metaphorical weight to form the bare minimum of a living machine. Professor Vector Lobin explained why this mattered. The most important implication of this special condition is that when you form a blood pact with a Carmine Mech, you will not necessarily form a pact with these large yellow and black metallic-looking constructs, but the significantly more compact organic masses buried in their upper torsos. This means that the organic ultra-large enhanced cockpit is essentially the Carmine Mech in truth. The rest of the machine that is predominantly made out of metal alloys can be treated as an elaborate, highly functional suit of armor. Many people grew silent when they processed this crucial information. A lot of people understood the implications right away, while others needed more help to understand the benefits. Similar to an infantry soldier, if you destroy the suit, the person wearing it may still be able to survive. Lady Romanda explained with a smile. Only when an attack kills the human is the soldier actually dead. The Carmine Mech will always be able to remain alive even when it is reduced to just this organic ultra-large enhanced cockpit, and it does not even need to be whole. The less organic matter is left, the more heavily injured the Carmine Mech becomes, but as long as it is relatively intact, it can still be restored in full. This will give any Carmine Mech pilot who lost their Mech in battle a second chance to fight as before. As long as the pilot is able to evacuate from the battlefield with a functional cockpit, the blood pact will remain healthy and operational. Now that the two seniors had made it clear enough, a lot of people suddenly changed their evaluations on these weird organic masses. They previously regarded them as unwanted and undesirable complications. Now, they literally embrace the organic cockpits as saviors. They wished their cockpits were even larger and stronger than now, because that would give them an even greater chance of making a comeback after suffering a personal defeat in battle. No one was able to win a battle every time. No Mech pilot could guarantee that he and his Mech would remain in one shape after the end of every battle. Losing one's Mech was a common occurrence in battle. The more informed individuals knew that the probability of losing a Mech rose when the machine was cheap. Other factors that increased this rate was when the pilot was lacking in both skill and experience. All of this meant that many early Carmine Mech pilots had a high chance of losing their bonded Carmine Mechs in their first battles. It would be extremely painful to many of them to enter the battlefield in high spirits, only to get thrashed by the ruthless aliens and eventually crawl back from the front without a Carmine Mech to continue their short-lived piloting careers. Lady Romanda DeVos activated a new projection that displayed a cross-section of the 3 different varieties of cockpits. To call them cockpits was actually a misnomer. They gained so many additional systems and features that they had become vehicles in themselves. As you can see in these images, my organic ultra-large enhanced cockpits incorporate a large variety of elements that enhance their survival ability. If a Carmine Mech falls in battle, the ultra-large cockpit will detach from the alloy shell and rocket back to the rear or nearest designated safe zone unless otherwise specified. The cockpit is large enough to mount fairly compact but powerful short-duration boosters. The damage-resisting capabilities of these cockpits are fairly modest due to the need for cost savings, but their mobility is good. They contain a range of other damage control and damage mitigation systems to further enhance their survival. The ultra-large cockpits possess an additional feature that can help with preserving the Carmine Mechs as well as the pilots sheltering inside. Professor Vector Lobin added. I have applied a version of my furnace mitochondria into the organic cells. This will enable the ultra-large cockpit to overload its systems at the cost of rapidly extracting the high density of stored energies contained within the cells. This will cause the organic cells to rapidly burn out and die, but the released energies will be so great that the ultra-large cockpit may briefly double or triple its acceleration as it flees the battlefield. This was quite a nifty feature. The ultra-large cockpit was like a fast shuttle that could speed up even faster for a brief interval, as long as it burned up parts of its organic mass. This was a self-sacrificial feature that would rapidly degrade the size, the protection, and the functionality of the ultra-large cockpits. However, the power boost gained from this sacrifice was more than worth it in the right moments. The sooner the ultra-large cockpits escaped the range of enemy firepower, the greater the probability that they would live to get rebuilt into complete Carmine Mechs again. The ultra-large cockpit functions quite similar to an escape shuttle for all intents and purposes, Lady Romanda said. It is larger, more robust, and just as maneuverable than a shuttle. When the aliens learn that the best way to handle Carmine Mechs is to relentlessly eliminate the cockpits, then they will target them specifically. The burden of defeating your ultra-large cockpits will increase, and successful interception attempts will drastically drop. It was not quite certain whether that would be the case, but many people had a lot of confidence in these claims. As the two senior Mech designers continued to explain the nuances of the organic ultra-large cockpits, they gradually found their own rhythms and smoothly introduced the possible uses and constraints of the ultra-large cockpits. Do not forget, the organic core is the living Mech. The alloy parts built around the ultra-large cockpits are all optional and redundant. Losing them will not threaten the survival of the Carmine Mech. Now that more and more people gradually understood how much this could save their lives and careers, they finally expressed overwhelming support for this wonderful implementation. Chapter 6403, Onager System. The Carmine Revolution had kicked into a lower gear ever since Vess backed off and allowed his colleagues to take the word. It didn't matter because the flames of the revolution had already spread. People needed time to process what they learned and discuss the implications of piloting Carmine Mechs with their buddies. In the meantime, the other participants of the Swarm project were not weak. Each of them represented the elites of their respective factions at their generation range. Their design philosophies may not be as exciting as his own, but they were helpful in other ways. Many listeners had become thoroughly convinced of the value of having an organic superlarge enhanced cockpit. Just the fact that it could effectively preserve their blood pact, and subsequently their right to pilot a Carmine Mech, turned it into a precious possession that had to be preserved at all cost. Fortunately for many ordinary people who dreamed of becoming a Carmine Mech pilot, Vector Lobin and Romanda DeVos both put a lot of thought and effort into fulfilling this overarching demand. The biodomes, as we have named the organic superlarge, enhanced cockpits of the Yellow Jacket designs serve as the cores of your Carmine Mechs. Lady Romanda of the DeVos, ancient clan, summarized. They are designed with survivability in mind. Professor Lobin and I have sought to maximize the role that the organic mass can play in increasing its odds of survival. Due to limited cost, the biodomes designed for the base models of the Yellow Jackets do not excel in resisting damage. Its main philosophy is that the less time spent on the battlefield, the better. That is why it primarily relies on rapidly evacuating from the battlefield to ensure its survival and the survival of its bonded pilot. That was a decision made out of helplessness. The design budgets for the Yellow Jackets were too low to afford any luxuries. The two senior Mech designers had to make the most out of a limited pool of resources, so they put mobility first and defense second. The biodomes therefore turned into the equivalent of really small and weaponless light. Mechs, their best form of defense, was not getting hit in the first place. The furnace mitochondria implanted in all of the organic cells therefore played a very important role by providing temporary speed boosts that were otherwise not possible. It was risky to burn up the mass of the biodomes in order to amplify their acceleration, but it was better than lingering in a high-risk area for a few seconds too long. Vector Lobin mentioned a solution that could help with that. We understand that many Carmine Mech pilots have a strong interest in doing their utmost to preserve their biodomes if your yellow jackets have fallen. We have devised an elaborate virtual reality training simulation program where you can pilot a variety of biodomes, both standard and custom ones, through a large selection of realistic battle conditions. Many of them are replicated from the recent battles of the Red Offensive, so they can teach you highly realistic lessons on how to survive on the modern battlefield. We advise every Carmine Mech pilot to invest at least 200 hours in this virtual training before they set off to fight. All of these precautions shouldn't be necessary if breaking the blood pact did not have such serious consequences. If Vess and Alexa Strion succeeded in developing Carmine Mech dynasties, then all of this emphasis on the biodomes should no longer be necessary. Other Mech designers may also be able to develop solutions that could make biodomes unnecessary. However, so long as the current iteration of the Carmine system remained stuck with these limitations, the biodomes were still very necessary. While the biodomes mainly relied on speed and maneuverability to stay intact, there were many situations where accidents couldn't be avoided. The biodomes needed a buffer in order to account for unavoidable accidents. In order to help the biodomes resist attacks, whether targeted or not, we have also left open the option to install small-scale shield generators inside their organic structure. Particularly non-rechargeable models that offer a small window of relatively strong defense for a single time. Lady Romanda informed everyone. Due to cost constraints, the base models of the yellow jackets do not include them, but you may request the installation of any shield generators that fit the requirements from a vendor. Alternatively, customers can decide how to make use of this option after they have purchased the yellow jackets. This was the best way to approach this matter. The biodomes were extremely important, and every Carmine Mech pilot would be interested in protecting them as much as possible. Not everyone could afford a good solution, though. The biodomes were designed to work just fine without integrated shield generators, but it would still be nice to have them. Wealthier employers and Mech pilots could choose to purchase these shield generators themselves and install them into the biodomes with ease. If the budget was not enough, then the Carmine Mech pilot better hope that he put in a lot of practice in piloting virtual biodomes. Vector Lobin and Romanda DeVos finally concluded their lecture on the biodomes. An important piece of information that we need to disclose is that the production, modification, and use of biodomes is subject to stricter regulation from the Red Association. The female Terran Mech designer warned. The Carmine system may be less prone to malfunction due to physical changes than the neural interface, but the consequences are still severe. Caution must always be taken to ensure that the biodomes can permit Carmine Mech pilot to interface with their Carmine Mech without excessive risks. People needed to learn to treat the Carmine system with the same degree of caution as the neural interface. The Red Association had already conducted plenty of secret tests that produced a variety of bad outcomes due to improper tech implementation. Of course, there was no reason to disclose these outcomes to the public. It was enough to let their imagination run. Once Vector and Romanda stepped back, Lord Richard Brownstone proceeded to step forward. "I am Richard, scion of the Brownstone Principality of the Rubarthan Pact." The senior Mech designer briefly introduced himself. "I have been tasked with bestowing the yellow jackets with a range of versatile offensive options. In order to maximize the choices available to the Mech market, every yellow jacket boasts 6 standardized modular sockets that are mounted to the sides of the Mech frame. They can be mounted with limbs that allow for surface locomotion, weapon systems to turn them into frontline mechs, support systems to grant them additional utility or more. Each modular addition will increase the cost and piloting burden of the Yellow Jacket, so this arrangement is designed to accommodate the unique conditions of every individual Carmine mech. Pilot. Modular solutions were not always the most optimal ones. The lack of specialization and the need to account for a broad variety of options often led to suboptimal design. Choices. However, a modular weapon loadout system fit well with the Yellow Jackets, as they were Carmine mechs that would inevitably get used by a huge variety of individuals and groups. There was no way the design team could cater to the needs of every segment. A one-size-fits-all solution may be a decent solution, but would still leave a lot of people dissatisfied. Hence the reason why Vess and the others readily committed to this modular solution. This way, every customer could configure their Yellow Jackets however they liked in exchange for losing a bit of efficiency. The base models of the Yellow Jacket are designed to tolerate a large variety of different weapon and support modules, but work best with low-end products. Lord Richard Brownstone continued. It is not impossible to mount high-end modules onto the Yellow Jackets, but they may induce excessive strain or demand more power than the Carmine mechs are able to provide. If you wish to pilot a more powerful Carmine mech, then it is best to wait for Professor Larkinson to publish a product targeted to the upper segments of the mech market. The speakers had repeatedly emphasized that the Yellow Jackets were exclusively targeted towards the bottom segments. This thoroughly frustrated the rich and powerful that could easily afford a mech that was tens or hundreds of times more expensive than the Yellow Jackets at the relevant tech levels. How long did they need to wait until they could fulfill their lost dreams of piloting a mech? While they could always go ahead and buy a cheap Yellow Jacket before letting the mech designers on retainer upgrade the machine as much as possible, this sounded like a sketchy and unreliable solution. What if stuff went wrong? What if Professor Larkinson published a genuine high-end Carmine mech that possessed advantages that could never be attained from a Yellow Jacket? These rich and powerful people understood the value of patience. They were willing to wait a few years until they gained access to more appropriate solutions. Of course, during this time, nothing must happen to Professor Larkinson. As the inventor of the Carmine system, and the only person who possessed the ability to design Carmine mechs from scratch, he needed to be protected and allowed to do his thing as much as possible. Alexis Drian also had to be guarded carefully. If the worst ever happened to the Larkinson patriarch, then his direct disciple was probably the only successor who could pick up where Professor Larkinson left off with the Carmine system in the short term. Perhaps later on, more and more people may eventually be able to learn or replicate Professor Larkinson's design philosophy. It would be great if he realized his design philosophy and opened the path to all mech designers, but who knew how long it took for him to advance? Would he be able to match or break the polymath's record? Or was he one of those sprinters who made a lot of progress early in their careers, only to burn out and slow to a crawl? A lot of people from the upper layer of society began to make plans in secret, designed to support or sustain Professor Larkinson and his many interests. In any case, after Richard provided enough explanations on the modularity of the Yellow Jackets, he proceeded to introduce his own offensive contribution to the Carmine mech designs. While the Yellow Jackets can accommodate any third-party modular attachment that have been designed in compliance to the specifications that we have set, I have worked to design a standard weapon system that should work well in many situations. The outlines of the distinctively designed Gauss gun modules slotted into the sockets of the Yellow Jackets lit up, attracting the attention of the public. The Onager A/B/C enriched Gauss gun system is capable of firing hyper-Gauss rounds. of notable caliber at relatively low firing rates. The modular weapons not only feature high damage and high impact power for a mech of this price category, but can also be loaded with my specially developed enriched Gauss projectiles. Every round can contain different payloads that can produce different effects, from normal explosions to spreading exotic particles that inhibit transphasic energy shields. I have already designed a large variety of enriched Gauss projectiles that can produce good results in many different combat situations, but third-party developers are welcome to use my templates and develop their own custom enriched Gauss projectiles. The charm in the Onager system did not lie in the Gauss weapons, but the projectiles. They fired. Many Mech insiders instantly understood how the Onagers extended the modularity and versatility of the Yellow Jackets. As long as a customer was willing to work with the limitations of kinetic weapon systems, they could get a lot of use out of Richard Brownstone's work. Of course, there were plenty of other customers that preferred to arm their mechs with energy weapons. The Yellow Jackets did not prohibit this option. Chapter 64:04 Nebulous Luck Factor. Lord Richard Brownstone continued his attempt to sell his weapons system to an enormous audience. He knew that his Gauss weapons were the less essential parts of the Yellow Jackets, so he needed to do his best to emphasize their value. The Onager system is meticulously designed with the support of the Red Association to form a cost-effective solution when employed on a large scale. The weapon system can accommodate a wide variety of projectiles made from many different combinations of alloys. This allows every state or regional organization to produce large quantities of rounds with different effects with the lowest per-unit cost. This was highly relevant to third-rate states and organizations. They tended to have the greatest population of people. They also had selective access to a great amount of low-grade resources. The Onager system was so flexible and adaptable in terms of ammunition compatibility that every state or group should be able to produce a huge amount of kinetic projectiles that offer good performance at a very low cost. It was somewhat relevant to second-raters and first-raters, as they may opt to choose specialized rounds that were very effective but could only be produced by locally sourced exotics and hypers. Furthermore, the Onager system is also designed with the most common needs of the Red War in mind. The weapon system is designed to allow the Yellow Jackets to launch attacks against targets with superior defenses. Whether they are tasked with fighting against alien facefighter or warships, the Onager modular Gauss guns allow the Yellow Jackets to inflict damage that surpasses the average offensive level of a mech of this price range. This will make them more useful on the battlefield and allow them to make effective contributions at a lower cost. In other words, the Yellow Jackets equipped with these Gauss guns should ideally fulfill the fire support role. The Yellow Jackets were not suitable for close-range brawling and dogfighting. They did not have the accuracy and precision to fight for longer either. They were best employed at mid-range, where they could get close enough to wear down the transphasic energy shields that protected the hulls of enemy warships, but far enough to evade the approach of enemy facefighters. While the Yellow Jackets could fulfill other roles by equipping different support modules, their most direct and simplest combat roles required them to occupy a good position and fire their onagers until they emptied their ammunition reserves. More and more Mech commanders and so on began to warm up to the Onager system. The designers had truly put a lot of thought in pairing it up with the Yellow Jacket. Design. Although the power of these guns were modest, they were better than the pea-shooters that most budget Mechs carried, especially the more outdated ones. The Onager system is designed to serve as the standard weapon solution of all three editions of the Yellow Jackets. Richard Brownstone repeated. It is the only weapon system that the Yellow Jackets are highly optimized to make use of. Their base models possess limited energy capacities and cannot sustain the operation of one or multiple energy weapons for too long, especially if there is a desire to attain the same damage levels as the Gauss guns of the Onager system. The latter are less demanding on the energy reserves, but are also limited by the quantity of ammunition that a yellow jacket can carry. The ammunition capacity of the Carmine Mechs is relatively modest if there is a desire to retain their good mobility characteristics. If you feel it necessary, you can mount larger and more massive ammunition canisters onto the yellow jackets, but this will impose greater penalties to their mobility. The Onager system consisted of rather hefty Gauss guns. They were not designed to launch small and light projectiles, but rather larger ones that could pack a punch. That imposed a burden on the yellow jackets as the Mech frames were supposed to remain relatively light. There was no good solution to this problematic issue. The best way to resolve the contradiction was to employ dimensional technology to store a lot of hefty rounds in a different space. However, only the more expensive first-class Mechs tended to enjoy this luxury. It was impossible to supply this luxury to the yellow jackets on a large scale. Soon enough, Lord Richard Brownstone gradually completed his presentation on the kinetic weapons system that he had designed for the Carmine Mechs. As a final feature of the Onager system, the yellow jackets are designed to assist in the aiming of the Gauss guns. We only recommend our clients to activate this function when the Carmine Mech pilots are still lacking in training. If they are fielded without possessing enough skill and experience in handling ranged weapons at the Mech scale, then it is better to rely on the help of the living Mechs to control the weapons to aim and fire at hostile targets. This was a dangerous feature, but one that could also save lives one day. The reality of the situation was that the Red Offensive was a life-and-death crisis to Red humanity. Most people may not act like it, but they could feel the tension growing in human-occupied space. There may come a time where lots of norms had to be conscripted for war. Whatever training they received in boot camp would not be enough to give them good aim. It was better to let the living Mech lend a hand, even if it was a risky proposition. Not everyone approved of this additional feature, but they were fine with it so long as it could be switched off. It was a fundamental principle that only humans should pull the trigger of a weapon. Once Richard finally concluded his presentation, he made a short bow before the next-to-last speaker strode forward. Jovi Armelin addressed the crowd with his characteristic smile. "My name is Jovi Armelin. As a senior Mech designer of the Red Association, I was responsible for designing the armor system among other aspects of the yellow jacket designs. As can be seen by the segmented armor plating of the Carmine Mechs on display, we have developed the Skatara Hyper Semi-Modular Armor System to fit the physical defensive needs of this range of machines." A new overlay highlighted the armor plating and listed out a few key properties. Similar to the Onager system, the Skatara armor is an umbrella term that encompasses a range of armor plating formulas that consists of commonly available exotics and hypers. We have especially composed the formulas to produce armor plating out of different materials that is roughly consistent at the same tech level, and are therefore interchangeable. The formulas take into account the most commonly available materials of notable effectiveness in the Red Ocean Union, the Terran Alliance, and the Rubarthan Pact. All of this ensures that it is easy to mass-produce large amounts of armor plating in vastly different regions, but still attain a high degree of consistency and uniformity. This should depress the cost of production to a very low level, thereby making the yellow jackets more cost-effective. The defensive properties of the Skatara armor was actually not that impressive. It was only relatively good as far as budget Mechs were concerned. What was really great about this armor system was that it did not impose a heavy burden on the industrial capacity of many different states and organizations. This was quite important because the armor system was often the most expensive system of a Mech. The yellow jacket was no exception in this regard, so even a modest cost saving in the armor system could benefit Red humanity a lot in the long run. Much of Jovi's explanation sounded relatively standard and mundane. The Skatara armor truly did not offer any other significant advantages aside from cost savings. This mostly sounded interesting to large states that intended to mass-produce the yellow jackets on a large scale, but it was not as relevant to other parties. Many people who decided to order a batch of yellow jackets already decided to task their Mech designers to replace this inferior armor system with a more superior one, based on more premium alloys. There were also other potential customers who decided to wait a few months for other brilliant Mech designers to publish variants that addressed this particular shortcomings. Before Jovi could convince everyone that the Skatara armor had no other advantages, he briefly surprised them by mentioning one nebulous advantage. I have applied my expertise in manipulating probabilities in the design of the Skatara armor. With the help of hyper-materials, the armor plating of the yellow jackets are imbued with a certain luck factor that helps them withstand attacks that should otherwise cripple or destroy them entirely. That caused more than a few people to look confused. It is difficult to define and describe this luck factor in precise terms, as we have not been able to test its effects on the 3 yellow jacket models for an adequate amount of time, Jovi honestly admitted. However, our brief testing so far has shown that there is roughly 2% that a serious outcome can be converted into a mild outcome. Let me explain what this means. Of the 100 attacks that are powerful enough to eliminate a yellow jacket, 98 of them will proceed to do so without any complications. Only 2 attacks will inexplicably deflect or lose power, as if a freak accident has occurred. That was actually quite impressive. Jovi's design philosophy had already advanced to the point of interfering with reality to this extent. Unfortunately, it was not strong enough to impress the crowd, who would want to bet their lives and their future careers on this measly 2% chance of avoiding a fatal blow. They would rather invest in a new armor system that may be a little more expensive or troublesome, but would also offer solid benefits such as 5 or 10% more damage resistance. Jovi continued to smile, as he had yet to share the most important point. This luck factor is not a static property. I have not been able to test this hypothesis, but I have a certain degree of confidence that the luck factor of a living Mech can grow more powerful over time. My expectations are that it becomes more effective at deflecting weaker attacks and may even protect against a larger variety of calamities. This luck factor was a nebulous concept even for a weirdo like Vess. He really couldn't understand how Jovi could bend and manipulate probabilities, as if he could turn everything random into deliberate outcomes. People had little choice but to take Jovi's word that this luck factor was a real feature, and not a figment of his imagination. Still, if the Skatara armor truly possessed a bit of luck, then that could play a significant role in mitigating casualties in the Red War. Of the hundreds of millions of Carmine Mechs that would be at the front lines in the coming years, the Skatara armor's inconsistent but highly effective performance may cause a couple of million of them to survive fatal blows and live to tell the tale. Vess found it rather regrettable that Jovi was not able to work at his best in the Swarm project. The survivalist's design philosophy tended to work best on weapons and other elements that were inherently random to begin with. The yellow jackets did not harbor that much instability as a rule. There was only one aspect about the Carmine Mechs that could be described as unstable, but Vess intended to introduce that after Jovi had finished his speech. The Skatara armor's semi-modular design makes it easier to replace broken or worn plates with mass-produced replacement plating from other sources. This may lead to small but escalating inconsistencies over time, but is also good for restoring the immediate combat effectiveness of spent Carmine Mechs. Chapter 64:05 Special Features of the Yellow Jackets. The Skatara armor's so-called luck factor generated a lot of controversy. Many Mech designers and laymen found its value to be questionable. Why couldn't the Mech designers of the Swarm project include a proper defensive specialist and design more robust armor systems? Although Jovi Armalin definitely shouldn't be a weak Mech designer due to his origins and his participation in the Swarm project, that did not necessarily mean he was the best man for the job. Jovi could have explained himself more, but he declined to do so for whatever reason. Instead, he calmly completed his obligatory presentation about the Skatara armor before addressing a few other aspects of the yellow jacket designs. He briefly explained the performance characteristics of the flight systems of all 3 versions of the yellow jackets. The persistent goal was to make all 3 Carmine Mechs fairly fast and maneuverable, and the flight systems successfully met this standard for every tech level. Of course, the limited design budgets also constrained how fast and agile they could become. There were limits to how fast they could fly or how quickly they could change directions. This was not necessarily a detriment, as excessively fast and mobile Mechs tended to be much harder to pilot and control. Beginner and less experienced Carmine Mech pilots could never be as skilled and acute as St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, so pairing them with Mechs that featured exceptionally high mobility was just asking for collisions. Jovi also moved on to explain other relatively boring aspects of the yellow jackets, such as the performance of their sensor systems, the properties of their power reactors, and the efficiency of their heat management systems. More and more people started to get distracted and pay less attention to this lecture, but there were still enough Mech insiders who paid careful attention to this mundane information. This was because those who intended to make actual use of the yellow jackets needed to master all of the information regarding the new products. Oftentimes, Jovi not only recited data that could easily be retrieved from the documentation of the Carmine Mechs, but also added his personal insights and recommendations. This was all valuable information to the right parties. No one knew the yellow jacket models better than one of the contributing Mech designers. Once Jovi had finally supplied the public the necessary information about most of the remaining systems of the yellow jacket, he finally stepped back. Jovi, Vess communicated with his friend over a private channel. Why didn't you mention to the public that the luck factor of the Skatara armor has a theoretically high upper limit? It can potentially save the yellow jackets from getting wiped out in an instant after suffering a direct hit from a warship-grade cannon strike. Yes, according to the theories and calculations made by Jovi, such an unlikely outcome could actually happen in reality. Jovi's design philosophy was so unreasonable in this aspect. As long as the probability of surviving an overwhelming attack was non-zero, then he could magnify this tiny probability and make it a little more likely to occur. Of course, the actual probability that this would happen would not be as high as 2%, but substantially less. Seeing is believing. Jovi nonchalantly responded, I am not as famous and familiar to the public as you, Vess. You have become an increasingly more known quantity to the Mech community and wider population. I am an unfamiliar name to both groups. They do not understand my design philosophy or know any of the Mechs that I have designed. The mechanics of my design philosophy are also difficult to test in this product reveal. I prefer to keep it simple and let the masses discover the value of my contribution through their own efforts. It is not as if my luck factor is a core feature of your Mech design. That was true. Jovi was perhaps the poorest fit to the Swarm project. He only took part because Vess trusted him and because he was able to represent the interests of the survivalist faction. Still, Vess did not believe that many other Mech designers could design such a sound and comprehensive armor system that took both cost savings and regional resource availability into account. Even if Jovi outsourced a lot of the hard work onto the various R&D institutions of the Red Association, he had proven to be excellent at contacting and coordinating these efforts. Collaborating with him was like collaborating with the entire R&D support structure of the Red Association. Now that Jovi Armalin had concluded his presentation on the defenses and other properties of the yellow jacket, there were a few more key features that had yet to be introduced. Vess slowly strode forward again. The noise in the massive exhibition hall quickly subsided again now that he attracted everyone's attention. His ability to command the attention of the people had risen to a higher level. His pivotal work on the Carmine system had earned him this privilege. "Ladies and gentlemen," Vess spoke with a naturally composed speaking voice. "I hope that you have gained a thorough impression of the capabilities of the 3 editions of the Yellow Jacket. Before we conclude this presentation of 3 of the 6 designs of the Swarm project, I still need to introduce a few more special features that you cannot find on other mechs." That attracted a lot more interest. People had already become thoroughly convinced of the value of the Yellow Jackets. Even if it did not score full points in every category, the priceless utility of the Carmine system alone was enough for them to place as many orders as possible. Now that the Yellow Jackets ostensibly possessed even more nifty features, people began to develop even higher expectations for the budget mechs. Earlier, I have mentioned that the Yellow Jackets are 6th-generation living mechs. That means that they incorporate numerous design applications that I have added on top of the more basic and familiar framework of living mechs that you are familiar with. Let me show you a brief overview of what every generation has added to my living mech paradigm. 1st-generation living mechs, X Factor. 2nd-generation living mechs, Design Spirits. 3rd-generation living mechs, Orders of Life. 4th-generation living mechs, Ascension Runes. 5th-generation living mechs, Active and Passive Living Mech Cultivation. 6th-generation living mechs, Ultimate Modules, Strong Living Mech Cognition, Active Cultivation Techniques. Few people possessed a systematic understanding of living mechs, so this brief summary held a lot of value to mech designers and other interested groups. In the 1st generation, my living mechs exhibited slight responsiveness and warmth towards their mech pilots through a phenomenon that used to be known as the X Factor. The X Factor was an obscure phenomenon that did not ring a lot of bells. In the 2nd generation, I discovered design spirits and learned how to attach them to my mech designs so that they can bestow glows and other useful properties to my products. Design spirits had become a known, if poorly understood, feature of Vess products. Most people had given up on trying to understand how they worked. In the 3rd generation, I discovered that living mechs can break through and reach a new order of sapience, intelligence, and responsiveness. Most of my products start off as 2nd-order living mechs and can naturally grow into 3rd-order living mechs over time. This had also become a known phenomenon. People understood it much better because a lot of 3rd-order living mechs had emerged by this time. They still alienated certain groups, but had become so common that most mech pilots had gotten used to piloting a mech that possessed so many human traits. In the 4th generation, I discovered the existence of Ascension Runes and managed to learn how they could structurally be organized in my products. Only the mech pilots of 3rd-order living mechs came into contact with these mysterious Ascension Runes. They did not seem to do much aside from slightly improving the performance of a living mech. In the 5th generation, the great severing occurred. I discovered that living mechs could not only grow by absorbing E-energy radiation, but that I can also improve the direction and efficiency of the absorption process by imparting my living mechs with their own cultivation techniques. This explanation generated a bit more controversy than the other descriptions. Many authorities had already labeled the process of cultivation to be dangerous. For Vess to develop mechs that were smart enough to cultivate by themselves sounded rather frightening. Fortunately, so many 3rd-order living mechs had engaged in their own forms of cultivation for a while now, yet none of them ever misbehaved. This successfully lowered the vigilance of a lot of concerned parties. There was a lot more depth into living mech cultivation that Vess could talk about, but none of that was relevant to the product reveal. Now, the 6th and latest generation of living mechs came relatively shortly after the 5th generation. The advancements that I have made after discovering E-energy radiation are myriad. The subjects related to strong living Mech cognition and active cultivation techniques are too advanced for me to elaborate today. I shall only talk about the main benefit of 6th-generation living Mechs. Vess waved his arm. The angular bottom sections of 3 display Mechs began to glow, drawing many people's attention towards this section. The yellow jackets are deliberately designed to resemble wasps for multiple reasons. Real wasps come with stingers, and these carmine Mechs are no exceptions in this regard. It is just that I have applied a more abstract meaning of a stinger to my works. Instead of turning this section into a 7th modular hardpoint, or simply mounting a very sharp spike on it, I have incorporated what I have taken to calling an ultimate module inside this section. Another series of overlays became active at the bottoms of the yellow jackets. They gave the audience images of the ultimate modules that were squished inside these sections. There are many situations in the battles of the Red War where a Mech is outmatched and on course to suffer defeat. Under normal circumstances, the Mech gets destroyed while the winner suffers relatively little consequences. The sacrifice ultimate modules that I have integrated in all 3 editions of the Yellow Jacket is my attempt to mobilize all of the remaining power of the Carmine Mech before unleashing the potent energies as a form of payback. Was this just a fancy and more harmful version of scuttling your own Carmine Mech? Before you ask, there is nothing to be concerned about, Vess reassured his listeners. After activating the Super Purge ultimate ability, the biodome of a Carmine Mech will first eject ahead of any other actions. After that, the ultimate module will forcibly induce the remaining metallic components of the Yellow Jacket to overload every component that is capable of doing so and attempt to engulf as many nearby assets in an attempt to take them down. Even if the resulting detonation cannot take down the enemies of the Carmine Mech pilots, the violent explosion should at least distract the enemies enough to give the ejected biodome a better chance of returning to the rear intact. That sounded rather impressive, but not exceptional. So far, nobody had heard anything that deserved the description of ultimate. I understand your doubts and skepticisms. Vess smiled at everyone. You must be thinking why I am attempting to dress up what may simply be a self-destruct option. You are not entirely wrong, but you are vastly underestimating the damage that the ultimate module can do. Every ultimate module derives a large amount of power from E-energy radiation. It also gains more advanced direction from an aspect of the living Mech. There are also several other factors that I cannot mention that make my ultimate modules more potent. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. The only way to convince his audience that the Yellow Jacket could achieve amazing results by sacrificing its metallic shell was to witness this phenomenon in reality. Chapter 64:06 Cost-Effective Sacrifices. As far as ultimate modules were concerned, the one that Vess designed for the Yellow Jacket possessed the least amount of sophistication. This was partially because of the limited time that Vess could allocate on this priority. He did not have the time to design a more elaborate and sophisticated ultimate module that could produce a more sustainable effect. Another reason why Vess settled with such a self-destructive ultimate module was because it was a desperate attempt to quickly raise the threat level of the Carmine Mechs. Adding enhanced self-destruction capabilities to the Yellow Jacket is a calculated choice. Vess explained to his audience. The Yellow Jacket is a budget Mech at every tech level and possesses limited agency on an individual basis. While my Carmine Mechs can be quite formidable when gathered in large numbers, alien warships are the least afraid of confronting swarms of small craft. In order to deter enemies from getting too close to the Yellow Jackets and take their threat more seriously, the ultimate module is not only designed to coordinate every active part of the Carmine Mech aside from the biodome to unleash their raw energies at once, but also amplify the explosions with E-energy. Before you ask, it is possible to order Yellow Jackets that do not include this ultimate module. You can still install the ultimate modules on the Carmine Mechs at a later date. However, it is currently not possible to replace it with another ultimate module or a substitute developed by a third party, as far as I know. Ultimate modules were intrinsically tied to the living mechs. Changing the hardware alone was not useful because the ultimate seed, which could be considered the companion spirit of the living Carmine Mech, was only designed to work with the sacrifice ultimate module. Perhaps Vess may be able to change that in the future and implement a more dynamic alteration setup for ultimate modules, but it was not a priority at the moment. Projections began to appear above Vess' head that showed demonstrations of these explosions. When a third-class yellow jacket controlled by a test pilot activated the Super Purge ultimate ability, the biodome ejected while at the same time the remaining Mech frame underwent a small transformation. At the same time, the orientation of the yellow jacket changed so that it adopted a horizontal orientation. The yellow jacket essentially turned into a missile. Although the strange posture deviated from the template of an aggressive wasp, the horizontal orientation shrunk its silhouette when facing the enemy and made it a lot harder to shoot down. This missile accelerated forward with the help of its overloaded flight system. At the same time, a sharp spike extended from the angular bottom of the yellow jacket. This made it look as if the wasp mech had extended a stinger and was about to launch a suicidal charge attack. As the third-class yellow jacket collided against a solid structure, the stinger punctured through the exterior wall, allowing the yellow jacket to push inside. Once the shell of the Carmine Mech had dug deep enough, its ultimate module instantly triggered the explosion based on preset instructions. Boom! A noticeably powerful explosion ruptured the structure from within. The power of this explosion was far more potent than a regular third-class missile, but it was still not a cost-effective way to make use of a Carmine Mech. Nobody would be stupid enough to purchase a large amount of yellow jackets, only to superpurge them to exhaust the transphasic energy shields of enemy warships. Still, it was a good way for Carmine Mech pilots to spite the enemies that had defeated them in battle. Not only would the explosion or threat of it divert the enemy's attention from shooting down the fleeing biodome, but it could also ensure that the yellow jacket at least managed to do something useful on the battlefield. The worst outcome for any Mech was to deploy on the battlefield, only to get shot down while doing almost nothing aside from briefly diverting enemy firepower. Mech commanders constantly sought to squeeze as much value out of their Mech units as possible. It was much easier for them to do so when every yellow jacket could be converted into a stronger-than-normal missile. The projections showing the superpurges of the second-class and first-class editions of the yellow jackets were much more dramatic. Their energy levels were progressively higher, which usually translated into more powerful explosions. They also possessed greater speed and could traverse longer distances before fulfilling their final purposes. At the very least, Vess was not afraid that the Yellow Jacket B and Yellow Jacket would be unable to affect the outcome of the battle at all. As long as their quantity was enough, the amount of explosions they could produce may actually be enough to wipe out an elite face fighter unit or break open the defenses of enemy warships. The power of the explosions produced by the yellow jackets affected by the Superpurge ultimate ability are not constant. Vess warned his audience. They are mainly affected by the state of the power reactor and the charge levels of the energy cells. If the yellow jackets have already fought intensively and bottomed out their reserves, their explosions will be less potent. Other energetic and explosive elements can also affect the power of this final move. For example, a yellow jacket that is carrying a lot of enriched Gauss rounds that contain volatile substances may be able to produce explosions with greater force or produce exotic effects. It was a bit disappointing to hear that the yellow jackets wouldn't be able to produce explosions of the same potency when they had already fought for a while. The most common instances where the self-exploding yellow jackets could serve their greatest use was when the battle was starting to enter the later phases. as long as neither side held an overwhelming advantage. A sudden shock attack, by launching a few hundred or even a few thousand yellow jackets, could instantly turn the tide at one of the flanks. Oh well, the explosion of an exhausted yellow jacket may be weaker, but it shouldn't be too pathetic. There are other factors that can affect the power of the explosion from this ultimate ability. Vess continued. The ultimate module is actually a special living construct and can grow more powerful over time. The older the Carmine Mech, the more powerful it becomes. It can also derive more energy from a stronger Carmine Mech pilot. All of this means that the self-destruction of a 1-month-old yellow jacket is nowhere comparable to a yellow jacket that has lived and fought for over 5 years. Best of all is this growth trajectory is largely based on e-technology. This means that when you install your biodome onto a new yellow jacket shell, it will gain the ability to explode with much greater power yet again. That sounded a lot more interesting to people than before. Nobody had any idea how that could even work. Wasn't the ultimate module supposed to be a self-destruction unit that slowly charged up over time? How come a new yellow jacket shell inherited this advantage without needing to spend months or years on accumulating energy? A lot of people started to scratch their heads. They had no idea how e-technology worked, let alone the crazy variant that Vess had developed by himself. Vess smirked. The ultimate module was not called this way for nothing. All of the power was invested in the ultimate seed of the living Carmine Mech. This was an intangible existence that always remained attached to its principle, and by extension the biodome. As long as the biodome remained intact, the Carmine Mech would continue to live. This not only preserved the blood pact, but also the ultimate seed responsible for managing and empowering the ultimate module. All of this meant that as long as the yellow jackets grew old enough, their sacrifice ultimate modules would be able to produce damage equal or greater than that of torpedoes, especially once they started to develop their own ultimate runes. Hardly any enemy would want to fight against such terrible wasp mechs up close. It was a lot harder to evade the extremely potent explosions up close, as the yellow jackets did not have to waste time to reach the right destinations. Vess pretty much considered this coincidental interfaction to be a bug. He was more than glad to take advantage of it. He was happy to give his customers another reason to do their best to preserve their living Carmine Mechs and learn to appreciate ones that had grown older, wiser, and more powerful. In any case, the addition of the ultimate module completed the yellow jacket in a brilliant fashion. It added functionality that multiplied the lethality of the ultimate module, and also guaranteed that almost every yellow jacket would be able to make themselves useful regardless of the terrible piloting skills of their bonded partners. Before I complete my explanation on the ultimate module, let me address the safety concerns. Vess spoke. First, the ultimate module is largely solid and inert, so it is unlikely to explode when damaged or knocked. Second, the activation of the ultimate module is restricted by default. A Mech technician can adjust the hardware settings to change the activation conditions. This can range from receiving an encrypted signal from a Mech commander, a mothership, a space fort, and so on. The ultimate module can also be set to only activate with the consent of the living Mech. Of course, you can always remove all of these restrictions on the ultimate module and allow the Carmine Mech pilot to be the sole decision-maker. These restrictions were very necessary because the yellow jackets could do a lot of damage to human lives and assets. Nobody wanted a Carmine Mech pilot to fool around, only to inadvertently activate the Super Purge ultimate ability and cause the yellow jacket to explode inside the hangar bay of a combat carrier. While this may lead to instances where the yellow jackets were unable to initiate Super Purge in situations where doing so could produce good results, it was better to be safe than sorry. By the time Vess finished his presentation on the ultimate module of the yellow jackets, he had thoroughly convinced most of the audience of its usefulness. He had no doubt that there were still customers who planned to order a batch of yellow jackets without this potent feature, but they should hopefully be in the minority. The current state of the Red War had little room for caution and forbearance. If the Yellow Jackets were able to reignite hope across the front lines, then they should do so in their most effective configurations. That concludes our presentation on the Yellow Jackets, Vess finally said after another minute of speaking. This is not the end of our product reveal. We still have 3 more Mech designs to introduce to you. They are not as shocking and innovative as the Yellow Jackets, but they are designed to complement the Carmine Mechs and help you make more effective use out of them. Their usage is optional, but we highly recommend you to make use of them for reasons that we shall explain soon. A short break ensued as the 3 Yellow Jackets on display sank below the floor in order to make room for another set of display Mechs. As Vess waited for the next phase of the product reveal to start, Vess noticed that Jovi did not look all that happy. In fact, you even drafted an amazing plan where the E-energy attracted by the Yellow Jackets is actively channeled into the Jacket Commander that oversees them in an attempt to produce artificial pseudo-champion units. Even if you left out this last part, the base implementation of the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem alone could have amplified the combat power of large swarms of Yellow Jackets by a large margin. Why do you insist on depriving the Swarm project this benefit when it has the potential to significantly affect the war effort? That was a good question. Chapter 6407, The Jacket Commander. Vess frowned. He did think about implementing the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem in the Yellow Jacket designs. Initially, he thought about developing exclusive editions for the Larkinson clan. He later thought of the potential of making it available to the public as well. He eventually decided to trash this idea. The final iterations of the Yellow Jackets and the Jacket Commanders, which could have become stronger, eventually returned to more reasonable standards. Jovi clearly disagreed with this decision. As a survivalist, he was strongly inclined to support any initiative that made Red humanity stronger. Letting the first Carmine Mechs manipulate the power of E-energy radiation in a deeper and more profound fashion could have made a significant difference on the battlefield. The effect of the Mech ecosystem was akin to allowing a large group of living Mechs to produce a pseudo-domain. In practice, leveraging this pseudo-domain was difficult, but not impossible as long as the living Mechs continued to grow older and more experienced. This was why most applications of the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem were a bit slow to pick up steam within the Larkinson clan. The newer generation of Mechs that incorporated this feature were only just starting to grow old and powerful enough to make active use of the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem. When Vess decided to cut the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem from the Swarm project, he arguably sabotaged the future of his own civilization. Perhaps the difference in power may be significant enough that Red humanity may end up retreating from the border regions and open up the hinterhand to alien raids. This would lead to a lot more human death and misery that could have been prevented if the Mechs were a little stronger. However, Vess did not completely believe in this sequence of events. Jovi, the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem, is a new and advanced application of e-technology. It is not refined and can occasionally produce accidents. I also reserved it for the exclusive use of the Larkinson clan. You can't expect me to give up one of my clan's competitive advantages and make it available to the masses through the Mechs of the Swarm project. This is a dangerous dwarf galaxy, and it always pays to have a few trump cards in my hands. The most recent battle has vindicated my decision as far as I am concerned. That was a pretty heavy hint that he did not appreciate the ambush over the Mazepan system. Although the battle eventually turned out to be immensely profitable for Vess and St. Tusa, that did not change the fact that they could have fallen under other circumstances. While the more radical and brain-dead cosmopolitan cells genuinely wanted to do whatever it took to eliminate Vess, they couldn't have gathered so many powerful forces without the secret collusion of the Huntsman and other supremely powerful human leaders. If those big shots were bored enough to bully Vess like this, then they shouldn't blame him for withholding this extra benefit. You are expressing an unnecessary degree of pettiness, Vess, Jovi sighed. I have already given you an explanation on what has happened. Besides, this issue is not related to the subject matter. Do not forget that the collapse of the 4th and 5th defensive bands will harm your Larkinson clan just as badly as the rest of us. Any means of strengthening a Carmine Mech that is bound to become extremely popular can save the lives of many people. Vess did not fall for this guilt trip. I am not the only Mech designer who is obligated to stand up for red humanity. There are many other Mech designers who may be able to fill in the gaps that I have left. Whether it comes in the form of e-technology or hyper-technology, the Yellow Jacket designs can easily accommodate other solutions. Even without these additions, the Yellow Jacket is already packed with far more features than a typical budget Mech. I do not think it is a good idea to overload all of those new and inexperienced Carmine Mech pilots with E-energy shenanigans. Maybe I will reconsider this matter in the future when I work on another commercial Mech design project. Then please think about implementing your Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem in the Mark Roman II editions of the Yellow Jacket. Enough individuals should have gained enough mastery over their bonded Carmine Mechs by that time to welcome a new challenge. That was not a bad idea, but Vess was not in the mood to consider it. He did not have any reasons to change his current policy towards the Energy Weaver Mech ecosystem. Another minute passed. Vess finally stepped forward now that he was ready to kick off the next phase of the product reveal. Thank you for your patience. The 3 Mechs of the same series that I am about to introduce are not Carmine Mechs, and deliberately so. They are conventional Mechs where the neural interface serves as the primary control system. It is possible to convert them into Carmine Mechs, but it is not necessary. They hold an important responsibility. The Mechs that we are about to reveal to you are not primarily designed to fight the enemy. Instead, they are expressly designed to support the Yellow Jackets, who are expected to bear this burden. 3 similar-looking Mechs rose from the floor. Their shapes and contours all looked similar, but they were clearly divided into 3rd, 2nd, and 1st-class Mechs. The 3 Mechs even possessed a similar banded color scheme as the Yellow Jackets. This was a deliberate design choice, as it made the new Mechs less noticeable among the Carmine Mechs. The biggest differences between the new Mechs and the previous Carmine Mechs was the overall mass and thickness of their Mech frames. The newly emerged Mechs boasted thicker armor, a more classical humanoid shape, more auxiliary systems, and a single luminar crystal rifle. The prominent antennas and other arrays clearly revealed them to be command Mechs. These are the Jacket Commanders, Vess announced with a smile. They are expressly designed to lead the swarms of Yellow Jackets that will soon appear in large quantities. While it is very much permitted to use other command Mech models to lead the Carmine Mech piloted by inexperienced and undertrained individuals, the Jacket Commanders excel at this role. They are expressly designed to work with experienced Mech pilots who know their way around a battlefield and are capable of keeping a flock of Carmine Mech pilots in line. Projected overlays came to life, giving the audience an overview of the performance characteristics of the 3 different editions of the Jacket Commanders. No thorough explanation is required to understand the Jacket Commander designs. They are designed to function the same as other command Mechs. In order to facilitate this function, they are equipped with strong sensors and communication systems to ensure they maintain a good overview and remain in coordination with other Mech units. The more advanced versions of the Jacket Commander possess a more powerful and more comprehensive range of relevant features, but even the least sophisticated 3rd-class Jacket Commander can serve as the sole command Mech on a battlefield in the lower zone, if necessary. On the surface, the overall designs of the Jacket Commander could be described as adequate and without any obvious flaws. However, the Mechs also lacked any clear distinctions or strong advantages that could persuade customers to favor them over other command Mech models. The main role of the jacket commander is to lead a unit of yellow jackets and keep them alive whenever possible. To help the command mechs achieve their purpose, they are armed with luminar crystal rifles that can help shoot down enemies that pose a threat to your most vulnerable subordinates. Vess continued to explain the fairly industry-standard properties of the jacket commander. He did not present any exciting information so far that could persuade customers to use them to corral their Carmine mechs. The jacket commander was not a bad mech per se, but Vess had yet to make a convincing case why customers should use it as their preferred command mech. He did not keep his audience waiting for too long. There was only so much he could say about the relatively boring properties of the jacket commander. The jacket commanders possess one advantage that other command mechs do not enjoy. They are 6th-generation living mechs. They possess similar advantages to the yellow jackets, though expressed in different ways. Their design spirit is also Titania, which should help them coordinate and command the yellow jackets under their command. I cannot describe the exact benefits to you. The mech commanders should explore this by themselves, but Saint Commander Kaesela Ingvar of our clan has always worked well with Titania. The mention of the 3rd ace pilot of the Larkinson clan added a bit more credibility in his statement. If a Larkinson mech pilot worked well enough with Titania to the rank of ace pilot, then that would make people a lot more interested in working with this mysterious design spirit. After Vess briefly explained how Titania could benefit the pilots of the jacket commander in an abstract sense, he quickly moved to the most exciting part about these command mechs. Now, I am sure that you have been waiting for the key features of the jacket commander. While I have already mentioned that all 3 editions of the jacket commander can more easily connect and communicate with yellow jacket mechs, what I did not mention is that they can communicate through e-technology rather than more conventional communication methods. Strong interference and jamming cannot inhibit this method of communication, so there is a much higher chance of maintaining contact all of the time. People began to look a little more impressed, but this did not exactly floor them in an instant. The second key feature of the jacket commanders are their ultimate modules. Just as with the case of the previous Carmine mechs, the jacket commander comes with an ultimate module that can produce a powerful effect at a crucial time. Unlike the sacrifice ultimate module that I have presented earlier, the ultimate modules installed inside these command mechs will not transform the jacket commanders into bombs. They are too precious and important to discourage this kind of waste. People would have complained if this were the case. As command mechs, the jacket commanders should never be deployed in great numbers. They are meant to serve as force multipliers to the yellow jackets under their guidance. The ultimate module that I have designed for the jacket commanders reflect this purpose. Another overlay formed over the chests of the jacket commanders. They clearly exposed a portion of the internal architecture, but also highlighted the blocky module installed in the middle of the abdomen. The Clairvoyance Ultimate module is largely geared towards rapid analysis and planning, Vess explained. It possesses no direct combat function, but can offer a great amount of guidance in a pinch. When activating the Battle Planner Ultimate ability, it will expend a large amount of electrical energy and E-energy to mobilize the mind of the mech pilot, the spiritual foundation of the jacket commander, and a portion of the vast intelligence of the Titania to build an overview of the battle. The ultimate module will then draw upon that knowledge and wisdom to rapidly develop a personalized plan on how you can best tip an ongoing battle in your favor with the assets under your control. People did not know how to react to this. Compared to the much simpler and more straightforward ultimate ability of the yellow jackets, the one that Vess bestowed on the jacket commanders sounded a lot more vague and dubious. Vess was not surprised by the lack of enthusiasm from the crowd. The jacket commander was not designed for direct combat, so he felt it would be stupid to enhance its direct combat capabilities. An ultimate module that could help mech commanders gain an overview of the battle and tell them what they needed to do in order to accrue advantages could be very handy in the right scenarios. Chapter 64, 08 Complementary Mechs. Many people did not feel too impressed with the Clairvoyance Ultimate module at first, but then they started to think further. It is actually difficult for less experienced Mech commanders to maintain a good overview of the battlefield and make the right calls. When you are on the battlefield yourself, it is too easy to get dragged into the action. If this ultimate module does what it claims to do, then it may truly be useful in helping a Mech commander obtain clarity when he needs it the most. That doesn't sound particularly unique. This ultimate module is just a dedicated unit for data analysis and problem solving. There are generic pieces of hardware and software that can perform similar functions. It is not a good idea for Mech commanders to become too reliant on computing systems to calculate what they should do. No decision-making model is perfect, and trying to apply rigid rules to a dynamic battlefield will make it easier for the enemy to read your intentions. As nice as it sounds to have an additional analysis engine at my disposal, I would rather have an ultimate module that can boost the performance of the jacket commander more directly. The command mech will probably attract more attention from the enemy than usual, so having better defenses is important. Why did Professor Larkinson choose to strengthen his jacket commander designs with a function that can easily be substituted? As long as the interference is not too excessive, it is normally customary for think tanks and analysts in the rear to draft detailed plans and instructions for the Mech units fighting on the battlefield. Most knowledgeable Mech insiders knew that command mechs did not necessarily need this particular function. There were already several other viable solutions that could substitute the role of the ultimate module, but they did not think that Professor Larkinson and his collaborators added this module without good reason. Vess smiled as he faced the skepticism of his audience. The reason the jacket commander models incorporate slightly different versions of the Clairvoyance Ultimate module is because we took into account the kind of Mech pilots that will probably be assigned to pilot these machines. Think about it. True Mech commanders that have completed formal officer training are rare and in high demand. Many Mech forces have problems filling up all of their available Mech officer slots with pilots that possess the right knowledge and inclination. Any Mech commander can make a greater impact on the Red War by leading conventional Mech units. It is a waste to reassign them to supervise a large number of undisciplined Yellow Jacket pilots. That was unfortunately true. Mech pilot training tended to be very demanding, especially for those that wanted to become a hero and break through in battle. The vast majority of Mech cadets usually got caught up in the martial atmosphere when they attended a Mech academy. There was a high drive towards scoring well in various exams where fellow cadets had to defeat each other while piloting virtual or practice mechs. Losing was not only extremely embarrassing, but could also form a stigma if it happened a bit too often. Poor results in practical tests could cause a Mech pilot to fail a class or gain a poorer record upon graduation. All of these recorded failures could affect a newly graduated Mech pilot's chances of finding a good and well-paying job at a respectable company or military institution. Therefore, most Mech pilots that graduated from the Mech academies tended to have more brawn than brain, relatively speaking. While they still took enough theoretical classes to understand the basics of physics, orbital mechanics, and electronics, they would rather spend extra hours practicing their weapon skills than memorize complicated theories. True Mech commanders could not avoid the fate of taking a lot of theoretical classes. They had to be proficient enough in piloting Mechs, but also learn how to manage soldiers and figure out how to apply the right tactics on the battlefield. They needed to learn a lot of protocols and study the great Mech battles of the past. They also had to be able to maintain a sober mind on the battlefield when all of their fighting instincts told them to give into their bloodlust. Only the more talented and intellectually capable potentates had the potential to become serious Mech commanders. There was always a shortage of such people, so it was no surprise that there were always more vacancies for these positions. a lot of Mech lieutenants and Mech captains ended up getting promoted from the bottom. They had to make up for their lack of formal education by completing a scattered collection of training courses and hope they could at least follow orders. Even those kinds of Mech officers were usually far too precious to watch over a bunch of yellow jackets. I see you understand the significance of what I have said earlier. Vess spoke with a smile. The jacket commander should ideally be assigned to an experienced or retired Mech pilot that possesses the temperament to lead a group of yellow jackets. It is not necessary for the Mech pilot to possess all of the competences of a Mech commander. The missions undertaken by yellow jacket units should generally not be complicated, at least at first. If external instructions are not sufficient, then activating the battle planner ultimate ability can provide help when it is necessary. That made a lot of sense. Many leaders and officers had already begun to work on drafting brand new doctrines and rules regarding the use of the newly announced yellow jackets. The Carmine Mechs were clearly positioned at the bottom, so they needed to be treated as such. It was best not to devote too many resources on them, as they were expressly designed to be useful with only a modest amount of effort. However, letting the yellow jackets fight by themselves was a clear recipe for disaster. The Carmine Mech units all needed to be led by experienced Mech pilots who knew their way around a battlefield. The combination between rookies and an old hand should produce good results without sacrificing anything too precious. Therefore, the jacket commander suddenly became a lot more attractive than before. Though Vess had not demonstrated the power of the clairvoyant's ultimate ability, as long as his description was valid, then it could truly help a conventional Mech pilot figure out what to do next. Of course, this only applied in forces where the Mech officers had enough leeway to make independent judgments. This was not always the case. Remember that the clairvoyant's ultimate module possesses the same advantages as the last ultimate module. The older the jacket commander and the more battles it has participated in, the more intelligent and knowledgeable its ultimate module becomes. Even if a penetrating attack happens to destroy it, no progress will be lost if the command Mech receives a replacement. Different ultimate modules will develop different biases and preferences based on the actual experiences of individual jacket commanders. As long as the command Mechs are able to operate for a long time, their ultimate modules may one day be able to process far greater information and produce much better battle plans than other analysis engines. After Vess completed a rather inadequate and incomplete explanation on the uses and virtues of his clairvoyant's ultimate module, he was finally ready to wrap up the reveal phases. This concludes our presentation on the jacket commander models. Before we proceed with the final cue and a session and lengthy demonstrations that will run all day, let me discuss where you can purchase the Mechs of our Swarm project. The command Mech models share the same purchasing channels as the yellow jacket models. Currently, I have positive confirmation that they are sold by the Living Mech Corporation, Isthmus Manufacturing, and many different manufacturing partners that are directly affiliated with the Red Association. Third-party Mech manufacturers are welcome to license the Mech designs and fabricate their own versions of the yellow jacket and jacket commander. However, they must abide by the special rules attached to the licenses, or else they will not be able to produce the best living Mechs. The virtual portals of the LMC and all of the other relevant companies had just been refreshed. The new Carmine Mechs are on sale. Wow, the LMC can already ship my order right away. How many yellow jackets do they have in stock? Buy 10,000, no, 50,000 copies of the yellow jacket be at once. The entire exhibition hall grew noisy again, as a lot of people already decided that they had to obtain a Carmine Mech as quickly as possible. Vess smiled at this outcome. He was glad to see that his product reveal managed to do an excellent job at selling the yellow jacket. The sales for the jacket commander nearly weren't as hot, but that was okay. The less impressive command Mech was starting to increase and would probably settle in a nice ratio compared to the yellow jackets. Now that people had finally gained a comprehensive understanding of the entire swarm project, people began to form a lot of questions, yet again. The people attending the product reveal in person were able to submit their own questions at the same virtual portal, yet again. Vess followed the previous process in filtering out the junk and keeping the most serious and important questions. A woman rose up from her seat as the front of a private box became transparent. "Professor Larkinson, these yellow jackets are clearly Carmine Mechs designed for the common folk. When will you release a more powerful Carmine Mech design? Your elemental Carmine Mech concept may give us far more options than before." Vess stood up and faced the questioner. "I do intend to design an elemental Carmine Mech and make it available to the public in the future. Before that, I will design more attribute-less Carmine Mechs that are targeted to the middle and upper layers of society. Such Mechs will present much more attractive options, but at a corresponding price. How soon will your next Carmine Mech models become available? I cannot say," Vess genuinely replied. "It depends on many factors, one of which is how well the yellow jackets are received. If the yellow jackets are widely embraced, then there is not too much pressure to rush the development of a premium Carmine Mech. If you want me to work harder, then I am willing to do so if there is a strong enough gap in the market." This would never happen in reality. The yellow jackets had gained so much popularity that all of the virtual purchasing channels had become congested within an hour. "How much stronger will your next Carmine Mechs become, Professor? I am not sure myself. I do not have access to sufficient information to make a clearer judgment. Only actual experience can improve this quality." Vess easily dealt with a few simple questions before he received a more significant one. "Professor, if the Mech pilot and a jacket commander wants to form a blood pact, is it possible for the latter to install a Carmine system to make this happen?" He reluctantly shook his head. "This feature is not available in the current versions of the jacket commander. The jacket commander is already filled with components. There is not any space left to fit even a small child. Future iterations of this command Mech may include an optional Carmine Mech, but we have left it out this time because we believe it is not necessary to share any further information." The absence of a Carmine system was not a flaw to many customers. They already made up their minds to fill the seats with professional Mech pilots that possessed the right genetic aptitudes. This thought caused many leading figures to look back at their own manpower pools. Perhaps they may be able to use the enhanced guidance of the jacket commander to mass-produce Mech officers. Chapter 6409, Forging a Carmine Dawn. The question and answer session, this time, gave the attendees a chance to submit questions on a wider variety of topics. Vess recognized that this was also a good opportunity for him to share his philosophies and spread his vision of the future. He keenly remembered that the founding ceremony of the Red Collective was scheduled to commence just 3 days later. The entire reason why Vess deliberately scheduled the product reveal of the Swarm project for today was to give him an enormous boost to his ambitions related to the Red Collective. Now that he had already succeeded in liberating red humanity from the genetic aptitude tyranny, approval ratings had probably spiked to an unprecedented height. The more time passed, the greater people appreciated his massive contribution to the Mech community. For the first time since Mechs became a part of human society, every person possessed the ability to pilot a Mech. Even if Carmine Mechs came with all sorts of restrictions, most people had no problem with them. They just wanted to get their hands on a yellow jacket as soon as possible and fulfill their forgotten dreams of becoming a Mech pilot, if only on a part-time basis. The stronger their obsession, the more gratitude they felt towards the man who made it all possible. They had probably turned into the most hardcore fans and supporters of Vess. This strengthened his political position and solidified his place in high society. Previously, Vess relied on the twin pillars of the evolution, which is backing, and his control over the coalition of faiths, to maintain his leadership position in the Red Collective. Neither pillars were reliable. the evolution which may have good intentions, but her volatile nature made her inherently dangerous to be around. The coalition of faiths may have accepted Vess' authority for now, but his hard power was nowhere strong enough to suppress the unruly and self-serving religious organizations. As long as Vess was able to leverage his newly gained status as the father of Carmine Mech, he could finally secure his leadership position for real. This was because he alone earned the support obtained from gifting the Carmine system to red humanity. This was not borrowed strength, but genuine gains from his own work. No one could take this support away from him. Even if he completely disgraced himself in the future, he would always bear the gratitude of many norms who could live out their childhood dreams after so long. Professor Larkinson, thank you for allowing me to pose my question to you. I sincerely admire the yellow jacket designs that you have published. I, along with who knows how many other Mech designers, wish to license your work and design my own Carmine Mech around your existing template. Do you have any tips or guidance on how we can do so? And what do we need to be careful about when we are working around the Carmine system? The Carmine system was such an amazing innovation that the entire Mech industry couldn't wait to make use of it. They already recognized that a lot of customers did not have much use for the yellow jacket models and vastly preferred to pilot other kinds of Carmine Mechs. Though Vess already revealed that he intended to design a more powerful Carmine Mech in the future, who knew how long that would take? A single Mech designer could never cater to the demands of the entire Mech market. This was why Vess had no intention of keeping Carmine Mechs to himself. He actually felt glad if the rest of the Mech industry embraced his innovation and profiler-rated the Carmine system in different forms. I do have a number of tips that I wish to share with Mech designers such as yourself, Vess responded. First, unless you know what you are doing, do not alter the organic components of the Carmine system. Second, the yellow jacket design is highly malleable and adaptable. Do not be afraid to experiment. Just make sure to preserve the Carmine system's surface contact with as many components as possible. The greater the connections, the easier it is for the pilots to interface with the Carmine Mechs. Third, try your best to treat your works as living Mechs. I highly recommend you study the lectures and reports on this subject that have become available on the Galactic Net. It is not necessary for you to possess a deep understanding of my design philosophy, but if you do not respect it at all, then do not be surprised if your attempt to design a Carmine Mech will lead to a failed result. Remember that a blood pact can only be formed between two living entities. He shared a few other smaller tips on this matter before he let another person ask a question. This time, a senior administrative official from a powerful first-rate state took the word. After he introduced himself and explained his own position, he finally proceeded to voice his question. Carmine Mechs will change our society. That is a foregone conclusion. However, is it not too little too late? Bridgehead 1 is cut off from the rest of the Red Ocean. The Red Tide Offensive has already toppled 3 out of 5 our defensive bands. Our Mech forces are being depleted at an unsustainable rate. The lack of resources and our limited industrial capacity is making it increasingly more difficult to feed our war machine. Are you of the opinion that this is a rational allocation of resources? Vess shrugged. I am a Mech designer, not an industrial planner, economist, or whatever. I do not concern myself with questions like these. The Red Association should have the relevant experts that are much more able to address these issues than myself. You should direct their questions to the Mechers instead. I am merely the individual who develops a new technological solution. The fact that the Red Association has supported my Carmine system and the Swarm project should tell you enough. I acknowledge that you are a Mech designer, but that does not absolve you from all of the responsibility that your invention has wrought upon our fragile society. Presenting Norms the choice to pilot Carmine Mechs may sound as if you have done a good deed, but it will also divert a large quantity of resources to form a large number of disorganized, undisciplined amateurs who are unqualified to participate in military battles for at least several years. If the native aliens press us even harder, the distraction and inefficient resource allocation generated by your Carmine Mechs may indirectly cause us to lose control over the border regions. The collapse of our civilization will become unstoppable by that time. Do you not fear that you have done more harm than good with your product reveal? The bureaucrats' implied criticisms attracted a lot of jeers and contempt from others. The supporters of Carmine Mechs especially took offense at the notion that making the yellow jacket models available to the masses would make human civilization worse off than before. Piloting Mechs was never wrong. Vess merely smiled in response. This is more than a numbers game. Carmine Mechs represent much more than giving norms the ability to become Mech pilots in the future. Yes, it is true that the combat effectiveness of most Carmine Mech pilots will be substandard due to a complete lack of piloting ability. The story may be different in 5 or 10 years, but in the short term, I acknowledge that Carmine Mechs will not be able to positively affect the progress of the Red Tide offensive in a material sense. However, I do not believe my work is burdening our society when it has reached a state of fragility. Instead, I think the opposite has happened. Our society has become stronger and more robust. Do you know why? Please share your answer. It is because we have hope again, Vess stated. We have regained our optimism for the future. So many people have a chance to pilot a Mech in their lifetimes. So many norms can now share the same experiences as potentates. Don't look at the numbers and the complicated mathematical models that calculate the resource usage of our society. Look at the people instead. Look at how much happier they have become. Look at how much they yearn to live in a future where they have a Carmine Mech of their own. For the first time in months, Red humanity has made a gain that is worth celebrating. These beliefs are strong enough to sustain our civilization in the midst of an ongoing crisis. His words inspired a lot of people. They truly wanted to fight for a future where Red humanity not only maintained its foothold in the Red Ocean, but also gave each of them a chance to pilot their own Carmine Mechs. How cruel would it be for Vess to release his yellow jacket models, only for the defensive bands to collapse and start the countdown of the destruction of Red humanity? There was no way these people wanted to let this possible doom scenario come to pass. The collective will to resist and survive had never become stronger than before. We will fight for a new future. We will fight for the right to pilot and master our own Carmine Mechs. We will fight a new dawn, a Carmine dawn. Vess spoke no further. The reactions from the enthused people who looked forward to piloting their own Carmine Mechs already vindicated his argument. From the moment that Vess had raised the flag of the Carmine Revolution, every person he converted into a revolutionary regarded him as their spiritual leader. Professor Larkinson, in 3 days you will participate in the founding of the Red Collective. As an organization that is mandated to promote and regulate cultivation, is it not a conflict of interest to give norms the possibility to pilot Carmine Mechs? Piloting a Mech is much more popular than investing your time in strange mysticism. In terms of combat, the former will allow you to control machines that can destroy cities, while the latter will only let you launch fireballs from your palm. To us, it seems as if you have directly undermined the Red Collective. Vess chuckled at that. I do not see it that way. There are those who see Mech piloting and more traditional forms of cultivation as diametrically opposite, but that is not how I see it. Piloting Mechs is just a more specialized and powerful form of cultivation. Besides, there is no rule that states it is impossible for Mech pilots, whether Carmine or conventional, to achieve success in other forms of cultivation. The Red Association has already explained that it is impossible for Mech pilots at the expert candidate level or above to engage in other forms of cultivation. That is true, but there are always exceptions, Vess retorted. The companion spirits that I have contributed to society are the perfect solution to solve this supposed contradiction. A Mech pilot can devote himself to his primary profession, while his companion spirit can practice one of the many cultivation methods that will soon become available at the Red Collective or one of the cults that operate under its sanction. You will learn much more about this in 3 days. For now, believe me when I say that Mech piloting and cultivation are not in opposition with each other. I am of the opinion that they are actually complementary. Just look at how powerful the Destroyer of Worlds has become with the help of Emma. There was no better example that Vess could use than a god pilot. Although it was difficult to compare the strengths of god pilots to each other, it was well known that there were hardly any others that could exceed the Destroyer of Worlds in offensive power. Was this because she was just that good, or was because she was relying on a secret weapon? Nobody could say for certain. Chapter 64, 10 Blood is thicker than water. As Tristan Wesseling continued to listen to Vess answer all sorts of questions from the podium, his expression grew increasingly more complex. His emotions had long turned into a jumbled mess. His friend had truly taken the entire Mech community, no, all of Red humanity by storm. As a Mech designer, Tristan understood the implications of Carmine Mechs a little better than most people. He had already grown fearful for the huge storm that the Yellow Jacket Designs was about to unleash. Everything was about to change. A huge new market had opened up now that 96.5% of the population finally gained the ability to pilot Mechs. Even if the initial Carmine Mechs only catered to the bottom end of the market, this shrewd design choice would ensure that the maximum number of people would soon become invested in this new craze. The entire Mech industry was already beginning to tip into a frenzy because of this. Many Mech designers and Mech companies were frantically trying to license the revolutionary Yellow Jacket Designs and try to make sense of them as soon as possible. The faster they worked out a way to design their own Carmine Mechs, the sooner they could capture market share in a vast new market that possessed unlimited possibilities. The introduction of Carmine Mechs would definitely cause massive shifts in the economy. A lot of factories devoted to producing other war material would soon be retooled to produce as many Carmine Mechs as possible. This would subsequently cause the supply of other goods to drop, thereby causing their prices to rise by a significant degree. That was bound to have a negative impact on the war effort. However, Tristan had already listened to Vess' response to this problem. The Red Association, or at least parts of it, had already known about the Yellow Jacket Designs beforehand, so the Mechers should have made the corresponding preparations. They should already be prepared to impose regulations to restrict the production of Carmine Mechs. While that was good development, it would definitely exacerbate the problem of meeting the insane demand of all of the norms that had the money and willingness to purchase a Carmine Mech for themselves. So many people would become obsessed with them that they would definitely want to pay huge premiums just to get their hands on a Carmine Mech early. Under all of this ongoing frenzy, other Mechs would no longer be able to occupy people's attention as before. Prior to the Carmine Revolution, only potentates possessed the gift of piloting Mechs. Many Mech insiders actually consisted of norms, but still paid a lot of attention to Mechs because they possessed relations with Mech pilots who could make use of these products. Tristan foresaw a lot of upheaval in the coming years. A lot of Mech companies were able to scramble for market dominance in this huge new market. Only the lack of skilled and trained Carmine Mech pilots would restrain their commitment to this brand new sector, but that would only last for so long. Where did that leave relatively ordinary Mech designers like Tristan? Did he have to license a Yellow Jacket design as well and figure out how to design a Carmine Mech in his own style just to keep up with the crowd? Personally, Tristan did not see the point in it. His design philosophy did not possess any special synergies with living Mechs, and he was not confident that his designs would win over a lot of customers. He was more comfortable with sticking to his current direction and put most of his focus on developing better hyper gems. The good news was that Carmine Mechs should still be compatible with his gems. He just had to market his solution to other Mech companies and hope that they were willing to incorporate his signature products in their own designs. Elsewhere, a certain star designer quietly corresponded with a number of other colleagues at the same level. Every star designer that was not engaged in critical affairs that could not be postponed had followed the product reveal. They would never do so for the introduction of an ordinary Mech design, but the Yellow Jackets and their revolutionary Carmine systems fully deserved their attention. This was a supreme honor for any senior Mech designer. Holed up in his private box, which he already reinforced with his own smart metal, the Nanolord comfortably corresponded with his fellow star designers about the many implications of today's product reveal. I agree. It is true that he has broken the rules, but who of us has not done the same? Certainly, we usually wait until we have become masters and reach a dead end in our research before we break the rules and customs that keep our industry in order. But the age of Mechs has passed. It is high time we shatter the overly conservative restrictions and allow the youngsters to redefine the game. Do not think I am unaware of what you are planning to do. You are taking the materials previously reserved for upgrading the Invictus to design a Carmine Mech for yourself. You should answer to the Fist of Defiance first before you proceed with your plan. None of us will save you if he comes to you and flatten your work with his fists. No, the evolution which has become even more secretive than before. She has entrusted none of her secretaries and subordinates with her latest scheme, nor spread any data that we can lift. This speaks to how much value she attaches to her plan. This is strange. Her recent movements indicate that she is planning to unveil an initiative that will have a drastic impact on our society, but she has not done anything to leverage the necessary infrastructure. These god pilots are becoming increasingly more difficult to control. Unlike in the Milky Way, there are too few of them, which gives them too much leeway to pursue their own personal interests and obsessions. The Spacelock and the Light of Sol are still reliable, but the remaining 6 are a lost cause. I advise you to give up on them and place our hopes on the next generation of god pilots. It does not take much for us to win the favor of promising ace pilots. Let us monitor them and select the ones that are more amenable to reason. Do not repeat that quote in front of us. I have not forgotten our purpose. We serve Mech pilots, but that does not mean that we must provide our unconditional service. Too many god pilots are becoming increasingly less restrained. They are becoming more aware that they have become powerful enough to reshape our society according to their own ideas. Only other god pilots can constrain them, but there are too few to form meaningful restraints. I agree that stepping forward and demonstrating our own power is a flawed solution, but we may not have the luxury to remain low-key. Let us wait and see how the Red Tide offensive develops. The release of these Carmine Mechs has invalidated our calculations. We must form new projections that incorporate the new variables. Let us not be too hasty about moving forward based on outdated plans. We should not follow in the footsteps of the polymath. As the Nanolord continued to speak about subjects of great import, many more people held simpler talks about everything surrounding the Carmine system. Back in the expeditionary fleet, the gathering of high-ranking Mech pilots had produced quite a few discussions. The Carmine system was not exactly a secret to them due to Venerable Janzi and Venerable Benjamin, but they never expected that their patriarch would come out with a product that could actually be used by the masses. Has anyone mentioned how soon our own clansmen will be able to pilot these new Carmine Mechs? Venerable Joshua asked. Kaysella, Benjamin, do you know? The pilots shifted their attention to the Saint Commander and the Patriarch's grandfather. If anyone should know, it was one of them. The others probably remained in the dark. I have not received any messages related to the Carmine system or the Yellow Jackets. Saint Commander Kaysella spoke up, her saint kingdom affecting everyone, but in a gentle and unobtrusive manner. I do not think the Yellow Jackets are designed to be used by our clan. The Patriarch has always tried to assign our forces with more premium mechs. The Yellow Jackets are too flimsy. Even if their biodomes are better at preserving the lives of the Mech pilots, the casualty rate will not be low. Our clan cannot handle the deaths of so many friends and family. Venerable Benjamin Larkinson nodded in agreement. The readiness of the new volunteers are also questionable. I like to believe that the norms of the Larkinson clan are braver than average, but that does not turn them into good soldiers. It takes time to train them to a standard that we can rely upon. Until then, their chances of dying on the battlefield will remain unacceptably high. Our patriarch will never permit our clansmen to die at an excessive rate. Benjamin, you have been piloting the Bloodstar Mark Roman II with the help of a Carmine system for many months. How is it compared to using a conventional neural interface? I cannot describe the differences to you, the oldest man in the room stated. What is new to me is not only the blood pact, but also the fact that I am fighting together with an intelligent and living machine. The experience is much different from what I used back when I was in my old prime. The Carmine system has proven to be more generous. If I have to make more concrete observations, then I can say that my ability to exert direct control over the systems of my Bloodstar Mark Roman II has slightly decreased. However, my closeness to the living Mech is helping me impose more control over the Mech frame. That sounds as if you are slowly beginning to merge with your living Mechs. Are you not afraid of suffering accidents? Benjamin crossed his arms and smiled. I have already reached the verge of death before my grandson pulled me back. I do not mind returning to that point if I fail to win a bet. I enjoy life, but I have also lived long enough that I do not have any regrets if I die overnight. It is true that it is becoming more natural for me to become closer to the Bloodstar Mark Roman II. Both of us desire this. It is strange, but it feels natural to us. Where this will lead, I cannot say. I should ask my grandson, but we do not speak on a daily basis. Benjamin actually corresponded more with Gloriana and her children over the galactic net than talked to Vess himself. It was not because they were avoiding each other. They simply did not really have much to talk about. They were also busy with their own priorities, so they rarely had any excuses to talk to each other in person. Now that Vess finally pulled the veil of secrecy from the Carmine system, Venerable Benjamin now felt a greater urge to contact his grandson. He had been thinking about why he had failed to break through despite all of the good conditions. Speaking to the likes of St. Tusa and St. Commander Casella had given him a few more clues. The Bloodstar Mark Roman II was a good expert Mech, but there was always room for improvement. Benjamin Larkinson had hunched that he could benefit from having a more powerful version of the Carmine system at his disposal. The brief mention about the so-called elemental Carmine system may just be the solution he had been waiting for. Benjamin just needed to pick an element that fit him best. The name of his expert Mech already gave him a hint. Blood is thicker than water. Chapter 64, 11 Farewell Meal. The product reveal had finally ended. Vess and his fellow collaborators completed their presentations and stuck around long enough to answer enough relevant questions to satisfy the curiosity of most people. There was little point in answering further questions, as the public would be able to learn the properties of the yellow jackets and the jacket commanders themselves by handling them in person. Once Vess answered the final question, he announced that the exhibition hall would remain open for the remainder of the week. During this period, the Larkinson clan and the Red Association would continue to demonstrate the performance of the different Mechs of the Swarm project. They even gave opportunities for guests to trial the jacket commanders or purchase a yellow jacket on the spot before piloting it on location. Suffice to say, so many people applied for these activities that all of the slots of every day filled up within a single minute. Many people on La Réunie groaned as they saw their opportunity to purchase and try out a yellow jacket with the least amount of delay slip out of their grasp. Other people had no choice but to order the yellow jackets from the Mech companies that had just begun to produce them. The need for secrecy had prevented them from building up a stockpile of readily available Carmine Mechs, so the waiting lists instantly ballooned. The good news was that a lot of third-party manufacturers had already smelled the money and began to retool their production lines. The bad news was that it would still take around a month for production to ramp up and Carmine Mechs to ship to all of the right places. As the Carmine Revolution continued to keep the attendees engaged well after the speakers had finished their presentations, Vess and the others finally left everyone's sights. They soon gathered at a restaurant on one of the upper floors of the Palace of Mechanical Marvels. They enjoyed a well-deserved meal as they congratulated each other for holding a successful product reveal. "This has been the best product reveal that I have participated in by far," Lord Richard Brownstone said after a toast. "I do not think I will be able to attract the attention of so many people in the future myself, but at least I know what it is like. You have changed my life forever, Vess. My ancestor, my siblings, and my teachers all want to have a piece of me. I have never felt so wanted in my life. My work has finally found meaning in the first and possibly best Carmine Mech to exist. I think it is a bit too exaggerated to evaluate the yellow jacket designs so highly," Vess cautiously said. "They are still rush jobs. We have made many imperfect compromises, and they are not exactly powerful in the conventional sense. I have much more impressive Carmine Mechs in mind that will blow the yellow jackets out of the water. That is not to say that the work we have brought into reality is bad. There is always a place for budget mechs in the mech market. It is just not a work that I am particularly proud of. The yellow jackets only give customers a taste of what I can do with living mechs." Vess felt incredibly constrained by the limited budget and scope of the yellow jacket designs. He had to hold back a lot of powerful features due to lack of space, lack of budget, and the need to prioritize simplicity over fancy features. This was why he could not wait to get back to the design lab and start a Carmine Mech design project with higher goals in mind. A more expensive mech could accommodate a lot more awesome stuff. "What will you do now that we have concluded our collaboration?" Vess asked Richard as he started to cut into his exotic steak that originated from a mutated beast. Eating human-sized meals was completely useless to him, but it did not hurt to pretend as if he enjoyed the experience. "Now that we revealed what we have been working on in the past half-year, there is no need to keep you closed and isolated anymore. If you want, you may stay with us and work as a mech designer in the LMC." Richard Brownstone seriously considered this offer. After working alongside Vess for months, he possessed a certain understanding of the relatively young but incredibly ambitious mech designer. The design department of your mech company heavily prefers to absorb young and talented apprentices and journeymen. I am a senior mech designer who already passed those stages years ago. I won't be able to integrate into your workforce and work for you as readily as your other recruits. Besides, I would also have to join your clan, which is unacceptable to me. I am a Brownstone. As great of an opportunity it is to join your clan and take advantage of your rise, I truly cannot abandon the Brownstone Principality and the Rubarthan Pact. It would have been more acceptable if you allowed me to retain my loyalty to them, but you never make any exceptions in this regard." Vess slowly nodded. "That is true. The work we do is quite sensitive, so I prefer not to deal with double loyalties in my design department. If you cannot put the interests of the Larkinson clan above the interests of other groups, then we do not have to explore this option further. I feel it is regrettable to lose access to an offensive specialist such as yourself. You do good work, and your kinetic weapons can be very useful to our clan." The Rubarthan Mech designer shrugged. "Your clan is doing well. Your design department is lacking in seniors and masters, but that has never stopped you before. Your talent pool is quite impressive for a clan of your size. It is much better for you in the long run if you recruit younger mech designers and raise them to your standards. That way, you do not have to be too concerned about loyalties either. That is my existing developing strategy, but it takes a lot of time to produce results. That is why many families lay plans that do not bear fruit until the next generation arrives." They chatted a bit more. Since Richard had no intention of sticking around, he intended to travel back to the Brownstone Principality fairly soon. Just because I have decided to return to the Rubarthan Pact does not mean I no longer wish to remain in contact with you, Richard said to Vess. I welcome any opportunity for me to provide you with consultation and collaborations in the future. I am also well connected in the regional Mech community of my superstate. Feel free to contact me anytime if you need anything done in the Rubarthan Pact. I will keep that in mind. Vess nodded at Richard before turning to another collaborator. What about you, Lady Romanda? Will you return to the DeVos ancient clan, or are you willing to stick around and join my clan? My situation is special. I informed you about it before, do you remember? Romanda asked with a critical voice. Vess certainly did not forget that Romanda was a moderate and reasonable cosmopolitan. That did not deter him from hiring her. She held far too much value for him to let go with ease. I think we still have a lot of room for cooperation. The biodome that you have designed for the Yellow Jacket can be applied to many other kinds of Carmine mechs. Are you willing to collaborate with us as a guest designer, or are you willing to join my clan outright? As a woman with multiple loyalties and a belief in a dream rejected by nearly everyone, Romanda did not quite fit into society. She spent enough time among the Larkinsons to grow envious at how much they regarded each other as family. They lacked the strong hierarchy and stiff etiquette that was the norm in the Terran ancient clans. Yet, just like Richard, she did not want to abandon her ancient clan. I cannot bring myself to give up my heritage as a devotion, Romanda answered Vess. I will return to my ancient clan after this is all over. I am not opposed to designing biodomes to your other Carmine mechs. That is the greatest value that they can provide, and I am not stupid enough to ignore the advantages to me if I continue to cooperate with you on this matter. Eventually, my biodomes will become permanently associated with your Carmine mechs. Vess was not sure how he would handle Romanda if she actually joined his clan, but he was secretly glad that she remained committed to the DeVos ancient clan. That is fine. You do not have to be a member of my clan or become my employee in order to work together. I am actually looking forward to designing a non-organic version of the biodome. Trying to blend my ultra-large cockpits with biotechnology has been an interesting experience to say the least, but I still prefer to develop the cockpits so that I can understand and improve myself. That is fair, Romanda. Have you thought about how to present your time on our collaboration with the DeVos ancient clan and other interested parties? One of those parties included the cosmopolitan movement. I will not divulge too much information, Vess. I can promise you that. I will have to spend much time contacting different people, but the friends that I am familiar with are not pedantic. They will all approve of what I have done. It would be better if we stayed in contact with each other. That will make my story more believable. Vess was not quite sure what Romanda would do once she was able to hold a proper talk with the cosmopolitans she was aligned with. This represented a huge security risk, but Vess Occuld not bring himself to care. He soon turned his attention to Jovi and Vector. The two of you will be sticking around, I suppose. You are my liaisons, after all. Are you open to collaborations in the near future? Jovi shook his head. It may not look like it, but we have a life outside of communicating with you. We spend most of our time on improving our design skills, conducting experimental research, and designing good virtual mechs that can impress a discerning audience. I must study a large amount of knowledge in order to become a first-class master mech designer according to the standards of the Red Association. I do not want to fall too far behind. My motivations are similar, Vector Lobin said next. We may appear superior to other mech designers, but Jovi and I have reached this height by working hard and outcompeting other rivals of the same generation. I cannot afford to split my time too much. I am willing to collaborate on large projects that are worth my time, but not immediately. I still need to enjoy my vacation. The message was clear. Neither R-Ray Mech designers were available to collaborate during this sensitive period of time. That was fine. Vess could always look for talents within his clan or seek out other third-party Mech designers that he could get in bed with. Now that he had become the father of Carmine Mechs, it should be easier than ever to recruit young and talented Mech designers. Jernstall was a pretty good place to recruit good Mech designers, so Vess reminded himself not to miss this opportunity as he tried to remain productive all day. Maybe it is best that the two of you do not interfere too much in my work. Vess accepted the explanations. I do not want anyone accusing me of acting as a puppet of the Red Association. Maintaining a bit of separation will do us both good. I am glad you understand, Vess, Jovi said. Besides, we truly have many assignments of our own. Neither of us want to give up on our own careers as Mech designers. My design philosophy only truly becomes powerful when I become a master. I look forward to seeing what you can do. Hopefully, I won't have to wait too long. Chapter 64, 12 Living for Yourself. The hype about Carmine Mechs started off strong and only got more ridiculous over time. The emotional impact of Norms being able to pilot Mechs for the first time was indescribable. As the Palace of Mechanical Marvels stocked enough yellow jackets to satisfy thousands of lucky guests. Many attendees who acted quickly enough to sign up for the opportunity to purchase and try out the Carmine Mechs right away all displayed such strong reactions that entire broadcasts had been dedicated to recording their experiences. The popularity of the product reveal still remained strong, despite the fact that the speakers had already concluded their presentations. It couldn't be helped. In the absence of piloting their own Carmine Mechs, the masses residing on many different planets and other vessels had no choice but to watch other lucky Norms take advantage of this stellar opportunity first. Master Teresa Orains had lived for over 360 years. She was a Terran who grew up during a time where Mech still went through rapid changes and evolution. Just like any other child born during the age of Mechs, she dreamt of becoming a Mech pilot. Alas, it turned out that she belonged to the 96.5% of the population that did not possess a suitable genetic aptitude. Just like any other 10-year-old kid at the time, she took the disappointing news extremely hard. She could not get over the fact that she was not destined to pilot a Mech. In desperation, she threw herself into Mech design instead, channeling her love and passion for Mechs in a creative approach rather than a martial approach. She studied hard. She constantly lacked time to spend on leisure. As an ordinary civilian, she lacked the more advanced and powerful implants enjoyed by the scions of ancient clans. However, that made her gains all the more precious. While those pampered ancient clansmen could rely on their implants and genetic gifts to do most of the work, Teresa Orains simply worked harder and tried her best to capture the essence of the subject matter she was trying to master. Gradually, she managed to stand out and impress a professor with her studying and problem-solving abilities. After becoming the professor's protege, she finally obtained enough support to acquire a superior suite of augmentations. That was when she truly started to make a lot of progress. The Mech industry at the time was a lot more splintered and fluid at the time, so after she graduated, Teresa immediately began to make sales based on her own approach towards Mech design. Teresa had always developed a fascination for fast Mechs. She chose to specialize in designing light Mechs that possessed superior straight-line acceleration characteristics because she loved speed so much. Though her combat Mech models never really generated a large amount of sales, her racing Mechs occupied a growing share of the market. Decades and eventually centuries passed. She no longer enjoyed the advantages of youth, but managed to make steady progress. Every time she started to lose her love and motivation for the craft she had dedicated so much time and effort to, she thought about her regrets for not being able to pilot a Mech. It would be a complete betrayal for the little 10-year-old girl who decided to design Mechs as opposed to piloting them after she received results of the genetic aptitude test. For the sake of that promise, Teresa detested any thought about squandering her work as a Mech designer. That determination had ultimately carried her over to her current rank. Unlike her works, her design philosophy did not progress all that quickly. She only managed to promote to a master Mech designer after living for over 2 centuries. This was an embarrassingly slow rate within the Terran Mech design community, but Master Teresa was just glad that she managed to avoid disappointing that 10-year-old girl. Unfortunately, her progress never picked up since then. There was so much knowledge that first-class Mech designers had to learn, and they also had to work harder in order to meet the heightened expectations of the Mech market. As Master Teresa slowly neared her 4th century of life, she still had no solid prospect of becoming a star designer. She only had a handful of promising research directions to choose from, but none of them gave her the confidence that she would be able to transcend her own limitations and create a work that could surpass the quality of masterworks. She was fine with that. Master Teresa had already lived for a long period of time. Many of the friends and rivals she once interacted with had either passed away or moved away from her orbit. She had already married and had kids, who subsequently had families of their own. Not all of her descendants had accompanied her to the Red Ocean, but there were enough of them that Teresa had no concerns about continuing her bloodline. A few of them even managed to possess the right genetic aptitude to become Mech pilots. The old woman envied these descendants very much. She funded their training and education and made sure they never lacked for good quality Mechs when needed. Other people may have accused Master Teresa for living vicariously through the potentates of her family, but she never really took them seriously. Which Mech designer hadn't lived vicariously through their potentate descendants? This phenomenon was so common that the stigma had already lost its value. Perhaps seeing her grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and so on fulfill their own goals and dreams by piloting Mechs was the only activity left that brought genuine joy to her heart. Master Teresa had long made peace with her inadequate genetic aptitude. As a master Mech designer of one of the most powerful states of human civilization, she shouldn't have anything to complain about. She had worked her way up from an ordinary citizen and built a commercial empire that enabled her descendants to start from a much higher position in life. As she continued to grow older, her physical body may be able to endure for a few more decades, but her soul had already grown too weary to pursue life with as much passion as before. Even the joy she derived from seeing the members of her Orain's family become brave and dashing, Mech pilots started to produce diminishing returns. This was a problem common to people who had lived through so many years. Even if Master Teresa was able to earn enough merits to pay for another round of life-prolonging treatment, she increasingly felt unwilling to do so. Her passion for life had diminished when she realized that she was unlikely to become a star designer. She had already accomplished most of her goals in life. Her growing family could always use more help, but it was high time her descendants started to take care of themselves. Perhaps the only reason why she still persisted in her work and postponed her retirement from her profession was because of the changes taking place in the Red Ocean. The Great Severing, the Age of Dawn, and the Red Tide Offensive had partially revived the urgency in her heart. If she wanted her descendants and the people she cared about to live well after her passing, she still needed to work hard in order to improve the conditions of the soldiers fighting in the front lines. There were still plenty of ways for Master Mech designers to contribute to the war effort. In fact, Master Teresa just so happened to visit Jernstall in order to attend a professional conference. She happened to sign up for Professor Larkinson's product reveal, but she never expected to become surprised to this degree. Carmine Mechs. The entire notion of a Mech that could be piloted by a norm completely blew up everything she knew and took for granted. She was one of the stubborn old people who struggled to accept the authenticity of the Carmine system. How could a single senior Mech designer solve the limitation of genetic aptitude to such an explosive degree? Shouldn't a breakthrough in this area only allow a slightly greater share of the population to gain the ability to pilot a Mech? to completely unlock Mech piloting to at least 99% of the population of red humanity sounded absurd. Yet as the presentations had ended and people began to trial out their newly purchased yellow jackets with great enthusiasm, the reality of the situation finally sank into her aged mind. It was true. Every early adopter who was lucky enough to obtain an early quota succeeded in bonding with their carmine mechs. Yellow jacket after yellow jacket lifted off the air and exhibited extremely immature but genuine movements. Even if the new carmine mech pilots only received a brief amount of time to try out their machines, these experiences completely changed their lives. After hours of waiting, Master Teresa finally received her turn. Respected Master, as a woman of advanced age, the risks of interfacing with the carmine system are greater than usual. A doctor from the Red Association performed a few tests on the Terran Master. Your heavy augmentations may produce unexpected complications during the interfacing process. We will analyze your physique and augmentations and apply selective restrictions to lock down the implants or organs that may cause overreactions. Do you consent to these precautionary measures? I do. Master Teresa understood enough about the carmine system that it would cycle artificial blood in her bloodstream. That should not be a major issue, as her heavily augmented body should be able to tolerate a large variety of blood types and properties. However, her body also possessed a much stronger immune system, as well as other protective measures. These systems needed to be constrained, or else her body might choose to fight against the carmine system. Once Teresa finished her preparations, she nodded to the pair of descendants that accompanied her before finally entering the cockpit of the yellow jacket she managed to buy at the first possible opportunity. She was one of the lucky ones who managed to reserve the yellow jacket version A. There were many other first-raters who hadn't been able to snatch up the first class carmine mechs and could only settle for the second-class and third-class versions. Initiate. Master Teresa followed the simplified instructions that even a teenager could follow and readied herself for the interfacing attempts. Needles sank through her skin. Foreign blood began to flow through her veins. Her powerful mind and spirit began to make contact with a much weaker and innocent existence. Despite the vast gap in power, Master Teresa actively welcomed the new entity, her. Yellow Jacket eagerly formed a blood pact that instantly allowed it to receive a huge amount of high-quality feedback. As the Yellow Jacket swelled to life, Master Teresa quickly became overwhelmed by the sheer amount of control and new experiences that came with being able to pilot a mech. Unlike the vast majority of other people who interfaced with a yellow jacket for the first time, Master Teresa utilized her extensive knowledge, evolved spirituality, and vast intellect to quickly gain a grip on her conditions. The yellow jacket under her control moved a lot steadier and more precise than the ones piloted by other norms. Though Master Teresa still failed to execute movements that required proficiency in martial skills, she was more than satisfied with how well she could control the most advanced version of the yellow jacket. She never wanted this magical experience to end. The feeling of piloting a machine and the joy of being able to share her passion with a living mech that completely accepted her were indescribable. When she was finally forced to end her all-too-brief piloting session and leave the cockpit, she quickly knelt on the ground and wept. "Master, what is the matter?" As tears fell from her aged eyes, Master Teresa couldn't help but smile. "I controlled an actual mech today. My first and most precious dream has come true. I can finally become a mech pilot." The fire in her heart roared to life as she managed to revive one of her deeply buried passions. No longer did she feel that her life had grown stale and boring anymore. Now that she was able to pilot a mech without any regard for genetic aptitude, she would be a fool if she missed out on the fantastic world of carmine mechs. Chapter 64, 13 Rowley Boulevard. Instances such as Master Teresa Oraine's reaction towards piloting a mech for the first time, happened disturbingly frequently. Yet despite the embarrassing displays, no one laughed or ridiculed the people who failed to control their emotions. Instead, the people who could only watch the lucky Norms complete their first piloting sessions felt jealous and envious towards these lucky people. They had managed to snatch up a yellow jacket quickly enough to be able to pilot their new Carmine Mechs on the same day of the product reveal. Everyone else had to wait for weeks, if not months, before a Mech company got around to fulfill their orders. For the first time since it was built, the Palace of Mechanical Marvels truly began to live up to its grandiose name. Every visitor became enchanted by the mechanical marvel that represented the yellow jackets. Of course, the Jacket Commander model also earned a bit of appreciation from the Mech pilots that tried it out, but it was unfortunately that the Command Mech was completely overshadowed by the splendor of the first publicly available Carmine Mech. As more and more people formed their blood packs and bonded their spirits to their yellow jackets for the first time, the Palace of Mechanical Marvels produced so much joy that it infected the mood of many others. Even as the bystanders cursed the lucky bastards who got to try out the yellow jackets first, they were sincerely happy that so many Norms opened up a new future as Mech pilots. The successful occurrences not only increased other people's confidence in their ability to pilot a Carmine Mech when they finally managed to get their turn, but also cemented their impression that they had entered a completely new era of Mechs. There was nothing fraudulent about the Carmine Revolution. The changes it brought to the Mech community and human society at large were all genuine. Words alone may not convince all of the people, but seeing it happen in front of their eyes completely convinced even the most skeptical of doubters. All of the journalists working for different publications instantly got caught up in the excitement. They wrote glowing reports about the release of the first commercially available Carmine Mechs and interviewed any early adopter they managed to come across. The news portals amplified the impact of the Carmine Revolution and ensured that even the people who were least interested about Mechs learned about the groundbreaking products released by Professor Larkinson. The galactic net became thrice as active as before as everyone demanded more information about the yellow jackets and the Carmine system. Even though the yellow jackets had only just become available, a huge amount of people already started to make changes to their planned trajectories. The possibility of piloting a Mech without any concern about genetic aptitude completely allowed a huge range of people to obtain hope where there was previously none. From the centuries-old master Mech designers who never imagined they would live long enough to say this day, to the 11 or 12-year-old children who still suffered from the depression caused by their disappointing genetic aptitude tests. Far more people than Vess could ever count had found joy beyond their wildest expectations. Vess currently stood on an elevated position on the upper floors of the Palace of Mechanical Marvels. He gazed through the transparent ceiling and witnessed all of the people break down into tears after successfully concluding their short but life-changing piloting experiences. "Meow," Lucky commented as he perched upon Vess' shoulder. Vess reached up and petted his gem cat's oiled head. "Yeah, it is pretty amazing how one single pilot session can completely cause all of these people to turn into little kids again. It's amazing to see how my work can make so many people cry tears of happiness." The lead designer of the Swarm project continued to observe the reactions of the early adopters. They were not exactly part of the target audience of the yellow jacket models, but Vess figured that the dramatic displays below would become frighteningly common in the next few months and years. A few minutes passed until a familiar senior Mech designer entered the observation room and came closer. "Can I finally get out of here?" Vess asked. Jovi Armalin nodded. "Yes, we have completed all of the security arrangements. We cannot hide your departure, but we can make sure you will not face any threats as you move across La Rioni. Are you certain you want to leave?" There are many fans down below that are eager to show their gratitude to the father of Carmine Mechs. There are also many journalists who have requested exclusive interviews from you. Meeting their requests is a good way to boost your public profile and spread any messages that you want to pass on to the public. Vess shook his head. I originally included that in my schedule, but there is no need for it anymore. The masses cannot get any more excited than now, and I have already passed on a lot of information already. The public cannot handle any further stuff. I think it is better to let them digest what I have already given to them. They should be ready for a lot more novelties in 3 days. As satisfied as Vess felt for being able to evoke so much joy and satisfaction from the masses, his reaction was actually a lot more muted than he thought. He should have felt more fulfilled for meeting the demands of so many people, but the reality was that he did not really feel as if he had done a particularly great job. Part of it was because the Carmine Mechs were already old news to Vess. Another part of it was because he had yet to develop a more serious and mature version of the Carmine system. You have completely changed the lives of many people. They haven't seen anything yet. Vess shook his head. Wait until I have realized my design philosophy. Once I unveil my elemental Carmine Mechs, these yellow jackets will become completely overshadowed. We are all hoping to see your future works, but do take into account that excessive delays will be detrimental to you. If your elemental Carmine Mechs demand too much time to complete, then it may be better for you to reevaluate your plans and tackle an easier research direction. It's okay, Jovi. The elemental Carmine Mechs should not be impossible for me to design. I have already figured out the working principles of 2 out of 5 of them, and I have just come up with a good idea for 1 more. I do not think it will take as long to complete all of the steps in my plan. In fact, the latter is one of the reasons why I am eager to go out and shop for exclusive goods. La Réunie is a center for mech design and sells a huge variety of tech and materials. I would be a fool if I missed out on this opportunity to visit a number of exclusive shops and exchanges. What are you looking to purchase? A lot of different goods, but one of my top priorities is enough smart metal to design my own raiment. I have a very special plan in mind, but one of the key requirements is to acquire a special batch of high-quality nanomachines. Failing that, I want to satisfy the conditions to develop my own nanomachines. By the way, has the Nano Lord agreed to my request for an audience? Jovi shook his head. I am afraid that His Excellency has declined your request. He did not pass on any reasons, but do not take this as a sign of disrespect. Star designers are inherently busy, and it is not entirely appropriate for them to open up a dialogue with a senior mech designer like yourself. Though Vess felt disappointed that the Nano Lord denied his request, he quickly schooled his emotions. Jovi was right. He should not have any unrealistic expectations about being able to meet with the Nano Lord whenever he wanted. They still belonged in 2 different worlds. If that is the case, then I guess I will have to shelve my plan to exchange a good set of nanites from him. I will try to find what I want elsewhere. Then come. We have prepared a heavily armored vehicle that can take you to one of the commercial streets that are often frequented by high-ranking mech designers. Vess and Lucky followed Jovi to the roof. A vehicle that was much larger, heavier and better protected than an armed shuttle lay in wait. When the 3 entered the armored transport vehicle, they settled down and waited until the craft lifted into the air. A large escort of mechs surrounded the transport in stealth or in full view of onlookers. The dark Zephyr hovered behind and above the armored transport. The Ace Mech had unfolded his Saint Kingdom at full strength in order to be on the lookout for anything that tried to sneak close. Although Vess felt awfully exposed during the trip, the armored transport successfully touched down the roof of a tall building that was situated at Rowley Boulevard. The entire luxury street became a lot more guarded than usual in order to provide adequate safety to the VIP guest that decided to pay a visit. This was not an uncommon sight, as many powerful master mech designers chose to visit Rowley Boulevard when they visited the Yernstall Central Star node. Where to first? Vess asked as he held Lucky in his arms. It depends on what you want to buy first, Jovi said with a smile. Do you want to purchase face water organs, Or do you want to get your nanomachine business out of the way first? There are also other goods for sale here, such as rare exotics and working alien technologies. Vess thought for a moment. The nanomachines can wait. I am more interested in taking a look at face-water organs. Are they actually real? They are, but do not hold too many high expectations for them, Jovi warned. The fact that they are so easily available means that they are not as pristine as fully intact face-water organs. It is inevitable that the face-water organs available for sale here come with many pitfalls. There are enough potential customers who do not mind the damage because they never intended to make use of the organs themselves. They are primarily interested in obtaining the damaged face-water organs in order to decipher them and reverse engineer what they do in a systematic manner. I see. Vess should have known it was good to be true. Face-water organs were not common enough to be listed for sale in a shop, even if it was a high-end one that catered to wealthy and successful Mech designers. Still, it was not entirely necessary for him to obtain fully intact organs either. He just had to supply enough research material to the Larkinson Biotech Institute to develop their own homegrown versions of face-water organs. The advantage of using organs made in-house was that the biotech researchers could fully tailor them to his true body and DNA. The downside was that it may take years of research to produce good results. Since that was the case, Vess needed to restrain himself and avoid buying too many random face-water organs. He should only think about picking up potential treasures that could complement his personal combat system and synergize with the other face-water organs that he acquired last time. Chapter 64, 14 Jessup Organics. A sales manager greeted the arrivals with a sincere bow. It is our greatest honor to welcome the father of Carmine, Mech, to our respectable establishment. Jessup Organics has a moderate range of high-quality goods for sale for the discerning and exacting customer. If there are any biological products that you wish to procure that we do not have in stock, we can pass on your order to our wider network of vendors, many of which are based in other zones, to see whether we can satisfy your needs. Jovi stepped up to handle the sales manager. As we have mentioned in the message that we sent beforehand, Professor Larkinson is in the market for face-water organs harvested from phase leaders. We have information that you have a number of them in stock. That is true. The older and impeccably dressed man nodded. The Red Tide Offensive has brought forth many more phase lords than before. The supply of face-water organs has increased dramatically in the last 6 months. The demand for face-water organs is also high. Shouldn't they be in the hands of major research institutions and so on? Why are there still organs available for sale in a place like yours? Vess curiously asked. The sales manager expected this question. Vess was far from the first one to make this inquiry. There are 2 reasons why Jessup Organics has face-water organs for sale. Combat against phase lords usually produce violent outcomes. The damage that ace mechs and warships can inflict against phase lords is enormous. The chance to harvest a completely intact face-water organ is small. Most face-water organs salvaged from the carcasses of deceased or captured phase lords have deteriorated in a burned, shredded, or punctured state. In many cases, the face-water organs have suffered so much damage that they cannot operate as they did in their original condition. Such organs have much more limited research value, as it takes vastly more resources to discover anything of value out of them. Many parties that have claimed damaged organs would rather sell them for an upfront price and settle the matter in an instant. I see. What is the second reason? Jessup Organics is part of a group that has many connections and partnerships with other biotechnology institutions. The sales manager said as he began to lead the guests further inside the large and well-furnished store. Since we maintain a reputable brand and a fixed customer base, we also accept consignments from other groups. We put them on sale on behalf of our clients and proactively seek potential buyers if necessary. What is special about the consignments is that many of them cannot be bought by cash. They can only be bartered for goods or services specific by the consignor. This is a good means for master Mech designers and other powerful groups to trade high-end resources with each other without the need to develop good relations, Jovi clarified for Vess. Jessup Organics here does good business by connecting Terran traders with Rubarthan traders and vice versa, often with the use of intermediaries if necessary. You may see a facewater organ that is offered up for trade by a company from the Chromo Republic, but the actual source may be a Terran ancient clan. If a Rubarthan buyer happens to trade the facewater organ with special resources that are only available in the Rubarthan Pact, then he will have no idea whether he has ultimately completed a transaction with a Terran. Vess looked impressed. It sort of sounded like a deception game where everyone knew the real score, but they happily agreed to play ignorant just so they wouldn't ruin the fun. The necessity of needing to play this game allowed for the rise of intermediary companies and brokers such as Jessup Organics. They might not possess any core industries themselves, but they were extremely good at relationship management and customer service. That was all they needed to rely on to take advantage of the friction between different states and groups. Vess did not really care about this charade. He only cared about whether he could take advantage of it. He looked forward to the facewater organs that he might find in this place. Soon enough, the sales manager led the guests to a secure underground chamber that contained dozens of different organs. Each massive organ was stored in a liquid solution that was meant to preserve their life activity. Vess could immediately tell that they were all facewater organs or fragments of facewater organs. The facewater infused in the large biological tissue all told him that the goods were genuine. Are these all of the facewater organs that you have on hand? Correct, Professor Larkinson. We can also mobilize dozens more facewater organs, but they are currently in the possession of other stores. Let's take a look at these ones first. Vess tried his best to temper his expectations. This turned out to be prudent, as the offerings quickly turned out to be worse than he hoped. The majority of organs consisted of variations of the most common Kelsis organ, Loco's organ, and Morocco's organ. That was not necessarily bad, as the fundamental three organs all exhibited various different directions of purposeful biological development. There were some organs that possessed better range, while others were more effective at close range. There were organs that were tweaked to consume less energy than usual, and there were also other organs that could produce strong effects at the risk of exhausting them prematurely. All of this had a decent amount of research value, but Vess was not too interested in acquiring another copy of a facewater organ that he already possessed. This was especially the case when all of the aforementioned organs were in varying states of disrepair. Vess grimaced as he looked at a Morocco's organ that had shrunk to a third of its original size. The still-healing burn marks clearly showed that it had taken an awful amount of damage from half a dozen plasma bolts. I could use a more advanced Morocco's organ, but this one has suffered so much damage that a lot of core biological functions are missing. There is not much research value to this product. You can't come up with stuff out of thin air. The sales manager did not look ashamed. The Morocco's organ of a phase lord may be incomplete, but there is enough research available that has analyzed and published the complete biological blueprint of a standard Morocco's organ. It is not impossible for a capable biotech institution to reconstruct the missing pieces of this organ. A good research team may even be able to extrapolate and restore the directional improvements applied to this remnant organ. If successful, you will not only be able to obtain a completely upgraded Morocco's organ, but also the knowledge and expertise required to replicate this process. Vess looked mildly impressed. That does indeed sound attractive, but if it was that easy to produce those outcomes, someone would have already bought this facewater organ a while ago. My Larkinson Biotech Institute definitely cannot rank as high as those renowned institutions. Forget it. Let's look elsewhere. Jessup Organics was not stupid. The goods that were much more practical and readily usable tended to impose greater conditions in order to exchange for them. The ones that could readily be bought with cash or face water tended to possess very serious flaws. There were no products that possessed none of these flaws. If such goods ever appeared, they would have been snapped up by the force that felled the Phase Lord or traded away to a trusted partner in a private transaction. The PPS and the other remarkably intact face water organs that Vess obtained as spoils was a typical example of that. There was no way that Jessup Organics could ever put a face water production system up for sale as if it was a fancy croissant. Though Vess feared that he had wasted this trip, he eventually stumbled upon a number of face water organs that did not seem so bad. Lesser Kali organ allows a Phase Lord to split a small part of his true body to form a miniature clone. This detached mass of face water-infused tissue can extend the Phase Lord's senses and act as a physical avatar. The operational range of this physical avatar is based on the face water concentration of the Phase Lord, as well as the development and mastery of his Kali organ. A greater Phase Lord can only control the physical avatar created by the Kalic organ, up to 17.20. Physical integrity, 47% consignor, Yiganarget consortium. Price or exchange conditions can only be exchanged for a lesser face water organ of at least 66% integrity. The Yiganarget consortium is also open to accepting other goods of greater value upon negotiation. Vess' eyes quickly lit up after he read this description. He already planned to create an avatar for himself in order to be able to take part in dangerous expeditions without risking his true body. However, those plans had numerous flaws and shortcomings. If he was able to use this Kali organ to produce a small physical clone that he could control by remote, then that would definitely be great. The only downside was that only 47% of this organ was left. Over half of it was missing, and Vess bet that the destroyed flesh also contained vital bioprogramming and biohardware that made the Kali organ work. Still, half a Kali organ was better than nothing. I am interested in this Kali organ, Vess said. The information about it is incomplete. Where does this organ come from, if I may ask? According to the records, the Kali organ was originally developed by the Zizamales. This major alien race consists of evolved amoeba, which often repels other races. The Zizamale Phase Lords appear even more monstrous. They are often mistaken for space monsters and attract violent reactions. Vess recalled what he knew about the Zizamale race. Aren't the slimes supposed to be non-religious? They are one of the rare races that do not believe in the divinity of Phase Lords and Phase whales. That is a simplistic explanation, Professor. The sales manager carefully corrected Vess. The Zizamale indeed reject the divinity of Phase whales, but they are not blind to the power of the latter. There is a small group of Zizamales that seek to become Phase Lords in defiance of majority opinion. I see. Is there anything else I should know about how the Zizamales have made the Kali organ? Yes, it is important to mention that the Zizamales not only possess strange and unique physiologies, but that their tech base is strongly based on biotechnology. Their exclusive face water organs tend to possess deviant biological properties that make them hard to decipher and adapt to the physiques of true gods of other species. You should never rashly implant a Kali organ inside your body. I never intended to. Even I can see that it is weird and dangerous. The preserved remains of the Kali organ did not exactly look friendly. Not only was it partially translucent, but it also contained strong acids and toxic substances that could poison a weaker Phase Lord. Still, Vess remained interested in the Kali organ. I want it. Please get me in touch with the Yiganarget consortium, Vess instructed. I can do so right away. Are you willing to exchange this Kali organ with another face water organ that is in a better condition, or do you wish to negotiate a different trade? The latter. While I do have a bunch of face water organs in my possession, I still need them myself. I would vastly prefer to trade for other goods. The sales manager nodded. There are normally thresholds and limitations to negotiating a different exchange. However, your reputation and accomplishments are so high that I have the authority to sidestep these hurdles. The Yiggen-Arget Consortium will be happy and honored to do business with an esteemed Mech designer such as yourself, I am sure. Please be patient. It will take time for a representative to reach our humble establishment. Chapter 64, 15 The Midas Touch. Negotiating a deal under the brokership of Jessup Organics turned out to be much easier and less costly than Vess thought. At this moment, his reputation and prestige had reached a new peak. Not even god pilots and star designers could match his current level of popularity and adoration. Sure, the god pilots of Red Humanity cleaned up the border regions and prevented the aliens from overrunning human-occupied space. Sure, the star designers developed many crucial technologies that were useful in a wide variety of sectors. Yet for all of the massive contributions they had made as of late, nothing benefited the lives of ordinary humans more than the chance to pilot a real Mech. Everyone wanted a yellow jacket. Everyone wanted a piece of Vess. When the Yiggen-Arget Consortium heard that the father of Carmine Mechs wanted to negotiate for a facewater organ, its president immediately dropped his schedule and connected to Jessup Organics by remote. There was no need for the consortium to send an envoy to talk business in person. The president sounded eager to conclude a successful transaction with the famous inventor of the Carmine system. This is an inestimable honor for our consortium. With your permission, we shall always take pride that an esteemed Mech designer such as yourself has sought to do business with our fine trade collective. After Vess received another round of flattery, negotiations soon began. The demands of the president were simple. It would please us immensely you agree to fabricate 10, no 5 copies of the Yellow Jacket version A. We would be glad to hand over ownership of the incomplete Lesser Kali organ to your name if you take the time to customize the Yellow Jackets into unique creations of art that we can proudly display to the public, with your permission, of course. We would also like the Red Association to issue official certificates of authenticity so that there will be no doubt to their providence. Vess blinked at this outrageous offer. A facewater organ was a precious treasure for any owner. It not only held a lot of research value, but could also be used to power up a phase lord through direct implantation. Even if the Kali organ was damaged and not quite operational, its rarity as well as its unusual effects made it far more valuable than the samples of the most common facewater organs. Vess expected that he would have to trade another precious facewater organ or unique treasure in order to get his hands on this Kali organ. Yet instead of making such demands, the president of the Yiggen-Arget Consortium merely asked Vess to design and fabricate a bunch of custom first-class yellow jackets. The difficulty of procuring the two was like night and day to Vess. A Kali organ was extremely rare, while Vess could produce any yellow jacket he wanted as long as he had access to a workshop and enough raw materials. However, he soon understood that it was a different story for other people. A Kali organ was still as difficult to procure for them as for Vess, but the difficulty of obtaining a handmade Carmine Mech Vess was much higher. Now that he had become a senior Mech designer, Vess had moved past the stage where he had to fabricate commercial Mechs by hand in order to improve his sales and increase the profitability of the LMC. This meant that his handmade Mechs had become more and more scarce and precious to a market that had become increasingly more enamored with his living Mechs. Scarcity equated to value. The greater the scarcity, the greater the price that people were willing to pay. This meant that any handicraft made by Vess could easily fetch millions, if not billions, of MTA credits at a grand auction. Vess even had an illusion that he had acquired the Midas touch. Anything he made could be sold for a price 100, 1,000, or even 1,000,000 times the original production cost. Such a privilege was usually only reserved for the greatest of master Mech designers and star designers, but Vess had reached this eminent status in advance due to his latest and greatest contribution. His breathing grew a little heavier when he thought how extensively he could milk this advantage. However, he did not get lost in this fantasy. He quickly sobered up once he realized a few uncomfortable truths. Not everything was truly free. Though Vess did not have to spend too much time and effort to fulfill the demands made by the president of the Yiganarget Consortium, he would still have to waste a week of time or so in order to get the job done. That was 1 week of time that he could have spent on much more productive pursuits. Fulfilling this commission effectively meant that he would have to postpone his other works by an entire week. This mattered a lot in a time where every day was precious. With the Red Tide offensive continuing to grind down Red humanity's defenses, Vess could not delay or suspend his contributions just because he wanted to earn more personal profit for himself. This was not only a betrayal of the expectations of the people he served, but also harmed his own core interests in the end. That said, Vess did not want to miss out on this advantage either. As long as he restrained himself, he should be okay if he occasionally took advantage of the value of his handmade products. So long as he did not flood the market with his handicrafts, their value should continue to remain exceedingly high, allowing Vess to occasionally trade them for other precious goods and services. Now that he had made up his mind regarding this issue, he began to negotiate with the president for a deal that both sides could agree upon. "I do not have time to fabricate 5 yellow jackets for you," he told the physical projection of the businessman and leader. 2 yellow jackets. That is the extent of what I can make for you. In order to ensure that everyone understands the favor that I have bestowed upon your consortium, I will customize their visual design to reflect the colors and symbols of your organization. Is that to your satisfaction? The two sides argued a bit more against each other. Although the president seemed willing to accept the reduced amount, he was the leader of a cutthroat business consortium, after all. Negotiation was in his bones, so he never accepted concessions easily. The talks dragged on for a longer period than necessary, until both sides finally agreed that Vess could obtain the lesser Kali organ in exchange for 3 first-class yellow jackets. The two eventually shook hands after they signed the contract. "I shall arrange Jessup Organics to transfer ownership of the Kali organ to you immediately," the president generously said with a smile, as he clearly conveyed the sense that he obtained the advantage in the end. "I do not dare to urge you to deliver the promised custom Mechs in a short time frame. We are all aware that you are a busy Mech designer and leader. Can you give our consortium an approximate time frame of when we can expect to receive your goods?" Vess briefly recalled his schedule. "I can begin to work on your order during my return trip from Jernstall to New Constantinople. I should be finished by the time my fleet arrives at my end destination. From there, a shipping company can transport the completed yellow jackets to any destination of your choice. That is faster than expected. We would be glad if you can complete your order within the month. Please allow our consortium to handle the shipping ourselves. The custom mechs that you have designed are doubtlessly of inestimable value. We do not dare to entrust their transportation to third parties. We have our own security companies that we can rely upon to safely deliver the yellow jackets to our headquarters." With that out of the way, Vess became the proud owner of a new Z-Zamail facewater organ. Although Vess could already imagine that the Larkinson Biotech Institute gained another headache, the Kali organ promised to grant him an extremely practical benefit. The requirement was that his biotech researchers managed to figure out its mechanisms. Vess frowned. "I am putting far too many burdens on the shoulders of the LBI. Should I look for an established biotech company to acquire in order to increase our research capacity?" There were plenty of excellent and renowned biotech institutions in Jernstall. Vess could use the limited time he had left in the Central Star node to quickly acquire the ones that were willing to become a part of the Larkinson clan. He soon shook his head. "No, it is best to preserve the existing culture and structure of the LBI." Mergers and acquisitions had a way of corrupting his original institutions. In the worst-case scenario, The new acquisition may even be able to take over the LBI and transform the latter into its image. Vess did not need a biotech institution that quickly became a lot more capable, but also started to lose its cohesion and loyalty to himself. The sensitivity of the work done by the scientists of the LBI meant that it was crucial that they remained loyal and committed to the clan and its patriarch. He was willing to be a little more patient and trust the LBI's management to expand its operations in a sustainable manner. "Let's see if there is anything else here that catches my interest," Vess said, as his mind returned to the present. Though Vess could appreciate the value of some of the other facewater organs available for sale or trade, their poor conditions and dubious value lowered his appreciation for them. Given the limited R&D capacity of the LBI in the present and the near future, it simply was not worthwhile to bother with these messy organs. Vess still lingered at the store for 20 more minutes. Jessup Organics offered far more goods for sale than facewater organs. There were also live mutated beasts, as well as the body parts of deceased ones for sale. Both product categories aroused his interest, as he was always on the lookout for more special beasts that he could potentially convert into design spirits. The prices for them were relatively expensive, but completely affordable to the Larkinson clan, especially when so many different Mech designers and companies paid the artificially reduced licensing fees for the Yellow Jacket and Jacket Commander models. Vess simply bought the ones he was interested in and trusted the Larkinson clan to stow the mutated beasts where they could not do much damage. After that, he began to browse the other specialty products for sale. From high-end bioimplants to exquisite designer beast pets, Jessup Organics satisfied both practical and luxury desires. Vess had little interest in them, though. As tempting as it was for him to splurge, he shouldn't get too comfortable with his life. His most important priorities was to design good mechs and build up a power base that could protect him against both political machinations and more violent threats. As long as his mentality slipped, he would grow soft and useless. All of those high-end mighty Tier 1 galactic citizens that held high expectations for him would lower their evaluations and no longer give him as much leeway as he enjoyed today. He sighed. His mood had dropped. He may have accomplished a lot today, but he was always expected to do more. "Let's go, Jovi. We should head to a different place where I can buy a bunch of gifts for my wife and children. I promised them that I would bring back souvenirs for my family." Understood. There is a unique toy store and a luxury fashion store down the boulevard. I believe you will find what you need in both. Chapter 64, 16 Materials Shopping. Vess tried to be more purposeful when he continued his shopping spree. He stuck to his goal of purchasing rare and expensive presents for his wife and children, while also remaining on the lookout for more functional goods. However, many of the items for sale did not appeal to him for a variety of reasons. There were lots of high-tech gadgets that could make his life more convenient, but he did not trust their manufacturers to refrain themselves from installing backdoors into their products. Although this was not a reason to reject the use of any tech that did not originate from himself and his clan, he would rather avoid the use of unnecessary technologies if he could easily do without the extra convenience. As Vess continued his shopping spree while accompanied by an abundance of guards, he did not forget that he was also being followed by his cousin. "While I am here, I may as well go ahead and purchase good stuff for you as well. Is there anything you want or need, Tusa?" The ace pilot who guarded Vess from above thought for a moment. "I don't need you to buy me any presents. I have earned so many war merits as of late that I am not short of comfort. What I truly want is for you to make my dark Zephyr stronger. Now that I managed to kill the old arena lord of Yaguasa with the Tier 3 destroyer spear, I have gained a whole new appreciation for good equipment. I could use more weapons to diversify my arsenal, preferably lighter ones that do not slow down my machine as much." This was an understandable request. Many ace pilots tended to branch out and try out different weapons that worked better in different situations. The Tier 3 destroyer spear may possess extremely potent offensive power, but it was also a large and unwieldy weapon in the hands of an ace light skirmisher. Vess did not forget that the Dark Zephyr was originally optimized to wield two small-bladed weapons. It would be best if he could equip the living ace Mech with superior weapons of the same type. There are Mech boutiques and Mech equipment stores in Rowley Boulevard. There are probably excellent blades for sale that may be able to grant you an immediate power boost. No, don't buy anything that is readily made, Tusa rejected. I prefer the arms that you and the people in the clan create more. Unless you manage to find a weapon that is just as powerful as a Tier 3 destroyer weapon, I think it is much better if you buy a collection of high-quality materials and hand them over to caddies to forge a pair of knives. The ones my ace Mech is currently equipped with are decent, but I have no reason to use them over the destroyer spear. I hope that you or caddies can buy a powerful material on this planet and forge a set of knives that fit my needs much better. That sounded like a reasonable request. Though Vess did not feel as if the Dark Zephyr urgently needed better weapons, St. Tusa deserved a reward for all of the fighting he had done. Besides, Vess probably wouldn't be doing any of the hard work. He could completely outsource this job to caddies. She had forged practically every blade utilized by the high-ranking Mechs of the Larkinson clan. I can do that, Tusa. I was just about to stop by the materials warehouse anyway. I need to purchase a lot of stuff to enrich my vault of strategic materials. You never know when a rare material with a specific effect might come in handy. He proceeded to do just that. Rowley Boulevard tended to attract a lot of master Mech designers, and if there was one thing they liked the most, it was sniffing through a lot of rare and weird materials to find whether they could synergize with their design philosophies. Naturally, the materials warehouse that Vess stopped by boasted a large collection of rare exotics as well as unusual hypers. The price per kilogram of any material was much higher than elsewhere, but the convenience as well as the opportunity to feel and analyze the products in question made it worth the effort. It was no wonder that a lot of high-ranking Mech designers frequented this business. Of course, there were certain rare or exclusive products available that could only be bartered for other materials specified by the seller. Vess proceeded to go on a slightly indulgent shopping spree. He picked up a lot of interesting exotics and hypers that might be of use to him one day. He particularly looked out for materials that could help to make the next iterations of his living expert Mechs more powerful. Aside from that, he also tried to find good materials to forge the next blades for the Dark Zephyr. Nothing available could produce a weapon as powerful as the Tier 3 destroyer spear, but Vess felt quite good about their properties. He simply decided to purchase them so long as he did not have to barter anything weird or difficult to procure and throw them onto Keddy's lap. Aside from purchasing a lot of samples of interesting materials, Vess also opened up his horizons and became more familiar with what was available these days. Not only was there an endless variety of exotics available to possessed weird effects, Vess also managed to find a lot of new and interesting hypers. Vess took a particular liking for hyper materials with a bias for the 5 elements, as well as those slanted towards negative energy. Even though none of the hyper materials reached the potency of black demon steel, it was not impossible for a material scientist who knew what he was doing to alloy several metals together to produce a more powerful compound effect. I definitely need a large amount of darkness-attributed hyper materials to forge my own polymetal Mech, Vess reminded himself. The materials warehouse commonly sold samples of high-value materials, but also sold goods in bulk as long as there was enough supply in Jernstall. Vess just had to pay an expensive premium for the materials warehouse to contact all of the vendors that possessed the required materials and ship them to a target destination. By the time Vess exited the materials warehouse, he not only gained a lot of familiarity with thousands of new and exciting materials, but also ordered enough specialized materials to advance a number of projects, including his own polymetal Mech. Vess looked up at the sky and saw that evening had already arrived on the local planet. It appeared that he had spent too much time in the materials warehouse. "Is there anything important in my agenda for today?" Vess asked. Jovi made a brief check. "You have received hundreds of invitations from notable individuals and groups. They range from attending operas to attending an evening soiree organized by a notable Mech designer of the Mech supremacist faction. Given your habits, I believe you have no interest in attending any of these events." "You guessed right. While I recognize the value of expanding my connections, I don't want to waste my time on building friendships with people who are of little use to me. If I can gain their cooperation through money or reputation alone, then it is redundant to win them over. Since that is the case, maybe it is better if you specify what you seek to gain during your visit to this central star node. You do not travel easily these days, so think about what you wish to do in the days you have left." "I want to accomplish a lot of stuff while I am here," Vess said. "It is just that I have grown so much as of late that a few of my plans have become redundant. Wait. I would like to have a good talk with the Red Fleet. Is Commander Zonrad Rizé available? Let me see. He has been fighting for promotion, and that will take up much of his time and attention while he is in this star system. Ah. He has just transmitted a message that states he is available, either in a private or official capacity. What are your intentions?" "I want to talk to the captain as a representative of the Red Fleet," Vess stated his request. "If Captain Rizet does not have enough authority to speak or negotiate on behalf of the RF, then tell him to bring a big shot who does possess this right. Are you planning to make a deal with the Red Fleet? Maybe." "What's wrong, Jovi? You have just given them a bloody nose by almost completely invalidating the RF's vaunted starfighter corps. Many starfighter pilots or pilots in training have already committed to switching over. They are only waiting to get their hands on a yellow jacket. This transition period is most painful for the fleeters, because they do not know how many starfighter pilots will switch over to piloting Carmine Mech when the opportunity arises." Vess couldn't help but smirk. "If I was in their shoes, I would have drawn down the starfighter corps right away. Just keep enough of them around to maintain their numbers at the front lines, but pull the obsolete starfighters back as soon as enough Carmine Mech arrive to take their place. That may very well be their plan. Whatever the case, you have become a controversial figure among the fleeters. It may not be the best idea to talk to them or negotiate a deal with them now that their emotions are still heated. I don't think the fleeters are as petty as you say," Vess retorted. "Carmine Mech have already become a reality. Their starfighters are already doomed. There is no use crying over spilt milk. The best way forward is to figure out a way to compete with the rising popularity of Mechs. In the absence of anything better, I may be able to take part in their solution." Jovi clearly did not like it for Vess to get chummy with the fleeters. The survivalist still believed it was best for Vess to stick with the Mechers and work together like always. However, Jovi did not have the power to stop Vess from talking to the fleeters whenever he liked, so he reluctantly made the arrangements for a late-night meeting. "Since you are meeting with the fleeters on short notice, this can only be an informal gathering. This will make it more difficult to negotiate larger and more expensive deals. That is fine." An hour passed by before Vess entered the hotel. He and his entourage reached the top floor. Jovi stayed behind while Vess, Lucky and his guards moved past the security checkpoint and entered an observation chamber that provided a striking view of the cityscape of the sprawling metropolis on La Réunie. Despite the short notice of this informal gathering, Vess successfully managed to secure a meeting with Chelsea Mealy, the head of the 7th Light Fleet. The two shook hands. "It is an honor to meet you in person. Please sit down and order any refreshments you like." As the two sat down and ordered their drinks, the RF Admiral reached into her pocket and carefully placed a heavy object onto the table. "What is this, Admiral? You should be able to recognize the appearance of an RF warship token. You already own 2 of them, after all. Have you forgotten the bounties that we have placed on the heads on Phase Lords and Phase Whales? It has taken time for us to complete the verification, attribution and settlement process, considering that multiple different parties work together to eliminate 4 phase lords in the maze-pan system. But we can finally award you the reward that you are due. Vess looked at the metal token that the RF awarded to him and his clan. As far as he knew, the loot and reward distribution had already taken place shortly after the Battle of Maze-Pan came to a conclusion. The PPS and the remaining 5 facewater organs was supposed to be his reward. The value of those organs were so high that Vess would have chosen them over the right to field more warships. He never held any expectations of earning another RF warship token out of that effort. Was this the Red Fleet's attempt to get into his good graces? Chapter 64, 17 Red Fleet Turnaround. Vess looked down at the token. No matter whether the RF had been slow to process the attributions of the killing of several phase lords, or simply decided to use the last battle as an excuse to buy his favor, the actual reason was not important. A warship token was a warship token. Each medallion represented a legal right to own and field a warship. That was still an immensely rare and valuable privilege in the early years of the Age of Dawn. When Vess picked up the item, he quickly puzzled out the type of warships that he was allowed to own by owning this token. A light cruiser token. The female admiral, who was known to be a loyalist of Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle, nodded. Nobody will agree to award you with 4 warship tokens or even a single heavy cruiser token. We must recognize the contributions of others as well. This is what your clan deserves after we have made a fair calculation of risks and rewards. Is this the token that comes without any strings attached? Yes, this is an unrestricted version of a normal warship token. We have surrendered the right to conduct inspections on your ship and design. As long as you do not do anything egregious with your light cruiser, we will not be inclined to monitor your warship too closely. You also have a choice of receiving a restricted RF heavy cruiser token, but your prior decisions indicate that you would rather obtain this reward instead. You are right, Vess said as he spun the token in his hands. I don't like too many people snooping at my stuff. It is hard to avoid that these days, but that is not an excuse for me to grow complacent. Thank you for delivering this token to me. I do not have any plans to acquire and field a light cruiser at the moment, but I am sure I can find a shipyard that can build me a good ship. We have many shipyards. I own a few shipyards as well. I can handle it. I don't want to bother with your stuff. You have your way of doing things, and I have my way of doing things. That is one of the subjects that we would like to discuss with you. Admiral Chelsea Mealy leaned forward over the table. After recent events, the Red Admiralty is currently evaluating whether we need to step up our timetable and accelerate the pace of reforms. One of the proposals we are considering at the moment is to increase our acceptance of metaphysical phenomena. An example that we are particularly interested in are living warships. If you have plans to develop a living warship from the ground up, we would be glad to participate in your research. We can offer a large amount of experience and put our resources at your disposal. We only ask that you give us permission to make use of our shared work. Vess raised his eyebrow. He expected to hear an invitation like this, but not so soon. It appeared that his product reveal had caused the CFA to take him a lot more seriously than before. While I do have plans to develop living warships for myself, I work best if I try to keep all of the work in-house. Vess steadily answered. I am still a Mech designer. I do not intend to devote too much time on developing living warships. The unique conditions that made it possible for me to turn the dominion of man alive are not replicable. I have to figure out an entirely different arrangement for more ordinary warships. We can help with that. No matter the stage of your research, we have highly competent scientists and naval engineers of our own. They may not possess the strange metaphysical strengths of high-ranking Mech designers, but that does not mean that they are any less knowledgeable. Many people tended to underestimate the scientists and engineers of the fleeters, but that was a big mistake. The CFA and RF managed to rival the MTA and RA for so long that the two sides had to be comparable in strength and competence. The research capabilities of the fleeters may not be as flashy as their Mech counterparts, but they had become extremely good at developing powerful hulls and equipping them with cutting-edge technologies. Therefore, Vess truly felt the sincerity in Admiral Mealy's offer. He saw an opportunity to collaborate with the RF more closely and on a more permanent basis. This was a good way to balance out his overdependence on the Red Association. "I am not principally opposed to further cooperation, Admiral. I just do not think I am ready to deliver a working example of a Carmine warship, SSO, soon. I need to draft entirely new theories and test them out until I am sure that I have created a mature product. The problem is that you can't just build a random prototype warship where you can safely test your new works. The size difference between the two was numerous." Silence fell silent for a moment as the two took a few sips of their drinks. A surprisingly harmonious mood spread between the two. Even though they were far apart in everything, they both felt as if they could become good friends. Vess took this as an encouraging sign. The Red Fleet was so large that it was split up into multiple factions. No single group of fleeters could represent the majority. Admiral Mealy happened to be part of Fleet Admiral Stanley Argyle's faction. They were most supportive of change and were eager to abandon old traditions that no longer made any anymore. That meant that if Vess wanted to establish any form of deep cooperation with the fleeters, he better win over Argyle's faction first. What they were asking for was too much. Vess could not pull a Carmine dreadnought out of his head. Admiral Mealy needed to make other requests, ones that Vess could fulfill. The problem was that the RF did not really know what Vess was capable of in relation to starship design and construction. That did not mean that Admiral Mealy came unprepared. It would be an insult to her intelligence and the intelligence of her staff to be ignorant on basic information. "We have studied what you have done in the last battle," the woman said in a steady tone. "We have studied your decisive approach towards modifying and improvising weapons that exceed the normal standard. You have shown a capability to develop much stronger warship guns that can help us break through the firepower ceiling. It will not be mass-producible." Vess shook his head. "At least not right away. You will have to wait until I have become a star designer to produce warship-grade guns that retain their special properties regardless of what I do to call for attention." After all, the rules of the warship industry were completely different than of the Mech industry. Vess could not rely on the convenience of his design philosophy to mass-produce a completely reimagined version of a warship. "We are hiring numerous new as well as experienced cultivators in our ranks," the RF Admiral whispered to Vess. "The Second Main Fleet has already made series of discoveries and minor breakthroughs when facilitating their efforts into empowering our warships. Hiring outside cultivators, I bet that each of them won't mind it if they disappear and deter any pursuers from taking money in the same place." Admiral Mealy elegantly shook her head again. "These cultivators have proven to be highly inconsistent, unreliable, and far too unruly to control through normal means. Their power may have gotten to their heads. I am not surprised. A race has long lived through many years as ordinary people." After a certain incident, the hired cultivators kept growing stronger and started to exhibit extremely strong mood swings. Then you either contracted dubious cultists who did not truly understand their scriptures, or made a temporary deal with an extremist cult with very deviant beliefs. Be careful who you invite into your doors. One of the purposes of the Red Collective is to organize these messy cultivators, stuff them inside the sects that align with them the best, and hope that they can develop stably and without interruption. The much older female admiral thought about the suggestion. "In hindsight, our approach towards recruiting personnel that wish to become a part of the RF is less than ideal. We suffer from an inability to discern whether a claim is true or false. This slows down our rate of innovation and prevents us from obtaining tech that is equally as superior as that of the R-Ray. If you can recognize that much, why not force a change?" Vess inquired. That is what we have been doing for months or years, the fleeter high officer sighed. There are too many traditions and too much inertia holding us back. What we need is a shock such as the unveiling of a Carmine version of a warship to convince every person that our circumstances have changed, and so should our policies. Is the opposition from the 5th Enforcement Fleet and allies too great? Yes, but they have reduced the pressure as of late. We believe that Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson and her supporters have reluctantly decided to stay more up to date with new developments. So what does this all mean for us? What do you propose we do, Admiral? Admiral Chelsea Mealy stared into Vess' eyes for a few seconds before she laid out her true proposal. What you have heard before is only a warm-up. What we truly want is for us to cooperate with you as a leader of the Red Collective. We plan to propose a joint development team or department within the fledgling organization that is responsible for researching and developing artifact warships. It should not be a research team that only investigates one avenue of empowering warships with cultivation science. It should comprehensively study how humans such as you and I can comprehensively enhance the performance of our warships. Vess looked a bit surprised. Can't you do that in-house, Admiral? I mean, warships are already your thing. That is how our R&D is supposed to progress, but our thinking is far too entrenched to take a more open-minded approach towards hyper-technology and e-technology. The older woman in uniform lamented. Think about how much progress we can make together, Professor Larkinson. Our best scientists and naval engineers are ready to cooperate with the cultivation scientists and other mystics that have mastered the more esoteric arts. We do not ascribe to the assumption that technology is diametrically opposed to magic. We believe that the two can be combined to produce synergies that we have never discovered before. Your Carmine Mechs are the defining example of such a fusion. Vess understood what Admiral Chelsea Mealy truly wanted. She and the rest of her faction were tired of getting obstructed by the overly cautious and paranoid fleeters within the RF. Instead of further wasting their time on convincing unwilling fleeters to engage in more research in this direction, the more forward-thinking fleeters would rather start a new research operation in the Red Collective. The advantage of doing all of the more groundbreaking and radical research at the Red Collective was that it should be much easier to get stuff done. The RC would still be brand new, and Vess should have a massive influence in shaping people's attitudes towards combining cultivation science with naval engineering. The biggest disadvantages to this were that it would enrage a lot of people within the RF, and that it would be difficult to keep this valuable research confidential. Nonetheless, Vess could actually see this plan work out well. There were fleeters that sought to produce true change, and if they could not find it within the RF, then maybe the RC would be able to give them a better result. Vess actually found this proposal to be valuable to him as well. The Red Collective, and by extension himself, be able to harvest all of the R&D gains from this joint research initiative. This was like gaining an inside track in the most cutting-edge research projects of the Red Fleet. Chapter 64, 18 Simple Math. Vess had to admit that the layout presented by Admiral Chelsea Mealy sounded brilliant. The more ardent reformists within the Red Fleet had to overcome the more strident resistance from the traditionalists within their ranks. While the changes wrought by the Age of Dawn had forced the fleeters to embrace a certain degree of change, the traditionalists still wanted to stick to their old doctrines that had served them well for centuries. Part of it was because of genuine belief in the superiority of their old tradition. The mentality of if it ain't broke, don't fix it tended to prevail much more often in naval organizations. This was rather understandable, as mistakes concerning warships not only led to a huge amount of wasted resources, but also risked the lives of thousands of crew members. However, Red humanity no longer lived during the placid and stable days of the Age of Mechs. External enemies, in the form of the native aliens of the Red Ocean, constantly pressed Red humanity's front lines. The existing solutions still worked, but many people started to doubt whether sticking to tradition was enough to prevail over the foreign enemies. The traditionalists did not necessarily object to technological development. The CFA, and now, the RF, still needed to rely on stronger warships to keep up with the pace of their rivals and enemies. However, what the traditionalists rejected was radical change, to the point of turning the Red Fleet into a drastically different organization. The Fleeters took a lot of pride in their identity as the most rational protectors of the human race. Unlike the Mechers, who invested all of their power into unfathomably intelligent star designers and mentally ill god pilots, the Fleeters consisted entirely of ordinary humans that represented the apex of the race that ascended from old Earth and continued to bring the best out of their humble biological origins. The Red Fleet is filled with old traditionalists who believe in their mission to protect the safety and purity of the human race, Admiral Mealy said, as she rose up from her seat and moved over to the window showing the expansive cityscape of the planet of Lariani. They reject the foreign and the unknown. They abhor science and technology that does not fit into the conventional frameworks that our race has built up over millennia. They believe that humans can defeat any adversary by investing their strength in conventional technology alone. It has worked out for them in the past. They believe that they can repeat their success. Vess furrowed his brows. That sounds like a stupid approach from my perspective. The Age of Dawn has introduced us to the wonders of E-energy radiation. Surely they aren't close-minded enough to ignore all of the benefits brought by hyper-technology and E-technology. The traditionalists within the RF do recognize the potential of these new branches of technology, but they also acknowledge the immense risks and danger they pose. What distinguishes reformers from traditionalists is the extent to which they are willing to explore the more unconventional and less precise applications of these promising fields of technology. That is far too cautious of an approach, if you ask me, Admiral. Don't they recognize the obvious strengths of a Carmine dreadnought like the Dominion of Man? We drew different conclusions from our examination of the transformed godship, Professor Larkinson. Reformers such as myself see them as the future direction of warship development and the only means to keep up with the times. We no longer care about the process all that much anymore. We only care about the results. If we have to dance naked in a circle in order to make our warships 20% more powerful, then we will do so without bothering to figure out why it works. We live in a time of crisis. Your approach does not sound ideal, but as long as it keeps us all alive, it is better than nothing, Vess evaluated. Not every fleeter is willing to embrace the unknown. The traditionalists within our ranks see the risks and instability of the Dominion of Man as potential threats. The ship may be abnormally strong, but our complete inability to grasp the esoteric powers and theory behind her mystical workings is seen as a critical vulnerability that can plunge the Red Fleet into ignorance and superstition. They fear that we may lose what makes us rational humans and turn us into a warship-based version of the Red Fleet and the Red Collective. Red humanity will lose its only sober-minded and purely human guardian if that is the case. This is a doom scenario to those who commit to the causes of human purity and human enlightenment. This actually sounded a lot more noble than Vess initially thought. While he belonged to the opposite camp, he could not fault the traditionalists for putting their ideals above their own interests and fighting for causes they consider righteous. Vess could not even deny that they had a point. E-energy was an inherently fuzzy and chaotic source of power. It promised to bestow humans with great might, but also greater tragedies. I think I get it, Admiral Mealy. The traditionalists ideally want to stick with reliable, fully understood conventional technology where 2 + 2 will always equal 4. At most, they may tolerate a small level of uncertainty that always comes with hyper-technology in order to boost their warships to a controllable degree. 2 + 2 + x will equal 4 + x, where x can range from -0.5 to +2. Perhaps these cautious but confident fleeters believe that as long as they can push their solution close to 5, they can vanquish the native aliens. It takes far more than a sum of 5 to overcome the massive disadvantages subjected to our side in the Red War. The RF Admiral crossed her arms. If we work with the oversimplified model that you have just constructed, reformers such as myself believe we need to attain a score greater than 8 in order to gain the upper hand in the Red War. Nothing the traditionalists prefer to do will get us anywhere close to that sum. We not only need to resort to more controllable measures encapsulated by X, but also more radical applications denoted by Y, which can range from -5 to +5. The formula that we prefer to use therefore resembles 2 + 2 + X + Y. This was a much more volatile approach. The sum could reach an astonishing figure of 11 in the absolute best-case scenario, but could also plunge to a terrible low of -1.5 in the absolute worst-case scenario. If everything worked out the way the reformers hoped, Red humanity would probably be able to launch a successful counterattack against the native aliens and completely conquer the Red Ocean within a single generation. If the risks taken by the reformers blew up in their faces, then Red humanity would probably lose all of its territory and go extinct. The worst part about this deplorable outcome was that humans essentially defeated themselves, thereby saving the native aliens a lot of trouble. Given these realities, Vess understood quite well why the traditionalists rejected the huge uncertainties and risky gambles that came with experimenting with more alien and esoteric forms of technology. I think that one of the key deciding factors of choosing one's preferred approach is determining the difficulty of defeating our enemies, Vess said. That not only includes the native aliens in front of our face, but also the more powerful aliens that may be able to reach our dwarf galaxy one day. Given what we know, I find it extremely short-sighted to stick to conventional human tech when its limits are so low. Don't they realize that they are underestimating the alien threat? Admiral Mealy responded with a grim smile. That is what bothers us so much about the traditionalists. We are not working with the same numbers. They underestimate the alien threat and overestimate the strength of conventional human technology. Call them optimistic if you like, but they are more willing to believe in their own calculations. It has worked out for them once before. Humans managed to climb out of the threat of assimilation or extinction during the Age of Stars, and kicked off the most glorious expansion of our race during the Age of Conquest. Are those fleeters ignorant of the true history of our civilization? As far as I know, the 5 scrolls compact controlled humanity behind the scenes. Those crazy cultivators must have used their strange powers to stack the deck in humankind's favor. I think that is the case as well, but the records of those historic periods are biased and incomplete. Nobody can determine how extensively humanity was able to conquer half of the Milky Way by relying on our cunning and rapid technological adaptations alone, or if the aid of powerful cultivators working in the shadow proved indispensable. That has led to different factions and ideologies choosing the answers that best fit their desires as opposed to the actual truth. Vess scoffed when he heard that. This was a typical human habit. I think I understand better now why you want to divert so much naval-related R&D to the Red Collective. The Red Fleet may be changing, but it isn't doing so fast enough to accept the necessity of investing research into Y. Only the Collective is open-minded enough to tolerate all of the uncertainty and danger surrounding Y. I can accept that. The only issue is, why should the RC bear all of the risks and the consequences of failure, while your RF gets to keep its hands clean and reap all of the potential rewards? The proposed cooperation sounded good, but Vess could recognize the trap inherent in the scheme. Letting the RC take point into this risky line of research meant that the latest superorganization would bear all of the blame if anything went wrong. The RF, on the other hand, could pretend to be completely clueless and innocent of any guilt. This was despite the fact that the fleeters actively shared their knowledge base and loaned their scientists and naval engineers to the RC. The dynamic of the conversation had changed. Now that Vess explicitly started negotiations, the RF admiral had to follow suit and put herself on the opposite side. Might I remind you that the Red Collective does not have any strong armed forces of its own. It must rely entirely on the forces loaned by us and the Mechers to protect and enforce its own interests. It is in your best interest to not only strengthen the warships protecting the RC, but also convert our more skeptical fleeters of the benefits of your more promising technologies. Vess leaned back on his seat. That may be true, but you stand to benefit a lot more than us. Any technological breakthrough will not only strengthen the warships seconded to us, but also the ones that remain in the command of your powerful war fleets. I will not accept an outcome where the RC is reduced to a special projects research division of the race. What do you propose then, Professor? If you want to muster the full enthusiasm of our cultivation scientists in your warship projects, then give us the right to own and field our own creations. Only when we can build up our own fleets consisting of these newfangled artifact warships will we be motivated to cooperate with your naval engineers with full sincerity. Also, I expect that we will need a lot of help from your RF. You must agree to send us lots of consultants that can help us set up our own naval organizations and organize our own war fleets. We may never be able to match the professionalism of the Red Fleet, but we should at least be competent enough to fight the native aliens without issue. Training and consulting can be arranged, but our Red Fleet is short of qualified manpower. Chapter 64:19, zooming out. Vess and Admiral Chelsea Mealy did not negotiate for too long. One of the issues that hindered them from going too much into detail was that neither of them knew how much actual decision-making power Vess would gain over the RC. Since all of this remained unclear, the secret agreement that Vess drafted with Admiral Mealy would remain mostly informal until he gained the authority needed to put it into action. Still, it was quite advantageous for Vess to form an understanding with the Red Fleet. The distance between him and the fleeters instantly became reduced now that he had shown his willingness to cooperate with the RF and vice versa. Aside from trying to negotiate more benefits for the RF, Vess also made sure to convince the fleeters to give him and the Larkinson clan additional privileges. This would work out in various ways, from the Larkinsons being able to earn warship tokens with less effort to obtaining more technical support when developing new warships. The fleeters, or at least the reformers among them, would naturally get what they wanted as well. No matter what position Vess attained in the Red Collective, he would use his authority and his political capital to strive for greater cooperation with the Red Fleet. Making sure that the RC established the so-called Artifact Warship Department was the minimum requirement that Vess had to meet in order to unlock subsequent forms of cooperation. If he was not able to accomplish this basic demand, then the fleeters would no longer deem him qualified to work together. All in all, Vess and the reformers among the Red Fleet shared enough goals in common to forge a promising alliance. Even if this cooperation contradicted the interests of the Red Association, Vess didn't care. He appreciated the Mechers, but not enough to consider himself to be a part of their ilk. That made his dealings with the fleeters more important. Only when he was able to take advantage of both groups and play them against each other would he be able to maintain a state of relative independence. As Vess shook Admiral Mealy's flawless hand, he made one additional inquiry. By the way, I have heard that Captain Zonrad Rizet is being considered for promotion at the moment. The woman looked slightly surprised that he would bring this topic up. That is true. Captain Rizet is one of my subordinates, so I am well aware of his case. He has made invaluable contributions, but he has also acted less than properly, and not only once. Archie values him highly, but any promotion of flag rank cannot only be determined through merit and key performance indicators alone. We have convened a board to discuss and cast our verdict on his complex case. That sounded rather concerning. Sigrund was the only fleeter that Vess truly knew and trusted. The higher the secret owls rank within the hierarchy of the Red Fleet, the more Vess could take advantage of the situation. "Will it help if I put in a good word for Captain Rizet?" Vess asked. "He has been a great liaison to me so far. He not only taught me that there is a lot of goodwill within the RF, but he is also highly competent in science and engineering, particularly in the fields of software and automation. I can easily foresee a future where we can collaborate together on projects that can benefit both my clan as well as the Red Fleet." The older woman registered Vess' clear preference towards working with the current captain of the Babylon excavator. "Your endorsement does help to sway my opinion, but it may be counterproductive if I pass it along to the other members of the board. Not every fleeter sees you as an ally. I can only give you a tentative promise that I will see what I can do. If the captain receives a promotion, he shall obtain command over small squadron that will be assigned to your protection. I appreciate the help." After surviving the Battle of Mazepen, Vess no longer felt as annoyed at being protected by the forces of the Red Two. He could think about surrounding himself with powerful protectors from the Larkinson clan after he built up a strong and robust first-class Mech force, not before. He retired for the night now that he had concluded his meeting with the Admiral from the Red Fleet. On the morning of the next day, Vess ate a meaningless breakfast while Gavin presented his itinerary for the day. "The founding ceremony of the Red Collective will commence in 2 days. We must use the time we have left to increase your popularity and leave no doubt who must lead the upper council," the personal assistant stated. "I agree. To that end, I have taken the initiative to accept interviews from over a dozen different publications. Each of them are able to reach a different audience and put emphasis on different topics. As long as you handle the interviews well, you will be able to give much of the public a preview of where you will lead the Red Collective if you are in charge. Since you are not a full-time politician, I do not advise you to lie or try to take multiple stances on the same issue. You will not be able to execute such advanced operations well enough to fool the public." "I think you are underestimating my eloquence," Vess grumbled. "Still, I will follow your advice, if only because I cannot be bothered with political nonsense." Gavin gave Vess a reassuring smile. "As long as you maintain consistency in your stances and offer a compelling narrative that can win over the support of a large proportion of the people, you should be able to strengthen your legitimacy within the Red Collective. Aside from going on a press tour, you should also meet with your constituents, shall we say. You are the man of the hour at the moment, so you should be able to drop by any establishment and talk with the people who live, work, or visit over there. This is not only a good opportunity to show that you care about the common folk that form the backbone of your political support, but also open yourself up to feedback from humans that you normally do not come into contact with. It is an excellent way to prevent yourself from becoming out of touch with ordinary civilians." That sounded too much like what a slimy politician would do. At the very least, Vess did not feel enthused about visiting meaningless places and holding useless talks with random people. "I don't entirely like it, but I trust you enough to know what is best. As long as it increases my chances of successfully claiming the seat of the chief counselor of the upper council, I will put my best face forward and act like it matters." That caused Gavin to pause and stare directly at Vess. "You do care, right? Have you lost your empathy somewhere during your attempt to climb up the ladder?" That was not a simple question to answer. Vess initially wanted to brush off this question by telling Gavin what he wanted to hear, but it would be unfair and unwise to act dismissively towards a trusted advisor and confidante. Vess briefly thought about how his thinking towards the common folk had changed over the years. "I think I am becoming more like the high-end mighty figures that I used to curse back when I was a simple apprentice or journeyman," he honestly admitted. "I think this is an unstoppable trend. The higher I climb, the more responsibilities I assume. I am no longer charged with the protection of just my clan. I also hold a lot of responsibility towards our entire civilization. When you constantly have to think about how my actions affect the well-being of an entire population, it is very hard for me to care or spend any moment of my time on the plight of individual citizens. So you have lost perspective. I wouldn't necessarily say that, Gavin. A better way to describe it is that my perspective has zoomed out. I have given up on caring about individual citizens, but have gained a lot more perspective towards the overall state and well-being of humanity as a whole. I do not think this is a bad trade, as I can do a lot of good stuff that can benefit our entire race. The release of my Carmine Mech is a fantastic example of this. I can still improve the lives of ordinary people through my work. I just work at an entirely different scale. Nowadays, his assistant thought over Vess' words. I understand what you mean. As your assistant, I am also faced with similar issues. The messages that I pass on to you can change the course of history by influencing your perception and decision-making. It is not easy to hold this responsibility, especially after my most recent augmentation. It takes much more conscious effort to remind me that real people become affected by my work. Vess shrugged. Enough about this. Let's get back to business. I can understand the need for publicity stunts, but we also need to meet with the representatives of important stakeholders. I have already won the Fleeters, or at least a faction of them, over to my side. I should also meet with other groups. At the very least, I need to meet with a representative of the Hunting Association before the date of the founding ceremony. Has there been any progress with arranging a meeting with those hunting addicts? I do not think it is wise to speak of the hunters in disparaging terms, boss. As for a meeting, I have successfully managed to arrange a relatively short appointment with a vice director of the regional headquarters of the HA after serious difficulty. The HA is not too enthused about opening up a dialogue with you at the moment. The hunters are probably annoyed at my incessant complaints about their ambivalent stance towards the Red Collective. They probably know that. I want to meet with them in order to find a resolution to this ongoing issue. You do know that they will not bow down to you, right? Gavin asked. The Hunting Association has the backing of a powerful god pilot. It does not need to rely on any other shelter in order to do well. As long as the hunters have no strong incentive to submit to the Red Collective, they will continue to act on their own regardless of what we think. Vess briefly frowned. Don't rule me out yet. I just need to talk to someone important enough within the Hunting Association to gain a chance to turn this situation around. Now that I am fresh off my latest product reveal, the hunters should have a considerably higher respect towards me than before. As far as I know, many hunters are norms who can only effectively enjoy their hunts by relying on their bodies and personal equipment alone. Now that they can pilot Carmine Mechs, a lot more hunters can tackle the biggest and most prestigious prey. They should owe a lot of gratitude towards me for giving them this gift. Vess needed to enter the Hunting Association's headquarters and personally gauge people's gratitude towards him. The more they respected and admired him for giving them a way to pilot a real Mech, the more leverage he obtained. This should at least soften the estrangement between Vess and the Hunting Association and open up tentative new possibilities for cooperation where there was previously none. As much as the hunters revered the beliefs of the huntsmen, the god pilot was not the one that bestowed them with the capacity to pilot Carmine Mechs. Vess was the person responsible for bestowing them with this precious gift. The implication here was that Vess should deserve the same respect as the huntsman. Chapter 64, 20 A Diplomatic Test. Vess did the obligatory press tour. His heart was not in it, but he entertained a lot of interviewers and patiently answered their questions despite how repetitive and stupid they became. Vess did not try to pull off anything fancy. Creating and publishing his first set of Carmine Mechs was the greatest public relations move that he could make. All he needed to do was to show that he could be more than the father of Carmine Mechs. By elucidating the public with his viewpoints and proving that he possessed the right attitude towards public service. Ves hoped to establish himself as a leader who could be relied upon, especially during this time of crisis. By presenting a more mature and responsible version of himself, Ves shed off the vestiges of his more youthful self and made himself appear as if he deserved a place alongside wise and much older leaders. Of course, Ves made sure not to go too far in playing a role that was different from his true self. He still retained his eccentricities and distinctive beliefs that did not match mainstream beliefs, but he tempered them so that his weirdness did not present a disharmonious image. When he was not sitting down in order to participate in another widely broadcast interview, Ves was visiting factories, stores, gardens, universities, and other places where people gathered. His armored transport and heavy escort flew across much of the surface of La Riena in order to visit the places that Gavin and his staff had carefully selected. Ves had to admit that the visits had been mildly fruitful towards him. He never visited these places in person. First-raters may enjoy a much higher level of prosperity than other humans, but they had their own fair share of struggles. The economic pressure of living in Jernstall was enormous. High taxes, high fees, a huge number of competitors willing to take the jobs of existing workers, and a high degree of overpopulation made it difficult to enjoy any peace and relaxation in the star system. Yet despite those difficulties, people still fought to obtain permanent residence in Jernstall. As one of the few central star nodes that was directly managed by the Red Association and the Red Fleet, it was one of the safest places for humans to live. In fact, Bridgehead 1 was supposed to be safer, but had become isolated from the rest of human society due to the machinations of the Red Cabal. The surprise attack on Bridgehead 1 should have caused people's confidence in the safety of other central star nodes to drop, but that did not really happen. People had a lot of faith in the ability of Red 2 to properly guard their remaining centers of civilization from similar ploys. All of this meant that Jernstall had gathered much of the smartest, most talented, and most hard-working first-raters in the Red Ocean. Since the Sapphire of the Red Ocean also attracted a lot of Terran and Rubarthan citizens, the Central Star Node had access to a much wider manpower pool than other places. Of course, the Terrans and Rubarthans normally preferred to avoid any direct contact with each other. They deliberately set up their own city quarters and city districts where they could group together and preserve their own culture and customs. Ves happened to get along well with people of any state. No matter whether they were Terran, Rubarthan, or a citizen of a smaller first-rate state, he enjoyed universal respect from all of them due to his massive contributions to society. The Terrans almost considered him to be one of them, due to the fact that he had taken up residence in New Constantinople. The Rubarthans conspicuously dug up the Rubarthan origins of his Larkinson lineage and treated him as the descendant of an exile that had more than earned the right to regain his Rubarthan citizenship with honor. Others drew upon his origins from the Bright Republic to consider him to be a fellow third-rater, while another group of people concluded from the fact that the Larkinson clan mostly consisted of second-raters that Ves was actually one of them as well. Visit after visit, Ves grew bemused by how hard people tried to twist the facts just so that they could claim that he was one of them. The fact that was all built on a kernel of truth just so happened to make their theories convincing enough to pass muster. Though the constant visits and interviews started to wear him down on a mental level, he nonetheless felt he had developed a genuine connection with the people of Jernstall and human-occupied space as a whole. Ves had the illusion that he had sublimated as a politician. He not only felt a greater sense of responsibility to stand up for the interests of ordinary people, but also considered himself to be guardian of their prosperity and well-being. Of course, he also enjoyed the idea that he could practically ask them to do anything on his behalf. He had no idea whether he would be able to retain this supreme power, but it was nice to be able to use it as a threat against his political opponents. Though Ves had grown weary by the end of this expansive public relations tour, Gavin sounded highly optimistic about the gains they made. Your approval rating has risen. Less people see any problem of allowing you to ascend to high office despite your relative young age and lacking experience. Now that they have seen the current version of yourself show care and attention to the needs of the common folk, they are more willing to elevate you than more seasoned politicians. Vess laid back on a lounge chair while nursing his slightly aching head. What does this all mean to me, Gavin? It means that anyone who wants to stop you from becoming the chief counselor of the upper council of the Red Collective has virtually little chance of succeeding. The personal assistant grinned like a shark. In order to deny you this seat, your opponents must be able to recommend another candidate that possesses superior qualifications. There are plenty of individuals who desire to become the inaugural chief counselor of one of the most powerful organizations of Red humanity. No matter whether they are statesmen, businessmen, Mech designers, or naval officers, none of them can beat your unique combination of massive contributions paired with level of empathy towards the people at the bottom. Vess looked dubiously at Gavin. I thought I already confessed to you that I don't really care about the plight of individual people anymore. Well, you have done a good job at pretending that you still do, boss. At least, the fact that you used to start close to the bottom of human civilization and worked your way up step by step at least meant you lived among ordinary folk for an awfully long time. The vast majority of big shots cannot say the same. They are all elite first-raters who grew up in palaces or country estates. They cannot hold a normal conversation with an ordinary worker to save their life. You are different. Your plain diction alone distinguishes you from all of those upper-born snobs. Vess could see what his assistant meant. He climbed up the hierarchy way too quickly, which prevented him from assimilating into the more refined half of society. He never really cared about this stuff in the first place. He always considered himself to be a Mech designer first, and he had learned that the best way that a man of his profession communicated with others was through his Mech designs. In that sense, designing and releasing the yellow jackets to the public accomplished far more than any lengthy speech from a politician. Vess had proven with his deeds and actions that he could genuinely make people's lives better. This was his greatest strength, and one that no smooth talker could ever match. Okay, enough flattery, Vess said as he wanted to move on with business. Let's talk about my upcoming meeting. What do you know about the guy who I am about to meet? The vice director of the regional headquarters that you are scheduled to meet is an old and retired professional hunter called Talas Redmond. Gavin recited the intelligence collected about the man. He is known to be a hardcore hunter and a staunch traditionalist, so much so that he often gets in the way of other leaders within the hunting association. He is one of the difficult people to persuade on anything. The HA is definitely making life more difficult for you by deliberately having you negotiate with such a stubborn old fool. Great, this was yet another calculated snub from the hunting association. Couldn't. These guys act normal for once. Does he still hunt? He does. Redmond is over 200 years old, but still goes out to complete his own hunts now and then. According to our intelligence, he takes every vacation opportunity that he can get to travel to a nearby hunting preserve and go out in the wild to complete a solo hunt. He is one of the types that likes to enter a jungle with nothing but clothes and other essential survival gear, such as a breather mask, if necessary. He doesn't necessarily go out to hunt the most deadly prey. The vice director finds greater enjoyment in hunting elusive prey by taking them down with bows and arrows that he crafted from the land, or by setting up ingenious traps that could take his targets down in a brilliant fashion. The stories that Gavin shared about Vice Director Redmond painted the picture of an utterly bewildering old man. This guy willingly abandoned the comforts of civilization and embraced savagery just to make his hunts more exciting and authentic. His advanced age may have caused his fitness to drop from its peak a long time ago, but the man relished the opportunity to fell his prey through trickery and cunning instead. Vess already started to feel his headache growing stronger as he struggled to figure out how to develop a connection with such a savage figure. Maybe I should cancel this meeting. Don't. There is always a chance, boss. Suspending the meeting will be seen as a show of weakness. You absolutely cannot afford to do that during this politically sensitive period of time. You need to see this meeting through and come out strong enough to prove to all of the spies and secret observers that you can hold your own in front of a powerful rival or adversary. You can consider this one of the annoying tests that you have been complaining about as of late. Great, really great. A test is the last thing I want to hear about. Vess groaned. Now that Gavin mentioned it, Vess could already recognize that it was likely true. The huntsman himself may have decided to give Vess a diplomatic challenge, just to see whether he could overcome it with his dignity intact. If Vess failed to handle himself properly during this difficult talk, then that would obviously cause the people above his head to silently lower their evaluation of himself. Though Vess felt so frustrated about these games that he felt the urge to flip the board out of rage, he held in his emotions and tried to be more rational about this affair. There were far more advantages than disadvantages if he agreed to play along. If he was not strong enough to become a chess player, then he better do a good job as a chess piece. His time would come sooner or later. Ascending to high office at the Red Collective was the first major step of this ambitious plan. He could exercise a lot more power and influence once his appointment turned into reality. Gavin, please help me with ideas on how I can possibly connect to this old vice director. I refuse to believe I cannot persuade this guy to embrace a mutually beneficial agreement. Chapter 64, 21, The Hunting Association Conundrum. When Vess stepped out of his armored transport, he looked up at the regional headquarters of the Hunting Association. The architecture of the structure stood out from the rest of the urban sprawl. Whereas most structures tended to favor clean lines, ultra-modernity, and strong metallic materials, the regional headquarters looked like an aged and ancestral tribal stronghold. The use of ochre tints, tribal and animalistic architectural details, and other anachronisms gave the regional HQ building a distinctly savage and aggressive vibe. This was a pretty blunt and obvious way for the Hunting Association to convey its stance upon society. It refused to conform to the prevailing standards of human civilization. Instead, just the god pilot who founded it, the Hunting Association explicitly sought to impose its own order onto its sphere of influence. While the HA did not harbor any apparent ambitions to become a hegemon of red humanity, it nonetheless claimed complete dominion over the increasingly more important activity of hunting. The hunters selfishly refused any other group from encroaching upon their territory, whether it was the Mechers or the Fleeters. Any affair relating to the hunting and population management of wild exobests on different planets must fall under the jurisdiction of the Hunting Association. While the rapidly rising organization provided a valuable public service to red humanity as a whole, the problem was that the masses never had a proper say in the founding and the legislation of the current iteration of the Hunting Association. This was in complete contrast to the Red Collective, which came about due to meeting the overwhelming demand of red humanity. The Interim Leadership Council gathered representatives from both the lower and upper segments of the population in order to ensure that the new superorganization properly conveyed the will of a broad swath of society. In contrast, the Huntsmen took over an old hunting organization and completely reformed it to undertake a responsibility designated by the god pilot himself. At most, other hunters fleshed out the rules and regulations of the Hunting Association and set up all of the planetary branches, but nobody had any illusions that it served as the personal arm of a single god pilot. That ruffled a lot of feathers. God pilot or not, there were still many people who objected to abuses of power and acts of tyranny. If one god pilot was allowed to run roughshod over the prevailing rules of the game, what about the next one? Would every god pilot be permitted to ignore proper procedures and civilized conventions from now on? Would the huntsman's selfish and willful actions set a precedent that allowed any god pilot to act like a warlord? Many people had different opinions on this increasingly more concerning matter. Though Vess was supposed to belong to the law and order camp due to his involvement in the orderly process to create the Red Collective, the reality was that he favored the other side instead. His life and work experiences had jaded him to the power of the masses. Most people were powerless to change the big picture. They lacked the voice, the capital, and the strength necessary to force a change that was significant enough to alter the trajectory of human civilization. Only the high-tier galactic citizens broke through the threshold of anonymity and possessed the power to change the course of human history. In a time of peace, it may be more acceptable to listen to the voices of the common folk in order to maintain stability and improve everyone's way of life, but the problem was that those times were gone. In a time where red humanity lost a lot of star systems and was on the verge of losing more precious territories, martial law trumped any civil law. Survival had to be prioritized at all costs. If a few human rights had to be trampled to save the continued existence of humans in the Red Ocean, then so be it. Keeping the greatest protectors of human civilization happy was a much greater priority than ensuring that the common folk had a say in how their society should be run. Vess did not set the rules. He could only choose to stay out of this new and sordid game or take active part in it. There was no other choice. He chose to be proactive and take part in the game. He did not reject the trend of warlordism, but treated it as an inevitability. The best he could do was to maneuver through all of the obstacles and establish himself as a warlord in his own right. Even his attempts to get appointed to high office in the Red Collective was nothing but a transition vehicle as far as he was concerned. Vess never really cared about the position and title of chief counselor in the first place. He mainly regarded it as a launching pad to build up his own power base and form his own private kingdom of sorts. A chief counselor could always lose his title and associated authority, but no one could take away the forces that solely pledged their loyalty to him rather than the Red Collective. In any case, if Vess wanted to build up a power base that was strong enough to hold its own in the Red Ocean, he still needed to borrow the enormous authority and privileges afforded to a leader of the Red Collective. How he dealt with the problem posed by the Hunting Association would affect a lot of his future plans. He did not stand to lose everything if he failed to win over the stubborn hunters, but it would be a lot harder for him to get stuff done with a failure on his record. Vess briefly thought back on his strategy session with Gavin. You cannot afford to go into this meeting with the Hunting Association by relying on your weaknesses. You need to rely on your strengths instead. What do you mean by that, Gavin? You always tell everyone that you are a Mech designer and a damn good one at that. Why not try to make use of that? Instead of trying to win over the hunters with empty words, maybe you can win them over by presenting them with a Mech that they cannot resist. That actually sounded like a good idea. Vess thought about it for a moment, but then recalled the personality of the vice director that he was supposed to meet. I don't think this approach will work out as well as you think, he sighed. A lot of people have taken a liking for my living Mechs, and especially my Carmine Mechs, but this Tala's Redmond figure is one of those Puritan hunter types. He is the sort that disdains the use of advanced technology to hunt down prey. I can already predict that his attitude towards converting ordinary hunters into Carmine Mech pilots will cause him to blow up in my face. It is as if the Hunting Association has already anticipated this strategy in advance and sought to strangle it in its cradle. The hunters may present themselves as savage and uncouth, but anyone who assumed they were stupid was making a big mistake. Gavin still maintained a lot of confidence in his superior. I do not have any brilliant ideas to share with you. I still believe you can do it. You always do. Nobody truly dislikes Mechs. I am sure you can come up with a good solution one way or another. It has always been your style to win people over by presenting them with the mechs that they need or appeal to them the most. It is impossible for the hunters to have no desires. As long as they are human enough to possess their own wants and needs, there is always an opportunity to sell them a product that they initially did not know they needed. Your job is to identify a problem that poses a struggle to hunters and offer them a solution that they cannot resist. That is easier said than done. Vess scoffed at the time. As far as I know, the hunters aren't really short on anything. Their numbers are sufficient, their presence across human-occupied space is ubiquitous, and the profit they earn is more than enough to cover for all of their expenses. Perhaps their only major shortcoming is that their hunters aren't doing enough to fight against the native aliens, but that can be excused by the fact that they are doing a good job in culling the increasingly more threatening exobests that are rapidly evolving on untamed planets. One of the reasons why the leaders of Red Humanity chose to tolerate the Hunting Association was because it lifted an important problem off their hands. As long as the Hunting Association properly managed all of the planets with an abundant amount of wildlife, no powerful calamity beasts or speculative god beasts could emerge and destroy any local population centers. Wait a minute! Vess suddenly came up with an interesting idea. It was just a tentative idea, not a complete Mech concept or Mech design, but it might just be attractive enough to break through the Hunting Association's reticence. Gavin grinned when he saw that Vess apparently gained inspiration again. That's it. This is what you are good at. Even if you end up failing, at least you tried your best. Now go ahead and catch your ride. You do not have much time before the meeting is scheduled to begin. Back in the present, Vess and his guards entered the regional headquarters of the HA. The workers inside did not dare to neglect their important guest and led him straight up to the top floor. Once the visitors passed through another door, they entered a large office that also doubled as a trophy room. Hunters often like to show off their proudest hunts. The preserved heads of all manner of exobests lined the wall. Talons, teeth, skulls, and other nasty remains did a good job of conveying the lethality of the natural weapons at the disposal of the hunted prey. On another wall hung an impressive display of firearms. The majority of them consisted of old but very artfully made old-fashioned slug throwers. The pistols and rifles possessed limited power and ammunition capacity, which forced their users to accurately target a resilient exobest's weak points in order to secure a kill. Locked in a large and transparent display case set before this wall was a large amount of melee weapons. Swords, spears, knives, and axes made predominantly out of bright and polished metal gleamed in the light. Each of them conveyed the sense that they had managed to shed the blood and claimed the life of at least one exobest. Gathering so many hunting weapons together caused the entire collection to convey a subtle sense of threat. The man who sat behind the desk that was apparently carved from the tusk of a large exobest exuded a greater sense of threat. It was quite subtle, but the man clearly possessed an edge that had taken the lives of hundreds, if not thousands, of exobests, none of them weaker than an armed human soldier. This was a man who devoted himself to hunting long before all of the possibilities of the Age of Dawn became available. That seemed to matter a lot. The vice director had not gone on too many valid hunts since the start of the new age, but the strength and power he exuded far exceeded the level of a typical hunter who regularly went into the wild to claim the lives of challenging beasts. That only left one possibility to Vess. Talas Redmond received the personal favor of the huntsman. The god pilot paid special attention to this old man and bestowed him with far greater power than usual. If this was the case, then there was a large chance that the vice director possessed a much closer relationship with the god pilot than anticipated. Talking to Redmond was almost as good as talking to the huntsman himself. Chapter 64, 22, Vice Director Talas Redmond. As Vess sat down on the slightly uncomfortable chair placed before the desk made out of a bone from an exobest that the vice director must have hunted himself, he decided to take the initiative. There was a risk to speaking first and trying to dictate the rhythm of the conversation, but Vess judged that he could not afford to fall into his counterpart's rhythm instead. "Vice Director Talas Redmond," Vess spoke up first. "You already know who I am, so let's skip the introductions. Let me be honest with you. I do not want to be here, yet I am compelled by circumstances to pay a visit to your office. You guys know damn well what you have been doing all of this time, and I do not like to deal with the obstructions that you have caused. I am here because I still see a chance that the Red Collective and the Hunting Association can see eye to eye with each other. Before I invest further time and effort into this conversation, I would like a straight answer from you. Are you willing to talk about it, or have you already made your decision before I entered your office?" The direct and unconventional approach taken by Vess seemed to throw the highly experienced hunter off guard. The old man, who bore obvious muscles beneath his brown hunting suit, looked at Vess in a much different light than before. The badges and small trophies that hung on his suit added an air of distinction and accomplishment to the hunter. Even though Vess was pretty sure that he could beat Talas Redmond in a contest of pure strength, the hunter still gave off much more threat than Vess had ever encountered from a human without a mech or warship at his disposal. That was quite impressive, to say the least. The Hunting Association had already made a lot of progress in raising cultivators who gained so much combat power that they could even fight against mechs under specific conditions. If these hunters were able to amass so much power by practicing the hunter's code, what use did they have for mechs? Did Vess have a realistic chance of winning the hunters over by sticking to his chosen strategy of approaching this challenge as a mech designer? Although Vess started to entertain a lot of doubts, he did his best not to let his mental turmoil affect his composure. Now that he was here, it was too late to reconsider. He could only grit his teeth and persist in the strategy that gave him the greatest amount of confidence. The vice director looked at Vess with undisguised amusement. As much as he was famed for employing trickery and deception to hunt down exobests that were much larger and more powerful than him, he was not known to be a person who employed the same methods towards his fellow humans. Of course, any politician who thought they could pull off a scheme against Talas Redmond would learn quite quickly that this hunter was not incapable of dealing with sophisticated ploys. This was one of the reasons why he had been elevated to such an important office in one of the centers of human civilization. Vess was not the only person who ended up in a meeting with this infamous hunter. He just hoped that he could obtain more concessions out of the vice director than the last fellows who sat on this chair. Hierarch, Deputy Chief Counsel, Professor, Patriarch. Which title do you prefer me to address you with? Vice Director Redmond responded to Vess' unconventional opening with a surprising response. Most people that Vess encountered in the past tended to use the title they thought was most relevant. However, Vess managed to pick up a lot of additional positions as of late, so it was easier for people to get confused. I don't think either of us are the sort of people to ascribe too much value on artificially constructed labels. Vess spoke. Let's dispense with the pageantry and speak like one guy to another guy. You can just go ahead and call me Vess if you allow me to call you Talas. That actually elicited an amused smile out of the old man. The vice director had never met. Man who was so eager to discard the trappings of status and titles. It was such an unexpected proposal that the vice director couldn't help but gain a little appreciation for the upstart that had managed to upend human society just a few days earlier. Acceptable, the old hunter gruffly replied. Since you prefer to be honest and direct, I will give you the courtesy of doing so as well. We can both save a large amount of time with this. The truth is that we, the Hunting Association, see no reason to subject ourselves to the jurisdiction of your Red Collective. We have tried to be indirect about this in order to avoid causing any unnecessary offense or humiliation, but seeing that you still do not accept our hints, I am sharing our stance to you without any ambiguity. Vess frowned. Pushing the hunting association to the point where it had to openly voice this stance was not a positive development. There are still possibilities where we can persuade you to cooperate with the Red Collective. Is that correct, Talas? We do not categorically reject cooperation with the RC, but we see no reason to proceed with this if we do not get anything out of it that benefits us, Vess. In fact, subjecting ourselves to your rules and regulations will impose a large amount of unnecessary burdens on our operations. Why would we make a decision that does not bring us any benefits and only burdens us with a large amount of disadvantages? The logic was quite clear from the perspective of the hunting association. A cost-benefit analysis clearly told the hunters that it was far too costly to work with the Ra. This was where Vess happened to see an opening. Since the hunters had a problem with the inequity of this deal, Vess just had to make sure to add enough value to make the transaction fair and equal. I can understand that the RC has not done a good job of persuading your hunting association of the benefits of operating under its sanction, Vess plainly admitted. Let me give you an additional incentive that I am sure many hunters will be interested in. As you know, I am a Mech designer. I solve problems for a living. If you agree to cooperate with the Red Collective, I am willing to devote my time to designing a series of exclusive hunting mechs for the Hunting Association. Not only will the living mechs be fully attuned to your demands, but I will also throw in Carmine Mech variants to serve the needs of the hunters who were unable to complete their challenges with the power of mechs. Any normal person would have welcomed an offer to design a mech, as well as a Carmine Mech, from the famous Vess Larkinson. Unfortunately, the obstinate hunter was not a normal person. This was a man who went as far as leaving his nutrient packs at home whenever he went on a long hunt. Instead, he preferred to catch small prey with his bare hands and cook them over a campfire to sate his hunger. How could such a hardcore hunter feel any attraction towards being given the choice to pilot a Carmine Mech and hunt much larger prey than before? This guy was probably one of the few red humans who genuinely despised the thought of piloting Carmine Mechs. We acknowledge the good that you have done by giving Norms the ability to pilot Carmine Mechs, Talas said with a genuine tone of appreciation. That said, Carmine Mechs and the Hunting Association do not necessarily intersect with each other. There are plenty of exobests who tend to be too large to be defeated by hunters on foot, but we still have enough hunter pilots to cull these super-large prey. The true satisfaction from hunting does not come from stomping exobests with superior mechs and arms. It comes from leveraging your own strength and intelligence to turn a powerful predator into your prey. The more we rely on advanced technology to do the job that humans ought to be able to do themselves, the less we are able to exercise the skills that matter. I do not think that every hunter agrees with you. Are you even able to represent all of their wishes? What about the hunters that hunt those ultra-large prey with their own mechs? Are they all losers for relying on the power of their big combat mechs? Do not try to divide us, Vess. I do not prefer the hunting approach of mech pilots, but I recognize that they are an important component in maintaining the security of planets with strong wildlife. Even so, our rules strictly restrain the power of their hunting mechs. They can resort to using much more powerful machines, but they willingly switch to weaker and more basic mechs instead in order to preserve the sanctity of the hunt. We do not need your products at all, exclusive or not. We have already established a hunting system that works well for us. No exobests have gone rogue and broken into any settlements to commit massacres among the colonists. We have also stopped all untamed planets in our territory from turning into incubators of highly threatening god beasts. We have been able to fulfill all of our responsibilities without relying too much on the power of mechs or technology. Talas Redmond sounded very proud about that. The hunters respected the old traditions and gained extraordinary strength and capabilities because of that. The huntsman had set up a perfect paradise that did not need any further corrections as far as the vice director was concerned. As much as Vess hoped that the man would be a little more open-minded, His obstinate response did not deviate from his expectations. Since it had come to this, Vess had no other choice but to resort to his most desperate gambit. He decided to flip the board. "Enough of this crap," Vess shouted. "You hunters have gone far enough." He no longer repressed his mounting anger, but instead allowed it to flow freely. An irrational impulse even prompted him to rise to his feet, causing the slightly uncomfortable chair to fall and clatter onto the floor. At the same time, Vess channeled all of his frustration towards the constant, obstructionist behavior of the hunting association and slammed his fists against the large carved bone. Crack, crack, desk. Vess channeled enough force from his true body to crack a solid piece of polished exobast bone. The violent response was so sudden that Vice Director Redmond couldn't help but jump out of his chair and instinctively retrieve a very potent hunting rifle that he had mounted on the back of his own desk chair. "I am sick and tired of the selfish actions of your damned association," Vess continued to rant as his fists dug deeper into the resilient desk. "All you care about is hunt, hunt, hunt. You obsess so much of IT that you invent all of these stupid rules just so that you can make IT more challenging for yourself. Do you know what that sounds to me? You guys are nothing but cowards." That triggered a furious response from the old hunter. "I reject that accusation. We are braver than many people. Every proper hunt is a battle of life and death. It takes great courage to confront an exobest without overwhelming power. I would never call your carefully staged and managed hunts a battle." Vess sneered. "True combat is never fair. Try fighting against 2 greater phase lords and 5 lesser phase lords and somehow manage to kill half of them. Oh, you hunters never do that because you are too focused on bullying ignorant and primitive mutated beasts, where you are in control of every variable. You just cannot bring yourself to enter the most challenging hunting grounds and hunt down the ultimate predators of the red oceans, which are other phase lords and phase whales." From the moment Vess went on the offensive, he completely forced Tala's Redmond on the back foot. Chapter 64:23, The Combat Role of Hunters. There are soldiers and there are hunters. Vice Director Redmond tried to keep his cool under the weight of all of the accusations. Neither of them are any less necessary than the other. Both are doing what is necessary to defend our civilization. We hunters may not publicize our battles as much, but I will not allow you to devalue our accomplishments. I disagree. While I don't ascribe to your rigid hunting code, I am of the opinion that I am a much greater hunter than you, Talas. What hunts have you completed that can come close to the enemies that I have felled in personnel combat, as well as the head of a large Mech force? No one else in this headquarters aside from myself deserves to be called a hunter as far as I am concerned. You are all pansies who avoid conscription into the war by pretending that culling exobasts is an essential job. Why haven't you ever turned your hunting weapons against the much more powerful native aliens? The huntsman, you are not the huntsman, Vess barked back. You are pathetic wannabes who never follow him where it matters the most, which is hunting down the true enemies of red humanity at the front lines. While you pampered hunters keep hunting down the same kind of mutated beasts in the carefully tended gardens that you call hunting preserves, real soldiers are fighting to take down alien face fighters. Enormous alien warships and despairing powerful phase lords. We value the contributions made by the servicemen who bravely fight to defend our borders, but our responsibility is no less important. It is not the same, Vess scowled. Unlike hunters who have the luxury to downgrade their equipment so that they can gain a slight amount of thrill in their hunts, those Mech pilots out there cannot afford to do the same. They are constantly outnumbered and overpowered by our real enemies. The fact that many of them are able to persist and even kill their formidable enemies under adverse conditions makes them the true hunters as far as I am concerned. Just admit it, Talas. You hunters have been playing parlor games far away from contested territory, doing very little to help the real soldiers and hunters negate the threat posed by the native aliens. If our defenders falter one day, it will be because hunters such as yourself have been killing your prey for sport instead of duty. The vice director of the regional headquarters had a duty to defend the honor and the mission of the hunting association. He found that to be increasingly more challenging, as Vess a number of very pointed accusations. While this was not the first time that a critic had lodged these accusations towards the hunting association, Tala's Redmond still found it a lot more difficult to refute them than normal. In most discussions, the vice director could easily intimidate his counterparts by showing off his many impressive hunts. That was a lot more difficult to do against the only senior Mech designer, who not only managed to fight against several phase lords in person, but also contributed to the deaths of several of these powerful foes. Even though the circumstances of that recent battle could never be equated to a proper hunt or a formal duel, Vess was right that true combat was never fair or perfectly arranged in advance. The old man eventually let out a sigh. Whatever you are attempting to do, it is not working, Vess. It is childish to think that a single outburst can magically make your problems disappear. You seek to shame us and guilt-trip us into agreeing your concessions. That will never work because there is no direct relation between your accusation and the possibility of the hunting association agreeing to place itself under your red collective. We can address your points of criticism just fine without subjecting ourselves to the rules and regulations of another authority besides the huntsman. We already have plans to participate more directly in the defense of our border with the native aliens. We only require more time in order to raise a large enough quantity of hunters of notable strength to materially affect the war effort. Ha 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 ha! Vess openly laughed. This is not meant to be a joke. Well, it sure sounds like one to me, Talas. What the hell are a few million or even a few million hunters supposed to do? No matter how much stronger they have become with the help of your hunter's code, that doesn't change the fact that they are still stuck in their tiny human forms. Tell me honestly. Are these hunters of yours strong enough to defeat a Mech in single combat? They can, the vice director defensively said. Do not underestimate their power. The extent of their growth is greater than you can imagine. Every hunter draws power from the prey they have slain. Complete enough hunts, and the power a hunter is able to accumulate is expansive. Well, congratulations, then. You have just raised a hunter that may or may not be able to beat a Mech. Up close. That chooses to fight a superhuman where it holds the least amount of advantages. The native aliens won't be as silly. They will take advantage of the superior firepower of their face fighters and warships to blast all of your tiny and vulnerable hunters to pieces. As for phase lords, they can use their enormous bulk or their vast spatial powers to slaughter any formation of hunters. Vice Director Redmond shook his head in denial. We are hunters. We are not soldiers. We do not seek to replace or imitate Mechs. We are smaller and subtler. We are much more suitable to help the war effort by fighting as saboteurs as opposed to frontline soldiers. We can sneak behind enemy lines in stealth vessels so small that enemy detection measures cannot pick up their signatures. We are accustomed to operating in the wild with no backup and support structure, so we can infiltrate enemy planets and strongholds by ourselves and engage in all manner of sabotage and assassination before we exfiltrate as quietly as we came in. If we do this often enough, we can slow down and hinder the alien offensive and give our forces more time and space to repel the enemy attacks. That did not sound too bad, actually. If the hunting association was truly serious about this, they could do a lot of damage behind enemy lines. However, Vess did not take this measure all that seriously. I can see the value in doing this, but only to a certain extent. At most, you will slow the aliens down. That does not mean you can defeat them. First, there are too many space stations, planets and star systems that the native aliens are using to supply their fleets and keep their offensive active. Second, these hunters may be able to act as fine saboteurs and assassins, but messing around in hostile territory can only inflict limited damage. Even 100 hunters cannot destroy all of the factories. warehouses and other important facilities on a single industrial planet unless they stick around for years. Are you dismissing the contribution they could make as saboteurs? I think the Red Cabal and most alien leaders will dismiss the trivial damage that your hunters can inflict on a tiny proportion of their total infrastructure and continue to invest much of their available fighting forces into battering down our defensive lines. Once we lose the border regions, the native aliens will go on a frenzy. All of those raiding fleets and assault fleets will fall upon the star systems colonized by red humanity like hungry sharks. Our scattered Mech forces and war fleets will try to defend our territories, only to get shredded due to lack of numbers. Who cares about all of the fires you start behind enemy lines? The native alien dominions are so big that they can easily absorb the damage. Vice Director Redmond defiantly crossed his arms. I do not entirely reject your projections, but you do not know what you are talking about. You may look down on our hunting traditions and the way we manage our hunting preserves, but they have created a large and endlessly renewable pipeline for strong and combat-capable hunters. As irregular combatants, they are much more useful when they can employ all of their strengths. Sure, they can do a bit of damage behind enemy lines, but they can do even more damage if they fight against our enemies at the front, Vess argued. These hunters are excellent warriors and possess excellent martial skills. Pairing them up with a Carmine Mech designed to synergize with their distinctive skills and extraordinary abilities can generate a massive amplification of their combat power. Instead of wasting their time on bombing factories or assassinating mid-level officers, they can participate in truly challenging and worthwhile hunts by taking down formidable alien warships or even stronger phase lords. Killing a single native god should not only be the ultimate culmination of a hunter's journey, but will also help the war effort far greater than wrecking the key institutions on a couple of enemy planets. A brief moment of silence followed as tall as Redmond seriously considered the proposal made by Vess. The temperature in the office had dropped now that Vess was not shouting at the hunters anymore. While Vess failed to persuade the Hunting Association from suspending their current policy of obstructionism, he at least managed to shake up the vice director just enough for him to discard his original game plan and approach this problem from a fresh perspective. Let us hold a more carnist talk, Vess, Talas Redmond suggested in a calmer tone. Maybe we can make more fruitful progress if we just skip all of this arguing and start right at the point where you are going to present your proposed Mech to us. If your idea does not possess sufficient merit, then your remaining arguments will not be able to convince us to change our plans. We can end this meeting early right away if that is the case. In the end, it all came down to this. Vess could either win over the Hunting Association with a Mech that was attractive enough to change its policies, or he would end up leaving the regional headquarters without any gains. Very well, Talas. Unlike the product reveal I held not too long ago, I do not have any complete Mech designs or fancy display Mechs to dazzle you. I only have a basic Mech concept that can become much more as long as I work on it for half a year. Vess used his comm to project a rudimentary draft design. Despite the lack of definition and precise details, the sketch immediately revealed a number of interesting traits. First, the draft design consisted of a full biomech. It did not contain any obvious mechanical or metallic components on the outside. Second, it was humanoid in nature. Its appearance was so lifelike that it looked more like a giant human rather than a biomachine optimized for warfare. Third, the biomech appeared to have mutated to the point of assimilating the natural weapons of several formidable exobast species. It featured serpentine eyes that could perceive a lot more detail than typical organic optical organs. Its left hand had mutated into a reptilian limb that featured long and sharp claws. Its right arm had mutated into a biocannon that could launch energy projectiles. It also featured a segmented bone tail that ended in a spike so sharp that it looked as if it could pierce right through the hull of a warship. What is this monstrosity? This is the ultimate hunting mech, Vess grinned. You hunters take so much joy and satisfaction from absorbing the strength of your slain prey. However, it is impossible for this process to be 100% efficient. I bet that a lot of energy ends up getting wasted. Investing resources into your human self alone also requires lots of time to produce a truly powerful hunter. I am confident I can design a living biomech that can do a better job at absorbing the tangible as well as the intangible resources of a dead exobest. Not only will it be able to absorb a large proportion of the spirit of the exobest, but it can also assimilate and adapt the superior physical organs of the same prey. You are what you hunt. You discard or sacrifice the parts of the prey that are weak, but assimilate the parts that are stronger. Do this long enough, and your hunting mech will not only turn into a collection of trophies, but also a unique war machine that concentrates the best attributes of your strongest prey. The unnamed mech concept that Vess had come up with a whim was the first proper biomech that he truly felt motivated to design. Previously, Vess came up with several ideas for biomechs, but quickly argued that he could design an equivalent that worked just as well if it was based on conventional technology. This was different. No conventional mech or cyborg mech could serve as a hunting mech as well as a real biomech. If the Hunting Association gave Vess a chance to realize this mech concept, then he would promise to give the hunters a definite weapon. Chapter 64, 24 The First Living Biomechs. Vess long harbored an ambiguous relationship towards biomechs. As a mech designer who was born and raised in a fairly ordinary third-rate state in the galactic rim of the Milky Way, he never had much contact with biotechnology throughout his life. Unlike the citizens of the rare states that committed to biotechnology, such as the Life Research Association, Vess did not receive years of exposure to biomechanical products. This meant that he regarded it as akin to alien technology. Every biomech and product of biomechanical engineering came across as inhuman to Vess. There was just something about all of the icky flesh and bloody fluids that disturbed both his conscious and conscious parts of his mind. This rejection reaction gradually lightened up as Vess grew older and gained more understanding of biotechnology. After Vess managed to gain a more systematic grasp of the science of biotechnology, he became a lot more tolerant towards it. The acquisition of relevant knowledge dispelled much of the mystery surrounding biotech products. Now that he was able to figure out their basic functions and working principles, they functioned just like any other piece of technology. They just came in a more disgusting form. Still, Vess may have gone as far as incorporating biotechnology in his design philosophy, but that did not mean he was completely comfortable with working on this organic tech base. This was one of the two main reasons why he always felt reluctant to take the next step and design a true biomech. The other reason that held him back from designing such a mech was because he strongly felt that he would be crossing a line that could never be undone. Vess had gathered plenty of clues that indicated that his design philosophy possessed excellent synergy with biomechs. Perhaps far too well. It frankly made Vess both afraid and suspicious of what he might create from his own hands. His prior trials involving an experimental piece of organic mounted wargear produced a savage monstrosity that constantly sought to fight and rebel against venerable Joshua Larkinson and the Evertshanger. The Titan V project had been his first foray into discovering the interactions between living mechs and biomechs. He discovered that biomechs, or any form of biotissue, could serve as an excellent carrier for the spiritual foundation of a living mech. It was so much easier that the biomass behaved as if it was meant to carry a living spirit. While all of this sounded great, the problem was that there was an awful lot of bleed-through. Certain properties of the organic tissue transferred to the spiritual foundation, causing the latter to become contaminated to the point of mutating into a monster. This sounded awful to Vess, as the unpredictable behavior and increased resistance from the savage and degenerated living entity led to a severe loss of control. The problem became so bad in his opinion that he saw no choice to suspend the use of the Titan V project. The large meat suit, as he affectionately called it, had just become too violent to bother. Venerable Joshua already mentioned that he had to spend more time and energy on fighting against his own meat suit than the enemy during those final days. Vess was not a mad scientist who liked to push the envelope just because he could. He knew his limits. There was no reason for him to play with fire and risk a catastrophic accident with the Titan V project when there was no prospect of a huge payoff. He had already decided to suspend all studies related to the Titan V project. He also instructed the Larkinson Biotech Institute to freeze the meat suit in a block of ice and lock it inside the deepest and most secure vault of the Dragon's Den. He could have ordered the meat suit to be destroyed, but he felt reluctant to do so. It was still a fairly powerful and unique living object. Vess had not extracted all of the value out of it. He was very reluctant to throw it all away when he could still mine more secrets out of this bizarre creation. In any case, if his biomechs ended up similar to the Titan V project, then Vess did not want to birth a much more potent and complete monstrosity into the universe. Every time Vess came up with a new biomech concept, he would think back on the meat suit and consider whether his idea had any chance of solving or handling the problems that he could foresee. In all of those cases, the answer was always no. His knowledge base and his concept lacked enough countermeasures and safeguards that could keep the biomechs under control. Vess did not want to invest 6 to 12 months worth of design time onto a biomech design project that only ended up in catastrophe. Sure, the failures might be able to teach him a lot of harsh lessons about the perils of combining his design philosophy with biomechs, but he would rather wait until he gained enough confidence to do it right the first time. This long-awaited moment had finally come. For the first time in years, Vess came up with a concept of a living biomech that far exceeded the promise of his previous ideas. You do not fully understand the weight of what it means to design a living biomech, Talas. Vess spoke in a serious tone. My previous living mechs were all machines made out of metal. At most, they incorporated a bit of organic tissue like my Carmine mechs. The furthest I have gone so far is incorporating the biodome into the yellow jacket design. Turning so much of the Carmine mech organic is one of the reasons why this organic mass alone can constitute an entire living mech. It also provides other benefits that are rather difficult to explain. Vice Director Redmond looked more intrigued than anything. He was not a mech fanatic, but Vess had a way to make any of his mechs sound intriguing. If you sound so vigilant towards your own work, then why are you proposing to design a dangerous biomech for our hunting association? There is a good reason for that. Based on my prior experiments and exploration, designing a living biomech will always cause it to develop a primal and savage personality. For whatever reason, the flesh contaminates the spirit, and I do not know how to stop this process at this time. In most cases, this is a defect that is severe enough to scrap the entire project. There is no way I can responsibly sell these defective and outright dangerous products to the mech market when I know for a certainty that most mech pilots will suffer an accident. What has changed? You guys, Vess grinned. The more he looked at the grizzled old hunter, the more he saw promise in his new and still developing ideas. He was rapidly filling up the gaps in his initial plan as he spoke. Ordinary people and soldiers cannot handle my savage biomechs. They just can't. They will either be driven mad or get killed by their hostile living machines somehow. They are just too weak and unfamiliar with the monsters they are dealing with. Yet when I think about hunters such as yourself, I see how you are anything but unfamiliar with what I have created. Talas Redmond puffed his chest. We have overcome our fear of monsters. We do so each time we set out to hunt a mighty beast. Out of all of the humans in our society, Hunters have the most experience with fighting against large, savage, and utterly violent exobests. We are professionals in this area. No matter whether they are naturally born mutated beasts or biomechs gone rogue, they are all the same to us. They may see themselves as the ultimate predators, but we human hunters have taught them time and time again that we can turn them into prey under the right conditions. The more great and powerful exobests we have felled, the less we fear the potential threat they pose. Vess grinned more and more. That is exactly what I wanted to hear, Talas. This confidence, this concept towards exobests, the utter certainty that you will be able to turn the tables against any superior opponent. You will need all of that in order to harness a living biomech, no carmine biomech of my design. Regardless of whether a hunter has the right genetic aptitude or not, they live a dangerous lifestyle where they rigidly follow a code in order to gain strength. A blood pact fits right into your culture and customs. The vice director contemplated that claim. I truly have no interest in your mech proposal or any mechs for that matter, the old man said. However, given what the younger generations of hunters pursue, I can imagine that they will enjoy this challenge that you have presented to them. It reminds me of the subset of hunting colleagues that tame an exobest in the wild in order to leverage its power in future hunts. These beast tamers are more daring than most hunters for tracking down their prey with the help of their not always docile exobest pets. From what I understand of your speech, you seek to present our hunters with carmine biomechs that serve a similar role. That is a pretty good comparison to what I am proposing. This is not a carmine biomech for the weak and feeble. I actually doubt whether any mortal can fully harness such a dangerous machine. Your hunters are different. Through the feedback generated by your sacrificial rituals, you become infused with greater strength, clarity, and mental power. I have not studied any hunter up close, so I am not entirely familiar with what improves, but I am sure that my guess is close to the truth. The old hunter crossed his arms and nodded. We hunt our prey and take from it the strength of the beast. It is fascinating to hear a mech designer try to imitate our methods with an unconventional mech design. Oh, this is more than a quant mech design. There is great potential in it. Vess grinned wider as he continued to flesh out his idea. In my imagination, this biomech will start off as bland and aligned to the human race as possible. While I intend for it to become a living mech, I do not want it to develop its own personality at this stage. I will take special measures to prevent the birth of a conscious personality in order to minimize the risk of accidents. When a person enters the cockpit and forms a blood pact with the biomech, it will hopefully develop the first vestiges of a personality that is based on the carmine mech pilot. I imagine that this will not remain this way, the hunter guessed. It will embody the idea that you have mentioned earlier. Once the biomech begins to hunt, it will begin to absorb the superior flesh and organs of the exobests that it has felled. This will not only result in grotesque physical mutations, but even more terrible transformations to the personality of the living mech. Perhaps, the biomech may even revive portions of the slain exobest's personality and consciousness. Whereas other mech designers considered this to be an immensely dangerous idea that needed to be rejected, Vess saw a huge amount of promise in this idea. Vess became so enamored with his latest vision that inspiration struck him yet again. It was not enough to design a quaint little carmine biomech oriented towards the hunting association. He increasingly felt inclined to base his water-attributed elemental carmine mech around this concept. He already came up with a fitting name for this type of advanced carmine mech. The greatest strength of my future mergewater carmine biomechs is that they can reflect the strength of the prey a hunter pilot has defeated. Vess boasted with an increasingly more maniacal smirk. Just think how glorious that would be. Every mergewater biomech will evolve into a unique trophy and combat machine. The hunter pilot has earned every powerful upgrade. What about the potential backlash from these carmine biomechs, Vess? Can you truly promise us that your products will be stable or manageable enough for us to pilot? You are right to ask this question. The greatest risk factor to these special biomechs may serve as an incredible disadvantage to other mech pilots, but I believe in the strength of the members of the hunting association. They have already defeated the exobasts in their hunts. How can they ever give in to the savage remnants of their personality that the Mergewater biomechs have absorbed? A true hunter will master his own machine, no matter how violent and unruly its personality has become. A competent hunter will know how to control and direct all of that potent aggression towards his real enemies, thereby allowing them to defeat much more opponents than normal. All of that sounded great, but the vice director wondered what would happen to hunters that did not meet these high standards. The danger cannot be eliminated, Talas Redmond concluded. This means that only the strong and capable deserve to pilot this special Carmine biomech of yours. Those who overestimate their abilities and succumb to their dangerous biomechs considered themselves to be predators, only to find out far too late that they are prey to their own machines. I do not object to this as much as I should. As long as the risks are known and predictable enough, these strange Carmine biomechs still hold value. However, these interesting machines must also be significantly stronger than conventionals that lack these additional complications. Your words alone are not enough to convince us. We need proof that you can realize this ambitious mech design. Vess' eyes glinted. Does that mean you are finally willing to form an agreement between our two organizations? Chapter 64:25, Vess the Change Agent, Hehe. My Mergewater biomech shall have infinite potential. As long as their hunter pilots are strong enough to bear the consequences of piloting their increasingly more powerful biomechs, they can wield the power of the mightiest mutated beasts or calamity beasts they have managed to fell. Perhaps one day, a Mergewater biomech might even be able to hunt down a phase lord or a phase whale, thereby gaining transphasic flesh and powers in the process. The Mergewater biomech and possibly the Carmine mech pilot can gain all of the powers of a phase lord, thereby becoming a vessel of human evolution. This is going to be magnificent, ha 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 ha. Vice Director Talas Redmond had seen his fair share of maddened people throughout his 2 centuries of life. True hunts always brought an element of risk. Accidents could occur that could cause a hunting party to suffer deaths. The violence that exobasts could unleash against the hunters that thought themselves superior was raw, primal, vicious, and bloody. The survivors that managed to scramble their way out of a hunting ground often became haunted by the sights of their friends and colleagues getting eaten or torn apart by savage beasts. Hunters were humans as well. Not everyone possessed the stomach to endure these setbacks. The more fragile their mentalities, the easier they shattered. Hunters with more severe cases of PTSD became completely self-absorbed. Some of them even became a threat to others. Right now, the sight of Vess Larkinson reminded Talas Redmond of those broken hunters. Was this the most talented and brilliant senior mech designer of Red humanity, whose contributions made it seem as if he was speedrunning his way to becoming a star designer? Was this the legendary father of Carmine mechs, whose latest invention had earned him a permanent place in the annals of human history? Was this the surprisingly young cutthroat political actor, who not only managed to build a coalition of dozens of religions that never seemed to agree with each other on anything in the past, but also managed to maneuver himself in one of the highest offices of the Red Collective? Many people had sung praises of the mech designer, known as Vess Larkinson, in the past few days. As the Yellow Jackets continually proved their capability to turn practically any norm into a real mech pilot, everyone had become a part of the so-called Carmine Revolution. Both commoners and elites could talk about nothing else but Carmine mechs these days. The popularity of all of the versions of the Yellow Jackets easily surpassed any conventional mech in existence. They had already broken so many records that no one could count them anymore. Every news publication, no matter whether it had anything to do with Mechs or not, had dedicated much of their coverage on Carmine Mechs and everything related to them. Nobody wanted to waste their time on a portal that ignored the most significant invention since the start of the age of Mechs. If the journalists and commentators weren't obsessing over the yellow jackets, they shamelessly slobbered all over the father of Carmine Mechs. They raised the Mech designer up an impossibly high pedestal and even declared him to be the best Mech designer after the star designers. Of course, these gutsy journalists definitely insulted the dignity of every master Mech designer by making these bold claims, but the problem was that the latter could not present a proper counterargument. After all, none of these experienced and knowledgeable masters managed to overthrow the genetic aptitude tyranny. They hadn't even been able to drill a single hole into this seemingly impenetrable wall. In the end, all of these masters ended up with nothing to show for their efforts in the past 4 centuries. While Vess benefited heavily from all of the prior accumulation in the field of Mech design, it did not change the fact that he was responsible for inventing all of the key principles and mechanisms of the Carmine system. The fact that Vess still remained the only Mech designer in the Red Ocean who could design a working Carmine Mech from scratch was solid proof that he deserved all of the credit. Every successful Mech designer tended to possess his own eccentricities, but a man who achieved so much in this field should have the dignity and stature to match his reputation. What the vice director got instead was a Mech designer who was clearly prone to bouts of madness. Was this the true secret behind Vess Larkinson's success? Was all it took for Mech designers to make groundbreaking inventions for them to go mad and let their crazy imagination run wild? The old hunter did not have much of an intersection with the Mech community, so he was not clear whether the example set by Vess was the exception rather than the norm. Talas Redmond was actually hesitant to learn the truth. It may be better to leave this issue alone. Despite the alarming behavior exhibited by the visitor to his office, Talas could not help but find the madman to be a lot more compelling than was proper. Vess Larkinson possessed a magnetism that became a lot more obvious and unrestrained now that he was no longer maintaining his composure. The apparent exposure of his true self gave Talas a much better insight into the person who he had been talking to. This was a Mech designer who genuinely loved his craft and sincerely believed that his solutions could solve any problem as long as he worked hard enough. It was quite difficult for the old man to resist the urge to share in the crazy Mech designer's unbridled confidence and optimism. This was the passion that broke the genetic aptitude tyranny and unlocked the act of piloting Mechs to nearly the entire population of red humanity. This was the power of youth that enabled the younger generations to surpass the older ones with daring and courage. While the old hunter remained in the maddened Mech designer's presence, he somehow felt as if nothing was impossible anymore. Vess Larkinson could realize anything as long as he set his mind onto it. The fact that he had a solid track record of doing so only enhanced this quality of his aura. His empty proposal where he claimed he could design these outlandish mergewater biomechs had no basis in reality. Yet when he was the one who put it forward, it became a lot more believable for whatever reason. The Mech designer possessed the strong capability to inspire others just by espousing his dreams and visions. Even a man as old and weary as Talas Redmond couldn't help but feel at least 5 decades younger after talking to this inspiring Mech designer. The hunter seriously began to consider the viability of the proposal. The more he thought about piloting biomechs that grew stronger by assimilating the strength of their defeated foes, the more his heart began to race. None of this was part of the hunter's code, yet Talas increasingly became convinced that these special Carmine Mech should be added to the texts. As Talas thought about how the proposed mergewater mechs could redefine the combat role of hunters and allow them to contribute much more directly to the war effort, Vess finally calmed down and regained his composure. Ahem, please excuse me. I like mechs a lot, and I especially like new and interesting ideas for mechs that haven't been made before. The mergewater mechs that I have come up with hold a lot of promise. I am willing to design and dedicate them to your hunting association on a near-exclusive basis as long as your group accepts the jurisdiction of the Red Collective. Unacceptable, the vice director rejected. As I have stated before, these subjects are not tied to each other. My instructions are clear. The Hunting Association shall remain an independent organization that will not answer to any of the Red Three. We are willing to meet fair requests and work together for the common good, but our ideas are too deviant to gain other people's understanding. They both ended up at the original issue of why Vess paid a visit to the regional headquarters. After sharing such a promising vision of a future Carmine Mech design that encapsulated the essence of the members of the Hunting Association, Vess could no longer retain a good mood. It was surprising how quickly his demeanor shifted in such a short span of time. "I am not negotiating with you," Vess flatly declared. "You have no say in this matter. I am negotiating directly with the huntsman." Whether he is listening in on this conversation or not, I know that you have a way of passing on my proposal to him. Let your god pilot decide. Will he accept reasonable concessions in exchange for arming his hunters with Carmine mechs that can loosely be described as possessing the combined powers of the Invictus and the Geneforger? I am not convinced he can remain unmoved. You know far too little about our patron and overlord, Vess. What gives you the confidence that he will surrender his own organization to the Red Collective? As promising as your latest mech idea sounds, nothing has been realized so far. Is difficult to believe that you can successfully design a mech that is exactly as described. Even mech designers possess limits. Vess sighed. You are correct. I do possess limits. As far as I can tell, I cannot design a mergewater mech for the Hunting Association by myself. I need the help of the huntsman in order to incorporate a handful of key mechanisms that are vital to making this mech idea work. I believe as long as the huntsman and I both work together on this collaborative mech design project, it is not impossible to realize my vision. Very well, Vess. You have convinced me to pass along your proposal to the huntsman. I cannot promise you that he will be receptive to your ideas for a special new biomech. If it does not match his own strategy, then do not take it personally if he withholds approval in the end. Tell him that I expect an answer from him shortly. I need a definite explanation on what kind of relationship the Hunting Association expects to maintain with the Red Collective. Give me his reply before the start of the founding ceremony tomorrow. It is crucial that I obtain an answer quickly so that I can adapt this potential development into the big event. A day is far too short. These matters cannot be decided on a whim. Look, if the huntsman is attentive enough to arrange an ambush for my escort fleet, but can't be bothered to read and respond to his mail on the same day, then I will not bother to cooperate with him anymore. I will figure out an alternate version of mergewater mechs that can be piloted by norms, perhaps with the help of heavy augmentations. Your hunting association will miss out on gaining access to powerful Carmine mechs that function as the ultimate hunting machines. Vess managed to end this turbulent meeting while maintaining the initiative in the end. He had thrown the ball into the hunting association's court. It was up to the other side to figure out whether it was willing to answer to another authority in exchange for gaining exclusive access to biomechs with such promise that they may redefine what it meant to be a hunter. As Vess left the regional headquarters and boarded his armored transport, Gavin and a few other familiar faces inquired how the meeting had unfolded. The mech designer shrugged. It went all right, I suppose. I managed to get my point across, but I failed to gain a positive response right away. The Hunting Association has less than 1 day to present a definitive answer to us. I am tired of all of this ambiguity. Either the hunters fall in line, or get branded as perennial outcasts and outsiders to mainstream society. His personal assistant looked skeptical. That sounds far from the most ideal outcomes of this meeting. Are you not afraid that the leaders of the Hunting Association will remain unmoved by your Mech proposal? Not really. Vess grinned again. As powerful as the huntsmen and the leaders of the Hunting Association may be, they can never fully represent the interests of the huge number of rank-and-file hunters. It is the latter group who I truly need to win over. Gavin, try to find a discreet way to leak the news about the latest elemental carmine Mech that I have proposed to design to the Hunting Association as part of an agreement. I will share a few exciting details about this new Mech soon. I do not believe that all. Hunters are as old school as tall as Redmond. Adoring Mech is a universal passion among modern humans. Since the huntsman did not play fair, Vess saw no reason why he needed to stick to honorable behavior either. Authorizing this gambit would definitely make the leaders of the Hunting Association upset, but it was the best pathway towards victory as far as he could determine. If the huntsman and his trusted confidantes did not want to create a schism within the Hunting Association, then they had to meet the overwhelming demand from the hunters to be able to pilot their own hunting mechs. Chapter 64, 26 Coercing the Huntsman. Information about what may end up Vess' next carmine Mech took the news by storm. It only took a single leak for the news to spread like wildfire. Carmine Mechs had only gone public for 2 days. The hype surrounding them was still at its peak, so there was a huge amount of interest from the people of Red humanity towards any further news or developments on this subject matter. While Vess had gone on a press tour, he never shared any specific details about what sort of carmine Mechs he intended to design next. Much of that was because he had yet to make a decision. He had a few ideas in mind, but it was too premature for him to lock on his selection of carmine Mech design projects. His refusal to satisfy the public's insatiable curiosity towards carmine Mechs caused the people to hunger for information even more. In the absence of reliable information, a huge amount of people began to comment and debate on the subject. They spent hours obsessing over their beliefs and expectations on carmine Mechs. This was clearly a coping mechanism for all of the norms that yearned to pilot a carmine Mech, but could not secure one in a short amount of time. In the midst of all of this discussion, word of a new kind of carmine Mech started to spread from person to person, platform to platform. Initially, a lot of people dismissed the crazy and ridiculous notion of mergewater Mechs. The entire label sounded so stupid that most folks dismissed it out of hand. It was only when a small proportion of Mech insiders and nitpicky nerds started to dig into the details that they began to take the leaked proposal more seriously. Vess could never hide the fact that he had paid a personal visit to the regional headquarters of the Hunting Association on La Réunie. His armored transport had been associated with him a long time ago, and the fact that the Dark Zephyr was part of the security detail was also a big clue. Political commentators and analysts thoroughly understood the tension that had developed between the Red Collective and the Hunting Association. Although they were careful in their descriptions in order to avoid any direct criticism towards the huntsman, the reality was that the Hunting Association refused to submit itself to an authority that possessed a rightful mandate. It made a lot of sense for a figure who was deeply involved in the RC to hold last-day negotiations with the HA to see if he could salvage an accord. It also made sense for him to essentially bribe the hunters with a special carmine biomech that possessed amazing features that perfectly synergized with the tenets of the hunter's code. Although many individuals with a good understanding of technology or biotechnology expressed skepticism on whether Vess could realize the unheard-of mechanisms that made his mergewater Mech concept work. If there was one Mech designer that could do the impossible, it was the father of carmine Mechs. With the careful nudging of certain parties, the flames fanned even further. Despite the lack of hard proof that this proposal was credible, enough voices supported it that less and less people questioned its authenticity. The hype could not be stopped at this point. The target audience of the rumors grew restless most of all. The members of the Hunting Association had all dedicated their lives to the Hunter's Code, but that did not mean they could ignore their upbringing during the age of Mechs. Everyone possessed a fascination for Mechs. Just like how many Mech designers used to be children who were forced to look for another job after learning that their genetic aptitude was garbage, many professional hunters lived through similar journeys. There was a Mech fanatic in the heart of nearly every adult. The hunters loved the thrill of their current profession, but they never completely let go of their love and yearning for Mechs. The so-called Mergewater biomechs completely detonated these repressed feelings and desires. In fact, a lot of hunters already made the decision to order a yellow jacket for themselves if they had the means to do so. They saw little contradiction between their current vocations and Mech pilots. Very few hunters possessed a Puritan mindset like Tala's Redmond. To most hunters, Mechs were simply a potent weapon that could enable humans to hunt a much wider range of dangerous prey. While the yellow jackets already made the hunters excited at the prospect of being able to pilot a Mech, if only a basic one, the Mergewater biomechs fit them so much better. Not only were the Mergewater mechs obviously a lot more powerful and rich in features, they also conformed to the hunting process a lot better. Many hunters would love nothing more than to hunt down increasingly more powerful prey with Carmine biomechs that dynamically grew in power at the same pace as their human partners. The fact that this special version of Carmine mechs only came in the form of biomechs did not repel the hunters all that much. Out of all people, very few interacted with large and dangerous biological monsters as frequently as those that hunted them down. Hunters possessed a strong appreciation of the power of the organic form. They were also desensitized to all of the icky and ugly parts of biomechs. They did not really mind it if they had to pilot an organic mech in order to gain all of the power promised by the leaked proposal. By the time half a day had passed, a lot of hunters had already thrown their full support behind Mergewater mechs. Many of them started to daydream about how much power they could wield once they got their hands on Mergewater mechs. Others started to produce art about biomech that mutated to the point where they all became chimeras that collected the strongest powers and body parts of all of the exobests they killed in their hunts. All of this activity generated such strong momentum that it put a huge amount of pressure on the Hunting Association. A lot of ordinary hunters took pride in the fact that the Hunting Association had become strong enough to stand on its own, but there were also other hunters that wanted to get their hands on a Mergewater mech despite the cost. The problem for the Hunting Association was that the latter group was growing larger with each passing hour. More and more hunters rejected the consequences of isolationism. They believed it was better to properly integrate into the rest of human society and reap the benefits of this decision. Sure, we can close our doors and keep our hunting preserves mostly to ourselves, but where will that leave us? We will become as insular and antisocial as the fleeters. All of the latest technological advances will fly right past our faces. No one will help us when we are in need. Instead, the other groups will hope that we go down first, because there is no one among them to stand up for our rights. Mechs and humans have always served as an excellent combination since the age of mechs. We are all made for mechs, just as mechs are made for us. Why must we reject this tradition when we become members of the Hunting Association? Can we still not combine the two with our hunting traditions? If the Hunting Association dares to take a stand against Carmine mechs, then I do not know whether I can support the HTA anymore. Vess and his staff closely monitored the evolving discourse surrounding the HA's possible stances towards Carmine mechs. They all smiled when the indications all pointed towards a more advantageous outcome. So far, so good. Gavin Newman spoke with a smile. Support for your initiative to design a highly speculative but highly promising Carmine mech for the hunters has risen above 70% according to the polling. Even if the numbers are off, your proposal still enjoys the strong backing of a majority of hunters. That is enough to change most organizations. The Hunting Association is not a typical organization, Vess retorted, as he did not dare to smile and grow overconfident that his gambit had succeeded. The huntsman wields total authority over his dominion. The masses alone cannot persuade this god pilot to change his mind, but I hope that the pressure is just enough to push him into making the decisions that most appeal to the vast majority of ordinary hunters. Now they needed to wait. Neither of them expected for the Hunting Association to sort out their giant mess on the same day. Vess would have his answer very soon. Gavin continued to provide his expert analysis. The Hunting Association could have returned to calm very quickly if the huntsman showed up and made a public address. The fact that the god pilot had yet to do so meant that the leaders of the Hunting Association had to figure out a way to please the both of you. An agreement to register as a cult to the Red Collective probably went too far to the upper leaders, but they needed to find a compromise that was more potent and acceptable to their members. Vess snorted. As if that will work. I bet that the Hunting Association will eventually see reason. I will not offer the hunters the same Mech proposal again. This is the only chance for the hunters to gain enough combat effectiveness to hunt real enemies at the front lines. There were many Mech designers that could offer excellent Mechs to the Hunting Association. A lot of masters, and most notably star designers, could design Mechs that offered their own advantages that were not necessarily any worse than his Mergewater biomechs. However, Vess possessed one advantage that the others lacked. He was the only person that could design a Carmine Mech. For now, Vess possessed a virtual monopoly on it. Not even Alexis Strion could design a Carmine Mech for the time being. Nobody could arm every hunter with a special Carmine biomech like Vess. So long as Vess maintained this monopoly, he could boldly dictate terms to the Hunting Association. Half an hour passed. Vess continued to keep track of the discussions taking place and grew confident enough that public opinion would not shift against his favor anytime soon. Okay, I have enough of this. I think I can make much better use of my time on preparing for the founding ceremony that commences tomorrow. Are there any changes to the plan that I need to know about beforehand? Gavin quickly switched gears. Aside from the matter relating to the Hunting Association, there are also doubts whether the Coalition of Faiths can maintain a united front throughout the day. It may be necessary for you to address the delegates in person and remind them of the importance of focusing on what they have in common rather than the issues that divide them so much. Got it, add that to my schedule. What else? If nothing goes wrong, you will receive the appointment that you have been waiting for. There is an over 85% chance that you will be elevated to the chief counselor of the upper council of the Red Collective. Only 85%. Vess grew upset. I thought it would be higher considering I gifted Red Humanity with my Carmine Mechs. You misunderstand. The probability is relatively low because there is the possibility that you will get appointed to another high seat that is outside of the legislative branch. For example, you may be put on the seat of an executor, which is part of the executive branch of the RC. I don't want to become an executor. It is too much work for a Mech designer. I agree, but others might not share the same opinion, so stay sharp and be prepared for unexpected outcomes. Chapter 64, 27 Growing Influence. The day of the founding ceremony had arrived. Scheduled to begin at noon Standard Time, which was still synchronized to the clocks on old Earth, Vess and every other human knew that history would change forever. There was no way to stop the rise of the Red Collective anymore. Even if the native aliens or radical terrorists found a way to disrupt the ceremony, the stakeholders would just hold a quieter and much more private inauguration event elsewhere. Too many people put their hopes and ambitions on the founding of a future rival to the Red Association and the Red Fleet. While it was extremely unlikely for collies, as they had begun to be called, to rival the Mechers and Fleeters anytime soon, there was always hope for the future. An extremely important component to speeding up the development and total combat power of the collies was whether the Hunting Association agreed to register itself as a sect at the Red Collective. Doing so was an explicit act of submission that told the public that the Hunting Association agreed to abide by the regime of the Red Collective. This was a politically high-stakes game, and one that had far-reaching consequences to the future development trajectory of Red humanity. Vess was hardly the only stakeholder of the RC to make an attempt to pull the Hunting Association over to his side. Other counselors and future high officials had made their own appeals. Vess hoped that they had done a good enough job to finally win the Hunters over when combined with his own risky gambit. Of course, nobody knew whether the huntsman or the people he entrusted to lead the Hunting Association agreed to play along. Vess realized quite well that he had employed a dirty move in his attempt to bring the HA into submission. The rank-and-file hunters had continued to talk and fawn over his leaked proposal to design a set of mergewater biomechs that perfectly complemented their hunting habits. Far too little time had passed for the hype surrounding Carmine mechs to pass. The idea that the hunters would gain the exclusive privilege to pilot specially designed Carmine biomechs that could continually grow alongside them in a physically imposing manner. The imagination of hunters and other people began to run wild as they imagined all sorts of amazing possibilities. They drew inspiration from old fantasy action dramas where the protagonists piloted similar monster machines that devoured their defeated prey in order to acquire the strength of their former enemies. The popularity of those old shows not only gave the hunters ready-made examples to help them imagine their own possible futures when piloting these mergewater mechs, but also countered skeptics that argued that such bio-machines had no value. In any case, popular opinion among the hunters decisively backed up the adoption of mergewater mechs, even if it meant that the Hunting Association would have to bow its head to a greater authority. Ordinary hunters did not really have that strong of an attachment to the Hunting Association's independence. They were way too far removed from high-level politics to care about such nonsense. All they cared about was their immediate circumstances. If integrating the HA into the sect structure of the RC meant they get to pilot the coolest and most awesome Carmine mechs ever, then they would gladly support this proposal. As such, Vess' move had created a severe misalignment between the interests of the hunters at the bottom and the leaders at the top. Their diverging visions and interests created the Hunting Association's first real crisis since it had been founded. If the huntsmen or the other leaders failed to solve this contradiction, then the HA would continue to remain afflicted by dysfunction and a crisis of faith in the leadership of the organization. The culprit behind this vile and underhanded scheme felt no remorse for what he unleashed. As far as he was concerned, the Hunting Association failed to adequately address the relationship between hunters and mechs. This was the organization's own fault, but not really, because how could its leaders ever anticipate that Vess would single-handedly tear down the genetic aptitude tyranny that had plagued humankind for such a long time? The Hunting Association was far from the first group to grapple with the problems and the ripple effects resulting from the release of Carmine mechs. Vess had become the great disruptor, whose amazing technologies invalidated everyone's carefully laid plans for the future. If not for the fact that his inventions strengthened Red humanity and help it survive in the long run, a lot more people would have tried to make him dead at the moment. Shortly after Vess woke up, he continued to browse the news while he went through an elaborate cleaning and grooming cycle. An entire army of stylists and fashion experts carefully optimized his appearance and dressed him up in ceremonial red robes that caused him to look like a priest of a new and rapidly rising religion. He even got fitted with a high hat that enhanced his stature and caused people to look at him as a representative of the Red Collective rather than Vess Larkinson, the mech designer. Jovi and Vector briefly visited Vess, while a team of experts selected the right jewelry and accessories to complement his stately appearance. "Neither of us will be accompanying you for today," Jovi informed Vess. "This day is all about the Red Collective and your place in it. As liaisons for the Red Association, it is not appropriate for us to appear close to you. It will give off the impression that we are whispering words in your ears. You will likely be accompanied by a new advisor or assistant that will help you stay connected to the RC." Vess nodded. "I have received a notification about that. This is a necessary measure as I have made sure that the Upper Council only convenes a few days a year at most. There is no need for this chamber to waste everyone's time and meet more often, as all we do is check and balance the Lower Council." Due to his direction during the interim leadership council sessions, he had managed to steer the formation of an Upper Council and a Lower Council. The latter was the real legislative chamber of the RC as far as everyone was concerned. Lower councilors got appointed to their seats by winning elections in different states and major organizations that functioned like states. Once they got elected, the lower councilors were expected to do their jobs full-time at the RC's primary seat of power that was currently based in the Jernstall Central Star node. The lower council was meant to be occupied by professional politicians, statesmen, bureaucrats, and other individuals competent in statecraft and governance. They would make sure that the Red Collective not only operated with the mandate of the people, but also instituted proper laws that would ensure the superorganization functioned properly as it rapidly grew to an enormous scale. The Upper Council, meanwhile, mainly consisted of powerful individuals or their representatives from other major stakeholders. The Old Red Two, the first-rate superstates, the Redcom Consortium, the Hunting Association, various major religious organizations, and so on all possess the power to shift the direction of human civilization on their own, if only slightly. That already granted them enough power to hinder the RC's plans and serve as obstacles. This was why it was better to just give them a seat in the Upper Council and allow them to push their interests in a chamber that was specially reserved to give them a measure of agency. Due to this, the Upper Council had no reason to meet every workday and hold useless debates on the details of every policy matter. That work was left to the Lower Council. Perhaps another way to view the Upper Council was that it sort of functioned like a chamber where the major players could band together to exercise a veto over any bills supported by the Lower Council. It was inevitable for the Lower Council to try and vote in laws that damaged the interests of the Mechers, the Fleeters, the Terrans, the Rubarthans, and a whole bunch of other people. In order to prevent the major players, who held much of the actual power over red humanity from growing upset, they gained a chance to stop bills from getting enacted through their participation in the Upper Council. Of course, one Upper Councilor did not have the power to stop a bill voted in by the Lower Council. The Upper Councilor needed to gain the support of other colleagues in order to build up a majority. That was a challenge in itself, and Vess expected to become subjected to a lot of persuasion, bribery, coercion, and other forms of backroom dealing once he received a seat in the Upper Council. Vess was confident that he could deal with it. He had made a huge amount of progress in the last 6 months that would help him secure his own power base. The coalition of faiths that he managed to cobble together was not a happy family, but the religious organizations all knew that supporting Vess was the only viable means to expand their own presence in a society that still rejected them to an extent. The support he gained from people who felt grateful to him for releasing Carmine Mech had already formed another pillar of support. Although the hype surrounding Carmine Mech would eventually fade once people got used to them in their daily lives, most of them would still hold Vess in high regard. His recent gambit with the Hunting Association already proved to Vess that he could use his status as the father of Carmine Mech to rile up public sentiment against a target. The Hunting Association was merely his first victim. Vess hoped that this example would successfully prove that he was not a harmless Mech designer who possessed limited influence. So long as other players knew what was best, they should no longer try to provoke him or attract his ire. Gavin, have we received any indications that the Hunting Association is ready to give us the formal reply that we have demanded? Vess asked his personal assistant. The man shook his head. Unfortunately, not. We have gathered plenty of clues that Vice Director Talas Redmond and other senior leaders have convened at their regional headquarters throughout the entire night. They are taking the political storm that you have unleashed upon them very seriously. I do not think they appreciate the headaches that you have caused for them. One way they can express their displeasure towards your stunt is to withhold their answer until the last minute. You have set a pretty clear deadline, and so long as they give you an answer a few seconds before the start of the founding ceremony, they will still be able to comply with your demands. Vess frowned. That was true. He should have set a shorter deadline if he wanted to avoid this annoying circumstance. This indicated that even if he was able to subjugate the Hunting Association, its leaders would still have no good feelings for him. That was rather bad, and would definitely affect his working relationship with them in the future. He couldn't care about that at the moment. He knew what was important. Compared to pissing off a bunch of high-ranking hunters, he would rather bring the Hunting Association into the fold of the RC. At best, he could try to placate the hurt feelings of the leaders in the future by designing custom Carmine Mechs for them or something. Once he secured his seat at the upper council, there were lots of ways for him to leverage his newly gained power and authority to satisfy the interests of other groups. He just had to take into account that he was meant to serve the interests of the Red Collective as well. And his own interests, of course. Chapter 64, 28 Astral Octagon. The great day was approaching. More and more dignitaries and guests arrived in Jernstall in the past few days. Unlike the product reveal that previously did not attract the attention of every major player due to underestimating the impact that Vess could make, no one looked down on the founding of the Red Collective. Even though the current blueprint of the RC caused it to turn into an empty shell that needed to be propped up by other major players, it had the potential to grow into power and rival the current Red 2 one day. With a lower council that served as the best way for the masses to have their interests represented at the galactic level, the mandate of the RC was much stronger. This reason alone prevented the Red Association and the Red Fleet from sabotaging this initiative. The only viable way for the Mechers and Fleeters to maintain their duopoly over Red humanity was to take similar measures to open themselves up to the space peasants. This was not acceptable for multiple reasons. Since the RA and the RF rejected any notion of granting control to the masses, letting the RC serve as a venting mechanism to those same folk was the best available alternative. To be honest, not a lot of people possessed a lot of confidence that the RC's lower council and upper council could get too much done. Aside from instituting common sense and widely accepted policies, the strong splintering of power and authority led to a circumstance where no one was strong enough to get stuff done alone. That also included Vess. The only way to produce meaningful change was to convince enough people with voting power to support a specific cause. This had to be done for each and every initiative. This was a tiresome and exhausting endeavor that would certainly sap everyone's energy. Vess had initially conceived of the RC operating in this manner, but now that he was about to become one of its eminent leader, he partially regretted his decision. His ambitious design for the RC ended up hurting himself. What was the point of becoming a member of the upper council when he couldn't get anything done unless he hoodwinked other councilors into supporting his schemes? While the coalition of faiths should give him a fairly stable power base, it was far from enough for him to attain a majority in the 150-seat upper council. Aside from that, the lower council also played a crucial role in enacting legislation. Vess had a much weaker hold over it. Only a few religious organizations were powerful enough to effectively control the government of particularly religious states. Vess was pretty sure he could get the representatives that answered to the Hex Federation and the Colonial Federation of Davut to vote according to his direction. But that was just 2 counselors out of 500. If Vess wanted to use his position in the upper council to pass laws that benefited him directly, then he had no choice but to do his best to sell his plans in the hopes of forming a majority of supporters in both councils. How tiresome. Perhaps the only good news was that he did not have to do all of the work himself. Gavin had already been working to expand his political staff in order to handle all of the groundwork involved with drumming up support and tracking the stances of every senator and representative of the 2 councils. As the hours passed by, Vess entered an armored transport that subsequently began to ascend into the air under much heavier escort than usual. His destination, a heavily fortified space station that currently orbited La Réunie. The structure was massive and striking, made out of special transphasic hypercrystalline materials that Vess could not even begin to understand. The soon-to-be central headquarters of the Red Collective was a collective construction effort of all of the major players of Red humanity. Each of them covered a portion of the extremely high construction bill and offered their tech and construction expertise to put the striking construct together. Just as its name betrayed, the astral octagon was shaped like a giant octagon-shaped diamond that happened to be floating in space. Its appearance alone could take people's breath away, and those who came closer could feel a wellspring of indeterminate energies brooding inside. Vess did not even have the clearance to know the details of the extraordinary energy sources residing in the center of the 15-kilometer-long space fortress. All he knew was that the astral octagon had enough power to fire battleship-killing energy beams, Project Azure energy shields that could withstand the bombardment of multiple alien warfleets, slowly move around in space, and even teleport to another star system in an emergency. Of course, that latter capacity was extremely draining and damaging to the systems of the astral octagon, so this function was only reserved for the direst of circumstances. Vess actually felt incredibly impressed at the features of the astral octagon that he was authorized to know. He had no doubt that it hid a whole lot of other surprises, but even his high position prevented him from learning any further information. It frustrated him a bit, but he figured that he had no good reason to know all of the astral octagon's strengths and weaknesses. Perhaps the biggest regret about this massive accomplishment of human engineering was that it did not turn into a grand work. The star designers who could create grand works of this scale needed a lot more time, resources, and other conditions. It was not realistic for them to create a grand work similar to the astral octagon in less than a year, and especially when Red humanity suffered from a shortage of high-grade resources. Vess actually learned that the people responsible for designing the astral octagon actually drew a lot of inspiration from older grand works that were still operating in the Milky Way. Copying the design elements of similar grand works and updating them to current standards was a good way to produce an excellent space station, but it would never turn into another grand work. A real grand work had to be approached as an original design project from beginning to end. In any case, Vess did not feel as if he missed out on much. If everything went well, he would hardly spend time in the astral octagon in person. Not only did the upper council convene only a few times a year, the senators could always choose to attend the sessions by remote as long as they could establish highly secure connections. Another reason why Vess did not look forward to spending most of his time in the astral octagon was because it was way too conspicuous. The huge space facility was about to house much of the core administration of the Red Collective. It would hold the most valuable treasures, house the greatest databases, and open up cutting-edge labs to conduct groundbreaking research. To Vess, that sounded like a giant target that the Red Cabal and other enemies would definitely want to smash. Perhaps staying in the astral octagon may make it easier for Vess to build up a network of allies and gain easier access to advanced tech and other goodies. But he would also isolate himself from the rest of his clan and the wider galaxy. That was a surefire way to becoming one of those high-end mighty leaders who became horribly out of touch with society. As his armored transport approached the astral octagon and managed to get straight inside a private hangar bay, Vess soon stepped out onto the flight deck under an escort of guards. The interior space looked empty and almost haunted, but Vess could easily imagine that the massive hangar bay would eventually become a bustling hive of activity. Other transport vessels and escort mechs had arrived sooner. Hundreds of counselors as well as other high officials were steadily arriving at the astral octagon in order to attend the historic founding ceremony. Vess nodded at a handful of familiar faces before he directed his attention to the greeting party. A middle-aged woman that exuded a highly professional demeanor headed the small group. "Welcome to the astral octagon, Professor Larkinson. I am Chief of Staff Eliza Mo Ragadan. I am in charge of your staff in your capacity as the Chief Senator of the Upper Council." The two shook hands. "Chief Senator, eh? Have we decided to change the name of the Upper Council to the Senate?" "Not officially," Eliza answered. "The Upper Council and the Lower Council will still retain their current names, but people have begun to use different terms on an informal basis. You should become familiar with this in order to avoid the impression of ignorance." "Got it. Please lead me to my office." "You do not officially have an office yet, since you have not formally accepted a position of an organization that does not exist at this time." "Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I take it that you and the rest of my staff are stationed elsewhere." The Chief of Staff nodded. "That is so. We shall lead you to the temporary offices where we temporarily work." "Can my escort mechs come as well?" The astral octagon was designed to accommodate the size of most mechs in the main hallways. That said, it is best to only limit your mech escort to a single machine to avoid congestion. "That is good enough." Vess proceeded to follow his greeting party deeper inside the astral octagon. He attracted plenty of attention due to the company of his cat, his personal assistant, and his conspicuous bodyguards. Naturally, the dark Zephyr accompanied Vess from a distance as well. This was not an unusual sight, as there were other powerful leaders who possessed enough pull to earn the protection of an ace mech. Vess actually felt a little sorry that the founding ceremony had taken so many ace pilots away from the front lines. He hoped that most of them would go right back to the border regions to prevent the native aliens from breaking through. Since the astral octagon was far larger than a typical metropolis, it was not feasible to travel by foot. Large crystalline floater platforms could be called in from any location to help Vess and everyone else to travel to their destinations at a speedy pace. Once they reached the temporary offices, Vess was surprised to see that hundreds of secretaries, advisors, political analysts, and more had already joined his staff. He hadn't been paying too much attention to this stuff. Everyone rose up to their feet and made an extremely respectful bow towards the sole dignitary that wore a fancy red ceremonial robe and hat. "I feel kind of overdressed," Vess awkwardly said. "You appear exactly like you should," his new chief of staff reassured him. "An upper counselor indirectly holds dominion over the entirety of our population. You must use your appearance to inspire absolute confidence in your ability to fulfill your responsibilities and serve the interests of our race and civilization. Ordinary individuals cannot assume such heavy duties. They will get crushed under the massive weight and succumb to their own incompetence. To be able to reach this point, despite your lack of professional qualifications in this aspect, is an admirable feat." Her words made Vess feel better about himself. He no longer felt as out of place in the astral octagon as before. "Thank you for your kind words. Please lead me to a private space so that we can talk about the important stuff. I take it that this founding ceremony will not entirely go according to our desired plan." "That is so," the woman said as she headed over to a private office on the far side of the hall. "There are many tensions and disputes that are causing upheaval. Many of them are not directly related to you, so there is no need for you to pay attention to them in person." There are only a couple of affairs that you must take notice of before you participate in the ceremony. Chapter 64, 29, Eliza Mo Ragadan. When Vess entered the office where his chief of staff apparently worked from, he immediately froze when he caught sight of the large painting mounted on the wall behind the desk. There was something mesmerizing out of this artwork that immediately penetrated his mental defenses, as if they were made out of air. The painting was a landscape image in that it depicted a magical wonderland that was floating in the middle of a psychedelic astral storm. The size of the painting offered plenty of room for detail, and the most prominent features on it were the 5 large structures that were placed at equal distances from each other. One structure was covered with vines and surrounded by trees. Another temple-like structure was floating in the middle of an extraordinarily cool and pristine lake. A third temple appeared to be located in the middle of a lava lake, while the fourth was made completely out of metal. The final temple looked like it was carved out of a million layers of rock. It did not take much guessing for Vess to conclude this amazing painting depicted the great temple of the immortal gods when it was at his height. Perhaps it had even been painted during the time where his mother used to be a high-ranking member of the Wood Shrine. The painting depicted far more than just the great temple. It possessed a strange power that enabled Vess to feel a glimpse of the huge amount of power that resided in this blessed location. A quirk of galactic geography caused the Milky Way to create rare pockets of space where E-energy, or Chi to the cultivators of the 5 scrolls compact, still flowed at a small but sustainable rate. This proved that the Milky Way was not completely dead, just in an extremely terrible condition that caused it to possess only a fraction of the splendor that it used to possess. In any case, the great temple as depicted by the mysterious painting not only presented a glimpse of a blessed land, but also conveyed a small but disturbing sense of piety in the sacred scrolls. Anyone with a sufficiently weak mind would probably get brainwashed into a cultist of the 5 scrolls compact without being able to resist the effect. While Vess was not able to block the impact of seeing such a mesmerizing image, he was still able to block the brainwashing effect, which caused him to feel relieved. There was something really strange and suspicious about this painting. Why was it in his chief of staff's office? Did she share a connection to the cult that still served as the arch-enemy of the MTA and CFA? Vess took a closer look at his chief of staff. He remembered that Gavin had hired her after considering the applications of a huge number of talented and highly accomplished applicants. For her to get selected out of many other possible candidates, she should have definitely passed the necessary background checks and loyalty tests. Although she had not joined the Larkinson clan, he could easily solve this problem in a minute. As the woman that he would be relying upon to manage his internal affairs inside the Red Collective, Eliza Mo Ragadan was not an ordinary woman. He could already tell that she had become a Chi cultivator, though her spirituality only reached the first major cultivator rank. This indicated that she had likely begun to cultivate shortly after the Great Severing took place. What was interesting was that she already gained a companion spirit. She was one of the few people who earned the merits or the qualifications to earn a companion spirit fruit. Right now, her companion spirit did not appear to be anything special. It came in a boring and unimaginative form of a wisp and did not appear to possess any offensive power. The same applied to the principal. However, nobody asked for a chief of staff like Eliza to possess any combat capabilities. She could do her job a lot better if she possessed stronger calculation, predication, and sensory capabilities. Though Eliza had already begun to cultivate, she did not appear to practice any methods that reminded Vess of the 5 scrolls compact. Neither did her appearance or behavior suggest that she had anything to do with the forbidden cult that was rooted in the Milky Way. He needed to be sure, though. Before we talk any further, I need you to prove your sincerity and loyalty to me by joining the Larkinson clan, Vess cautiously declared. Gavin, bring out the tome. Gavin stepped forward and retrieved the Larkinson mandate that he carried in a protected case on his person. He reverently retrieved the first and most important relic of the Larkinson clan and presented it to Vess with both of his hands. Vess nonchalantly raised his arm and activated the retrieval program that caused the Larkinson mandate to fly forward until it smacked into his palm. "Do you know what you are getting into, Ragadan?" The black-haired woman nodded with utmost solemnity. "Your assistant has briefed me beforehand. I will attempt to connect to your clan's exclusive kinship network and bear my soul to the Golden Cat. I am willing to undergo this trial and become a part of your trusted circle. Then press your palm on the Larkinson mandate and pledge your oath." Everyone's oath was different. The words didn't matter so long as the person was sincere enough. Vess only paid attention to when the Golden Cat reached out and connected to Eliza Mo Ragadan's spirituality and expertly analyzed her entire being. "Nayesa." Goldie clearly voiced her approval. Once she confirmed that Eliza truly wasn't an agent of another power, the ancestral spirit completed the ritual and forged a permanent spiritual connection with the latest member of the Larkinson clan. Vess gave the woman a few minutes to catch her breath and get used to all of the new sensations and experiences of becoming a Larkinson. "Let's talk now that I can be certain that you can be trusted." Vess spoke as he held Lucky in his arm and began to stroke the gem cat's head. "First, why is this painting here, and where did you obtain this artwork?" "I have been told that the painting is a donation from an anonymous source. The astral octagon, where we are in right now, could never have been built by the Red Collective alone. Many different parties have contributed to its construction and furnishing. I do not have access to the records that reveal who has donated this particular artwork, but there is a different department that is responsible for allocating them to different rooms and halls. As the presumptive chief counsel of the Upper Council, you have been deemed worthy to receive one of the most prestigious and impressive pieces in the collection." As Vess looked up at the painting of the Great Temple, he felt sick to his stomach. He had a strong suspicion that it sent the entirely wrong message to any visitors looking to talk to his chief representative in the main headquarters of the Red Collective. "Get rid of it," Vess straightforwardly commanded. "I fear that it does not send the right message. It also does freaky mental manipulation stuff that is highly detrimental to people. This should be locked up in a deep, dark vault or incinerated outright." "I can understand your fears, sir, but it is not as dangerous as you think. Every worker and most visitors of the astral octagon already practices one cultivation method or another. We may not have made too much progress yet, but we should already have sufficient strength to resist fairly weak effects. Besides, the painting has been helpful in reinforcing your heritage and right to command so much power. Despite your many accomplishments, we cannot ignore that you are primarily a Mech designer and far too young to hold such an exceedingly high station. My conversations with others may have proceeded much worse if I did not borrow the power of this heritage artwork." It appeared that Eliza was not ignorant of the implications of the painting. She accepted the baggage that came with this old piece and took advantage of it to advance her own goals. Vess looked impressed. This was quite shrewd and spoke much about her competence. "That sounds great, but I haven't changed my mind. I do not want to associate myself too closely to the cult that likely commissioned this painting. I do not need this to reinforce my power and authority. Once I gain an official appointment, I will already gain enough status to dispense with this trick. My recent release of the Yellow Jacket models has also enhanced my reputation and prestige." That is true, sir. I will request the relevant department to retrieve it and dispatch a more innocuous painting when we move into your main offices after today. Speaking about your Yellow Jackets, we must urgently address the turmoil it has caused for the Red Collective. Not everyone with a stake in it is pleased with your latest product release. What is the problem, Ragadan? Have you not foreseen this problem? The release of Carmine Mech has captured the imagination of nearly every norm that yearns to wield great power. Previously, their only direct means to empower themselves was to practice a cultivation method, which would cause them to fall under the jurisdiction of the Red Collective. Now that they have an entirely new option available, these norms will instead devote themselves to becoming Carmine Mech pilots. Only a day has passed, and already many people have chosen to commit their precious time on studying piloting skills and practicing with their future Carmine Mechs, which causes them to answer to the Red Association. Few of them have retained the time or interest to commit to more classical forms of cultivation. That put Vess into thought. His chief of staff was completely right about this. He had inadvertently inflicted a huge amount of damage to the Red Collective's core interests, which was to raise a huge number of cultivators that could do all kinds of amazing stuff by harnessing the power of E-energy alone. Even though Vess had not put a lot of thought to this far-reaching consequence, he did not feel too worried. Good, he smirked. That means that there will be a lot less dummies that will recklessly play around with the power of cultivation and abuse their powers. While you are probably correct about a lot of norms turning away from cultivation, it is impossible for everyone to become a Carmine Mech pilot. There will still be a lot of people who are unable to afford Carmine Mechs or who do not possess the guts to get drafted to fight in the Red War. I think that the sects will still be able to offer enough incentives to persuade people to practice their cultivation methods. That is true, but what the officials of the Red Collective are concerned about is that your Carmine Mechs will steal away most promising norms with a talent in combat or cultivation. Both Mech piloting and classical cultivation require a certain degree of talent to make it far, but the importance of this factor is far greater to the latter. A significant reduction in the availability of high-quality talents will severely affect the development speed of sects and the Red Collective as a whole. Is it that bad? Vess frowned. As far as I am aware, there are cultivation methods that do not rely as much on talent in order for a practitioner to make quick progress, Eliza answered. However, they do this by promising limited power or demanding far greater resources in order to advance. The latter is becoming less of a problem now that many major organizations have learned how to grow special plants and brew special medicinal products out of them. But the supply is always woefully inadequate. Wait, has the RC already begun to produce elixirs on an industrial scale? Chapter 64, 30 Choice and Risk. Vess spoke a bit further with Eliza Mo Ragadan at the Astral Octagon. He also evaluated the qualities of his new political assistant. She possessed the typical confident and highly competent bearing of a first-rater, but she lacked the arrogance of a citizen of the Greater Terran United Confederation or the New Rubarth Empire. She likely originated from a smaller first-rate state that may have served as a buffer between the two giants. Those locations tended to raise people who knew that good diplomacy was a necessary trait to survive and thrive in a galaxy dominated by giants. Her middle-aged appearance made her look as if she was around 40 to 50 years old, but Vess already knew that this was just an illusion. Life-prolonging treatments and designer baby genetics meant that Eliza was probably closer to 100 to 150 years old. She certainly possessed the demeanor of a woman who had lived long enough to lose the impatience of youth, yet did not gain the gravitas of an individual who had lived for over 2 continuous centuries, like Tala's Redmond. In fact, compared to other remarkable people that Vess had met in the past few years, Eliza Mo Ragadan did not actually demonstrate excellence. She lacked the spark of brilliance that separated geniuses from ordinary folk. There was nothing with that. Vess had met late bloomers once before who made steady progress, yet never stopped improving, where many others eventually hit a wall. Vess also liked the selection that Gavin had made on his behalf. Eliza Mo Ragadan might not possess any exceptional talent or intelligence, but her current position did not require her to possess these traits. Instead, it was important for his chief political representative at the Astral Octagon, in his absence, to remain stable, reliable, competent, discreet, flexible, and good at social maneuvering. Eliza scored well in all of the right traits. She probably did so deliberately in order to reassure her employer that she could represent him when he returned to New Constantinople. All in all, Vess was satisfied with her so far. Combined with the fact that the Golden Cat accepted her entry into the Larkinson clan without any hesitation, there was no chance that she was an agent of another player or a hidden cosmopolitan. No method was foolproof, however. His kinship networks may work well, but they were only great because Red humanity lacked anything similar. His creations were quite simple and even rudimentary in many areas. Vess felt it was overboard for him to retain his paranoia towards Eliza. Distrusting everyone on site was a good way to turn into a hermit who surrendered all of the initiative to others. For the sake of his multiple ambitions, he needed to accept this new circumstance and place his trust in the chief of staff that had passed all of the tests up to this point. Professor Larkinson, regardless of how many or how few norms will choose to become Carmine Mech pilots instead of cultivators, the fact is that many members of the RC are not pleased at all that you have introduced this complication on the eve of the founding of the Red Collective. You have granted an immense boon to the Mech community and the Red Association. The existence of Carmine Mechs directly strengthens the R-Ray's hold over human civilization, possibly to the point of growing larger and more powerful than the RF and the RC combined. Vess patiently listened to Eliza's thoughtful analysis on the political consequences of unlocking Mech pilots to the rest of the population of Red humanity. He had to admit that he had not dedicated enough time on how the introduction of Carmine Mechs could mess up the balance of power and distort human society to such an extent. You may have a point about the fact that Carmine Mechs will lure away a lot of potential cultivators, but so what? Suppressing progress, especially when it promotes the survival of Red humanity, is stupid and maybe even treasonous. If we want to make the Red Collective successfully, we need to subject it to all of the pressures of reality. If the RC cannot offer strong cultivation methods and turn cultivation into a genuinely attractive means of attaining power, then it has no reason to exist and take up so many resources. Competition is the engine of progress. I think it is better that the R-Ray has become so much more of a threat than before. I hope that will mean that our collective is more willing to permit the practice of more effective cultivation methods. Those effective cultivation methods are heavily debated within our halls for good reasons, sir. Eliza reminded her superior. They are mostly adapted from preserved scriptures with old, but also dubious provenances. Their long-term stability and viability is anything but guaranteed. Their translated texts are too abstruse and difficult to understand with a modern mindset. What is worse is that the cultivation methods that promise the greatest power not only have a high demand for talent, but also impose a high drain on special resources. Vess crossed his arms. These are all problems, to be sure, but none of them sound insurmountable. There are always risks in everything. If you haven't forgotten, we are in the middle of a war, and we are not exactly doing well. Safety and stability shouldn't be our highest concerns anymore. As long as you clearly communicate to the prospective cultivators of all of the potential risks and dangers, then let them make the decision. Perhaps half or more of them will crash and burn, but there will always be lucky, talented, and hard-working individuals who will succeed. As for the resource issue, that is also a simple issue to resolve. We should just charge a high price on the most expensive scriptures. That way, only a small group of financially strong individuals will practice them. They should not have too many problems affording the necessary elixirs and other resources. His chief of staff noted down all of his suggestions before nodding. These solutions have already been proposed by other colleagues. It is still important to clarify your stance and reveal how you wish to address these issues. I will convey your opinions to the relevant departments and officials so that they are aware of where you stand. From what I can surmise so far, you are not hesitant about letting cultivators suffer or even die due to their own misjudgment or incompetence. That is a harsh and cruel stance to take. Your public image may suffer if this becomes known. Vess nonchalantly shrugged. Then let it be known, Eliza. This is who I am, and I do not see the need to pretend I am otherwise. My reputation has already hit a peak after becoming the father of Carmine Mechs. I can take the hit. People need a good dose of reality at this time. Trying to downplay the dangers of cultivation and denying them a chance to attain greater power is not beneficial. However, that does not mean that we should ever force people to practice dangerous methods. Choice and transparency must remain paramount. We should provide clear information about the risks and benefits of practicing cultivation methods certified by the Red Collective so that people know what they are getting into. It should ultimately be their choice whether they want to practice a low-risk, low-reward option or a riskier alternative in the hopes of attaining strong or rare capabilities in the future. The Chief of Staff nodded in understanding. You are applying an identical stance towards the Larkinson clan to the Red Collective. I can understand why you prefer this approach, but not everyone will agree with this. Information is dangerous. Disclosing too much information to individuals who cannot handle it may lead to accidents. However, if this is what you believe the RC should do, then I will relay it to the Cultivation Method Department. The Red Collective already set up an exhaustive number of departments. Their names may be unimaginative and straightforward, but they already managed to recruit hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of eager and motivated workers. Vess actually proposed the formation of a number of these departments. This also gave him the confidence to arrange for the formation of the Spirit Worship Department proposed by his fleeter partners. He talked a bit more with Eliza about the availability of cultivation methods and other subjects. Has the Hunting Association given any indication of a response as of yet? Vess asked as he took note of the time. The woman shook her head. None so far. Your guess is likely correct. You have generated ill will between yourself and the Hunting Association. The latter is likely to wait until the last minute to give out a response. In the worst-case scenario, the HSA may decide to ignore your deadline entirely and snub you out of spite. This will be detrimental to both of you, but it may be worth it to these unruly hunters. That sounded like a very real possibility. Vess needed to take the less ideal scenarios into account. If the HSA refuses to bow to the pressure coming from their own member base, then so be it. I will archive my plans to design a Mergewater Mech and think about designing a different elemental Carmine Mech that has nothing to do with hunters. Vess shrugged. I am not desperate to collaborate with the Hunting Association. It should be the HSA that is supposed to be desperate about forming a collaborative relationship with me. If the arrogant and selfish hunters cannot recognize that, then they are not worth interacting with. They will have to carve out a place in the Red Ocean on their own. It would be bad if the HSA failed to accept his offer, but Vess judged he could bear the consequences of failure. It was not as if other people could do any better. The root of the problem still lay with the huntsman and his inscrutable plans. As Vess settled into his seat and continued to stroke and play with Lucky, his chief of staff brought him up to date on other important affairs. There was far too much to talk about, but Vess did not have much interest in spending too much of his attention on issues that distracted him from his true passion. As the founding ceremony drew closer, the time had almost come for Vess to depart and make his way over to the ceremonial hall where the event was about to take place. Will there be any god pilots or star designers present? As far as I am aware, several star designers have agreed to attend the founding ceremony in person. They have informed us that they will strictly be present as observers. Eliza answered Vess as they rose to their feet. One god pilot, who is most certainly the Evolution Witch, will be present to provide absolute security at the Shrine of Light. No one should be able to disrupt the ceremony within her god kingdom. The mention of the evolution, which caused Vess to grow both excited and apprehensive. He really wanted to have a good word with her, but he knew that she would probably ignore his wishes until 3 more days had passed. That was the date where she intended to broadcast her own announcement. Until then, Vess had to muddle through while hoping that the volatile god pilot did not object to his actions up to this point. I will be glad for the protection of any god pilot. My luck has not been good so far. Violent incidents always tend to happen when I am around. A certain kidnapping event on Davut came to mind. The god pilot is not only responsible for providing security, sir. He or she is also tasked with discerning the loyalties of every high-ranking guest or official with the help of her god kingdom. We are aware that it is not a foolproof method, but it should deter or catch all but the best infiltrators. As for the individuals that have slipped through the net, our new kinship network should expose the remainder. Vess grinned when he heard that. Good. The cosmopolitans need to be flushed out of our administration before they can rot our collective from within. Chapter 64, 31, Red Collective Factions. An hour before the start of the ceremony, Eliza led Vess and Lucky to a grand reception chamber where thousands of counselors and other high officials had gathered. Each of them were expected to lead the relatively small but highly promising superorganization that may one day gain parity with the Red Association and the Red Fleet. They had to do a lot of work before they could turn this dream into a reality, and Vess certainly did not make their jobs easier by introducing the most groundbreaking mechs since the start of the Age of Mechs. This resulted in a rather ambivalent response towards his arrival. On the one hand, Vess single-handedly made it possible for the Red Collective to come into existence. Nobody forgot that Vess had castigated the Mechers and the Fleeters for their failure to address the needs of the common folk and created a political opening for the rise of a third superorganization. Groups and individuals who previously saw no way to climb to the top of the hierarchy of human civilization eagerly pounced on this rare and precious opportunity to reform the current order. Yet not everyone supported Vess because of that. His past accomplishments could not be denied, but his future actions may lead the Red Collective to greatness or utter ruination. The release of Carmine Mech was not a good sign, and reminded everyone that he did not always have the best interests of the RC at heart. Though Vess already provided a valid and perfectly acceptable excuse to Eliza Mo Ragadan, not everyone may be as accepting as his chief of staff. Still, he remained unrepentant. Not only did the evolution which forced him to introduce Carmine Mech to the public in a hurry, but Vess genuinely believed it was for the best for everyone. As a senior Mech designer, he took his duty to his race and civilization seriously. He needed to retain and strengthen this mindset if he wanted to advance to the ranks of master and star designer one day. There was no way he would compromise his bright future in this profession in order to prioritize selfish gains. A few moments of silence passed as everyone acknowledged that Vess had arrived. Then they resumed their conversations as if nothing had happened. They had already shown the proper level of respect to the founder of the Red Collective. A familiar figure, garbed in a similar but slightly plainer version of Vess' elaborate red robes, approached from the side. Hierarch, Temple Commander Jackary. I have already resigned from that position after the pantheon of modern gods has completed its consolidation, Asen Jackary stated. I occupied an enviable position in the Temple of Destruction, but I eventually managed to become selected to represent the PMG as its senator in the Upper Council. My relationship with you has played a decisive role in my success. You have my gratitude for all of the aid that you have provided so far. I would have gone down with the Temple of Falsehood without your intervention. It only took a slight amount of effort for Vess to put in a good word for the former Temple Commander, yet it was literally a career saver for the opportunistic fellow. The soon-to-be Upper Counselor therefore owed a huge debt of gratitude to Vess. This meant that the high-ranking member of the PMG had become one of his strongest allies and confidantes in the Upper Council. As far as Vess was concerned, he had earned an insane amount of profit from this transaction. The thought of that put him in a good mood. The PMG made the right call. I do not know many people, but from what I can tell so far, you are all right. I am quite confident we can get along and cooperate well with each other." "My thoughts are identical," Counselor Jack Airy said in an obviously flattering manner. The two slowly started to walk across the grand reception chamber. Meow. Lucky felt tired of being carried around. He hopped from Vess's arms and began to sniff about by himself. Vess was pretty sure that no one was allowed to bring any mechanical pets with them, but no one paid the gem cat any mind. It was nice to enjoy the privileges of power. While Lucky embarked on an unknown adventure, Austin Jack Airy gently brought Vess up to speed on matters that were not too sensitive to wait until they could speak in private. The Red Collective's factions have solidified. Several ones that you used to be familiar with have collapsed. Others have taken their place and attracted enough counselors to gain their own weight in the upper council. "Which ones are there right now?" Vess inquired. "Well, our coalition of faiths and the Guardian Order are still the same as before. We constitute the two largest factions, though we also boast the lowest amount of cohesion due to gathering counselors from a large variety of states and organizations. Still, as long as we are strongly around a cause, we can amass a formidable amount of voting power." "I see. What else?" "There are the usual four suspects. There is a faction for the Red Association, the Red Fleet, the Terran Alliance, and the Rubarthan Pact. Do note that there are counselors who are a part of the Coalition of Faiths or the Guardian Order that are also members of those four aforementioned factions. Counselor Astrid Jameson of the Red Fleet is a good example of that. None of the factions has prohibited dual memberships, partly because the factions need all of the counselors they can get, and also because none of the factions possess a particularly strong identity at the moment." Vess shrugged. "I can't blame the counselors for that. The counselors from the Terran Alliance can never ignore the superstate that they are supposed to represent. It is still nice if we can count on them to help our coalition of faiths whenever possible. We can keep track of every counselor's degree of support and reward them accordingly." There was little else they could do about this. Factions did not constitute parties within the lower and upper councils because every counselor got elected or appointed to their positions based on individual merits, and not due to any party affiliations. The factions therefore served as fairly loose clubs, where counselors with shared interests could convene and better coordinate their joint proposals and political actions. "How is the League of Minor States doing?" Vess asked. "The League is also diverse, but it has experienced remarkably little upheaval. The counselors of many third-rate and second-rate states know that they are too weak when they are scattered. They do not have egos as strong as their first-class counterparts, so the League of Minor States has the strongest reason to remain united. One factor that you need to take note of is that the League has a much greater presence in the lower council." That made sense. Second-raters and third-raters held little power in today's society. The lower council existed to provide proper representation to their citizens, but that helped little with regards to the composition of the upper council. This meant that the League of Minor States still managed to become a political heavyweight in the Red Collective. It did not matter if they were lacking in upper counselors. As long as their lower counselors were numerous enough, they could block the passage of all sorts of bills. Over there are the counselors that have chosen to form the collective authority. Austin Jack Airy gestured to a group of counselors that had gathered in a secluded corner. As the name suggests, the collective authority believes in strengthening the Red Collective and centralizing as much power as possible. This faction is where the old authoritarians, centralists, and wannabe empire builders have gathered. It has already built up a radical reputation due to its strong opposition towards dual memberships. "I see." The collective authority sounded like trouble. A large majority of stakeholders did not support centralization unless all of the power got concentrated in their direction. Since there were so many groups that had a significant stake in the Red Collective, it was impossible for one of them to monopolize all of the benefits. This should result in an equilibrium where no one could effectively gain decisive control over the Red Collective. The policies supported by the collective authority threatened to overthrow this tentative balance and introduce a lot of uncertainty. Any other factions that I should know about? Vess inquired as he politely nodded his head to a few familiar faces that aligned with him in the past. No, there are half a dozen minor factions, but they usually consist of 2 or 3 individual counselors. They are small interest groups at best, and it is doubtful whether they will persist in a few years. They may be worth cooperating with if we are missing a number of crucial votes in the upper council, but you can leave them alone outside of that. The fact that there is only room for 150 senators limits the degree of splintering. MHMM, I understand. From our perspective, which factions will we cooperate with the most according to your judgment? It is too early to tell. Asen Jackary shook his head. We should be able to gain the cooperation of the Terran and Rubarthan factions in any proposals that weaken the power of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Aside from that, we do not have a strong synergy with the other factions. The collective authority is strongly opposed to our coalition of faiths because we are in favor of decentralizing the Red Collective. Please keep that in mind. I will not forget. Vess had mixed feelings about that. The collective authority could actually increase Vess' authority if it had its way. Yet any form of centralization would weaken the sects, of which many different religious organizations plan to transition into. There were too many advantages to gaining the status of sects, most notably a legal way to gain power and a license to spread their influence over human society. Giving more power to sects would result in greater diversity in thought and practice, but it would also shift a lot of focus and important resources from the Red Collective itself. A balance needed to be found between the two sides. Neither of them could be allowed to gain all of the power. As Councillor Jackary continued to explain the most up-to-date power dynamic within the upper and lower councils, a chime suddenly sounded. A pair of massive double doors slowly parted open. Just behind the door stood a man with a military dress uniform. The sergeant at arms loudly bellowed his instructions with augmented lungs. Esteemed councillors, please enter the Shrine of Light and take your assigned places. Know that your every word and deed will be recorded in the annals of Red humanity, so be mindful how you act. The councillors all fell silent and began to exit the grand reception chamber in an orderly fashion. It was rather impressive to see them all move so harmoniously, despite the fact that they had already made enemies among themselves. Meow. Lucky returned to Vess' side and chose to hover next to the Mech designer as if he was a floating fashion accessory. His appearance looked quite out of place among all of the solemn-faced and formally dressed councillors, but Vess actually liked how the cat caused him to stand out from the crowd. As soon as Vess passed the threshold and entered the Shrine of Light, he immediately learned why it got its name. The rays of light emitted by Yernstall's trinary stars shone through the crystalline materials that made up the astral octagon and illuminated the most central and sacred hall with astonishing rays of light. A combination of beautiful white light rays and a scattering of dispersed rainbow color rays all shone and reflected on the bright and crystalline floor and furniture. Though the people who were more sensitive towards light than usual had to dim their vision, Vess thought the Shrine of Light looked enchanting. There was a strong concentration of extraordinary energies, and they did not solely originate from the 3 stars that powered the Yernstall central star node. There were a bunch of other strong energy sources buried beneath the crystal floor. Vess could sense their threat and potency much clearer now that he had come close. Chapter 64, 32 Pure and Light. The Shrine of Light was a remarkable architectural work. The enormous chamber that was located in the very center of the astral octagon obtained its light from all sorts of external sources, most notably the trinary stars that supplied the Yernstall central star node with a lot of light and energy. The Dyson swarms that intercepted a significant fraction of the outgoing electromagnetic radiation still let out enough illumination to light up much of the astral octagon's interior. It took precise calculations and a lot of artistic imagination to shape light into art. This was especially the case when the Shrine of Light had to look good at every hour of the day. Throw in the orbital mechanics of the astral octagon, La Réunie, and the motion of other large light-reflecting objects. The calculations quickly turned dizzyingly complex. Vess knew a thing or two about light, crystals, and optics, but he felt as if he was a small child compared to the architects and designers who masterminded the creation of the Shrine of Light. This was because the crystals did not only shape light, they also shaped the passage of E-energy. Vess did not know what hypermaterials had been used to produce this subtle effect, but Vess could clearly feel that the crystals had significantly reduced the passage of negative E-energy radiation, while also increasing the concentrating positive E-energy radiation towards the center of the astral octagon. This caused everyone to feel lighter, more optimistic, and more hopeful. The people that kept entering the Shrine of Light from different directions all felt as if their burdens had lifted, and that red humanity was no longer doomed. It was heavenly. He strongly suspected that a star designer like the plasma shaper or the dimensional architect was responsible for conceiving this magnificent space. As a Mech designer with a strong appreciation for both science and art, he continued to remain dazzled by the unique and dynamic interplay between white and colored light rays. Nothing looked artificial. The massive chamber that was large enough to house starships offered a huge amount of space to showcase momentary objects painted by specific combinations of light rays. From pyramids to peacocks, the light show constantly created new illusions that looked so ethereal that Vess felt as if he had stepped into a heavenly theater. He could tell that he was far from the only person who became impressed by the sight. The Shrine of Light quickly earned its way to the list of heritage sites due to brilliant architectural design. Soon enough, the counselors split in half. Those in darker red robes ascended one flight of stairs and sat on their designated crystal seats. Those in brighter red robes ascended 2 flights of stairs. They soon stepped foot on an enormous rectangular crystal platform where their crystal seats, no, thrones awaited their arrival. Naturally, Vess received instructions to claim the crystal throne that was placed in the center of the front row. This was a silent confirmation that he was most likely able to claim the highest position in the upper throne. Vess exchanged a brief look with Counselor Jack Airy. The senator from the pantheon of modern gods did not possess a high status within the upper council, so he had to sit much further behind. The two nodded before they went their separate ways. None of the counselors were accompanied by bodyguards or assistants at this time. Their followers could only wait around in a waiting room or take their places at the general seating places. Hundreds of thousands of guests had arrived to witness the founding ceremony in person. Many of them were leaders in their respective states, but the Red Collective also made sure that enough ordinary people obtained a chance to attend this historic event. None of the guests made any noise at this time. The chamber deliberately dampened sound waves generated from human speech, thereby causing the Shrine of Light to make an even stronger otherworldly impression. The unusual changes in the composition of E-energy radiation gently suppressed any unrest or uncertainty. All of the people that entered the Shrine of Light found that their patience and forbearance had magically increased. They could sit in this magnificent chamber and observe the endless interplay of light rays taking place above their heads for hours without growing bored. Even Lucky grew fascinated as he jumped onto Vess' lap and settled into place. The seats began to fill up quickly. The process had been planned months in advance by the most competent planners in the Red Ocean. Nothing at all went wrong during this crucial day. Once all of the guests had arrived and taken their places, the enormous double doors slowly slammed shut. The Shrine of Light had become an enclosed chamber, at least for the time being. Absolute silence stretched for 2 more minutes. People could only hear their own breathing, but nothing else. No pompous music began to echo across the walls. No colorful banners emerged to announce the establishment of the Red Collective. No flower petals fell from above. Only light and silence dominated the shrine of light. Just as everyone expected for this silent moment to persist for a few more minutes, the largest set of double doors located at the far end of the chamber slowly slid open. A large number of metal-on crystal collisions sounded in the chamber. It sounded as if a troop of mechs was about to enter the shrine of light. As the large mech-like shapes stepped forward until they finally began to pass through the entrance, it soon became clear that they were not what everyone thought. The giant forms initially looked like humanoid mechs, but it became clear that they only shared a resemblance to the classic machines. Underneath all of the thick layers of armor were giant human forms that had been magnified to the scale of mechs. Vess, along with many other people, reacted in complete surprise at the sight. Those were actual humans, moving underneath their well-designed raiments. Vess could tell that they were humans because no biomechs possessed that distinctive human look. It was extremely unlikely for the Red Collective to attempt to fool the masses by commissioning biomechs that just happened to look extremely human-like. The obvious conclusion was that the Red Collective had finally decided to showcase its initial unit of human phase lords in public. Many counselors, including Vess, had not been deeply involved in the planning of the founding ceremony. At most, they made suggestions or made contributions to specific sections, but none of them were aware of the full program. If the Red Collective wanted to make a dramatic first or second impression, then it had most definitely succeeded. It was not just the remarkable nature of human phase lords that captivated observers. As pairs of human phase lords wearing identical blue-coated raiments with purple accents continued to pass through the enormous entrance, more of them kept approaching from behind. Their quantity already impressed a lot of people. As pairs of human phase lords wearing identical blue-coated raiments with purple accents continued to pass through the enormous entrance, more of them kept approaching from behind. The synchronized footsteps they made on the surface of the crystal floor caused the entire shrine to vibrate and echo at increasing amplitudes. It was not until a whopping 60 human phase lords managed to get past the open double doors that the procession finally reached its limit. A lot of people grew relieved, but there were also viewers who grew disappointed. Was that it? Did Red Humanity spend so much time and resources to figure out how to raise human phase lords, only to produce 60 of them in the end? Their scale also seemed lacking. It was quite impressive for humans to be able to grow to the scale of mechs, but that was trivial in the eyes of a true alien phase lord or phase whale. Still, not everyone dismissed the combat power of these human phase lords. What they lacked in size, they made up for it in quantity. Depending on how difficult it was to cultivate human phase lords, it may be possible for Red Humanity to counter the threat of alien phase lords by throwing lots of human ones on the battlefield. Second, human phase lords were still a new phenomenon. There was still room for growth for each of these giant human soldiers. They just needed more time and face water to double or triple the height of their true bodies and become as powerful as Vess at his current level of cultivation. Third, their raiments were much more advanced than the more rudimentary ones utilized by the native aliens. Red Humanity had access to over 4 centuries of mech development. Even if phase lord raiments needed to be completely hollow, that still left a lot of external space to mount armor plating, external power sources, flight systems, and other modules. There were also swords, spears, rifles, cannons, and other handheld equipment. Each of these phase lord-adapted products were originally derived from highly optimized and developed mech systems. Merging mech technology with human phase lord thereby resulted in a much greater synergy between technology and body cultivation. As such, the gathering of 60 human phase lords equipped with purpose-built raiments exuded a much stronger sense of oppression than 60 first-class multipurpose mechs. Part of it was because of Red humanity's unfamiliarity with the human variant of Phase Lords, but another part of it was because each of them generated a remarkably consistent spatial energy field that charged the surrounding air in a very subtle manner. Vess' expression changed a little. As the first human Phase Lord, he could roughly figure out what these giant soldiers were doing. They were just employing a trick to increase their intimidation factor. However, the implications were much greater than that. When 60 human Phase Lords vibrated the fabric of space at nearly the same frequency, they generated a form of spatial resonance that could produce much more devastating consequences if they were being serious. His head immediately thought about the possible combat applications of this method. If the Red Collective ever sent out this elite human Phase Lord unit at an enemy force, the 60 giants could assume a formation and use their Morocco's organs to shake the fabric of space at the same frequency, but with much greater power than before. As long as the quantity and power was enough, then they could potentially generate a cataclysmic spacequake that could sunder entire alien assault fleets and tear apart the spatial barriers of formidable alien Phase Lords. Vess immediately realized the difference between the human and alien approach towards Phase Lords. The native aliens all the way to the Red Cabal considered Phase Lords and Phase Whales to be literal gods. No god was the same. Each of them possessed their own legendary stories that propelled them to godhood. Every phase leader sought to create his own divine myth and did all they could to differentiate themselves from their rival gods. The very notion of gathering a bunch of alien Phase Lords together and forcing them to develop the same powers and integrate the same facewater organs sounded heretical to the native aliens. A god was not supposed to be a faceless grunt. Red humanity clearly thought differently. The Red Collective's Phase Lord department had no qualms about cultivating multiple human Phase Lords in the same way. This was because humans did not regard Phase Lords as gods, not even their human variants. Since humans just regarded them as overgrown people with magical spatial abilities, they did not have any taboos about training them into gigantic elite troopers that fully leveraged the advantage of teamwork and coordination. Impressive. Creative. This was the sort of imagination and planning that Red humanity depended upon to overcome their numerically superior foes. Vess could easily foresee that once the RC started to send out squads or companies of human Phase Lords in the field, entire war theaters might turn around due to the amazing combat effectiveness of these superhuman assets. Chapter 64, 33, Showing Off Muscles. All of the Red humans watching the broadcast from their own homes and workplaces became awed by what was taking place in the Shrine of Light. Unlike the individuals who received the privilege to attend the founding ceremony in person, those watching from remote did not get to enjoy the purifying light and sacred atmosphere of this dazzling grand chamber. Neither did they experience the subtle spatial manipulation generated by 60 human Phase Lords working in total unison. The upsized human soldiers wearing extremely well-designed blue raiments with purple accents looked even more eye-catching due to the spectacular plumes extending from their helmets. Their alternating blue and white colorations made them look taller, more special, and more uniform. While the human Phase Lords mounted a variety of different weapons onto their backs, they currently held giant black halberds in their hands. They all maintained the exact same stances, causing the long weapons to generate a black pattern that emphasized the impeccable training and discipline of these giant superhumans. Their long and vicious transphasic hyperpolearms looked as if they were tailor-made to tear and pierce through Phase Lord flesh and warship hulls alike. Vess, along with every other Red human, couldn't wait to see these human Phase Lords in action. Even if they only deployed in smaller numbers, they could potentially achieve a lot more results on the battlefield if they compensated their lack of cultivation progress with numbers and teamwork. However, there may be a chance that the 60 powerful giants might not set foot on the battlefield anytime soon. They may instead be used as an elite guard unit, assigned to defend the astral octagon and other strategically valuable facilities of the Red Collective. At most, these initial human phase lords may be used to train batches of subsequent phase lords that emerged at a later date. The Phase Lord Department had a vested interest in producing more human phase lords. It would never have as much say within the power structure of the RC if the number of human phase lords was not large enough to affect the Red War. As the 60 giants reached their positions around the center and took up guard stances, they finally announced their designation to the masses. The lead officer, with a more elaborately shaped plume on his helmet, bellowed out his words with an earth-shaking roar. Titan Phalanx. The rest of the giants proceeded to slam their armored feet against the crystal deck and echo those words with their loudest voices. Crack. Titan Phalanx. The mighty shall fall. The mighty shall fall. The entire shrine of light seemed to shake as those loud roars intertwined and resonated with each other, causing the people sitting the closest towards the center to feel as if their eardrums were under pressure. There was power in those roars. The Titan Phalanx not only announced their identities with pride and conviction, but also set themselves apart from the phase leaders of the native aliens. The Titans not only addressed their fellow red humans, but also any native aliens that managed to watch this footage. By explicitly organizing themselves into formal and disciplined military units, the Titans completely rejected the deification of phase lords. As enormous and alien as they appeared, these Titans nonetheless clung to their identities as red humans and readily acknowledged their own mortality. The separation between ordinary humans and human phase lords was much smaller than the enormous divide between native aliens and their high-end mighty gods. Vess guessed that this fundamental attitude caused the Titans to adopt such a strange motto. It initially sounded as if they were belittling their own combat effectiveness, but it was actually aimed straight at the phase lords and phase whales among the native aliens. The use of the word phalanx was another interesting choice. It evoked the image of hundreds, if not thousands, of soldiers holding out long spears in the same direction. Every soldier looked and moved identically, making it impossible to distinguish any single individual from the formation. This was a clear signal that the Phase Lord Department adopted combat doctrines that relied upon drilling phase lords into army units. This contradicted sharply with the practice of nurturing every talented fighter into individual champions, as was common among Mech pilots. As the Titans settled into their places, the next unit of cultivators emerged from the open entrance. Everyone shifted their attention to the much smaller, but vastly more numerous infantrymen that marched into the Shrine of Light. These human-scaled soldiers were all clad in ominous black transphasic hyper armor plating made of very impressive materials. Fiery orange highlights shone between the seams, each of them exuding a strong sense of fire. The temperature seemed to grow hotter around them as hundreds, and eventually 1,000 of them entered the Shrine of Light. As far as equipment went, they carried long rifles on their backs, tower shields in one arm and short but thick hammers in their other arm. Their footsteps were much softer than the ones made by the Titans, but the human troopers were so much more numerous that they generated a different kind of momentum. Different from the Titans, a handful of black-and-orange soldiers also carried tall banners that proudly displayed their insignia as well as a big first, which indicated that this military unit was just the first of many. The most striking part about the banners was that they depicted a broken planet in flames. That certainly hinted that this unit meant business. The soldiers marched in lockstep with each other, but since their human-scaled legs were much smaller than that of the Titans, they took a lot longer to approach the center. Nobody minded the delay. People continued to grow more and more fascinated by this troop of elite soldiers. It went without saying that they should be anything but ordinary foot soldiers. Infantry still played a vital role in many military organizations, but their prestige was always the lowest due to the suppression of Mechs. Now that Carmine Mechs entered the scene, it became questionable whether it was worthwhile enough to invest in the establishment of elite infantry units. Even so, that did not diminish people's appreciation for this top elite infantry force. With the introduction of the Titan phalanx, most people managed to figure out that these black and orange soldiers had to possess special abilities of their own in order to earn their place in this founding ceremony. In fact, calling it a founding ceremony was not quite comprehensive. The planners actually turned the first phase of the event into a military parade of sorts. The reason for that was easy to figure out. Few people took the Red Collective seriously. It was too new and relied on the handouts of the major players in order to build its headquarters and staff its offices. It lacked the might and deterrence that the Mechers and the Fleeters built up over 4 centuries. Starting off by showing off the elite military units that it had raised in the last year was a good way to reverse this prevailing image. The Red Collective needed to show its muscles, or at least the hint of them, in order to get taken seriously in today's society. Only when people feared the chance that they would receive an unwelcome visit from a few Titans or other powerful cultivators would they put away their bag of dirty tricks and do their business honestly with the new superorganization. At this time, the 1,000 armored troopers finally came close to the center of the Shrine of Light. Their black and fiery plating contrasted sharply against the bright and crystalline interior of the ceremonial chamber. The banner holders raised their poles higher, while the leading officer took a few steps forward, thereby drawing everyone's attention. He slowly raised his ornate black hammer and proceeded to activate a function that caused the weapon to light up in flames. The hot flames already caused the air above the weapon to shimmer, but the infantry commander was not done. He began to exert his cultivation to add a spiritual quality to the flames. This caused the flames to grow larger and more extraordinary, though the hammer itself remained unharmed. This was not all. What the commander did next surprised Vess and many other people. His companion spirit sprung forth from his chest. What was interesting to Vess was that the companion spirit did not take the shape of a cat, a bird, a human, or any other organism. Instead, the commander's companion spirit came in the form of a hammer whose shape was identical to the weapon in his grasp. The weapon-shaped companion spirit floated in the air for a few seconds before it flew into the physical hammer. Everything seemed to change after that. Now that the hammer received a very welcome guest, it lit up and evolved into a more advanced form. The commander held up his torch-like hammer before crashing it onto the front surface of his tower shield. The fire that blazed from the hammerhead underwent a qualitative transformation. Though it still burned orange, the size of the flames and the heat emanating from them had drastically risen. Not only that, but the flames seemed to come under the control of a conscious being, causing them to assume shapes that natural fire could never produce. The commander held up his torch-like hammer before crashing it onto the front surface of his tower shield. Clang! Not only did the impact produce a loud noise, but it also caused the flames to crash and spread across the front in a cone-like blast. At this time, the 999 troopers standing behind the commander proceeded to raise their own hammers and made the same actions. Each of them practiced the same fire-attributed Kai cultivation method. Each of them possessed hammers that burst into flames. Each of them developed the exact same fire hammers as their companion spirits. When these fire hammers inhabited the physical hammers, the latter came to life and started to produce much more powerful and exotic flames. As the fire cultivators slammed their fire-empowered hammers against their tower shields, they produced such a massive wave of fire explosions that it engulfed much of their formation. Whoosh! The flames looked powerful and deadly enough to kill hundreds of thousands of people if they happened to fall within the range of those destructive fire bursts. The power of a single fire burst might not be impressive, but when so many fire cultivators pulled off the same move in close proximity, they somehow managed to amplify each other's actions, enabling them to inflict greater damage in combination. Fortunately, their blackened orange armor was highly resistant towards fire damage, so the soldiers did not suffer any injuries as far as anyone could tell. Vess' eyes lit up in interest. He already had a theory of what just happened. The physical hammers were excellent technical products, but possessed low metaphysical properties. They were not comparable to the likes of the ocean collar and the flower parasol. However, once the soldiers inserted their companion spirits into their hammers, their weapons temporarily turned into high-level artifacts, thereby gaining new and more effective capabilities. Although the hammers could not pass off as authentic high-level artifacts, they gained enough of a boost that it didn't matter too much. There was huge potential in this approach. The cultivation of the infantry soldiers and their companion spirits was currently a little low, but once they had more time to build up their power, they could unleash an unimaginable amount of power, especially when they fought as an army. The fire soldiers began to make their next move. The commander raised his flaming hammer before his companion's spirit shot out and rose into the air. Once the lone fire hammer reached a commanding height, 999 other troopers pulled off the same move. 1,000 fire hammers rose in the air and formed a perfect array that mirrored the column of fire soldiers. Then, almost all of the hammers began to fly forward. They slowly converged upon the fire hammer at the front that belonged to the commander of the unit. Vess and many other observers grew surprised when they saw that the hammers seamlessly merged with each other. There was no sign of rejection. The sight initially did not appear to be too special, but then the sequence kept repeating. One fire hammer after another kept merging into the commander's fire hammer. This subsequently caused the leading fire hammer to grow larger, hotter, and more imposing than before. Once there was only one fire hammer left, it had reached a scale that made it look as if it could dent a Mech. The infantry commander kept his free arm raised before decisively swinging it downwards. At the same time, the massive fire hammer descended from the air like a falling meteorite and slammed against the crystal floor with apocalyptic force. Boom! The collision produced such an enormous release of kinetic force and flames that it was as if a giant incendiary bomb just exploded at the impact site. Destructive flames and shockwaves spread everywhere and threatened to kill the people sitting closest in the center of the chamber. Fortunately for everyone, multiple strong Azure energy shields came to life and easily contained the pre-planned display of power. Soon enough, the 1,000 fire soldiers came into view once again. The flames and shockwaves had spread to them as well, but they all managed to stand their ground and resist the energies with impeccable confidence. By the time the flames completely subsided, the leading officer proudly announced his unit name. 1st Apocalypse Warden Battalion. 1,000 armored feet slammed against the crystal floor. Crack. 1 St. Apocalypse Warden Battalion. Ruination before death. The soldiers all slammed their flaming hammers against their tower shields. Clang. Ruination before death. Chapter 64, 34, The Advantages of Cultivation. The Apocalypse Wardens made an explosive first impression. The black-clad soldiers proceeded to part in half before taking up positions on both sides of the central avenue. They stood just before the giant feet of the Titans. The Apocalypse Wardens looked tiny in comparison to the Titans, which caused them to look a lot weaker. However, their quantity was much greater, which immediately conveyed multiple different meanings. It was clear that it took a huge amount of resources to cultivate just 60 human phase lords. Sure, the investment was far greater this time because Red humanity was going in blind. Now that they successfully explored a viable pathway to turn humans into bona fide phase lords, the department responsible for raising them could train subsequent batches a lot more efficiently. Even so, the demand for face water would always remain. The body mass of just a single human phase lord already encompassed the body mass of lots of apocalypse wardens. Multiply that by 60. Then the absolute amount of face water required to produce all of these human phase lords was astronomical. What was even more troublesome was that the Titans were all at the low end of the lesser phase lord stage at the moment. Their body cultivation had made relatively little progress. None of them had reached the size of more combat-capable alien phase lords, such as the Trampler of Stars or the Archie lesser phase lords. The cost to increase the cultivation of the Titans by a noticeable degree would probably take 3 to 10 as much face water. While the Titans may be able to reach the size of Vess, or even more, the benefits of doing so were questionable. Right now, it was clear that the Phase Lord department saw more merit in making human Phase Lords as large as Mechs before equipping them with Mech-like gear. This was the poor man's approach towards weaponizing Phase Lords, but Vess did not blame the Phase Lord department. Face water was still a scarce resource, and the major players were extremely reluctant to donate tons of this exotic substance just to pursue an incredibly resource-heavy method of body cultivation. Even if it was not cost-effective to raise human phase lords for the purpose of raising special combat units that could make a difference in the ongoing war, the Red Collective still had to engage in this research, if only to understand their enemies better. Compared to the giant soldiers, the much smaller Apocalypse Warden troopers appeared much more reasonable. The fact that the cultivation method department managed to train 1,000 soldiers in a consistent manner and have them develop the exact same traits and abilities was a testament to the universality of their solutions. It showed that the difficulty and resource intensity of raising a battalion of fire-attributed Kai cultivators was likely not as expensive. In fact, even if the Apocalypse Wardens were equipped with excellent first-class combat equipment made out of expensive exotics and hypers, the small scale of every soldier meant that the total resource usage was quite low, especially compared to Mechs. The unveiling of the Apocalypse Wardens therefore highlighted the advantages of fielding militarized Kai cultivators. They derived a lot of strength from absorbing E-energy radiation that was always freely available. They were much less reliant on high-grade resources that red humanity was short of at the moment. Of course, not every sect or organization could raise a troop as luxurious as the Apocalypse Wardens. The Red Collective had much greater access to face water and other high-quality resources. The RC had also taken over the management of companion spirit fruit trees, so it could easily supply a lot of soldiers with companion spirits. Other forces would have a much harder time to raise troops as strong as the Apocalypse Wardens. However, there was no need to reach their level of strength. It was already good to raise lots of soldiers that possessed half or even a quarter of the combat power as the Apocalypse Wardens. As long as the price of raising them was much lower as well, this could still turn into a profitable exchange. Of course, the bigger question was where all of these powerful Kai cultivation soldiers should fight. They could not fight in open space, and they were not that useful in planetary battles unless they fought in urban regions. Vess personally figured that there were 3 good uses to these enhanced infantry soldiers. First, they could serve as excellent guards and defenders of urban settlements. Second, they should be able to board and take over enemy warships a lot more effectively. Third, they could raid enemy cities and sneak into deep and well-protected facilities without inflicting excessive collateral damage. Finally, they could be used for infiltration. Nobody would be on guard against ordinary humans. Even without any combat gear, the Apocalypse Wardens should still be able to inflict a lot of damage by themselves. Perhaps there may be other uses for Kai cultivation soldiers, but this was what he could think of at the moment. The parade continued onwards, though the subsequent formations of cultivations did not make impressions as shocking as that of the Titans and the Apocalypse Wardens. Perhaps that was all the Red Collective had been able to produce in a short amount of time. It could also be that the RC still wanted to keep its trump cards hidden and avoid showing off too much strategically valuable information to the native aliens. Whatever the case, the next groups of cultivators showcased different strengths and possibilities. For example, there was a troupe of robed women who elegantly danced and spun across the air without the use of technology. Each time they swung their fans, they released gusts of winds that could blast people away. There was a group of humans who wore ordinary clothes, yet made themselves completely invisible and unnoticeable. They managed to do this without wearing any devices on their person. There was another group of people who were able to generate force fields, allowing them to act as hidden bodyguards so long as they did not expose their true identities. The power of these Kai cultivators was not high, but their lack of dependence on technology made them very suitable in situations where heavy hardware could not be relied upon. They also became even more effective if they did make use of modern equipment. Their cultivation-derived abilities could easily synergize with a lot of useful technological solutions. After the Red Collective was done with showing off some of its muscles, the parade began to change in tone. Instead of presenting soldiers, the Red Collective began to unveil a variety of non-combatants. The first group of non-combatants consisted of people that gave off a familiar impression to Vess. These were green-robed figures who all brought small-sized trees and plants with them. Their plants were transported by floating bots of various sizes. Once the wood cultivators reached the center of the Shrine of Light, they briefly showcased their abilities. Grow. A sapling rapidly absorbed the energies of multiple cultivators and frantically drew on the nutrients locked inside the soil. It grew taller at such an astounding speed that many people would have called this demonstration fake. However, Vess could clearly sense that the sapling was truly alive, and that the huge influx of structured wood energy forcefully promoted its growth. The wood cultivators apparently mastered a technique that could forcefully grow and age a plant without causing it to burst apart, lose its vitality, or suffer severe defects. The only downside was that the wood cultivators were too weak to sustain their effort. The sapling eventually grew into a tree that was only twice as tall as a human. This was an amazing result, considering that only a handful of humans managed to produce such a result without resorting to high technology. Once their cultivation improved, these wood cultivators may be able to revive an entire planet's worth of forests. The wood cultivators demonstrated a few other abilities. Wither. A remarkably familiar withering curse caused another tree to age and dry up before it finally cracked and fell apart. Ripen. Vess sat up a little straighter. He already noticed that one of the trees the wood cultivators had brought was actually a companion spirit fruit tree. Even though its biological composition was closer to an exobest rather than a real tree, the wood cultivators still managed to promote the ripening of a dozen or so fruits. The immature companion spirits seemed to fast-forward their development by more than a week. Though the efficiency of the cultivation technique was ultimately a lot lower due to the special and abnormal properties of the companion spirit fruit tree, the wood cultivators succeeded in harvesting a batch of precious fruits ahead of time. Amazing. These wood cultivators could play a critical role in the care of companion spirit fruit trees and the production of their bounty. They were the perfect caretakers of these highly valuable trees. Although the wood cultivators ultimately did not demonstrate any combat techniques, it was completely unnecessary as far as Vess was concerned. He understood the purpose of this display. Who said that cultivation had to be all about fighting? Only a minority of red humans were suited for combat. There were many other people who did not have the guts or other reasons to fight on an actual battlefield. In that sense, the Red Collective offered pathways towards extraordinary power that did not involve violence. This was one of the RC's strongest advantages. Currently, The Red Association and the Red Fleet overwhelmingly oriented itself towards combat and warfare. The Red Association held an additional advantage in that it offered a path for Mech designers to ascend to greatness, but not everyone was willing and able to study and devote their life to Mech design. The Red Collective, on the other hand, could turn almost every peaceful professional into a cultivator that excelled at his respective craft. This message became increasingly clearer to everyone as other groups of non-combatants emerged and showcased their talents. There were baseline human scientists and engineers who demonstrated vastly superior memory, calculation, and other mental processing capabilities. Their raw performance rivaled the likes of first-raters that could only reach this level of performance by investing thousands of MTA credits in augmentations. The performance of these baseline humans would constantly improve so long as they kept making progress in their cultivation. They could definitely speed up their improvement by making use of cultivation resources, but they should also be able to make progress without spending any further money. The next group of non-combatants consisted of singers. Everyone in the Shrine of Light felt more relaxed as they listened to the ethereal voices of the singers as they elegantly glided towards the center of the grand chamber. If people still bore a lot of stress and concerns, even after they became subjected to the special circumstances of the Shrine of Light, then this time they completely managed to shake off their burdens. It was hard to imagine that the singers could make all of this happen without looking as if they exerted themselves. Their voices were all empowered by E-energy. These sirens not only knew how to manipulate their audience's emotions and perception, but also managed to amplify the cleansing and purifying effect of the Shrine of Light. These singers could easily serve as the extraordinary choir of this sacred shrine. More extraordinary professionals appeared. That meant that more and more people found that they could vastly improve their performance at work as long as they practiced a cultivation method that was tailored for their jobs. The individual message of this parade was that cultivation was too valuable for civilians to pass up. If they could not become Carmine Mech pilots, then why not practice a basic cultivation method that could directly improve their work performance? The overall message of these demonstrations went a lot deeper. The Red Collective basically suggested that as long as civilians practiced basic cultivation methods on a wide scale, Red humanity's productivity would skyrocket. Everyone would be able to get so much more stuff done that human civilization should partially be able to reduce the disadvantages of being outnumbered by the native aliens. On this aspect alone, the Red Collective had already proven its worth to society. Chapter 64:35, The Arrival of the Witch. A lot of people underestimated the Red Collective. The Red Association had Mech pilots, Carmine Mech pilots and Mech designers on its side, each of whom had a chance to become exceptionally powerful or versatile true gods. The Red Fleet did not currently feature prominent cultivators, but if they did manage to develop and embrace a few cultivation methods, they would probably focus all of their resources on raising better officers, spacers, and naval engineers. While all of that sounded great, the greatest disadvantage of the RA and the RF was that they were almost completely oriented towards military development and military-industrial development. Neither the RA or the RF put too much emphasis on civilian industries. While its members started up a lot of businesses that encompassed many different sectors, they always existed to support their main activities, which was to support the development of mechs or warships. Even if they chose to branch out, there was no confidence that they could do a good job. What did mechs have to do with cooking? What did warships have to do with music? Only the collies could cover all of the areas that the mechers and fleeters missed out. The Red Collective not only promoted cultivation for the purpose of raising soldiers, but also to promote the development of humanity's civil society. E-energy radiation was ubiquitous and completely free. There was no reason to squander this valuable resource while it was so widely available. giving every professional a safe and effective way to increase their intelligence, reaction speed, physical strength, and so on could make them a lot better at their jobs. Of course, the cultivation methods released to the public had to be extremely basic and easy to practice. The simpler the scriptures, the lower the chance that anything could go wrong. Vess knew that the Red Collective was also reluctant to hand over strong methods to the masses. It was better to keep them busy with the basic stuff while leaving the responsibility of teaching more advanced methods to sects or the collies themselves. As the parade came to an end, the Shrine of Light had become a lot busier. The arrival of a large number of combatants and non-combatants of the Red Collective showcased the strength and versatility of human cultivators. A decade from now, a collection of humans with the power to summon fire hammers, accelerate the growth of plants, and hypnotize people to sleep with their voices would become a lot more common across human-occupied space. The various cultivators may have developed vastly different strengths and powers, but one trait they shared in common was that they had far surpassed their human limitations. The large group of cultivators essentially served as a harbinger of the future. A decade from now, a collection of humans with the power to summon fire hammers, accelerate the growth of plants, and hypnotize people to sleep with their voices would become a lot more common across human-occupied space. The proportion of people without any attainments in cultivation would become a rare sight. Perhaps only children, disabled people, and so on would retain their human limitations. Many people looked forward to entering this future. Birth, capital, and connections should no longer determine the height that most people could reach. Third-raters and second-raters had a much easier chance to catch up to first-raters, as long as they made enough attainments in their cultivation methods. Space peasants might not be able to afford the expensive implants and genetic modification treatments that the first-raters took for granted, but even the poorest third-rater could outperform any first-rater as long as he possessed enough talent. Of course, Vess did not expect the gap to narrow too much. Since third-raters could benefit from cultivation, then first-raters definitely had access to the same benefits as well. First-class citizens may even be able to enjoy greater advantages if they could afford to spend their money on expensive elixirs and other products that could promote an individual's cultivation progress. In the end, the same factors that set the wealthy and powerful apart from the rest still applied. At least third-raters had access to more accessible means to catch up to the first-raters. The Red Collective appreciated talent the most. Background and augmentations were almost worthless in comparison. Third-rate states generally possessed the largest populations, so there should be a lot of hidden gems among them. Each of them could become an amazing cultivator so long as their talent became known and practiced fitting cultivation methods. This meant that there should still be many opportunities for third-raters and second-raters to rise up and become just as powerful as first-raters one day. The expressions of some, but not all, people sitting around Vess shifted to varying degrees. If an amateur politician like Vess could figure this out, then a lot of other clever counselors could do so as well. In fact, there was a notable number of upper and lower counselors that had already foreseen these trends. They just weren't sure about the scale due to lacking enough information about how successfully the RC managed to train enough cultivators that excelled in many different fields. From what everyone had seen so far, the Red Collective was bound to become the most dominant civilian institution. That did not mean that the RC's military power was weak and pathetic, but it had a long way to go before it could catch up to the RA and the RF. As Vess and many other people continued to think about the implications of the parade, an entirely new presence had arrived. Everyone held their breaths for a moment as an incredibly powerful and oppressive presence had descended onto everyone. The entire Shrine of Light and the astral octagon all seemed to have left the current universe and entered into an alternate domain where a different set of rules took precedence. Fortunately, the shift was very light, so much so that the alternate rules had little chance of taking effect. Vess was familiar with this sensation. He had already experienced it in the past. The evolution which had arrived. What people were being subjected to was just a very light application of her god kingdom. Even so, she already made Vess feel as if he held no secrets. In particular, he felt that the evolution which paid quite close attention to the progression of his true body, the development of his design philosophy, and the growth of Blinky. After a dozen seconds of exposure to her god kingdom, the evolution which finally dialed her presence down where it became easier to ignore. A large shape approached the entrance. Many people grew a lot more excited as they anticipated the entry of one of the most powerful humans in the Red Ocean. These people were not disappointed when a god Mech finally graced the Shrine of Light. It was as if the Geniforger distorted the natural pathways of light and forced them all to shine on its organic surface. The sight of raw, uncovered flesh evoked both disgust and power among the viewers. They knew that the Geniforger was the most powerful biomech in the Red Ocean. Its form was endlessly mutable, so its base appearance was just a cosmetic choice. The god Mech floated forward without generating any sound, heat, or other disturbance. Mechs at this level no longer required the use of flight systems to get around. They could rely purely on distorting the fabric of reality to displace their physical forms. Vess had always considered Mechs to be the ultimate fusion between technology and extraordinary power, and the sight of the Geniforger only reinforced this notion. He could tell that the evolution, which had grown stronger and more mysterious. As one of the few people privileged to meet and interact with the evolution which in the past, it was easy enough for him to recall how her god kingdom felt like. This made it clear that her overpowering aura had changed in a direction that felt a little unsettling. Her god kingdom had grown stronger and more domineering due to all of the native aliens' forces that she managed to destroy or hijack. Her ultra-powerful domain field had also grown more mysterious because she had clearly been plotting behind people's backs. Many people claimed that high-ranking Mech pilots were the worst possible spies. Not only did they have a compulsion against lying and failing to meet their promises, they also wore their emotions and convictions on their sleeves. God pilots could never hide their true feelings and intentions. They had to rely on clever words and misdirection in order to retain a sense of privacy. Right now, Vess could feel that the evolution which felt pleased at all of the progress that the Red Collective had made in the past year. Vess could not tell whether she was glad that he had performed well in particular. That was rather frustrating. In any case, the Geniforger floated forward at a steady pace. It was only when the legendary machine reached the very center of the Shrine of Light that it ceased to move any further. The light shining from above still distorted their directions, causing them to curve onto the god Mech. This caused the light levels in the rest of the crystalline chamber to dim, while also bathing the Geniforger in divine light. The god Mech literally looked as if it had descended from heaven at the moment. The more weak-willed guests who became exposed to active god kingdom even felt the urge to prostrate and worship the evolution which as a literal deity. After floating around for a few more seconds, the Geniforger finally faded away, revealing a much smaller form. The evolution, which had decided to unveil her human form. Every guest reacted at this time. They all rose from their seats, only to lower themselves to their knees. Hail to the evolution witch. Next, the cultivators standing on the crystal floor did likewise. Whether they were Titans, apocalypse wardens, or civilian cultivators, they all lowered to a single knee and greeted the latest arrival. Hail to the evolution witch. The most powerful human individual in the astral octagon peered at all of the people who felt incredibly honored to be in her presence. The woman in purple robes gently raised her hand. Rise. The god pilot only just spoke those words, and already people found themselves on both of their feet. It was as if her will alone had already caused people to stand without consciously performing this action. How frightening. Sit. The evolution which flexed her power over everyone once again by repeating this feat. The cultivators on foot all remained standing, but those who had been designated seats had already lowered themselves to their original seating postures. Most of the attendees expressed both awe and fear towards the god pilot. They were completely at her mercy. She could make them do almost anything, and there was nothing they could do to resist. Most people felt relieved that she was on Red Humanity's side. The thought of becoming her enemy was terrifying. After the evolution which gave everyone enough time to regain their equilibrium, she finally started her address. The Age of Dawn has arrived. Since the start of this new epoch, human evolution has become unlocked. Everyone has gained the power to adapt, evolve, and overcome their prior limitations. No barrier can halt our changes anymore. With the power of E-energy, our entire race shall transform in directions unknown to all. Progress will always be made. Those who seek to stand in its way will be crushed by those that embrace its inevitability. Make no mistake. Evolution has its dangers, and to let it run free is to invite disaster. The only viable means to survive in this new and dangerous age is to seize our destiny. Take control over your own evolution and steer it to your desired ambition. This is what it means to cultivate. Her provocative words made an enormous impression upon Red Humanity. Pretty much everyone was listening to her right now. No matter what people thought about the Red Collective, right now they uniformly concluded that it was a necessary institution. Without the guiding hand of the Red Collective, human evolution would almost certainly go astray. Chapter 64, 36, The Evolution Witch's Revival. The Shrine of Light fell completely silent. Aside from the evolution, which is divine speech, no other sound was allowed to interrupt her historic address. From the moment she began to express her views, it already became clear how she viewed the red ocean and humanity's place in this dwarf galaxy. According to the god pilot, the Age of Dawn had the potential to become a golden age for red humanity. The red ocean may lack the size and strong imprint of human civilization, but it may serve as the starting point for humankind's collective evolution. The evolution which clearly saw exposure to exotic radiation from Messier 87 as a blessing rather than a curse. Even though the Great Severing had already put red humanity in the crosshairs of the overpowering aliens from that dreadful supermassive galaxy, the evolution which possessed far too much courage and ambition to bow down to this threat. Instead, she used the impending threat of the Subjugation King to fuel her urgency and push herself to improve past her limits. She was no stranger to this desperation strategy. After all, back when she was still immortal, she constantly fought to outpace her own congenital defects. She trained and fought harder than her peers because she had no room for complacency. Her life was literally on the line, and only by evolving fast enough was she able to postpone the deadline of her passing time and time again. Her willpower accumulated rapidly during those desperate days. She was not like the other Mechers who could afford to take their time and polish their skills over a longer period of time. The evolution which had entered a race to overcome her own early death from the moment it became clear that her own body was failing her. Instead of letting her diseases and disabilities break her mentality, she persevered and endured all of the pressures of her life until she finally ascended to godhood and completely wiped out the afflictions that haunted her for the entirety of her mortal life. Though divine Lucy Miyazaki had distinguished herself as one of the fastest Mech pilots to complete her transcendence among the later generations, her breakthrough turned out to be a blessing as well as a curse. She had lost her great cause. She had lost the motivation that propelled her to success at a pace that could only be matched by a few other god pilots and a total freak like the chosen human. Lucy thought that ascending to godhood would become the start of a wonderful new life, as one of the strongest powerhouses of human civilization. The reality turned out to be less rosy than she imagined. Sure, she managed to completely liberate herself from her many mortal failings, thereby crossing a chasm that the vast majority of Mech pilots could never cross. let alone approach. Yet from the moment she became a god pilot, she understood that she had ascended from the top of mortal society, only to start off from the bottom of a new society made up of divinities. The optimistic evolution, which quickly got taught a few painful lessons by her senior god pilots. How could a fresh god pilot possibly stand a chance against those who had decades, if not centuries of lead time? Even though there was no structured way for god pilots to progress any further, the god pilots who had emerged a lot earlier did not sit still. They collaborated with star designers to implement priceless upgrades to their god mechs. They strengthened their raw willpower through the stupidest methods, such as challenging each other. They expanded their knowledge and experimented with different methods in order to broaden their problem-solving capabilities. No god pilot neglected the development of their own combat power after they ascended to their current rank. The evolution which became awfully discouraged after getting beaten by practically every god pilot she sparred against. Fortunately, a woman who had crossed the road to no return did not wallow in her depression for too long. She regained a bit of the motivation she had before. Although her life was no longer on the line this time, she still managed to gather enough conviction to grow stronger, if only so she could no longer embarrass herself by getting beaten down by the likes of the overwhelming Technomancer or the incredibly silly Triangle Guardian. Yet this did not prove to be enough to regain her old stride. Nothing posed a threat to her life anymore. Unless she deliberately set out to endanger herself and travel deep into the other half of the Milky Way, there was no way to regain the sense of urgency that enabled her to become a god pilot against all odds. What was even worse for Lucy was that her glorious ascension did not allow her to exert that much actual power. Human civilization in the Milky Way had already been carved up by older and more established powers. The older god pilots who still possessed an attachment to worldly power had already claimed their own territories for themselves. The MTA transhumanist faction had already been claimed by the chosen human. Under his cautious leadership, every biotech researcher and scientist working to promote the cause of human evolution endured a lot of hindrances in their work. The evolution which had no stomach for all of these rules and regulations, but there was no way for her to do anything else. She could never beat the chosen human in a fight. Not only did divine Hussein Albedo become a god pilot much earlier than Lucy, but his ridiculously high genetic aptitude made him utterly unique among his kind. He was able to gather followers much easier. Everyone considered him to be the literal chosen one of the human race, or else he wouldn't have earned his title. What further cemented his leadership among the transhumanists was that his ideology perfectly matched the paranoia and caution of all of the old-school Mechers. The rebels against the 5 Scrolls Compact and the survivors of the dark days of the Age of Conquest always rejected unbridled human augmentations. With the collusion of these old-timers, the chosen human's position at the top of the MTA transhumanist faction became infallible. Even if the evolution which worked harder than any other god pilot just to defeat the chosen human and take over the MTA transhumanist faction, she still had no feasible way to advance the cause of human evolution. This was because so many other god pilots would exert their own pressure and influence to stall her plans and prevent her from reforming the faction according to her own ideas. There was no room for her in the Milky Way galaxy. She gladly left for the Red Ocean at the first possible opportunity. She decisively left because she wanted to get as far away from the disgusting chosen human and his hypocritical ideas about human purity. The old-school leaders were also very glad to see her depart from the old galaxy. That way, she would no longer be around to corrupt people with her heretical ideology. It was not as if she could effect any real change in the new frontier. Many of the upper and middle-level officials of the transhumanist faction that were stationed in the Red Ocean all belonged to the chosen human's camp. Combined with the threat of an unwelcome visit from the divine Albedo or any of his like-minded god pilots, the evolution which only received a small amount of room to exert her own ideas. Then the great severing took place, where many red humans saw this event as a disaster and the start of a life-threatening crisis. The evolution which readily embraced this surprising turn of events as the greatest stroke of fortune in her life. She took over the branch of the transhumanist faction and initiated a purge that decisively dismissed or transferred away all of the chosen humans' orphaned lackeys. Though that led to a temporary shortage in high-quality manpower, the attraction of one of the 8 remaining god pilots of red humanity was far too great. It had been easy for her to call up enough capable people to replace the missing personnel. She even managed to expand the ranks of the transhumanists by several times. What was even more great for the evolution, which was that the Age of Dawn brought everything she needed to thrive. Exotic radiation forcibly placed red humanity on the path of evolution. No matter whether anyone liked it or not, they would continue to evolve and transform as long as Messier 87 continued to pump out E-energy radiation into the galactic neighborhood. As the goddess of evolution, helping red humanity grapple with their own evolution and setting them on the right paths directly and indirectly fueled her own cultivation. This was especially after she exchanged deep insights with the Oblivion Empress. The confirmation of strong alien beings in Messier 87 and proof that at least one god king was on its way to the Red Ocean perfectly replaced the threat of impending death that once caused the evolution witch to advance at a very fast pace. This familiar engine rejuvenated the evolution, which so much that she had accomplished much when she fought in the border regions in the past few months. The only god pilot that managed to smash more alien assault fleets and claim the lives of more alien phase lords was the Light of Sol. This was understandable, as the Terran god pilot was on his own. His speed also granted him a strong advantage in a war that encompassed many different territories. Even so, the evolution which managed to generate a lot of disruption by forcibly mutating a lot of alien spacers into her minions. The brainwashed aliens always turned their warships around and returned to alien space in order to wreak havoc among their former comrades. If not for these disruptions, the native aliens may have gathered enough momentum to topple the 4th defensive band by this time. At this moment, the evolution witch's reputation and prestige had reached a new peak. Her contributions were many and undeniable, and her strong association with the Red Collective earned her the right to lead this founding ceremony. Even if she was not able to lead the Red Collective directly due to political reasons, she could still pull many strings in order to steer the new superorganization to ensure it would continue to advance the cause of human evolution. The only question was whether this was enough. Trying to establish her divine authority over every instance of human cultivation and evolution was extremely bold. It would be difficult for her to lay claim over such an enormous dominion, but the potential rewards were so massive that Lucy did not want to give up this high-risk gambit. She was aware that a few god pilots knew exactly what she was doing and how she might threaten their own interests. They might not confront her directly, but they would definitely hinder her and find a way to sabotage her plans. The frustrating attitude of the Hunting Association was an example of this pushback. However, the evolution which remained confident she could overcome the opposition from within red humanity. All she needed to do was wait for 3 more days. Once she was ready to enact her carefully laid plan, everything would change. Although there was still a chance that not all of the pieces would fall into place, the evolution which invested far too much in her grand scheme to stomach the idea of failing. Her attention briefly landed on Vess Larkinson. The naughty brat did not know it, but he had made massive contributions to her ambitions. The evolution which would have never been able to put together her latest plan and gain the confidence to succeed without his indispensable assistance. Soon enough, everyone would know that Vess Larkinson had contributed to the revival of red humanity. Chapter 64, 37, Take Control of Our Evolution. From the moment the evolution which spoke to all humans trapped in the red ocean, she uplifted everyone's spirits. A god pilot was one of the most authoritative leaders that people could encounter. To witness a live address of an honored god pilot in their lifetimes was one of the greatest honors that most ordinary people could obtain. No individual dared to express contempt at the evolution, witch's words. Even her critics and political opponents had no choice but to set aside their animosity and take her words and visions seriously. That was because she was essentially correct. Red humanity was evolving, and people needed to take active control over their improvement. The Red Collective would not have any room to squeeze its way between the Red Association and the Red Fleet if there was no need to worry about this problem. The resplendent woman had currently taken on her human form. Though she looked a lot smaller than her god Mech, nobody could ever mistake her for being a weak and fragile human. As the center of a god kingdom, the evolution witch's human facade turned into a nexus of transcendent willpower. The fabric of relativity that encompassed the entire shrine of light had fallen under her control. It was trivially easy for her to enhance her presence and make sure that everyone paid serious attention to her words. Speaking moments like this were rare, so the evolution witch made sure she could take as much advantage of this situation as possible. We have entered unprecedented times. The red ocean has turned from a barren desert into an oasis of life. The very dwarf galaxy is changing before our eyes. With each passing day, more mundane materials are being transformed into hyper-materials. The rate of exobests are evolving into mutated beasts has increased so much that a dedicated organization is required to contain this threat. Even the native aliens are beginning to explore the limitless potential of exotic radiation. Her expression darkened a little when she mentioned the alien threat. She had strong feelings about their current enemies, so everyone around her could clearly perceive her hostility towards the natives of the Red Ocean. Do not forget that the native aliens have equal access to the benefits of E-energy radiation as us. They have already begun to research and adopt a wide variety of hypermaterials, even going as far as stealing our own applications. The major alien races have also begun to conduct research on how they can absorb E-energy radiation to promote their own growth. Their methods are crude and immature, but their willingness to defy their old traditions in the face of war is commendable. Will you agree to allow the native aliens to overtake us in the field of cultivation? Nobody wanted this to happen. Even the people who felt most reluctant about unleashing cultivation onto human society did not wish for the native aliens to gain a lead in this aspect. The evolution witch smiled as if everything proceeded according to her expectations. It is for this reason that the Red Collective must exist. We are different from the humans that we have left behind in the Milky Way galaxy. Our distant brothers and sisters do not share the same pressures as us. Their bodies are not being irradiated by exotic radiation every second of the day. Our struggle to survive is so much greater that we can no longer abide by the old rules that have served humanity well for centuries or millennia. In the survival of the fittest, the species that tend to persist the longest are not necessarily the strongest, but the ones that adapt the best to changing environments. We have now found ourselves in this exact same situation. We adapt or we go extinct. There is no middle ground. The god pilot uncomfortably reminded everyone that they could no longer go back to the old status quo. That was the most foolish decision to make of all, because it was no different from burying their heads in the sand. They could not afford to stick to old solutions that no longer worked because their environment had drastically changed for the worse. Her message was clear. People needed to change. Those who stood in the way of this righteous cause would only be doing their enemies a favor. The Red Collective is an organization that can only exist in an upright manner in the Red Ocean. The evolution which continued to espouse her propaganda. We are far superior to the humans who have the misfortune of remaining behind in the Milky Way. Not only do we have access to an endless source of energy to stimulate our evolution, we also have the foresight and courage to let go of the old and embrace the new. Each of us have begun a journey that will lead us to unknown destinations. None of us can predict whether your path leads to greatness or doom, but moving forward is always better than remaining stagnant. Be proud of that, fellow red humans. By possessing the courage to take control of your evolution, you have already exceeded the qualities of the stagnant humans that are still wallowing in their complacency in the old galaxy. Many people, including Vess, knew exactly what the evolution witch was doing. She was strengthening the collective identity of red humanity by denigrating original humanity. It was one of the oldest tricks in the book, but it was incredibly common and effective for many reasons. People always liked to lord over others. Society was never fair, and people always wanted to be at the top rather than the bottom. By using original humanity as her scapegoats, the evolution witch could beat this subject up as many times as she wanted in order to strengthen red humanity's sense of superiority. It was not as if all of the folk back in the Milky Way could do anything to retaliate and stop the evolution witch from insulting their honor. If they possessed a means to cross 50 million light-years in an instant, then the humans of the Milky Way would have found a way to cross this immense distance already. The only point Vess was uncertain about was why the evolution witch found the need to employ such a low-level method to rouse red humanity's sense of pride. There were much more elegant and uplifting ways to achieve similar results. Vess did not see much point in bringing up original humans, as they have become completely irrelevant in the new frontier. The evolution witch deliberately swept her gaze towards the rows and rows of cultivators raised by the precursor of the Red Collective. From the mighty Titans to the humblest civilian cultivators, each of them maintained extremely respectful and humble stances in front of the female god pilot. The supremely powerful woman smiled more affectionately at these model cultivators. An entire standard year has passed since a great young man has proposed the formation of a new organization. Its mandate is multifold. It must first promote the cause of cultivation within our civilization. It is tasked with managing the practitioners of cultivation and ensuring they remain productive members of our society. It is also responsible for enforcing the laws governing cultivation and meting out punishment against rule breakers that can form a serious threat against their fellow humans. Lastly, it must discharge its responsibilities within a legal framework that makes it accountable to the population at large. This was pretty much the core mission statement of the Red Collective. Even though everyone important enough already knew about it, it was still important for the evolution witch to mention this during the ongoing founding ceremony. No one weaker than a god pilot dared to defy her commands. Anyone who tried to work against the mission statement of the Red Collective implicitly defied the will of the evolution witch. Anyone who did so without the backing of another god pilot opened themselves up to retribution from the human biodisaster herself. Although it would be extremely uncouth and counterproductive for the evolution witch to take action in person to squash a human power because of political disagreements, the mere threat that this might happen should keep many naysayers honest. In fact, the evolution witch did not even have to take action in person. There should be many sycophants and political opportunists who would be glad to clean up her weaker opponents on her behalf. Seeing that the right people had received her implicit warning, the evolution witch continued with her speech. The Red Collective may be small and lacking in many facilities after only a single year of preparation, but its foundation is strong and its future is unlimited. As long as it develops along a healthy trajectory, I have no doubt that it will stand equal to the Red Association and the Red Fleet one day. We must all remain patient and avoid demanding overly hasty results. Much of the property and personnel of the current collective are loaned or donated from other sources, but this is not a detriment, as everyone agrees that we must take control over our own evolution. No matter whether you are a Mecher, a Fleeter, or a citizen of a state, you are all red humans, and you are all mutating under the distant light and radiation of Messier 87. The Red Collective will always have a mandate as long as that remains constant. This time, she demanded patience from those that expected the Red Collective to solve all of their problems. Not even a god pilot could make that happen. Now that you understand why we need the Red Collective, I shall explain its governance, which is different from what you are accustomed to seeing from the Red. 2. The evolution, which succinctly explained the power structure of the Red Collective. She briefly mentioned the establishment of the legislative branches in the form of an upper council and a lower council. She pointed out that the Office of Executors fulfilled the function of an executive branch. She also mentioned the various departments. The Enforcement Department happened to hold most of the judicial power at the moment. Everyone was somewhat satisfied. The big players remained confident they could prevent the Red Collective from damaging their core interests by possessing seats in the upper council. The ordinary citizens at the bottom finally felt they gained a voice through the lower council. Ambitious carcerists were eyeing the many open positions within the departments that urgently needed to be filled. The founding of the Red Collective ruined a lot of plans, but opened many future possibilities to a lot of individuals who previously remained stuck in their current circumstances. Through the evolution, which is deliberate words, the Red Collective was bound to become synonymous with progress. The evolution which sure knew how to conduct good PR, but only if she cared about other people's opinions. The Red Collective is new and still in flux. Its rules and its governance may undergo significant changes as it continues to perfect and improve its operations. From today onwards, every council, every office, and every department must begin their work with the common cause of human evolution in their minds. Each of us are the first to embark on this societal experiment. We must perform at our best in order to set good examples to the generations to come. All of us must work together to fulfill the mandate set by the people. This was easier said than done. Much of the RC was bound to be divided by different parties. The Office of Executors would probably have their hands full trying to stop or limit all of the political maneuvers that were taking place. So long as humans remained selfish, no one could ever solve this problem. Every labor should yield a reward. None of the members who are ready to dedicate their lives to the Red Collective will remain impoverished. It is too premature to introduce a new currency, but every worker and contributor to human cultivation will have the opportunity to earn RC merits, which can be redeemed for a large variety of rewards. RC merits. Sure enough, Red humanity had gained one more way to rise above their stations and earn their way to prosperity. Chapter 64, 38 Cultivation Methods Available to the Public. The creation of RC merits was a significant step. It was one way in which the Red Collective intended to close the gap with the Red 2. A lot of planning went into the creation of RC merits, and more importantly, the exchange where it could be redeemed for all kinds of rewards. There was an important reason why the evolution, which mentioned RC merits in her speech. Every Red human will have an opportunity to earn RC merits by contributing to the Red Collective. Both civilians and soldiers can earn a varying amount of RC merits by fulfilling material orders, offering territories and facilities to the local branches of the Red Collective, exposing any crimes or abuses perpetrated by cultivators, teaching a curated cultivation methods to a classroom, volunteering to fight on the front lines as cultivators, and more. Even the poorest third-raters can still earn respectable amounts of RC merits as long as they are willing to go above and beyond to promote their own evolution. The RC's merit exchange was similar to the ones maintained by the R-Ray and the R-Ref. There were still differences. The RC oriented itself a lot better towards the bottom segments of human civilization. It should be a little easier for third-raters and second-raters to earn meager amounts of RC merits without bankrupting themselves. The reason for that soon became known as the evolution which continued her explanation. A projection appeared over her head. It depicted a large floating space station that possessed a peculiar appearance. Its exterior consisted of aquamarine-covered plating, and its overall shape looked like a tapered pentagonal rod. A less charitable way to describe the space station was that it looked like a giant mace that a phase lord could use to smack his enemies around. Even so, this was no weapon. The appearance of the space station possessed special and mysterious qualities that Vess could not define. There was something fishy about this structure. This is the repository. It is the prototypical library that shall hold all of the cultivation methods of red humanity. Its archives will not only store the texts and scriptures that can teach red humans how to evolve to greater versions of themselves, but it will also accommodate researchers who are tasked with decrypting the mysteries of legacy cultivation methods. To most of you, the repository is the destination where you will go in order to exchange for a cultivation method outside of a sect. Most people were not familiar with the concept and meaning of a sect, but the evolution which clearly intended to address this subject later. Cultivation methods are more than instruction manuals that describe multi-step plans to improve yourself. They contain profound and life-changing secrets that can unlock the hidden potential of human qualities. Since cultivation can be dangerous when you attempt to manipulate forces that you cannot understand or harness, the Red Collective imposes many restrictions to every method. The repository currently recognizes 4 different categories of cultivation methods. A different projection appeared over her head. They displayed fairly simple and basic examples of people benefiting from their cultivation practice. There were humans who grew stronger and could lift 4 times the weight of objects than before. There were humans who aced their university exams, where they previously struggled to earn passing grades. There were also humans who piloted their mechs much more effectively than before because their accuracy, reaction speeds, and other relevant parameters had improved. That last part interested a lot of mech pilots, as well as norms with dreams of controlling their own Carmine mechs. It showed that even mech pilots could still benefit from cultivation, though to what extent, few could tell. The most accessible cultivation methods that the Red Collective shall make available to the public starting from today are free curated cultivation methods. These are fully modern cultivation methods of low complexity that any human can easily get started with, including children from the age of 12. Every free method is curated by our best cultivation scientists in order to guarantee their safety and reliability. They are the best methods to become accustomed to cultivation practice, as mistakes will never lead to severe consequences. Their ceilings are low, but they can be used to build good foundations. Once you transition to more advanced cultivation methods, you should be able to transform your existing foundation and avoid losing your progress. With the existing heritage and scientific capabilities of red humanity, it was not difficult to derive these free cultivation methods. Vess had actually provided his input on a few of them, but the cultivation scientists hailing from the major powers did not really need the help. He was far from the only person who was proficient with the science of cultivation. The projection above the evolution, Witch's head changed to demonstrate more powerful and dramatic displays of cultivation. They showed the Titans injecting face water into their veins before painfully trying to grow the sizes of their true bodies. They also showed the Apocalypse Wardens trying to cultivate the furnaces in their bodies by cultivating next to roaring flames. They also showed other familiar sights, such as singers eliminating the resistance of thousands of captive Orvan prisoners of war, and planters accelerating the growth and maturation of special herbs. These were powers and abilities that could never be attained by practicing low-level cultivation methods. Once a practitioner has built a solid foundation and is ready to embark on true cultivation, he or she may choose to practice premium curated cultivation methods. These are more advanced scriptures that are carefully drafted and curated to produce strong results over time. Their ceilings are much higher, but the dangers are also greater. In order to reduce the occurrence of cultivation deviations, the repository or designated agents offers lessons in order to understand and properly practice these methods. More complicated methods cannot be learned through studying the texts alone. Do note that the more powerful premium curated cultivation methods also require the use of cultivation resources in order to get started or accelerate your progress. This usually consists of elixirs synthesized from special reagents. Talent and other uncontrollable factors can also determine your compatibility with specific cultivation methods. The greater the power, the greater the requirements. This remained an unbroken rule. People needed to decide for themselves whether they were able to meet the requirements to practice a premium cultivation method that imposed heavy demands on comprehension, talent, finances, and access to high-level resources. None of this was fair, but society was unfair to begin with. So long as people had a chance to practice the most powerful premium cultivation methods one way or another, they should not have too many complaints. Access to premium curated cultivation methods is not free, the evolution which emphasized. They are the products of multiple hard-working experts. They also promise greater power, so we do not permit any human to practice them freely. Each premium curated cultivation method can only be accessed by exchanging the required sum of RC merits and passing a background check. In order to prevent unauthorized distribution of these premium methods, each of them are composed so that human individuals can only get started on them if they begin their first practice with the help of visualization artifacts that are exclusively displayed inside the secure chambers of the branches of the Red Collective. The projection above her head changed to display a small collection of these so-called visualizations. They ranged from mythical dragons to unusually looking robots. Each visualization image depicted far more than a piece of artwork. Their creators instilled great meanings into them, causing them to turn into artifacts that could impart very special feelings and emotions into their viewers. These visualization artifacts are the key that allow a practitioner to unlock a premium cultivation method. Without a key, a copy of the texts alone cannot allow a human to get started. If the Red Collective has discovered that a human has been able to bypass this security measure and succeeded in practicing a premium cultivation method without exchanging it from the repository, then the enforcement department will take steps to remedy the situation. That spooked a lot of people, especially those that sought to take advantage of the apparent loopholes. While Vess did not think it was impossible for him to circumvent the need for visualization artifacts in order to practice a premium cultivation method obtained through irregular means, there was no reason for him to risk any penalties when it should be easy for him to earn a lot of RC merits. The evolution witch's expression turned a little less pleasant. Both free and premium cultivation methods are fully curated. The same cannot be said for uncurated cultivation methods. These are either legacy cultivation methods that are recovered from old or ancient sources. They may also encompass modern cultivation methods created by individuals who have not submitted them for certification to the Red Collective. They may promise great power, but their safety can never be guaranteed. The Red Collective heavily discourages and prohibits the practice of uncurated cultivation methods. Only by submitting them for certification can they be practiced, but only with the guidance and assistance from the repository or a sanctioned sect. Independent practice of advanced cultivation methods is not allowed. These were heavy restrictions. The Red Collective clearly did not want lone individuals to play around with dangerous forces without any supervision. There were too many ways that could go wrong if people were left to their own devices. The RC clearly wanted to turn cultivation into a group activity. By forcing people to practice their methods in groups or classrooms, they could all keep tabs on each other, thereby making it easier to spot cultivators who threaten to go astray. The group environment should also foster greater cooperation. Study groups could emerge where people exchanged their best practices and helped each other understand the more complicated scriptures. Finally, sect-certified cultivation methods are advanced scriptures that are permitted to be practiced by members of sanctioned sects. It is not necessary to exchange RC merits for them, as sects will impose their own requirements to practice them. The Red Collective permits the establishment or registration of organizations that are able to provide structured teaching and supervision of cultivation of sect-exclusive methods. There are advantages and disadvantages to practicing sect-certified cultivation methods as opposed to premium curated cultivation methods. Do note that every sect-certified cultivation method must be paired with visualization artifacts in order to control their spread. Know that the Red Collective does not directly control these sects. It only supervises them. Their rules and cultures may be drastically different depending on their origins and purpose. This was not enough information to give people a comprehensive understanding of sects, but it was better to explore this subject later. All in all, many listeners had become fascinated by all of the possible ways they could get started with cultivation. It was clear that most ordinary civilians would settle with free curated cultivation methods. Perhaps they might work hard to earn RC merits to gain access to premium curated cultivation methods, but it would probably be difficult to get the good stuff. People hailing from the major players should all prefer to practice sect-certified cultivation methods. They did not have to deal directly with the Red Collective, and they may be able to gain easier access to strong cultivation methods without paying a huge price. As for uncurated cultivation methods, they would always tempt people into practicing them. The Red Collective would always seek to crack them down, but it was impossible to get rid of this phenomenon entirely. The only hope was to make free and premium curated cultivation methods accessible enough to reduce the temptation of dubious and unreliable alternatives. That was the most correct way to address this problem. Even so, there would always be people who were skeptical about the RC and sought to break the system. Chapter 64:39, False Hope. In just a single announcement, the evolution which, or rather the Red Collective, defined the term cultivation method and split it up into 4 different categories. The nature and selection of the categories betrayed the Red Collective's ambition to take control over the practice of systematic cultivation. The collies could not control all forms of cultivation among red humanity. It was impossible to stop humans from absorbing E-energy radiation in a passive manner. Anyone who thought about it were fools without doubt. However, it should still be possible for the RC to impose its authority over systematic cultivation. By taking control over the drafting, testing, certification, proliferation of cultivation methods, the collies hoped to establish strong dominion over a brand new means of pursuing power. The stakes were high, practicing the wrong cultivation methods or practicing the right. Ones incorrectly could lead to severe danger up to and including death to a lot of people. It was one thing if the cultivators merely risked their own lives. It was another thing if they practiced a demonic cultivation method and started to absorb the life force of their friends and family. The guardians of order and all other humans who possessed a justifiable amount of paranoia towards the reckless and selfish practices of the 5 Scrolls Compact played a useful role for once. The faction possessed a much stronger interest in letting the RC claim as much control over how humans interacted with systematic cultivation. Even the proponents of cultivation, such as Vess, and the evolution, which did not deny the need to establish proper supervision and enforcement within this new and promising domain. The only groups that opposed the considerable expansion of the RC's authority over systematic cultivation was the Red Association and the Red Fleet. The Mechers and the Fleeters acknowledged the need for the RC to impose order in the cultivation community, but the old hegemons did not want the collies to interfere with their own business. Vess had been involved in the tense and acrimonious negotiations to resolve this contradiction. The Interim Leadership Council turned into a shouting match as the counselors from the RA and the RF refused to play along unless they received special treatment. Although it galled the ardent supporters of the RC quite a lot, there was no way to proceed without the cooperation of the Red 2. The RC had no choice but to capitulate on this matter. The RA and the RF received their much-desired exemptions. The complete secret agreement was extremely complex and multifaceted. It basically came down to the recognition that the Mechers and the Fleeters gained the right to play around with systematic cultivation without the collies butting into their business. Technically speaking, the RA and the RF essentially secured the right to create and manage their own uncurated cultivation methods. They took over all of the responsibilities normally undertaken by the RC. That meant that the Mechers and the Fleeters became responsible for anything that went wrong. If one of their cultivation methods went awry or ended up killing a lot of people, they would bear all of the blame. Another important point in the secret agreement was that if the RA or the RF ever allowed one of their exclusive cultivation methods to leak and spread uncontrollably among the public, the RC had a right and obligation to intervene to stop this travesty from doing any further damage. In short, the Red Collective was able to spread its authority across all of human society, with the very glaring exceptions of the Red Association and the Red Fleet. This would probably turn into a persistent source of frustration among the collies. Perhaps the only consolation was that the RA and the RF granted the RC expanded rights and permissions. The RA permitted the RC to conduct research into mechs, including restricted fields such as neural interface technology, so long as the projects were related to cultivation science. The RF granted the RC the right to freely produce and field warships up to a certain threshold. There was no need to collect RF warship tokens first. The exchange of benefits was enough to placate the factions with a vested interest in the Red Collective. Nobody was completely satisfied, but everyone could at least live with the compromise. There was no need to mention this deal to the public, though. The evolution which completely skipped any mention of the compromise and continued her effort to establish the authority of the Red Collective. Make no mistake, power must be earned. The most powerful forms of structured cultivation can transform baseline humans into transcendent beings that can wipe out the population of an entire planet, all without relying on mechs or other forms of technology. Such power cannot be attained at will. They can also extend your natural lifespans by thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. Only a working combination of talent, hard work, discipline, patience, and a willingness to work for a large amount of RC merits will allow you to ascend beyond the limitations of your human frailties. Not everyone had a strong yearning for power. These people were realistic enough to understand that they were not chosen ones who were destined to attain greatness. Yet nobody could resist the allure of extending their lifespans. Life-prolonging treatments were hard to come by. Even the wealthier and more powerful individuals faced increasingly more obstacles in their attempts to obtain the high-grade life-prolonging treatment serums necessary to live beyond 3 or 4 centuries. If engaging in systematic cultivation allowed them to expand their lifespan by several times at a fraction of the cost, then it had suddenly become a lot more attractive to all of the middle-aged and elderly citizens of Red humanity. The ultimate pursuits of cultivation were power and eternity. Almost everyone wanted to live forever. If systematic cultivation could enable people to live much longer than their human limitations, then they were bound to embrace it a lot more enthusiastically than before. The popularity of the RC rose even further after more and more listeners made this realization. Third-raters and second-raters were especially ecstatic about it, as they lacked almost complete access to life-prolonging treatments. Vess recalled the insane adventure he went through just to recover a vial of high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum from the Starlight Megalodon. This was how desperate the space peasants could be in their quest to expand their longevity. while the evolution which effortlessly managed to stoke people's expectations towards cultivation. Vess inwardly shook his head. He knew that there was little point in pursuing longevity alone. Red humanity was in a dire state at the moment, and the Red Tide Offensive had already toppled 3 out of 5 defensive bans. It was ridiculous to drool over expanding your lifespan by thousands of years, when red humanity was slowly losing the Red War. Without power to defend their own presence in the new frontier, humans were bound to get wiped out regardless of whether they evolved to the point where they could live for millions of years. The kind of immortality attained through cultivation did not make people invincible and impervious to getting killed. Such a mythical state could only be attained when a cultivator had far surpassed the limitations of a mighty god-king. The more clever and insightful leaders already figured out this caveat, but it was not a big deal to let the ignorant dream about living forever. Impossible ambitions had always driven humans to unleash their potential and produce amazing results. The evolution which smiled wider as she could feel red humanity's rapidly growing fervor towards self-evolution. The more people embraced her ideology, the greater her hold on their lives. The Red Collective permits every human to cultivate with moderation. In order to raise individuals who can fully practice the more productive and complex cultivation methods, the Red Collective is in the process of founding, sponsoring, or supervising cultivation academies. These brand new institutions provide full-time education programs that are most suitable for transforming teenagers and adolescents into professional cultivators. Each of them provide discounted access to premium curated cultivated methods to pupils who demonstrate sufficiently high talent and other qualifications. Cultivation academies must also provide individual courses and training programs that teach people of all ages how to practice a specific free or premium curated cultivation method. More and more cultivation academies will arise on every settled planet over time. This was a big deal. The RC clearly copied the model of Mech academies from the RA. This helped to make it easy for red humanity to understand how cultivation academies were supposed to work. While it was a big commitment to let children enroll into cultivation academies instead of more conventional schools, this may be the only chance for space peasants to gain access to the more promising premium curated cultivation methods. It was clear to Vess that the Red Collective wanted to train and indoctrinate entire armies of powerful and obedient cultivators. By getting to them when they were still at young and impressionable ages, these future cultivators should be much more easier to control and put into action than others. The biggest issue with cultivation academies was that they directly competed against sects. The organizations that possessed the means and ambitions to engage in their own forms of cultivation were quite upset that they had to compete with cultivation academies for highly talented recruits. In fact, not every collie felt enthused about educating so many people. This was a responsibility that could easily be shifted to third parties. The evolution which spread her arms. Change is coming. The measures that I have announced will change our society forever. It will not take long before our entire order has transformed. Many of you will not be able to fully adapt to the rapid pace of change, but I must ask you to be strong and tolerant towards the new phenomena that will invade your daily lives. So long as the Red War looms over our civilization, we must soldier on and push our evolution until we become strong enough to repel the native aliens. For all of the wonders she introduced, the god pilot still had to remind everyone what was at stake. Progress is life. Resistance is death. If you wish to doom yourself, then that is your personal choice, but do not drag down other red humans. If you still harbor objections towards cultivation, then I must ask you to remove yourself and allow the rest of us to save our lives as well as our civilization. As long as the Red Collective represents our collective will to evolve and grow stronger, it will enforce its mandate on you and everyone else. We can debate on alternative approaches after we have solved our existential crisis. Perhaps people develop the impression that the Red Collective was soft compared to the more domineering Red Association and the Red Fleet. The Evolution Witch did not want that impression to stick, so she made sure to give people a little warning. Her god kingdom even started to grow sharper in order to emphasize her ominous words. Now that you have learned multiple different means on how you can engage in systematic cultivation, let us meet your new leaders. Some of Red humanity's best and brightest have volunteered to undertake the critical responsibility of shaping and growing the Red Collective until it is able to cement its place in our civilization. No leader is infallible, but as there are multiple of them, they should be able to keep each other in check, thereby preventing the RC from straying from its fundamental mandate. No appointment is permanent and guaranteed for life. Vess did not mind if he could not keep his position in the upper council on a permanent basis. The first generation of leaders had an opportunity to set the customs and traditions of the Red Collective. Getting in first meant that he could still steer the Red Collective in a direction that would continue to favor himself and the Larkinson clan long after he left the upper council. Chapter 64, 40 The Investiture of the Upper and Lower Councils. Now that the Evolution Witch formally introduced the Red Collective and introduced a new era of cultivation to the masses, the god pilot finally chose to withdraw. Her exit was much less flamboyant than her entry. Her human body simply faded away until none of it was visible anymore. Even the awesome presence of her god kingdom had faded from everyone's awareness. That did not necessarily mean that she had left. The god pilot was most certainly watching over the entire astral octagon and its surroundings for any threats. She merely relinquished her right to address Red humanity any further. After all, there was no need for an individual of her stature to announce political appointments. That job was reserved for mortals. A familiar figure began to descend from her elevated position and land at the very center of the Shrine of Hall. It made sense for a fleeter to speak up next. Vess just did not like her very much. Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson occupied the exact same position as the Evolution Witch, but possessed none of the latter's divine grace. The contrast was considerable, but most people did not necessarily think that Amelie was inferior. No matter what, she was still a fleet admiral, one of the few top-ranking members of the Red Fleet who ended up stuck in the Red Ocean. To be able to climb from the officer ranks and make it all the way to the top of the Admiralty proved that she possessed excellent capabilities. It was actually even more impressive that she managed to become a Tier 1 galactic citizen while remaining mortal. Sure, she benefited from having access to the best implants and human genetic optimization treatments, but they could never make her as outrageously powerful or intelligent as a god pilot or a star designer. However, the Evolution Witch was proven correct that Red humanity most definitely needed to rely on systematic evolution in order to survive the Red War. Vess sat close enough to the center of the Grand Chamber to notice that Fleet Admiral Jameson had already begun to cultivate. He could vaguely sense that she was practicing a fairly safe and clean Kai cultivation method that mostly strengthened her charisma and her intellectual capabilities. There may be more aspects that Vess had yet to discern, but it was clear that the Fleet Admiral maintained her caution and vigilance towards this new phenomenon. He wondered how long that would last. Making it easier for her to command her subordinates and solve complex command problems was only a fraction of the benefits that systematic cultivation could produce. With her power, wealth, and connections, she should readily be able to transform herself into a phase lord or other powerhouse. While she did not necessarily have to turn herself into a gigantic humanoid monstrosity and risk alienating herself from the rest of the Red Fleet. There was an endless variety of Kai cultivation methods that could allow her to become as powerful as Cynthia Larkinson while still retaining most of her humanity, which the Fleeters cared about a lot. Whatever the case, the cultivation of Fleet Admiral Jameson was not Vess' problem. The Fleeters had fought hard to earn an exemption from the Red Collective's mandate, so they should be able to work out a plan by themselves. "Red humans," the matronly woman said in a stern and authoritative voice. "The selection of the members of the lower council has already taken place beforehand. Each of you have been given the opportunity to cast your vote to select who you wish to represent your state or organization in the lower council. Today, we shall commence the investiture of the winning candidates and bestow them with the power to appoint individuals to the office of executors to serve as the heads of every department." The lower council represented the interests of the people, so its councillors could make a lot of changes so long as they reached a majority. It was only natural to give the lower council the power to choose the people to staff the executive branches of the Red Collective. One notable exception to this rule was the Enforcement Department. The LC's ability to interfere in this department was limited in order to maintain a proper separation of powers. This scheme was anything but perfect, but it was the most convenient solution on hand. Shortly after the Fleet Admiral finished her words, a projection appeared above that listed out all of the names of the lower councillors that had won their respective elections. The distribution of seats was a complicated affair. The Interim Leadership Council had to balance the interests between large but poor powers and rich but smaller powers. In the end, population size remained important, but what also determined the allocation of seats in the lower council was the so-called contribution factor. A complex formula with many different variables could be used to calculate the contribution factor of a group. As long as the final sum exceeded a threshold, that group earned a spot in the lower council. Certain states and organizations received the right to occupy more than one seat in the lower council if they encompassed more people or contributed a lot more to the advancement of human civilization. For example, the Colonial Federation of Davut was fairly sizable in the Krakatoa Middle Zone, and also made a lot of civil as well as military contributions to the war effort. It had received the right to send 2 representatives to the lower council. The Hex Federation had a lower population than Davut, but was a lot more active on the military front. Its soldiers were more fanatic, and its armed forces were more experienced and cohesive. Combined with the enthusiastic use of living mechs, it also earned the right to send 2 representatives to the lower council. Vess did not know the lower councillors of Davut in person. He merely noted that both of them came from the original founders and dominant ruling powers of the second-rate colonial state. One of them was a part of the Clive Consortium, and the other hailed from the Dogon Collective. The Hex Federation dispatched respected female leaders from 2 of its more diplomatic-friendly matriarchal dynasties. One matriarch was a member of the Vraken matriarchal dynasty, which was known for its emphasis on rationality and scheming ability. Another matriarch was a member of the Soma matriarchal dynasty. The Somas tended to prize culture and tended to be gentle in their daily interactions. Those were very interesting choices. They lacked the aggression of the members of the Victrix or Amort matriarchal dynasties, which were famous for harboring hatred towards men and possessing an endless lust for conquest and warfare respectively. Vess stared at the Vraken and the Soma representatives and briefly met their eyes. Both lower councillors nodded their heads in silent respect. It was good to know that he could count on their support if he wanted to get stuff done in the lower council, though he personally did not expect to interact with them often. He could easily shift this responsibility to Chief of Staff Eliza Mo Ragadan and other lackeys. Raymond was a true-blood Larkinson who had been with the clan from the start. In any case, Vess noted to his satisfaction that the Larkinson clan also managed to occupy a seat in the lower council. The Larkinson clan was too small to meet the population requirement, but its contributions to the war effort was disproportionately high, particularly due to Vess' efforts. It was only right to bestow the clan with a seat. The Larkinsons had already voted Raymond Billingsley Larkinson to occupy this seat, managing to beat Chief Minister Novelin Purnes by a wide margin. Raymond was a true-blood Larkinson who had been with the clan from the start. He occupied a good mix of leadership positions in the past, from leading the LMC to serving among the first generation of chief ministers of the Larkinson clan. His last position was the branch director of the Davute branch. Even after General Ark Larkinson transferred to this branch and established a large presence over there, Raymond made sure the largest side branch continued to stay true to the ideals of the Larkinson clan. To be honest, Raymond was nowhere near as smart, cunning, or charismatic enough to claim a seat in one of the highest legislative chambers of human civilization. Even though he was only over a single century young, he was an old man in body and soul. His cultivation was meager, and he possessed little passion for politicking. Novel Purnis vastly beat Raymond in terms of qualifications alone. It was a pity that the clansmen did not really appreciate superior performance alone. Raymond had two advantages that the better qualified candidates lacked. First, he possessed the heart of a true Larkinson. People might doubt his ability to keep up with others in a first-class society, but they never doubted his love and dedication to his Larkinson heritage. Second, he was the grandfather of Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. Even though Raymond had very little to do with the success of the first and most powerful ace pilot of the Larkinson clan, the grandson's brilliant aura still managed to spill over the old man. Vess personally believed the Larkinson clan would probably be able to accomplish more if a consummate politician like Novelin Purnis entered the lower council. He would be a natural in this political arena. He did not mind that Raymond managed to win the election, though. Vess trusted the old but dependable man to represent the interests of the Larkinson clan without any selfish motivations. After the Fleet Admiral completed her introduction of the lower councilors, she began to highlight the other legislative chamber of the Red Collective. The upper council serves as an additional check on the lower council. Appointed by the most powerful states and organizations that have made enormous contributions to the continued survival and development of our civilization, the upper councilors represent the interests of the most effective guardians of our race. A new projection appeared above her head that listed out all of the members of the upper council. It took too much time to introduce all 150 of them on an individual basis, so the Fleet Admiral only mentioned the most important ones. The final name was the most important one. And lastly, the office of Chief Counselor that presides over the upper council is granted to Professor Vess Larkinson, who you may recently know as the father of Carmine Mech. Vess rose from his seat in a dignified manner. Many guests began to clap to show their sincere respect and appreciation for the inventor of Carmine Mech. Of course, none of them did anything as crass as yell or shout uncouth words. This event was far too formal to permit such behavior. Though Vess already knew for certain that he would receive this appointment when he got assigned to the most decorated seat on the floater platform, he still felt incredibly relieved now that the Fleet Admiral confirmed it with her own words. It was official now. Vess gained a top leadership position, one that granted him access to many of the exclusive resources and secrets of the Red Collective without needing to do a lot of work in return. Vess had truly managed to break into the second highest level of galactic-level human politics at this time. Unfortunately, his status, power, and influence could not compare to the likes of Fleet Admiral Jameson. The Red Collective distributed its power a lot more extensively among different people. The 5 executors appointed by the 2 councils had much more direct authority at their disposal. Vess figured that his actual political power was more comparable to that of Admiral Chelsea Mealy. He had definitely turned into one of the top dogs of the Red Collective, but he was not the first person that came to mind when people thought about who was in charge. Before we proceed with the next phase of the founding ceremony, I would like to invite Chief Counselor Vess Larkinson to briefly address the public with his words. Chapter 64, 41, The Dark Age of the Mech Industry. Vess only received a brief opportunity to address the public. He was merely the chief counselor of the upper council. He wouldn't be able to speak as long as the evolution, which despite her lack of official position within the Red Collective. To be honest, Vess did not have a strong desire to address the public yet again. He had already shared much of his thoughts during the last product reveal that happened only 3 days ago. That had vented much of his desire to grandstand to all of Red humanity. Still, Vess was not tired to the point of squandering this precious opportunity to say his piece. Last time, people were paying attention to him because of the unprecedented features of the yellow jacket models. This time, people had already known about the Carmine system long enough to get over the immediate excitement. The masses were much more interested in the benefits that cultivation could provide. It was best to play into those expectations. Vess had already thought about what subjects he could address at this time. He would have to limit his selection, which made it hard to narrow down his choices. He eventually decided to remind the public about 2 or 3 important subjects. He cared a lot about them, as he believed that people could make a lot more optimal choices if they took his words into account. As everyone's focus shifted to Vess, he slowly rose from his throne. Meow. Lucky, who had been resting on his lap, had to leave his perch and climb up to his shoulder. The appearance of the black archimetal cat served as a sharp contrast to his red ceremonial robes. There was just one problem. Vess felt as if there was a missing element. Though it shouldn't have been important in a moment as solemn as this, he suddenly became hyper-focused at this absence. It was as if he suddenly became afflicted with obsessive-compulsive disorder. The sense that he was not complete bothered him so much that it was like an itch that he had yet to scratch. Should he ignore it and proceed with his speech, or should he scratch it at the risk of looking weird? He decided to scratch his itch. It was just too annoying. Vess held out his hand and summoned his ocean caller. The flute attracted immediate attention due to the remarkable appearance of the high-level artifact and the runes floating on its exterior. He slowly sized it up until he was able to hold it like a staff. That was better. Vess understood now why he felt the compulsion to summon the ocean caller. It was because it would complete the image of a wise and powerful wizard. One with a playful mechanical cat hanging on his shoulder. He tried his best not to smirk as he began to speak. There is much that the prior speakers have already said. I fully agree and affirm everything they have said. Humans are weak, but we never let that stop us from rising beyond our limitations. Back in the Milky Way, we overcame the 7 apex races by leveraging the unending potential of technology. Here in the Red Ocean, that has not proven to be enough, so we must look back to ourselves and promote our own evolution in order to outcompete the 13 major alien races. They may outnumber us by a ratio of a 1,000 to 1 or higher, but if every individual human is just 10 or 100 times stronger or more productive than an average alien, then we will win the Red War when we combine our cultivation with our mastery of high technologies. That was an uplifting message. A lot of humans already gained more confidence in the future of Red humanity after the release of Carmine Mechs. The formal introduction of systematic cultivation gave humans even more tools to gain power. However, it was a bit difficult to say whether widespread practice of systematic cultivation could actually dig Red humanity out of a hole. Only true gods were powerful enough to overcome the steep odds of the Red War. The native aliens had far too many bodies and assets to throw against Red humanity. People still needed to rely on the emergence of more god pilots in order to truly secure humankind's place in the new frontier. Perhaps he was wrong. Perhaps the masses may still surprise him by exceeding his expectations. There was still value in raising them up. Just 1 or 2 cultivation geniuses comparable to the chosen human could make an enormous difference in a surprisingly short amount of time. Mindful of the limited amount of time, Vess cleared his thoughts and focused on conveying his next message. Starting from today, each of you have many options to choose from. Many cultivation methods promise to strengthen you in specific directions. What I would like for you to keep in mind is that cultivation is never static. You can switch to different methods or practice multiple of them at the same time. For example, I believe that many Mech designers can benefit from practicing an auxiliary cultivation method. The Red Collective has already conducted extensive tests on possible combinations to verify that they are safe and produce no severe sequelae. Be warned that improper mixing can still lead to dangerous consequences and may even lead to death. Do not take this lightly. Controlling your evolution does not mean you can engage in reckless experiments with actual human lives at stake. Despite his warning, he had no doubt that there would always be dummies that would do exactly what he told them not to do. This was the nature of humans, and there was no way to prevent every possible accident from occurring. Mech design is a semi-passive form of cultivation that is originally adapted to the Milky Way. It is still just as effective in the red ocean, but it is lacking in personal strengthening as it has little interaction with E-energy radiation. There are many curated cultivation methods that can make up for this shortcoming. There is no rule that prevents Mech designers from practicing a Kai or body cultivation method, so feel free to do so, but only with proper guidance and supervision. If you are sincere about designing Mechs, then I advise you not to obsess over systematic cultivation and lose sight of your original goals and passions. It is difficult to reach the end, but if you are able to become a star designer, you will become a living deity that has completely transcended beyond your human limitations, similar to a god pilot. This is no worse than the outcomes of practicing a powerful cultivation method to the fullest. Part of the discussions during the Interim Leadership Council focused on the impact that systematic cultivation would have on Mech design. It took time for humans to make progress in their cultivation practice. Different methods demanded a greater amount of time than others. Unfortunately, the ones that promised greater power usually forced the practitioners to devote greater time and attention. All of this cultivation activity came with substantial opportunity costs. The more Mech designers invested their time in systematic cultivation, the less time they spent on designing Mechs, researching new design applications, fabricating Mechs, and trying to sell their products. Was the Mech industry about to enter into a dark age? That was the fear that haunted a lot of Mech designers. The age of Mechs had been their golden age, as norms had no other way to work intensely with Mechs unless they designed them for a living. This was no longer the case. Carmine Mechs made Mech piloting a lot more accessible. Systematic cultivation promised increased longevity and greater personal power, often without demanding years or decades of patient and persistent studying and design work. The relation between risks and rewards were all skewed. This should not be a big surprise, as Mech design was ultimately a product of its environment. It was a bit outdated by the current standards in the red ocean. In comparison, the curated cultivation methods that the Red Collective had managed to formulate with the help of many cultivation scientists combined ancient mystical theories with a modern scientific approach. The use of advanced technological facilities and access to a huge amount of funding had allowed the precursor of the RC to quickly generate a large amount of relatively simple but undeniably effective cultivation methods. From what Vess heard, there was no easy way to improve the process of Mech design. It was one of the masterpieces of the 13 progenitors of Mechs. Only star designers and other true gods possessed the intellectual prowess and deep insights into E-energy to tinker with the Red Kingdom and the embedded blueprint of Mech design. Even then, a single faulty change could break everything. This was why the big shots ultimately decided that keeping the process of Mech design the same was the most prudent decision to make. It was not a proper solution to the problem, but the risk of anything going wrong should be low. Mech designers just had to bear the risks themselves by choosing which cultivation methods to practice as an auxiliary activity. Vess, personally, had a lot of faith in the Mech industry. Becoming a Mech designer might not be as flashy as becoming a cultivator that could launch fire hammers or punch with the power of a Mech. But the profession had the advantage of over 4 centuries of accumulated glory and prestige. In fact, Vess actually felt it was better if less people studied Mech design. There were already far too many kids who chose to enter the Mech industry, only to find out that excessive competition had long saturated the Mech markets. Allowing the people who were less passionate and dedicated towards Mechs pursue other opportunities should hopefully open up more room to truly dedicated Mech lovers. In any case, the Red Association already promised to monitor the state of the Mech industry closely. If the popularity of Mech design collapsed so much that there was no way to meet the manpower requirements of the Mech industry, then the Mechers would definitely take action one way or another. There is one more tip that I would like to share with you. Vess spoke as he intended to bring up one more topic. Companion spirits are an indispensable aid to any cultivator. They generate a miniature copy of yourself that can practice a completely different cultivation method from your main self. You can combine brain with brawn to enjoy the best of both worlds, or double up on a single focus to break through the limitations of your primary cultivation method. The best part is that it is completely safe to do this in many instances. Previously restricted to the new Elites program, companion spirit fruits can now be redeemed by any human through the RC Merit Exchange. Currently, you can redeem and ingest a companion spirit fruit by exchanging 100,000 RC merits. This is a temporary price level, as the Red Collective is still in the process of ramping up production. In time, we intend to lower the redemption price to 10,000 RC merits, making it accessible to any red human that has aided the RC in one fashion or another. People responded a lot more enthusiastically towards this tip. They had yet to understand and realize the greater potential of companion spirits until now. Vess could easily predict that a lot of wealthy and more capable people would be working hard to save up 100,000 RC merits just to get their hands on a companion spirit fruit. Even though it was deliberately overpriced at the moment, getting one sooner could save a cultivator many years of progress. In fact, it was a lot easier to exchange for a companion spirit fruit through the war exchange that was a part of the new Elites program. People just needed to fight on the front lines and earn enough war merits. And survive, of course. Chapter 64, 42 from chess piece to chess player. Vess ended his speech shortly after that. There was no time left, and saying anything else may cause people to pay less attention to his valuable tips. The founding ceremony continued after Fleet Admiral Amelie Jameson completed the introduction of the legislative branch of the Red Collective. She proceeded to introduce the 5 nominees for the office of executors that had already received majority approval from the lower and upper councils. The executors were the equivalent of the chief ministers of the Larkinson clan and led the day-to-day operations of the Red Collective. They possessed a lot of authority and could even assume near-absolute power during emergencies. Vess did not know any of them in person and had little interest in befriending them. He knew that each executor was actually chosen to placate different interest groups. If Vess needed to borrow the power of an executor to get anything specific done, he just had to approach the ones that were closely aligned to the Red Association and the common folk. So long as the other 4 executors did not deliberately obstruct this little move, there should be no problem for Vess to obtain what he sought. The founding ceremony continued after the Fleet Admiral concluded the introductions. The 5 newly appointed executors took over and began to hold their own speeches. Each of them expressed their own values and priorities before solemnly promising to help the Red Collective become as strong as the Red Association and the Red Fleet. Every speech was interspersed by a ritual. From dances to sacrifices, the collies evidently understood and appreciated the value of rituals, especially ones that a massive amount of people paid attention to. Every ceremony seemed to bond red humans a little closer to each other. Vess started to lose interest at this point. The ritual displays were quite impressive, but their content was a little thin. Perhaps the collies were too afraid that they would inadvertently imitate the 5 scrolls compact, so they deliberately controlled the intensity to avoid alarming too many powerful people. Whatever the case, the entire show finally concluded a little over an hour later. The Shrine of Light had descended into an amiable silence again. Nobody dared to chat with each other or make any noises. Everyone had become thoroughly affected by the grand chamber illuminated with radiant light. The positive E-energies that flowed through the Shrine of Light at a higher concentration than usual kept everyone in an airy and more receptive mood. As they slowly began to leave their seats and exit through the many entrances that had opened up, they continued to mull over all of the words that the speakers had conveyed earlier. Vess hoped that they did not forget the advice that he had given to them. As far as he was concerned, their first priority should not be to earn enough RC merits to obtain a good premium curated cultivation method, but to spend the fruits of their labor on a companion spirit fruit instead. Companion spirits not only opened up a second and parallel channel for systematic cultivation, but also vastly increased an individual's sensitivity and perception towards E-energy. Having a companion spirit that consisted entirely of E-energy would naturally make it a lot easier to practice most forms of Kai cultivation methods. Unfortunately, the Red Collective deliberately inflated the redemption price to 100,000 RC merits, which was a large and unattainable sum for ordinary folk. Rich and powerful people should be able to satisfy this condition with relative ease by donating cash, high-grade materials, face water, starships, real estate, and other assets needed to expand the operations of the Red Collective. It took an immense capital for the Red Collective to catch up to the rest of the Red 2, which was why it needed to depend heavily on the RC merit exchange to gain what it needed. In any case, the production of companion spirit fruits was not costly at all. The only restriction that prevented them from becoming more readily available was the absence of enough trees that could grow the fruits. The cultivation method department had to invest a lot of resources and manpower to develop new cultivation methods. Drafting them required the expertise of high-level cultivators and extremely knowledgeable cultivation scientists, both of which were quite scarce in the Red Ocean. Every newly developed cultivation method had to go through a large battery of tests before getting sent back to an R&D team in order to optimize it further. The new iteration of the cultivation method had to undergo a second battery of tests in order to expose as many flaws and possibilities for further improvement. A cultivation method could only become curated after repeating this cycle often enough. The Red Collective served as the highest authority of systematic cultivation of Red humanity, so any flaws were completely unacceptable. Given all the work that the cultivation method department put into preparing dozens of free and premium curated cultivation methods, it was a miracle that people had so many to choose from right on the date of the founding ceremony. Vess had already taken a look at the options available in the repository. Most of the cultivation methods were very modern, simple, and devoid of any frills. It was not until he browsed the more extravagantly priced premium curated cultivation methods that he started to encounter a lot of weirdness. Vess figured that they were essentially modernized and optimized versions of very powerful ancient cultivation methods. The cultivation scientists may have been able to tweak a few peripheral elements, but they did not dare to alter any of the core components for fear of collapsing the entire mysterious framework. To be honest, Vess seriously questioned the wisdom of adapting old cultivation methods instead of starting from a blank slate, but the Red Collective probably wanted to show off the greater potential of systematic cultivation. Their ridiculously high redemption prices were probably meant to deter people from actually practicing the methods. Vess expected that the cultivation method department would eventually replace these modernized legacy cultivation methods with fully modern equivalents that possessed a lot less ancient baggage. In any case, this was not his problem. The cultivation method department was understandably one of the most well-staffed and well-funded departments of the Red Collective. The department head and the executors should be able to improve the catalog of curated cultivation methods to a satisfactory level within a decade. As Vess finally exited the Shrine of Light, his chief of staff joined him once again. "Your new office awaits, Chief Counselor. Your entire staff has already relocated to the adjacent workplaces. Please lead me to my new office. By the way, can I change out of these stuffy robes? I look good in it and all, but it is far too much to wear now that the founding ceremony has ended. There is a sizable apartment attached to your office where you can sleep, refresh yourself, and change your clothes." "Good." Vess carried Lucky in his arms as he followed Eliza Mo Raggett into his new office. All of the senators of the Upper Council got assigned to offices at the same section of the astral octagon. The interior design had shifted when Vess first entered this part of the crystalline space station. An air of calm and solemnity was infused in this section. Actual incense burners lined the walls, causing the air to be filled with a spicy scent that Vess did not expect. He could feel that there was more to incense than met the eye. Just smelling, it caused his spirituality to become stimulated. "What is with the incense?" Vess questioned. "Classified," Eliza responded. "I do not have the security clearance to know this information. You should be able to learn the full details as your security clearance is much higher than my own. In fact, in the following 2 days, you are expected to remain inside the astral octagon so that you can be briefed on all manner of secrets that the chief counselor of the Upper Council is expected to know. This can include the existence and functions of grand works, the secret projects that the Red Collective is working on, and confidential intelligence related to the native aliens of the Red Ocean." Vess couldn't help but smile. Now that he had broken into the top levels of human civilization, he finally completed his transformation from a chess piece into a chess player. Knowledge was power. The more he knew about the true score of Red humanity, the less he became vulnerable to plots and schemes that deliberately exploited his ignorance. "I see. I look forward to receiving all of that confidential information. Do I have any further obligations? Does the Upper Council need to convene in the near term?" His chief of staff shook her head. "No, sir. We have already made extensive arrangements for the first quarter since the start of our operations. Our plans are already locked on, and there is little need to debate on changes, barring any emergencies. The lower council also needs time to take stock of our current situation and draft longer-term plans that seek to chart the Red Collective's course in the next 2 or 3 years. It will take months for the counselors to debate each other and come to a consensus. I predict that it may take half a year before the Upper Council finally needs to convene in order to inspect the lower council's work and vote the proposed plan into law." This was exactly how it should be done. The lower council were expected to do all of the work, while the upper council simply skimmed through the final results and issued a stamp of approval. Under normal circumstances, the lower council should not be stupid enough to send a bill to the upper council that had a high chance of getting stalled at that point. Numerous people accused Vess of being lazy. This would mean that the upper council should essentially act as a rubber stamp that approved every bill without needing to think too much under ordinary times. This saved Vess the greatest amount of work. He just wanted to start a virtual session, vote yes on any bills that required approval, shut down his connection, and go right back to his Mech designs. Numerous people accused Vess of being lazy. He preferred to frame it as maximizing his efficiency. Few people wanted to waste their time. Vess was glad that most members of the upper council held similar opinions. After their floater platform finally brought them to their destination, Vess and his entourage finally entered his own slice of territory within the astral octagon. The same staff rose from their seats and formally saluted their superior and the esteemed chief counselor. Vess casually waved to them to return to their seats while heading straight towards his main office. The entire place was tastefully decorated, but was devoid of a personal touch. Vess reminded himself to decorate his main office later. The good news was that the previous painting that depicted the former Great Temple of the Five Scrolls Compact had not been brought to his new office. The wall remained bare, so Vess preferred to stop by the art department so that he could pick out a replacement piece in person. Before he sat down on his large and opulent office chair, he briefly explored the private apartment that was built right next to his main office. The place offered a luxurious living space to Vess. It was perfect for workaholics who preferred to waste as little time in transit as possible, as they worked full-time within the astral octagon. Meow. Lucky had immediately taken a fancy at a floating pillow that appeared to be tailor-made for cats. The contraption featured multiple controls that could easily be operated by pets with a sufficient amount of intelligence. As the gem cat began to whoop around with his latest toy, Vess quickly completed his inspection of the private apartment before he returned to his main office. "Ah, that is really good." Vess sank into his luxurious chair and noted to his delight that it was made out of top-quality Pullmer leather. He indulged himself for a small moment before shifting his attention to his chief of staff. "So, what is next on the agenda?" Chapter 64, 43 Perks of Becoming the Chief Counselor. Before I begin to introduce the agenda for the day, we should first take care of a number of household affairs. Eliza Mo Ragadan spoke to her superior. She transmitted an invisible signal that caused familiar-looking soldiers to enter the main office. Vess sat up straighter on his scat as he recognized the distinctive appearance of the armored soldiers of the Apocalypse Wardens. A whopping 12 of them entered the office. If not for the fact that the chief counselor received a lot of privileges, the room would have turned a lot more cramped at this time. Each soldier made a powerful impression, especially now that Vess came closer to them than before. Every Apocalypse Warden was a double fire cultivator, who radiated a menacing degree of heat and flame to those perceptive enough. Vess had only theorized that a Kai cultivator could gain a much stronger grasp over an attribute if his companion's spirit doubled down on a specialization. He was glad to see that his suspicion turned out to be correct. As Vess examined the cultivation soldiers a little closer, he noted that their markings looked a little different. These are 12 soldiers of the 2nd Apocalypse Battalion, which is only slightly less capable than the 1st. Eliza introduced the faceless and fully armored troopers to her superior. The Red Collective has assigned them to you as a permanent security detail. They will shadow you and fight on your behalf whenever it is necessary. We have already completed a discussion with Admiral Tenson to lodge your new bodyguards and a support team assigned to service and repair their equipment. Do not underestimate them. Whenever they are not on duty, they will spend their time on advancing their personal cultivation, so they will continue to grow stronger over time. The Apocalypse Wardens remained at attention. Vess could sense the steel and fiery determination radiating from their spiritualities. He nodded in approval. "I can always use more protection. These are fine soldiers, and I look forward to seeing how much stronger they become after a few years of cultivation." It was questionable whether he actually needed to rely on these Apocalypse Wardens for protection. He could squash most threats by unfolding his true body. The story might be different if he had 100 or 1,000 Apocalypse Wardens at his disposal. As long as the quantity grew large enough, it was not impossible for their combined strength to shake the defenses of a lesser phase lord. Vess almost questioned whether he could pair the Apocalypse Wardens up with his own Carmine Mechs, but he changed his mind. It was better to leave Mech piloting to the professionals. The Blue Jay fleet had limited capacity for Mechs, so every slot was precious. It was best to let this troop of Apocalypse Wardens handle smaller threats, drive away crowds of deluded fans, and handle various chores. The 12 Apocalypse Wardens did not come alone. They brought 3 secure lockboxes that were covered with a shiny jade-like material and decorated with silver filigree. Whatever the case, Vess actually discovered that the shiny green material was actually able to block his spiritual perception. This made it difficult to guess their contents. He could only surmise that the value of the goods inside the containers must be exceedingly precious in value. 3 pairs of soldiers carefully lifted the lockboxes and slowly placed them on the surface of Vess' large desk. "What's inside?" Vess impatiently asked. "Gifts, sir." The Red Collective, along with several cooperative partners, have pooled together their resources to produce a set of equipment that a chief counselor of the upper council is expected to carry. Now that your status has risen to a much higher level than before, the current standard of equipment at your disposal is not sufficient anymore. We have taken the liberty of preparing superior alternatives to ensure that you do not fall behind in this area. Eliza Mo Raydagan began to unlock the beautiful containers one by one. Vess had to take action, as well as all of the lockboxes were keyed to his own identity. The chief of staff proceeded to retrieve the first gadget resting on a velvet red pillow and presented it to Vess with both of her hands. "It's a signal jammer, and not an ordinary one at that." Vess spoke with a little awe as he immediately recognized a lot of remarkable traits. The materials were of an extremely high quality. Vess did not recognize it, but he had a feeling that it could resist a surprising amount of damage. What also stood out was that it was a genuine masterwork product, and not a meager one at that. The masterwork style was substantially different from his own, but whoever made the signal jammer was so comprehensively superior that it was a lot closer to becoming a grand work than any of Vess' prior masterwork mechs. Not anyone could make a gadget as expensive and exquisite as this. He immediately guessed what kind of individual had made this powerful object. "This is a superclass masterwork transphasic hyper-signal jammer," Eliza Mo Raydagan proudly introduced. "I am not as well-versed in technical matters as you, so I will let you study the included specification sheet and instruction manual in your own time. I am told that it is highly effective even when expanded to greater ranges. It possesses a generously large energy reserve and can be recharged. It is also extremely durable, but if it is ever damaged, you can ship it back to the astral octagon where we will arrange for repairs. Make sure to keep it in your possession, as it is a remarkably powerful device that only a small number of leaders are privileged to obtain. We will not be able to provide you with a free replacement if lost or destroyed." Vess listened to his chief of staff, even as he eagerly held the signal jammer in his hands and turned it around. His insights on design and fabrication grew by a small measure as he eagerly studied the remarkable strengths of a masterwork created by an incredibly capable maker that possessed a different approach towards quality. "Who made it?" he asked. "Do you happen to know the identity of the creator?" The superclass signal jammer is reportedly handmade by Charles Marmedian, the energy warder. The mention of the star designer caused Vess to freeze. The energy warder was an ancient 500-year-old geezer that wielded a great amount of influence in the Red Association. As the head of the R-Ray expansionist faction, he not only possessed an inestimably high reputation, but also led a clique that encompassed 2 other star designers. Charles was effectively the head of one of the most powerful dynasties in the Red Ocean. His son, Chester Marmedian, was better known as the dimensional architect these days. The wife of Chester was Tiffany Mac Arthur Marmedian and became known as the Limitless Provider. Each star designer was already influential in his or her own right, but when the 3 became so close that they merged their interests together, they formed a solid power block that could not be ignored. Vess did not think he was worthy to receive a product that one of the oldest and most knowledgeable star designer crafted in his own time. That did not mean he rejected the gift. His finger already wrapped tightly around it as if he was afraid that others might take it away. "I hope it isn't bugged." Eliza actually looked offended. "You can rest assured that the Red Collective has insisted on assurances that it will never leak any information. As an upper counselor, you are expected to become exposed to numerous cases of exceedingly high sensitivity. If there is any problem related to your signal jammer, then that will reflect badly on you and us. There is no need for excessive concern. Commissions such as these are fairly routine at your current level. Our star designers are accustomed to fulfilling them, and they will not tarnish their reputation and dishonor themselves by deviating from our exacting requirements. Vess would make sure to check that later, though he doubted that he would truly be able to figure out all of the secrets of a gadget made by a star designer. Once his assistant and advisor opened the second container, she carefully presented Vess with a larger gadget. We are also happy to gift you a superclass Masterwork personal Azure shield generator. It is much stronger than the shield generator that is currently on your person. It can withstand most forms of warship-grade attacks, but only once. It can handle Mech-grade attacks much better, and the radius of its protective barrier can also be expanded to encompass up to 24 tightly packed individuals. Its energy reserves are large, and they can also be recharged. Just as with your new signal jammer, your new personal shield generator is also made by the Energy Warder. Vess truly needed a new personal shield generator. The one he made use of was a gift from Jovi and the Red Association, but his status was much lower at the time, so its value was not too high. As a phase lord, Vess could rely on his own physical defenses and spatial barrier to withstand a lot of attacks. However, it was still a lot more comfortable to use an extremely powerful personal shield generator because it did not drain any of his personal strength. The fact that it was a masterwork was an additional bonus. Can I use it while I am fighting as a phase lord? Unfortunately not, sir. The personal shield generator possesses limited range. You can only make use of larger shield generators. Vess briefly grew disappointed, but the answer did not stray from his expectations. I see. I am grateful to the Energy Warder for producing not one, but 2 gifts for myself. Please convey my sincere gratitude to him for improving my personal security. Eliza smiled and retrieved the third and final gadget from the last container. This is a superclass Masterwork emergency multi-use personal teleporter. It works similar to your current teleporter, but its range has drastically increased. It can teleport you up to 3 light seconds away from your current position under normal circumstances. It can be activated 2 times in a row before it has expended its charges. Its energy reserves can be recharged as well, so the Masterwork device is not single-use. Vess held the personal teleporter with a different kind of appreciation. He could immediately tell that it was made by a different masterwork with a very different personal touch and philosophy. Who made this device? The dimensional architect. That explained why many of the touches of the personal teleporter looked familiar. Father and son did not completely share the same philosophies and ideas, but they still maintained enough similarities to recognize the family connection. After Vess continued to examine and play around with the 3 masterwork gadgets, he finally put them down. I have a feeling that the Marmedians do not need to put so much effort into preparing gifts for us. Why did they devote their personal time on this project? Are they trying to earn my favor? Eliza Mo Ragadan revealed a coy smile. You can regard it as such. The Energy Warder and his dynasty are effectively in control of the expansionist faction. It may have lost much of its meaning during this turbulent period, but the Marmedians are still keen to maintain their own power base. Your recent contributions combined with your rise to higher office has raised your stature to the point where it makes sense to court you in the eyes of star designers. You do not have to reciprocate this favor immediately. Just enjoy your new gifts. Opportunities shall arrive in the future where you can make a gesture in return. Regardless of the hidden meanings behind these gifts, Vess appreciated them so much that he readily accepted the invisible baggage. It was actually not a bad idea to be in debt to the Marmedians. Establishing this connection meant that Vess had an excuse to approach them in person in the future. Chapter 64, 44 Vess the Embezzler. The gifts from the Energy Warder and the Dimensional Architect neatly solved one of Vest's problems. Ever since his status had grown so quickly since the start of the Age of Dawn, he failed to update his equipment in time. There was too much work for him to do. How could he possibly spare the time to tinker with his personal equipment and upgrade his gear? His severely outdated, unending regalia was still collecting dust within the vault of eternity. Vess actually planned to look for opportunities in Jernstall to acquire better gear. Equipment that performed at an extremely high level were not really available on the open market, so they had to be commissioned from difficult-to-reach makers. He did not really trust devices produced by third parties. If Vess had a choice, he would rather acquire high-grade materials to cobble together his own gear. That was not always a choice. He lacked the broad and deep knowledge base to design his own personal teleporters and personal shield generators. Sure, he vaguely understood their most basic working principles, but he lacked the expertise and familiarity with materials to miniaturize their functions in such minuscule packages. He needed to spend far too much time to build a satisfactory set of equipment for himself. It was a lot better to rely on the generosity of a pair of star designers, though Vess still couldn't shake the suspicion that the gifts weren't entirely devoid of vulnerabilities. Oh well. Vess gladly replaced the outdated equipment on his person and wore his new masterwork devices with pride. Now that we have taken care of this matter, let us begin with more serious concerns. Eliza Mo Ragadan picked up a secure datapad and called up the agenda. The affair relating to the Hunting Association requires your immediate attention. The hunters have responded to your ultimatum as expected. They waited just before the founding ceremony had begun to transmit their formal answer. Regardless of the words that they have chosen, it is clear that their leadership does not view you in high regard. Vess shrugged. That is not the end of the dwarf galaxy. I can deal with that. Tell me whether they accepted or not. Is the Hunting Association willing to subordinate itself to the Hunting Association? Yes and no. Vess looked flummoxed. That is a useless answer, Eliza. Please give me an actual answer. The woman responded with a rueful smile. The Hunting Association has tentatively agreed that it is acceptable to subject itself to the Red Collective's authority, but not as an ordinary sect. The hunters have demanded a large amount of exemptions from the rules and regulations of the RC. They also insist that we reduce our supervision of the HA. If we satisfy these demands, then the Hunting Association will exist as a unique sect that is entitled to receive special and especially favorable treatment. That sounds really outrageous. Vess immediately frowned. They are playing with us. They are pushing our boundaries because they think they can get away with it. These hunters still cannot let go of establishing a strong and independent institution. You are not responsible for handling this affair anymore, sir. Now that the Red Collective has formally been established, the responsibility for leading the negotiations with the hunters has been transferred to the Office of Executors and the Sect Management Department. They have their own experts and diplomats who can make use of the opening you made to secure an agreement that should satisfy both parties. The hunters are more willing to negotiate with them than you. In fact, leaving you out of the process is one of their top demands. My analysis of the situation is that the final contract between the RC and the HA will end up returning a large amount of autonomy to the latter in exchange for tribute. That sounds as if the hunters intend to offer bribes to the collies in order to maintain their privileged status. That is how the game is played, Eliza explained. It is actually quite a favorable agreement to us. We are severely lacking in resources. The Hunting Association had quickly grown into prosperity due to harvesting so many natural bounties from their hunting grounds. As long as the hunters pay a protection fee, we are willing to let them be for the most part. That indeed sounded like a protection racket. It painted the Red Collective as the bad guys, which Vess did not entirely think was the case. Wait a second. Eliza, did you mention that the hunters are willing to pay tribute? Does that include mentalist crystals? His chief of staff smirked. That is most certainly the case. Mentalist crystals are one of the most valuable specialty products of the Hunting Association. It is impossible for the Red Collective to let this opportunity pass. This reason alone gives me confidence that the collies will eventually pass this proposal. Interesting. This sounded great, as Vess might be able to obtain HA exclusive goods without actually approaching the hunters. He just recalled that he promised his wife to return home with a particularly valuable item in his possession. I need to get my hands on a whole mentalist crystal, Vess straightforwardly revealed. It is a vital requirement for one of the ace mechs that my clan is designing for one of our new ace pilots. Congratulations, Chief Counselor. The rise of a new saint is not only a benefit to your clan, but to all of Red humanity, Eliza flatteringly said. That said, your request is difficult to meet. I can foresee that our negotiators will certainly demand that mentalist crystals be included in the HA's annual tribute. The issue is that there are many departments that have a strong demand for this strategic resource. It is not impossible to place your request at the top of the priority list, but you will burn a large amount of social capital right away if you go through with this measure. The other collies will develop a worse impression of you if you claim a mentalist crystal that is meant for public use for private ends. This is the textbook definition of embezzlement. That did not sound like an insurmountable problem to Vess. He just had to get a little more creative. Vess chuckled. Relax, Eliza. I can easily avoid an embezzlement charge if I make sure that my usage of a mentalist crystal benefits the RC. I will make sure to write a bunch of research papers that describe the interaction between a mentalist crystal and a living ace command, Mech as well as an ace command pilot. I don't think that any of this has been done before, so the value of these observation studies should be high to the Red Association and moderate to the Red Collective. His chief of staff did not entirely look convinced. That is not a proper justification from the perspective of the department heads and researchers that are eager to use a mentalist crystal to promote their research projects. They are not ignorant. They will know what you have done. While I believe you can get away with this, you can only do this once. Others will remain on guard for a long period of time after this. Do not expect to be able to abuse your power in a similar capacity in the next handful of years. That is okay, Vess said. If I need anything valuable from the Red Collective, I will honestly try and earn enough RC merits to redeem the good stuff. I just don't have nearly enough to get what I want in a short time frame. What was the point of securing a high office if he did not take advantage of his newfound power and authority? Vess could have acted noble and refrained from abusing his office, but he saw little point in doing so. Obtaining a mentalist crystal was extremely important for his wife, Saint Commander Kaysella, and the Minerva. The latter was one of the most powerful expert mechs of the Larkinson clan before Kaysella's breakthrough. Once the Minerva's core functions received a large boost from the mysterious mentalist crystal, Vess expected to see a drastic improvement in performance. Vess was quite proud of how strong the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III Revision 2 had become in the hands of St. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. But if the Minerva Mark Roman II fulfilled all of his expectations, she should easily be able to outshine the Ace Light Skirmisher in most battlefield circumstances. This was not necessarily because the Dark Zephyr was inherently weak. The two Ace mechs excelled in different aspects. The nature of the ongoing Red War made it so that the Minerva Mark Roman II could always make much more substantial contributions due to her disproportionately high impact on large battles. If the Red War ever came to an end or turned into a stalemate, then the Dark Zephyr would have much more opportunities to shine in smaller operations. In any case, Eliza Mo Ragadan agreed to do her best to divert a mentalist crystal to her superior. Let me make it clear that I do not approve of your intentions, sir. I shall do what I can to requisition a whole mentalist crystal through the proper channels. It will likely take 1 or 2 months for the negotiations between the RC and the HA to conclude. The mentalist crystals will be transferred shortly after that. You can expect to receive a specimen of this strategic hyper-material as soon as it is shipped to your location. That sounded good enough to Vess. He would have preferred to return home with a mentalist crystal already in his possession, but he could wait as long as he managed to get one in the end. That sounds good. Maybe it will help if you tell everyone that I don't really care about the hunting association anymore once I get my prize. That is a questionable assumption. It is best if you leave communication to my staff and I, Eliza diplomatically replied. Let's move on to the next item on the agenda. What else do I need to know before I attend the secret briefing? You have mentioned that you wish to recommend a list of personnel to take office within the astral octagon. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Am I allowed to do this, or do I have to gain the approval of multiple department heads in order to recommend my people to fill up the vacancies? That should not be necessary, sir. The Red Collective has entered a phase of rapid expansion, so there are always vacancies. The competition for directorships and senior management is extremely high. Appointing one of your loyalists to those desired offices will allow you to exert a significant amount of indirect control over the relevant departments. I do not recommend that you try and fight for them. You are unlikely to make any gains, since you have already decided to burn your social capital on obtaining a mentalist crystal. That was true, and Vess did not regret his decision. He did not have a strong desire to take control over large parts of the RC's central administration. He just needed to make his wife happy by finding a place for her mother inside the astral octagon. A mid-level position that can be fulfilled by a former second-class security minister and prime minister of a highly populated star system should be enough to satisfy one of my most important demands. Vess explained. I also want to place a handful of military and civilian Larkinson officials into various different departments of the RC. It is not necessary for them to occupy any important or financially lucrative positions. I just want them to obtain decent starting points that come with enough promotion opportunities. If they are capable enough, they can climb to higher office by relying on their own merits. If they are not able to do so, then it is fine for them to stick around and serve as my eyes and cars in those corners. That is a prudent and far-sighted choice, sir. My staff can arrange most of the positions for your clansmen as long as they are not too picky. Chapter 64-45, The Attentive Minister. The affair concerning the Hunting Association should probably be solved in a few months. The Red Collective would gain symbolic authority over the Hunting Association, but would also promise not to exercise its power. In exchange for withholding its urge to boss the hunters around, the RC would receive regular tribute of valuable resources. This was a simple deal, and one that could probably stand the test of time. The premise was that both sides agreed to maintain the fiction that the H-Shay was sect, and that it had to follow the same rules as other sects. Once the two parties agreed to work together in this way, Vess would finally be able to approach the Hunting Association in order to discuss a potential collaboration related to his Mergewater biomech concept. Vess was not in a hurry to begin the development of the latest elemental carmine biomech idea that came up in his mind. The water-attributed carmine biomech had to be fully organic and also incorporate a lot of advanced and specialized technologies that facilitated the targeted assimilation and selective evolution functions. While Vess could probably borrow the expertise of the Larkinson Biotech Institute or other research institutions to solve these problems, he would never be able to combine them seamlessly in his biomech design unless he possessed an adequate grasp of the advanced technologies in question. He was not confident enough in his biotech design skills at this time. He was pretty sure he could design an average biomech, but that was far from enough to satisfy the standards of one of the most powerful organizations that had risen up in the past few years. The hunters would probably take offense if Vess presented a flawed and substandard biomech design. Vess planned to improve his biomech design skills in the next few months to ensure that he could design an organic machine that fully met his standards. In any case, Vess and his chief of staff continued to discuss various issues that needed to be addressed. None of them were particularly important, but Vess still had to approve decisions related to hiring additional staff, scheduling virtual meetings with numerous senators, voice his opinion on various policy stances, and choose how much autonomy he was willing to grant to Eliza and the rest of his workers stationed in the astral octagon. "I do not intend to visit this place often," Vess plainly said. "I am a busy Mech designer and I prefer to work elsewhere. While I will make sure to free a bit of time in my schedule to attend weekly or monthly meetings, I really can't be bothered with presiding over relatively small affairs. I am willing to announce that you will act as my spokesperson inside this headquarters. Since you have already become a Larkinson, I will extend my trust to you and allow you to make moderate or time-sensitive decisions without needing to wait for my input. I have evaluated your performance so far, and you have impressed me with your thoughtfulness and connections within the Red Collective. You have my gratitude for trusting me to serve on your behalf. I shall endeavor to fulfill my obligations." Larkinson network or not, this was still a bold choice. This was because even if Eliza had good intentions, her strategy may be wrong or she may have become misguided to false information. She could still screw Vess up if she made a mistake. Vess did not worry too much about that. "I highly advise you to connect with the other members of the Larkinson clan that have already joined the Red Collective or will soon become a part of it. These Larkinsons will definitely require guidance, and you are the best person for the job. I need you to bring them together and encourage them to share their problems with each other so that they can figure out solutions together. The Larkinsons serving within the astral octagon are allowed to become collies, but I do not want them to forget who they truly serve. If my clansmen hold regular meetings, they will not lose the traits that make the Larkinson. That is crucial in a bureaucracy that encompasses so many strangers." "Well said, sir. You have made an excellent proposal. However, take into account that not all of the Larkinsons will have enough time to attend regular in-person meetings," the female staffer warned. "Many of your clansmen are second-raters. While our Red Collective has made an effort to lower the work requirements of citizens of third-rate and second-rate states, they are still expected to attend supplementary classes to bolster their competences. In order to keep up with the demanding lessons, they will most certainly have to practice a cultivation method that places significant emphasis on expanding their cognitive performance. The Red Collective is not financially secure enough to invest vast sums into bestowing every member with first-class augmentations." Vess briefly thought about whether he should fund the upgrades to the clansmen that managed to get employed by the Red Collective. He quickly rejected the decision. The immense sales volume of the Mechs of the Swarm project and the huge amount of fees that he received by licensing the designs should have probably left him flush with cash. His latest commercial products had solved all of his debt and financing concerns overnight. Even if the LMC only received a small cut of the production and sale of budget, Mechs with fairly low product margins, the sheer amount of money flowing into the Larkinson clan's bank accounts should still amount to a towering figure due to quantity alone. Vess could not only afford to pay for first-class augmentations to Larkinsons that entered the Red Collective, but probably a lot of other people in the clan as well. However, he ultimately decided against this decision due to two different reasons. First, the availability of cultivation methods made augmentations a lot less relevant. Sure, the people who already received a lot of powerful implants and genetic treatments will probably engage in cultivation as well, but it was unlikely for them to be able to widen the gap. The improvements bestowed by technological augmentations were immediate, but also static. It cost vastly more sums of money to attain increasingly more incremental performance boosts. The improvements attained through systematic cultivation were gradual, but ramped up over time so long as the practitioners did not hit a bottleneck. The former held the advantage in the short term, but the latter would probably grow so powerful after enough years that it completely marginalized the effects of old-school augmentations. In this light, it was not cost-effective for the clan to waste so much funds on first-class augmentations. Vess preferred to spend all of that money on other strategic investments, such as expanding his first-class Mech force and improving the modules of his future warships. He also couldn't forget about the Larkinson clan's initial attempts at colonization. While he was currently not too certain whether it was wise to sink so much money and resources into building up settlements when the Red Tide offensive threatened to topple a lot of human territories. "We are different from the RA and the RF," Vess said. "The RC is not only the new kid on the block, but it is also less dependent on conventional technologies as well. That does not mean we should reject modern technology entirely and regress into barbarians that try to rely on cultivation to solve every problem. I merely think that if practicing a cognitive-boosting cultivation method can produce similar results as cranial implants, but with only a fraction of the cost, then we should make the logical choice." The Red Collective followed a brand new path that the Red Association and the Red Fleet was not willing to pursue to the same degree. The collies needed to prove with their actions that they had faith in the mandate of their superorganization. "You make a good point, Chief Counselor. I shall disseminate your opinion and do what I can to encourage this mindset among my colleagues. By the way, what cultivation method are you practicing at the moment?" Vess inquired. "I can clearly tell that you have made certain attainments in your cultivation." Eliza Mo Ragadan smiled. "I have the privilege of practicing the Attentive Minister Kai Cultivation Method version 3.5 of the Minister series. The repository classifies it as a high-grade premium curated Kai cultivation method that is characterized by the keywords of governance, intelligence, and empathy. It is difficult for most collies to access it. They need to prove their talent and affinity for it before earning the large amount of RC merits to redeem the right to practice it. Making further progress is hard. I need to buy elixirs tailored to this cultivation method to make substantial progress over time, and I need to spend at least an hour of my time on pure cultivation by building up a palace in my inner self. I further need to practice good governance according to my own judgment and ideals. It is a method that is ideal for ministers and other public officials." As the Chief of Staff summarized what she knew about her own cultivation method, Vess used his high security clearance to call up the information with his cranial implant. Just as expected, the Attentive Minister Kai cultivation method was not the best option available that was suitable for government officials. There were more powerful methods available. One of them was even called the Prime Minister Kai cultivation method. However, the differences between them were substantial. The Attentive Minister method was fully modern and lacked a lot of inscrutable mysteries. This caused the predicted effects to be within a tolerable range of complexity and mystery. The downside was that its ceiling was currently low, but cultivation scientists were still in the process of developing the higher stages of this method. The Prime Minister Kai cultivation method was an entirely different beast. Its theory was much more convoluted as it involved very deep and complex concepts such as destiny, karma, innate goodness, literature, reading people's hearts, and the 5 elements. It was clear that much of the contents were based on an ancient cultivation method that the cultivation scientists had attempted to modernize. The latter promised vastly greater benefits and power. It not only boasted protection against sneak attacks, but also gave the practitioner the power to kill people with the help of empowered words. However, the talent and work required to achieve success in the Prime Minister Kai cultivation method was also vastly greater. Only a few collies in upper management dared to take a gamble and practice this method with the hopes of propelling themselves to the top if they managed to achieve great success. Vess actually found out that the two methods were related to each other. A research team developed the Attentive Minister Kai cultivation method from the ground up. The goal was to reproduce the Prime Minister Kai cultivation method with as little inefficient baggage and hidden dangers as possible. There were other cultivation methods in the repository that shared similar. Was up to the collies themselves to decide which methods they relationships preferred. "You have made an interesting choice," Vess said. "I think that the attentive minister method is not the most powerful one among the modern high-grade options. Much of this is due to its focus on improving your empathy and ability to read other people. If you wanted to make a better impression on people, you could have chosen the version that emphasizes grace. My ambition is not that great." His assistant and advisor resolutely shook her head. "I chose the attentive minister because it speaks to me the most. I do not have qualities to achieve greatness, but I can help the ones that do. I want to help you achieve your political aims, and I believe I can serve you best if I understand how you feel about different topics." An attentive minister is also able to read the emotions and attitudes of other people without engaging in active manipulation. "I do not desire to attract attention. Finally, I am not a fighter, so I have little interest in acquiring combat capabilities. It is enough for me to expand my lifespan and make my body less vulnerable to diseases and accidents." "I see." Chapter 64, 46, The Secret Department. Vess appreciated the craftsmanship of the cultivation method department. He and his mother were far from the only people who could formulate sound cultivation methods. The 5 Scrolls Compact had a much wider impact on human civilization than he expected. A lot of old families had stubbornly preserved old cultivation scriptures or even attempted to keep up their practice over the centuries. Even though there was little use practicing these legacy cultivation methods in a low-energy environment, the old families continued to keep up this effort due to tradition and belief in the future. Now that red humanity had entered the Age of Dawn, the scattered legacies of ancient cultivation had made a resurgence once again. Vess did not know how, but the Red Collective successfully managed to attract enough cultivation experts to draft not one modern Kai cultivation method in a year, but many more. If they managed to whip up this much in a short amount of time, Vess looked forward to what they could produce in 5 or 10 years. The best cultivation methods should be a lot more effective at that time. Vess continued to chat a little more with Eliza about the cultivation methods available in the repository. The RC Merit Exchange charges much lower prices to the members of the collective, the woman explained. This makes it much easier for us to practice the more effective and promising cultivation methods. However, we still have to satisfy other criteria in order to prove we can make good progress in them. Our talent, comprehension, and ability to pay for the relevant cultivation resources must all be satisfactory before we are allowed to redeem a high-grade method. I see. I take it that outsiders have to pay a lot more RC merits to gain access to these premium methods. Eliza nodded. The Red Collective must establish a dominant position in human society in the area of systematic cultivation. The Red Association continues to dominate in the area of Mechs, and the Red Fleet maintains the largest and most powerful war fleets. If we cannot dominate in our own sphere, the public will not take us seriously anymore. This is why our current policies encourage us to practice more powerful methods right away, while encouraging the masses to start off with the weaker, but also safer, free-curated cultivation methods. This was a clever scheme. The collies were predominantly hired for their talent and compatibility with systematic cultivation, so they should have much less trouble getting started with mid-grade and high-grade cultivation methods. Ordinary people tended to be a mixed bag in this regard. In order to avoid any waste in resources, it was better if the general public figured out where they stood by practicing the beginner cultivation methods first. Not only would they be able to build a solid foundation that should significantly increase their fault tolerance, they could easily determine their overall talent and affinities by tracking their progression speed and reactions to different energy attributes. While most of these folk should be able to earn enough RC merits to eventually redeem decent, premium curated cultivation methods, the delay should be enough to give the collies a decisive head start. I take it that starting off with the more powerful cultivation methods right away is hard on you and your colleagues, Vess guessed, especially since many of you are still new and unfamiliar with systematic cultivation. How often does cultivation deviation take place among the collies? The female assistant's expression darkened. More than we would like. The cultivation methods that are heavily derived from legacy samples tend to produce the most incidents. We have seen perfectly healthy and rational colleagues change overnight as they are overtaken by schizophrenia, crippling migraines, uncontrolled physical mutations, amnesia, and brain death. This is despite the fact that we are directly imparted with the correct means to cultivate with the help of cultivation artifacts and classroom instructions. Every person is different. A one-size-fits-all approach doesn't always work. Some cultivation methods need to be tweaked to suit the individual. Another factor that can play a role is that our modern understanding of ancient terms may be severely off. Translations are always imperfect. If you misinterpret a cultivation instruction, then the errors may be so significant that your entire practice suffers a critical flaw. I have heard those theories from other sources. The cultivation scientists have worked on this problem and subsequently implemented several targeted improvements that should have cut down the rate of incidents. Their effectiveness is not high enough, but severe injuries and deaths no longer happen as frequently as before. Vess was not too interested in these teething problems. He just wanted to make sure that the death rate was not too exaggerated. He did not want to gamble with the lives of Raymond Billingsley Larkinson and the other Klansmen that would soon receive their invitations. After Vess learned what he could from Eliza about the popular cultivation methods in the repository, she eventually concluded her miniature lecture. A secret keeper of the secret department is on his way to begin the first of many private briefings with you. The woman smiled. The meeting will take place right here in your main office. Rest assured that the security and privacy standards in this room are among the best in the astral octagon. Nothing less is acceptable to a chief counselor. This is also a good opportunity to test your new masterwork signal jammer. The secret department? It is not a department that we announced during the founding ceremony, sir. I am not surprised that you are unaware of its existence, as we deliberately kept its establishment out of the hands of the Interim Leadership Council. It is the department that is tasked with protecting our secrets. It is also responsible for training spies, conducting clandestine operations, and maintaining informant networks. Due to the large number of collies among us who hold double or even triple loyalties, it is impossible to effectively staff the secret department with current and former Mechers, Fleeters, Terrans, Rubarthans, and so on. Every secret they come in touch with is liable to end up on the desks of every human power block the next day. Every large organization needed its spies. The Red Collective was no exception to that rule. Yet the problem that Eliza mentioned was a difficult one to solve. How could the secret department effectively keep everyone in the dark when the RC was predominantly staffed by people from other states and organizations? Vess threw out a guess. Since you guys set this up without any fanfare, you clearly don't want anyone belonging to other groups to interfere with its establishment. That means that it doesn't draw its members from the same manpower pool, if my guess is right. It tries its best to seek out competent people who are not related to any of the established groups. Is that correct? Eliza nodded. It goes further than that. The new recruits must completely forsake their old loyalties and pledge their permanent loyalty to the Red Collective and the secret department. The members of this department have been able to make use of a ritual or a cultivation method that somehow crazes many people's impressions of the new recruits. Their ability to hide, deceive, and make people forget about them only gets better over time. Their cultivation methods are completely secret and closed to the rest of us. We only know that they can be found in the repository, but they can only be accessed by the right individuals who hold the right permissions. Interesting. The secret department went a lot further in this aspect than Vess expected. This department made the Black Cats look like amateurs. Since the secret department is able to keep so many secrets away from the rest of us, who watches the watchers? Who can ensure that they remain in line? Unsupervised intelligence agencies have a persistent pattern of going rogue. I am not privy to that information. Eliza helplessly spread her arms. I am only told that the Red Collective has addressed this issue and that we should not be concerned about it. We are not encouraged to ask questions about the secret department. How mysterious. Vess did not gain a good impression about this department. He felt rather annoyed that he had never been consulted from beginning to end about its establishment. It caused him to realize that the Red Collective was not entirely in control of the states and organizations that nominated their people to the lower and upper councils. Who did the members of the secret department answer to? Who held actual sway over them? What would happen if Vess ever came into conflict with this mysterious cabal? Vess couldn't figure it out, so he stopped bothering and simply accepted the lack of answers. He continued to chat with Eliza for a few minutes before a newcomer finally arrived. Predictably, the secret keeper was very hard to perceive at first. The Apocalypse Warden guards that stood outside the entrance to the main office completely missed the approach of this figure. It was not until the entrance to the office slid open that they recognized that they detected unusual activity. But even then, they failed to identify the individual that managed to mask his presence to a high degree. As the person with the weakest cultivation in this section, Eliza failed to perceive the intrusion. Neither the hazy newcomer nor the door opening managed to register on her awareness. Vess was different. His perception and resistance to weird effects was much higher, so he could clearly note the entry of a plain-faced man wearing a nondescript gray uniform. Of course, Vess was also perceptive enough to notice that the latest arrival actively channeled an energy field around his body that seemed to do a lot to erase his presence. This trick reminded him a lot of the crazy cultists that he met a long time ago in the Forest Star region, at the galactic rim of the Milky Way. Vess still could not believe that so many different cultists managed to completely escape both human and electronic detection methods and walk in front of him and comrades without knowing any better. If the secret department inherited or imitated these spooky methods, then they were bound to achieve a lot of results in the coming years. Once the secret keeper took his place, he suddenly reduced the intensity of his masking effect, causing Eliza to become startled. "Ah, you secret keepers never fail to surprise me with your sudden appearance trick. The guards, and I shall leave you with the chief counselor." Eliza and the pair of Apocalypse guardians standing guard inside the office made their way out, leaving Vess alone with an extremely sketchy individual who could potentially launch an assassination attempt against one of the most senior officials of the Red Collective. Once the door closed, the newcomer activated a command that automatically caused the office to lock down and activate a lot of privacy measures. Vess also pushed the button to activate his new signal jammer. The interference field generated by this small device turned out to be a lot more powerful and comprehensive. The signal jamming measures were so effective that they even managed to dampen his connection to the Larkinson network and other spiritual entities. Vess actually grew concerned about this effect. Was it strong enough to block the blood pact and render the Carmine system ineffective? Perhaps not. He clearly noticed that the superclass signal jammer was not able to cut off his connections to his external incarnations. He saw no need to share this particular secret. While all of these measures caused the air in the main office to become thick and charged with energies, Vess was still able to maintain his composure. "Who may you be?" he asked. "Secret Keeper Closier 17, a completely flat and generic voice replied. "I bear some of the secrets that you have been privileged to learn. Before I begin to share them with you, we must complete a ritual that monitors whether you have violated the rule that prohibits you from sharing our secrets to others without authorization. This measure may not be able to prevent you from doing this, but we will be able to detect the violation and take appropriate measures to remedy the issue." That was pretty smart. Vess could already figure out multiple ways to circumvent any measure designed to keep his mouth shut. Others could probably do the same. It was better to resort to the next best option and simply monitor whether he had violated his oath of secrecy. It was much easier to detect such instances. Very well, please proceed. I am curious to learn what is truly going on in this dwarf galaxy. Chapter 64, 47 Secrets. Once secret keeper Closier, 17 guided Vess to complete a small but solemn ritual where he made an oath of secrecy. The secret briefing finally commenced. The gray-clad man preferred to stay on his feet, so Vess looked up at the man as he sat on his soft and comfortable Pullmer leather office chair. You may be wondering where we came from and why our department is already so well established despite existing for less than a year. The secret is that our organization existed many decades prior to the establishment of the secret department. What? Very few individuals outside of our department are aware of this, Chief Counselor, but we originally served at the Evolution Witch's behest. We still do, in fact. Many of the core leaders and cadre of the secret department come from an intelligence agency that the God Pilot founded on her own initiative several decades ago. We are not a part of the transhumanist faction or any particular group for that matter. We come from multiple walks of life, but we have forsaken our citizenships and past ties when we agreed to serve as the eyes and ears of her divinity. I see. Vess struggled to process this massive revelation. It turned out that the Evolution Witch was not as hands-off as he thought. How did you manage to subsume the secret department? It was not too challenging for us. When the process to create the Red Collective has begun, she has pulled the strings to ensure that we are able to form the core of the secret department, all without exposing ourselves to others. Currently, we are still operating under her supervision, although we are normally instructed to serve the Red Collective in a normal capacity. We originally intended to keep you in the dark about this secret, but her divinity has instructed us to reveal ourselves to you. We have been informed that you have earned her trust and favor, so you may issue limited requests to us. Whether we agree to fulfill them is at our discretion. Vess became speechless for a moment. He thought the secret department would remain completely mysterious and inscrutable to him. His chief of staff painted the department as a group that operated with very low accountability. Perhaps its members even had the right to shoot first and ask questions later. To learn that the secret department actually belonged to the same side, as him caught him off guard. A part of him couldn't help but feel suspicious about this matter. What if this was the secret department's attempt to test his loyalty to the Red Collective? Was anything Closier, 17 said, even credible? Vess hated the uncertainty of it all. The strong jamming generated by all of the active devices made it harder for him to think and read the secret keeper. The man's cultivation was also remarkably effective at obscuring his spirituality. This left Vess without his usual means to gauge another person's personality, emotions, and sincerity. In the end, he decided to shove aside all of his messy and convoluted thoughts and simply trust that Closier 17 was telling the truth. Vess would be able to learn the truth from the Evolution Witch herself in 3 days. He could wait that long to obtain confirmation. Okay, I get it. I will be sure to confide in you guys if I have noticed any problems that are sensitive enough to bring to your attention. I hope that we can cooperate to keep the Red Collective moving in the right direction. The secret keeper shook his head. We prefer you approach the secret department as little as possible. We do not want to expose your connection with us. It is best you treat us with vigilance and suspicion, which is the typical reaction that others exhibit towards our department. If you must truly contact us, then you must use one of the indirect methods that I am transmitting to you. The Evolution Witch wishes you to establish your foothold in the Red Collective without relying on her backing. I am already doing that, I guess. I have made good strides, but I think I am about to hit a ceiling. I don't think I can expand my control over the RC as the other players have already carved out their own territories. Placing my clansmen into the administration will help, but they will not be able to do much if they become a part of the middle management. The spy maintained an expressionless face. It is not necessary for you to gain total control over the Red Collective. Merely keeping your current level of power is acceptable. What is important is that you stay long enough to establish a leadership position that becomes increasingly more unassailable in the long term. I will try to stick around and avoid getting booted early, Vess promised. I cannot guarantee I can do a good job as a chief counselor, though. I lack the time to commit to this position. Now that the secret keeper had made this clear, he moved on to share another secret to the chief counselor. One of the heaviest secrets that I bear at the moment is that the leaders of Red Humanity have refused to pin all of their hopes on victory. Closier, 17, solemnly spoke. Even as we prepare to bolster our defenses against the Red Tide offensive, several groups have split off and converged on a secret location where our potential escape vessel is being built. The man carefully retrieved a fragile sheet of paper from his pocket and unfolded it to their own resources and expertise. There is little desire to make this bioship alive, as it risks the revival of a formidable ancient phase whale. That was indeed a scary prospect. On second thought, it may be best to keep the massive organic ship dead. Vess focused on another angle to this revelation. Since the Red 2 and other major powers are so enthusiastic about developing Whale Arc, I do not see any reason for the Red Collective to stay out of this party. Will we be able to dispatch our own men to expand our participation in this secret project? We will undoubtedly be able to do so in the near term. It is unlikely for you to get involved, so do not get your hopes up, Chief Counselor. There was little that Vess could bring to the table. He would just have to wait like the rest of the people in the know. How long do you expect construction to last, Secret Keeper? The estimates vary greatly. This enormous construction effort has never been done before. Setbacks and delays are to be expected. We can only rely on the parameters of much smaller organic ships to extrapolate the data. We have loosely confirmed that it will take between 10 to 25 standard years for the vessel to complete construction and become space-worthy. That was a lot of time. Though Vess personally thought that an upper range of 25 years was extremely exaggerated, it was probably correct that constructing a bioship of this size, while the Red War was intensifying, put an enormous strain on resources. However, even the minimum estimate of 10 years was already way too much for his liking. If the native aliens succeeded in breaking through the defensive regions in the next few months, then Red Humanity would meet an early demise. The construction of the Whale Arc needed to speed up, but Vess could not come up with any ideas that could make this happen. The slow progress of building up this means of escape meant that both the cowards and the fearless needed to join forces and resist the attacks launched by the native aliens. Perhaps it may have been better if he lacked solid proof that the big shots had actually attempted to begin the lengthy process of constructing the Whale Arc. After the secret keeper shared what little details he knew and was permitted to share with Vess, the man moved on to the next secret. A more concerning secret that you should be aware of is the extent of infiltration by the cosmopolitan movement. Closier, 17, spoke. We have always been aware that their agents and sympathizers have hid among us. We previously tolerated them because our civilization was at our height during the age of Mechs. There was no chance for the cosmopolitans to threaten our previous order. The MTA and CFA even took advantage of the cosmopolitans to secretly trade and offer assistance to the alien empires that lived on the other side of the Milky Way galaxy. This collusion occurred at the highest level, so even god pilots, star designers, and grand admirals are guilty of this crime. What? We dominated the Milky Way. We did not fear the threat posed by the aliens, even if they stole our technologies and attempted to imitate our best practices, which they cannot possibly do. Their opportunity to make a comeback has come and gone a long time ago. They cannot possibly withstand the combined fury of 100 god pilots and hundreds of thousands of CFA battleships. The leaders of the Big Two treated the surviving aliens as pets experimental subjects, and whetstones. There was more benefit to maintaining the status quo than exterminating them in their entirety. I see. Vess gradually looked thoughtful. Now that you put it that way, it doesn't sound too bad if the big shots occasionally colluded with the cosmopolitans. Our concern is that such actions have much severe consequences to red humanity after the start of the Age of Dawn. Now that we are in the week, any transactions with the cosmopolitans will result in much more negative outcomes to our race and civilization. We no longer enjoy the advantages we previously took for granted. In order to prevent misguided leaders from continuing to collude with a much more dangerous cosmopolitan movement, we have finally formed a consensus on completely eradicating their hidden presence and influence among the core groups of red humanity. This should have happened a long time ago. You guys are taking way too long to make use of my kinship networks. Vess complained as he thought back on the Battle of Mazepen. Your kinship networks have proven to be an effective and reliable solution that can be applied on a wide scale. We are working on expanding them to reduce the breathing space of the human traders, but there is still resistance. Not all opposition is based on the premise of protecting the cosmopolitans. There are valid privacy reasons that have led to growing resistance. However, the current war environment does not tolerate half-measures. Treachery has already set us back far too much in the Red War. We cannot tolerate any further setbacks. Chapter 64, 48, The Huntsman Problem. Vess was no stranger to the cosmopolitan movement. It was a cancer to human civilization. Since the Age of Stars, humans who believed in coexistence with aliens as opposed to dominating them continued to act as a nuisance. Fortunately, the cosmopolitans never really succeeded in making any progress in the Milky Way. Human civilization had experienced multiple high tides and low tides, yet the human supremacists who inherited the spirit of Supreme Marshal Karam and Pearl had always prevailed over their alien adversaries. The aliens of the Milky Way still numbered a lot, but they were already defeated dogs as far as most leading humans were concerned. The armed forces of the Big Two had grown far too powerful for the aliens to resist. The technological advantages of human civilization had also accumulated way too much to the point where the aliens lacked the scientists and engineers to grasp and effectively make use of all of the new theories. Above all, the continued division and mutual suspicion between the surviving alien empires continued to inhibit any attempts at forming a true anti-human coalition. The historical baggage between the alien races was far too much to overcome. It did not help that the alien races that got displaced by human conquests fled to the territories of other species before ruthlessly carving out their own territories. To this day, tension and animosity still existed between the two groups of aliens. Perhaps the cosmopolitans were constantly trying to encourage the two sides to reconcile with each other. But how could the aliens possibly place their trust on envoys of the same human race that tore the old order in the Milky Way asunder? Besides, the Big Two did not remain by the sidelines. The Mechers and the Fleeters sent plenty of covert agents into alien space in order to stoke division and ruin any hope of reconciliation. In short, the Milky Way galaxy had turned into the Big Two's playground. Not even the aliens were fully in control of their own destiny anymore, as their life and death had always remained under the control of the Mechers and the Fleeters. Even the cosmopolitan movement fell under the Big Two's control to an extent. The cosmopolitans may assume that they were rebels of the current human order, but even they could not escape the fate of being used to maintain the validity of human supremacy. Careful management by the Mechers and the Fleeters ensured that they continued to tarnish anyone who advocated for peace with alien species. Secret Keeper Closier 17 painted a disturbing picture where the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance possessed such a tight grasp on the Milky Way that no enemy could threaten their dominance anymore. At that point, the Big Two only feared themselves and their fellow humans. Maintaining a certain degree of human unity was essential to maintaining the superiority of their race. This was why the Mechers and the Fleeters strategically manipulated the cosmopolitans and the aliens to exert a tolerable degree of external pressure onto their society. This strategy obviously does not work in the Red Ocean, not after the Great Severing, the Secret Keeper stated. Before the Red Cabal displaced our dwarf galaxy through the purposeful instigation of a large number of desperate cosmopolitans, our branch of humanity was no different from the humans who remained behind in the Milky Way. We were united as one, so our collective power was far beyond the point where the native aliens of the Red Ocean could pose a credible threat. Vess nodded in understanding. After the Great Severing, Red humanity has transitioned from a condition of absolute superiority to a state of heavy disadvantages. The transition is too abrupt. What used to be a mild nuisance turned into an existential threat. Just so, Chief Counselor. We were all aware that many cosmopolitan cells have managed to infiltrate our ranks. However, their ability to exert change was minimal because our institutions used to be unshakable. The Tier 1 and Tier 2 galactic citizens who are responsible for leading our civilization have let their guard down against the cosmopolitans to the point where infrequent collusion with them not only took place, but became a tolerated practice. Toleration. The word stood for knowing that people were committing wrongful acts, but letting them get away with it because it was not worth it to intervene. The situation had clearly changed by now. People's tolerance for the cosmopolitans had already run out. The alien lovers had done nothing to improve Red humanity's dire state and committed far too many wrongful deeds that only worsened the status quo. The strong retaliation by the leaders of Red humanity therefore turned into a logical and expected counterreaction. It was the most sensible choice to make. The fact that kinship networks had proven to be able to expose and cripple the operations of the cosmopolitan cells most certainly played a major role. Old habits die hard. Vess crossed his arms. Let me guess. When we changed our policy towards the cosmopolitan movement from tacit toleration to absolute rejection, some big shots are a little slow to change. The Secret Keeper's expression remained neutral as always, giving away no hint of his feelings. That is an understatement, Chief Counselor. There are Tier 1, 2, and 3 galactic citizens that have deciphered our actual situation several years ago and immediately changed their attitudes towards the cosmopolitan movement. There are also high officials who are slower to change, either because they are compromised by the human traitors, are still under the assumption that the cosmopolitans can do little harm, or because they are unable to adjust to our new reality. Are they stupid? It is not correct to characterize them in this fashion. Closier 17 shook his head. No high-tier galactic citizen is incompetent or deficient in rational reasoning. Their behavior is a product of existing biases, faulty or incomplete information, fear of losing their existing benefits, and most importantly, an overestimation of their capabilities. This group of humans are misguided, but they can still be redeemed. They are not our true concern. What actually concerns us, the true members of the secret department, are the few leaders that have colluded far more extensively with the cosmopolitan movement than average. Whether out of pragmatism or a genuine belief in coexistence with the aliens, I am sad to say that there are leaders who have betrayed the covenant made by Supreme Marshal Caramond Pearl. No one but themselves have a complete understanding on how extensively they have cooperated over the years, but it is not a mischaracterization to describe them as secret allies. The air in the heavily jammed office grew heavier after the spy spoke those words. The Secret Keeper essentially accused some of the leading figures of human civilization as outright traitors. Who are these cosmopolitan-friendly leaders? Closier 17 directed a pointed gaze at Vess. You have suspicions. I do. Voice them. Tell me the names that weigh heavily on your mind. The huntsman, Vess almost snarled. Your concerns are valid. Closier 17. We have. clues that indicate that the huntsman has cooperated extensively with several cosmopolitan cells that he has made contact with. However, his divinity likely does not perceive his actions as collusions. He instead views his actions as using the cosmopolitans. This classifies him as a pragmatic collaborator. Vess scoffed at that. Pragmatic? Yeah, right. Stupid logic is still stupid. If you are familiar with his ideology, then it is much easier to explain his behavior. He has long regarded the alien-occupied side of the Milky Way as his hunting preserve. However, the quality of the prey available in this vast space has long disappointed him. There are not enough aliens that can pose a serious threat to a god pilot. If he wants to grow stronger, then he must hunt prey that is equal or greater to him in strength. That is understandably difficult to find when the 7 apex races have been crushed, humiliated, and defanged. They are broken. Their vaunted strength that enabled them to dominate the Milky Way for eons before our rise has not entirely disappeared. But without the will to resist humankind, the aliens cannot muster up their full strength in battle. This is clearly not in line with the huntsman's interests. So what do you think he has done to remedy this situation? There was only one answer that made sense. The huntsman used the cosmopolitans to prop up the surviving alien races and give them hope, Vess said with a frown. I think the others may have been content to keep the aliens in the Milky Way weak enough to avoid posing a serious threat, but the huntsman is out of lockstep with that policy. He cannot do without challenging hunts. I fear his collusion with the cosmopolitans is much greater than I feared, because he cannot help himself. From what it sounds like, the god pilot essentially turned the cosmopolitan movement into the groundskeeper of his hunting preserve. That is an accurate description of what he has done during the age of Mechs. We had hoped that he would curb this habit when red humanity unexpectedly entered the Age of Dawn, and he has done so to an extent. He is not incapable of adapting to changing situations. However, what has not changed is his ideology, his perspective, and his ambitions. As long as those remain unchanged, he cannot entirely abandon his modus operandi. Vess frowned. This contradicted the information supplied by the titled hunter that Lucky encountered when he infiltrated a cosmopolitan starship during the Battle of Mazepen. According to the Deep Wanderer, the huntsman, and by extension the Hunting Association, had already begun the process of cutting ties with the cosmopolitan movement. However, the secret department of the Red Collective believed that the huntsman would remain unrepentant. His compulsive desire to set up challenging hunts required him to continue his collusion with the cosmopolitans in order to set up the Red Ocean as the perfect hunting ground. At most, he would merely go even further underground, so that it became more difficult to detect his treasonous activities. Vess furrowed his brows. He did not know which explanation veered closer to the truth. Between the words from an indoctrinated minion of the huntsman and an indoctrinated minion of the evolution witch, neither of them had proven to be more credible than the other. Even though Secret Keeper Closer, 17, suggested that Vess was on the same side as the evolution witch, the chief counselor did not exactly see it this way. Vess disliked the huntsman a lot more, but that did not mean he tolerated the evolution witch's antics towards him. They both meddled in his life and pushed him to his limit in different ways. Let me get this straight, Secret Keeper. The huntsman has a history of colluding with the cosmopolitans in the past, and he will likely continue to do so despite the ongoing crackdown. Even as the rest of us are trying to weaken the cosmopolitan cells hiding in our midst and eradicate them whenever possible, the huntsman still has an interest in keeping them alive and useful so that they can continue to nurture more challenging hunting prey for him. Is that correct? Doesn't he realize that there are already way too many ancient phase whales for him to defeat? How can he possibly want more? That is what we are unable to discern. We do not have enough intelligence to understand his complete layout. We know he has devised a grand scheme that is meant to shape the Red Ocean into his perfect hunting ground. What the hell is his perfect hunting ground? Vess frustratingly asked. We do know that the huntsman, as outrageous as it sounds, is disappointed with the quality of the top prey of the Red Cabal. He never pays attention to quantity. He only pays attention to quality. It does not matter that we are heavily outnumbered by the native aliens. As long as the ancient phase whales remain weak enough that the huntsman can defeat them in single combat without any serious chance of losing, the fact of the matter is that they are not qualified prey from his perspective. The solution is therefore simple. He must alter the red ocean so that it can produce stronger prey. How exactly he intends to do that, we are not entirely clear as of yet. We are still in the process of gathering intelligence. That sounded rather ominous to Vess. The huntsman had truly turned into a maverick that placed his selfish goals above his duty to society. It was highly irresponsible for him to hatch these nefarious schemes when they could end up harming a lot of innocent humans. Chapter 64, 49 Xenotechnician Problem. Vess thought a little more on what the huntsman actually wanted. God pilots tended to be brain-damaged extremists who achieved success by pursuing their goals far beyond any reasonable boundaries. Many people failed if they tried to do the same, but the existing God pilots were the exceedingly rare exceptions who actually received continuous rewards for their reckless and arguably suicidal gambits. This was highly problematic. Through their legendary life experiences, God pilots became conditioned to expect positive outcomes when they pursued unreasonable objectives. Their mentalities became warped to the point where they could justify all sorts of actions that defied common sense, just because they expected the situation to work out in the end. Only their principles, oaths, and promises held them in check. Certain God pilots bound themselves much more tightly to existing order than others. The huntsman may have risen up from the Mech Trade Association, but he was much less attached to its duties and its commitments than others. However, Vess was not entirely willing to believe that the huntsman had entirely forsaken his most central duty, to protect red humanity. At most, he may have messed up his priorities so that he could indulge in his own personal desires while still keeping red humanity alive for the most part. "I think I get it now," Vess said, after he spent a minute on analyzing all of the information he collected on the frustrating God pilot. The huntsman's primary goals are to save red humanity and to become strong enough to become a God king. In fact, knowing what is coming, he may have convinced himself that the only chance to save us is to achieve a breakthrough at all cost. Whether his selfish and reckless actions may inadvertently lead to the slaughter of 25, 50, or even 99% of red humanity, he can still justify his decisions as long as 1% or maybe even less of the human population makes it to the end. He won't technically betray his oath to red humanity in this deplorable scenario. This is one of the reasons why the Whale Ark project has received enough support despite its astronomical resource requirements. The Secret Keeper added. The God pilots are not capable of experiencing fear anymore, but they want to minimize the probability that they will lose their strength after red humanity perishes. It is useless for them to abandon our civilization, fly to a forgotten corner of the red ocean, and hibernate long enough for the native aliens to forget about the human threat. The God pilots have all made the same vows, and they must abide by them if they want to retain their strength. This is our bottom line. Vess twitched his lips. I see. The God pilots are not above rules lawyering. Even if a doom scenario takes place, as long as the Whale Ark can take away a viable seed of red humanity that can be used to make a comeback in a less hostile galaxy, they have not technically broken their vows. I think it is rather deliberate that they have only promised to protect the concept of our race and civilization, but never mentioned any numbers. Red humanity could number in the quadrillions, but it could also number in the thousands. As long as there were enough red humans around to preserve their population and retain the essence of their culture and civilization, the God pilots would remain assured they would keep their powers. If that was not the case, Then they would end up as miserable as his grandfather Benjamin after he was forced to retire from active service. God pilots are not infallible, Closier 17 readily acknowledged. They have attained great power, but have to work unreasonably hard to attain so much strength. That is what makes them so worthy of respect and admiration. However, they can still go astray. We fear that the huntsman may be radical enough to nurture a monster that may become powerful enough to break our fragile empire in the Red Ocean. That is why we must remain on guard against him and seek to blunt the most destructive elements of his schemes. I agree, Secret Keeper. In fact, I would like to take this a step further. I think that we should not only maintain this attitude towards the huntsman, but every other god pilot as well. This includes your patron. You have to admit that the evolution which has been behaving a little sketchy as of late as well. Who can say whether she is just as dangerous as the other god pilot? If Closer 17 took offense at Vess' accusation, he did not show it. The spy exhibited excellent self-control throughout the entire confidential briefing. You may question her divinity's methods, but do not disregard your critical thinking. There is a clear difference between the two god pilots. The huntsman pursues strength by hunting stronger individual prey. The evolution which pursues strength by promoting evolution among red humanity. It is in her best interest to preserve as much of the population of red humanity as possible. It would be even better if the population can grow. The more people put effort into self-evolution, the more she will become the definitive goddess of evolution in this dwarf galaxy. A catastrophic drop in population and the breakdown of the existing order can be seen as a regression in her eyes. She desires red humanity to move forward, not backward. This is why she supports the Red Collective and continues to maintain a strong interest in its operations. Vess had already deduced much of that, but it was nice to hear confirmation from an agent of the god pilot herself. He accepted this reasoning. The evolution which was both frightening and bossy, but he was willing to assume that her intentions were noble. At the very least, she could not afford to be as callous as the huntsman. A small to moderate proportion of human deaths was acceptable, as that would cull the weak and spur the surviving humans to evolve harder. Go too far, and there wouldn't be enough humans left to feed her hunger for evolution. Vess tried to think about who else could pose a threat. Okay, enough about the two. Are there any other god pilots who maintain uncomfortably close relations with the cosmopolitan movement? Not to our knowledge, no. The remaining god pilots all have their issues, but they are considerably more honest in this regard. We have not gathered evidence that the remaining 6 have colluded heavily with the cosmopolitans after the Great Severing. That caused Vess to feel relieved, but then he remembered that there were more Tier 1 galactic citizens than these powerhouses. Wait, what about the star designers, Secret Keeper? I refuse to believe that all of them are clean. I am not too familiar with them all, but the xenotechnician is by far the sketchiest suspect. It is unthinkable to assume he has never had dealings with the cosmopolitan movement. You are correct to suspect that there are star designers who maintain problematic relations with the cosmopolitans in the past as well as the present. The spy slowly replied. They are generally much better at hiding their tracks than the god pilots, so it is difficult to collect credible proof of their transactions. I will not address the sporadic clues that we have gathered on the other star designers and speak solely about the xenotechnician. I can tell you that you are not wrong to question his guilt. That caused Vess to straighten his back. The thought of a star designer actively colluding with the cosmopolitan movement sounded quite frightening. At least the plans and motivations of the god pilots tended to be rather straightforward and easy to deduce. Star designers were far too clever for their own good. The last incident with the polymath had taught Vess that these powerful true gods could threaten the entire existing order by themselves in the right situations. Is the xenotechnician a member of the cosmopolitan movement? Vess asked the question that many people wanted to ask. Unfortunately, the answer he received was less than definite. Unclear. We have not gathered sufficient hard proof that can state with certainty that the xenotechnician is, or is not, a cosmopolitan. What we can state with a greater degree of confidence, that he is not a stranger to colluding with the cosmopolitan movement. That has remained true in the past as well as the present. We are still reasonably certain that the xenotechnician has not betrayed us, but his insistence on maintaining clandestine relations with the cosmopolitans is less than desirable. What does that mean? Vess looked confused. I mean, from what you have told me so far, every human leader has colluded with the cosmopolitans in the past, and maybe a handful of them can't shake off this habit. What makes the xenotechnician's actions special? It is his underlying motivations and ideology that makes him such a threat from our perspective. Secret Keeper Closier, 17 said. Unlike the huntsman who merely treats the cosmopolitan movement as a convenient tool, the xenotechnician is the sole Tier 1 galactic citizen that arguably possesses the greatest sympathy towards the cosmopolitan cause. That was what Vess suspected for a long time. The xenotechnician's domain was clearly centered around the concept of assimilation. He would not do well in a galaxy that is devoid of aliens whose technologies he can study and assimilate. I always suspected that he was up to no good, Vess muttered. Out of all red humans, he is the least willing to put the native aliens at a decisive disadvantage. It is in his best interest to keep our alien adversaries as competitive as possible. Otherwise, where will he be able to take samples out of all of the newer and more powerful technologies the aliens have developed to compete against red humanity? Vess scowled. Is he still doing this? Can't he see that the native aliens are already powerful enough to overrun many of our border systems? If they manage to master even more powerful stolen technologies, they will definitely break through our defensive lines and conquer large swaths of human-occupied star systems. Trillions of innocent humans will die. We agree with your analysis, but that is what makes the xenotechnician's suspected actions so difficult to read, Closier 17 said. Just as with the huntsman, our intelligence and analysis of the xenotechnician's actions and intentions remains woefully incomplete. We only have a calculated guess of his true motivations at best. Explain, please. The xenotechnician is a star designer who embodies the concept of assimilation. That is known. What we know about star designers is that they must continue to act in line with their domains in order to make further progress. The same applies to god pilots or any other cultivator as well, Vess remarked. We have therefore made a tentative guess that the xenotechnician seeks to advance his comprehension and mastery of the concept of assimilation by a substantial leap, by pursuing it in our society. We are anything but certain about this, but we suspect he may be in favor of strengthening the native aliens to the point where the gap in hard power grows large enough to put us in despair. That is outrageous. The native aliens will wipe us outright if that ever comes to pass. Yet it holds a certain logic to the xenotechnician, the Secret Keeper emotionlessly said. His goal is to break the stranglehold of human supremacy over red humanity. Only then can he open enough space in our society to spread the ideals of alien coexistence, which is most conducive to the concept of assimilation. He correctly recognizes that as long as we believe we still have a chance to win the Red War, we will never be willing to shatter the myth of our superiority over the aliens. Only by driving us to the brink will we become open to the idea that we must actually seek peace and ally with alien races in order to survive in this dwarf galaxy. That basically sounds like his diplomacy plan. Didn't the survivalist faction vote that down already? Correct, but did you truly think that star designer, one of the most successful humans, to ever exist will give up that easily? You have a point. Chapter 64, 50, The Devil Tongue Problem. Vess scowled. He thought that the survivalist faction had definitely dealt with the issue of determining red humanity's future course. Even though the infamous conference nearly ended up in disaster, it ultimately returned to the correct course, with the notable help of Vess himself. Of the 3 plans in consideration on that day, each of them had their own merits. The Deep Strike plan advocated by the Fist of Defiance held true to the current will and ideals of red humanity. It may seem like the most idiotic option out of the 3, but Vess liked it because it was the plan that most retained the original human spirit. The Unity plan advocated by the polymath had become a complete taboo after the conclusion of the conference. It may have convinced and won over a lot of smart people, but after the polymath proved with her own actions how terrible it was for a single tyrant to deprive everyone's ability to choose, no one wanted to pursue this direction anymore. The diplomacy plan therefore ended up as the most logical and reasonable of the 3 plans. It had earned a lot of votes and almost displaced the Deep Strike plan as the winning choice at the conference. Even though the Fist of Defiance's vision ultimately prevailed, Vess was aware that there were probably a lot of sore losers who preferred to enact a different plan. He could not rule out that there were still a lot of people left who still favored the diplomacy plan over the alternatives. It was logical to assume that these sore losers may still take action in secret to revive the defeated plan and let it come to fruition anyway. Not even the xenotechnician himself may be clean in this regard. As Vess began to develop an increasingly worse impression of the old star designer, the secret keeper tried to bring him back to reality. "Chief Counselor Larkinson, do not disregard my warning. What I have shared with you is unverified. You cannot base all of your decisions on gut feelings and wishful thinking alone. This is why nothing has happened on the surface and why we are only maneuvering in the dark. These suspicions cannot come to light unless we have gathered solid proof of the xenotechnician's subversive actions and formulate a plan to contain the damage." Vess grimaced. As much as he hated it, the secret keeper had a good point. Acting on spurious clues and unverified proof was not the proper way to go about it. The current order was based on law and fairness. While human society was anything but perfect, the burden of proof of accusing a star designer of treason was immensely high. Tier 1 galactic citizens possessed the greatest privileges and allowances of all. While nobody had written it down, one of the implicit perks of becoming a galactic citizen of a higher tier was that they could get away with minor crimes without any concern, and could even bear the guilt of greater crimes so long as their intentions were noble. There was a lot of room for an incredibly clever star designer like the xenotechnician to maneuver. Trying to pin him down with his alleged collusion with the cosmopolitan movement was not enough to bring him to heel. In fact, Vess actually doubted whether there was enough willingness to go this far in the first place. The polymath had undoubtedly tried to backstab the current order and take over all of red humanity without the consent of the people. While nobody died as a result of her outrageous actions, she was clearly guilty of crimes that should have earned her the death penalty in most jurisdictions. Yet what did the big shots actually do? They stuffed her in a golden cage in Bridgehead 1 and permitted her to do what she loved the most, which was conduct a lot of research. The more time passed, the more Vess suspected that the polymath didn't actually get punished. He even became convinced that this was deliberate if convoluted way to get rid of the hidden danger posed by the iron-resonant crucifix crown and start anew as a proper true god. The current state of red humanity, therefore, could not permit the downfall of a star designer. The xenotechnician was still needed to prop up red humanity. So long as his perceived damage to the war effort was lower than his contributions, he would be permitted to enact his subversive schemes. "Your speculation makes too much sense," Vess told the secret keeper. "I can fully believe that the xenotechnician still thinks that the diplomacy plan is the best chance for red humanity to survive. If he can tear down the pillar of human supremacy and replace it with a greater willingness to live peacefully alongside friendly alien races, then he will definitely try to make it come true. As the embodiment of assimilation, it is not enough to practice this concept by himself. Star designers are still Mech designers in that they seek to promote their design philosophy onto society. It is in his nature to persuade our society to accept and embrace assimilation, even if that means coming up with a crooked plan to browbeat his ideals onto our unwilling faces. It was a good theory, but Vess made way two assumptions in order to put together a neat story. He may accept it, but that did not mean others were willing to do the same. It all came down to hard proof, which was very difficult to obtain for obvious reasons. The secret keeper remained silent for a few moments before he started to speak again. We cannot find proof. We need to confront the xenotechnician and forcibly shut down any attempt at realizing his diplomacy plan, the spy admitted. What we can do is remove the conditions for His Excellency to enact his plan. We do not target him. Instead, we target the cosmopolitan movement that acts as an essential interface between himself and the native aliens. Unlike the esteemed star designer, the cosmopolitans hiding in our society like plague-ridden rats are traitors that are guilty based on identity alone. We do not have to begin the cumbersome process of gathering proof to sanction them. We only need to verify that they are cosmopolitans and take the necessary actions to neutralize them as a threat. That actually sounded brilliant. It made a lot of sense and was a lot easier to enact than walking up to the xenotechnician, pointing a finger at him and declaring him guilty of treason. The best part about this approach was that the xenotechnician's guilt became irrelevant. If he was innocent and played by the rules, then no harm was done. The removal of cosmopolitan cells that he could potentially cooperate with obviously did not affect him in any way. If he was guilty and seriously colluded with the cosmopolitans, then removing the latter was an elegant way to solve this problem. The xenotechnician might not be able to get the comeuppance he deserved, but red humanity would face one less threat than before. The challenge in this course of action was to eliminate all of the cosmopolitans lurking in human society. This was quite difficult. So far, the rollout of kinship networks was still ongoing, but it was likely to encompass every red human in the near future. Vess also feared that the wily and resourceful cosmopolitans may actually succeed in figuring out a countermeasure against kinship networks. Nothing was impossible. The cosmopolitans should never be underestimated. They had perfected the art of infiltration in human civilization since the Age of Stars. This was their greatest strength and specialty. If the cosmopolitans were effective enough at infiltration to fool the god kingdoms of mighty god pilots, then it was not impossible for them to circumvent the inspection of kinship networks as well. Vess even feared that the current panic and overreactions by the cosmopolitans embedded into human society were meant to mislead. Sure, the panic and fear among most cosmopolitan cells may be authentic, but there may be other cells that had cracked the secret to circumventing the control of kinship networks. They would probably lay low and continue to lurk in a society that thought that it had gotten rid of the cancer of the cosmopolitan movement. As Vess thought about whether he should devote his time on improving the security of his kinship networks, the secret keeper made a surprising statement. The xenotechnician is not the only Mech designer that the intelligence community secretly fears. We are also paying close attention to other highly influential Mech designers who can threaten red humanity's survival, either on purpose, but mostly by accident. More threats are emerging from within our very borders, and the possibilities introduced by E-energy radiation is exacerbating the problem. One particular Mech designer of high renown has very recently proven his capacity to inflict untold damage onto our society. Oh. That sounds extremely serious. What is the identity of this loathsome and deplorable Mech designer? He must be a real piece of work for him to attract your suspicion. He is present in this very same office. I am speaking to him at this moment. Vess froze for a second before he made the realization that the secret keeper accused him of posing the same threat to human civilization as the xenotechnician. That is uncalled for, you spook. Okay, I admit it. I played fast and loose with the rules on occasion, but my intentions are always pure. I have always stayed true to the creed of a Mech designer. I have made far more contributions to our civilization than most masters can dream of. I have never created a work that was solely meant to damage or collapse our society. The secret keeper patiently let Vess vent his outburst. Once the outraged Mech designer lost a bit of steam, the intelligence agent made a single retort. Vulcan Empire. Oh. That was a bit awkward. Vess did not think he could excuse his deliberate engineering of a collapse of a large second-rate state, and the only one ruled by the dwarven people at that. Even if he took advantage of the fault lines of the original Vulcan Empire in the old galaxy, there was no easy way for him to escape culpability in a civil war, and subsequently an external invasion that led to the deaths of a huge number of people. That was an exception, Vess calmly stated after he sobered himself up. I never did anything like that again. I am fully happy to preserve the peace and harmony of our society. Closier, 17 gaze turned more piercing and judgmental. I believe you. But only up to the point we have not given you any grievances. Whenever you perceive anyone or anything of becoming an obstacle in your way, you generally choose one of two responses. You avoid the problem, or you confront it directly in the most violent means possible. You are unlike any other Mech designer who has risen to your height. Your propensity to resort to violent and uncivilized solutions is much higher than we regard as healthy. There is a great deal of simmering anger inside of you. This makes you liable to act reckless or lash out without consideration for collateral damage. I do not recognize your characterization of myself. I am not as volatile and unstable as you claim I am. I am a perfectly sane and rational Mech designer. The secret keeper crossed his arms. Do you actually believe in what you say, or are you engaging in wishful thinking? This conversation was becoming increasingly more frustrating to Vess. He would like nothing more than to walk up to the spy and smack him in the face for daring to accuse Vess for posing a threat to society. However, he tried hard to control his emotions. Any irrational responses would just end up vindicating the secret keeper's unwarranted claims.